Special Agents Rebirth, the Almighty Goddess of Quick Transmigration Chapter 619 to Chapter 709. Yi Yunan's voice caused the air to freeze for a moment. Xianxia was still a little flustered in the morning, but when Yi Chengfeng and the others found out about her identity, they rushed over to pick her up. She also felt that the Yi family could spoil a person like Yi Xiaohua to this extent, let alone someone who was the biological daughter of the Yi family and far superior to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Chengfeng and Yi Chengfeng treated Xianxia with a completely different attitude from last time. She had just come back, and they wanted to give her the commercial house around the commercial building. As for Yi Xiaohua, Xianxia did not pay attention to her from the beginning. Xianxia also knew that the real powerful person in the Yi family was Yi Yunan. So she was looking forward to Yi Yunan's return from the beginning. When she saw Yi Yunan, she was extremely excited. But Xianxia and everyone else in the Yi family did not expect that Yi Yunan would actually say such a thing. Housekeeper Yi and the other servants did not pause for a moment. They hurriedly moved the things that they had just moved down. Their movements were much more nimble than when they had just moved down. They were afraid that if they were a second slower, they would really be chased out of the Yi family by Yi Yunan. Xianxia was very confident in herself, especially Yi Yunan's attitude yesterday. She wanted to see how he would react when he knew the truth today. Hearing Yi Yunan's words, she could not help but dig her ears with her hands. Did Yi Yunan not hear clearly? She was his biological sister. Madame Yi and Yi Chengfeng looked at Yi Yunan's expression and opened their mouths. Yunan, this is your biological sister. Do you remember when she was lost when she was a child and you went out every day to find her? She has suffered so much outside. An adopted daughter was an adopted daughter after all. How could she be as delicate as the biological daughter of the Yi family? Madame Yi had already discussed with the Yang family to prepare a grand homecoming banquet to introduce Xianxia to the upper circle of S City and let them know that the biological daughter of the Yi family had been found. Then tidy up the room at the end of the corridor. That room is also the master bedroom and the facilities are no worse than my sister's room. If my sister can live there, why can't she? Yi Yunan's expression was very indifferent from beginning to end. In his words, he only mentioned that Yi Xiaohua was his younger sister. As for Xianxia, his younger sister, he didn't take it to heart. Anyone who knew him would know that he was not in a good mood. Yesterday, when Xianxia wanted to drive Yi Xiaohua out, Yi Yunan did not say that the villa was his. Although his tone was flat today, it was very frightening. You. Seeing Yi Yunan's indifferent attitude, Xianxia's eyes reddened. Do you think everyone cares about your family's stinky money? After she finished speaking, she turned around and ran out. Yang Feng had always thought that Yi Xiaohua had stopped Yi family from looking for Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's return to Yi family was a happy event for Yi family, but it was a blow to Yi Xiaohua. Therefore, he was very disgusted with Yi Xiaohua's little tricks. Now that he has broken off the engagement with Yi Xiaohua, and his heart is full of Xianxia, the powerful celestial master. As for other people, they can't enter his eyes at all. Seeing that Xianxia's eyes were red, he didn't dare to say anything to Yi Yunan. He could only sneer at Yi Xiaohua and chase after her. Yi Chengfeng also reacted. He immediately turned to Housekeeper Yi and said, Housekeeper Yi, quickly follow them and see how Xianxia is doing. 10 minutes later, Housekeeper Yi came back and said that Xianxia had stopped crying. He took Yangfeng's car back to the studio. Then I'll decorate the house at the end of the corridor. In fact, you're right, Madame Yi also came back to her senses. That house is not bad. I just want to give her the best when she just came back. Speaking of this, she held Yi Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua, can you understand Mom's feelings? Of course. Yi Xiaohua smiled. However, as soon as her hand touched Yi Xiaohua's fingertips, Yi Yunan grabbed her wrist and brought her upstairs, letting her see if there was anything missing in the room. Secretary Jean didn't follow them up. From beginning to end, he maintained a very elegant smile. Mr. Yi, I'll go back first. There's still something to do at the company. Yi Yunan didn't look back. Yi Xiaohua casually waved at him with her back facing him. However, Secretary Jean didn't feel that anything was wrong. In fact, his calmness now was all an act. After coming out of the construction site and seeing ghosts with his own eyes, he still hadn't walked out of modern socialism. Finally, he said goodbye to Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng and left. Father Yang and Mother Yang, who hadn't left the Yi house, looked at each other. They both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Secretary Jean is so familiar with Xiaohua? Father Yang looked at the direction in which Secretary Jean left and couldn't help but ask. After Yi Yunan went blind, he basically didn't appear in Yi Group. Everyone thought that Secretary Jean was going to leave and that Yi Group stock would fall by more than 10%. There was indeed a trend of falling before. Then, in the past few days, Yi Group not only recovered its terrifying past, but also received a contract from the government. The recent planning and marketing strategy were all completely changed, and it was more than 1 degree higher than before. This shocked everyone who didn't think Yi Group was optimistic. At the same time, they were even more afraid of Yi Group. Everyone thought that the changes in Yi Group were related to Secretary Jean. So, seeing that Secretary Jean was so familiar with Yi Xiaohua, Father Yang couldn't help but ask one more question. If Secretary Jean was in their Yang family, then wouldn't it be just a matter of time before the Yang family became one of the top 3 wealthy families in S City? It was just that Yi Qingfeng and Madame Yi basically didn't care much about Yi Group's matters. They simply didn't know when Yi Xiaohua became so familiar with Secretary Jean. Madame Yi was determined to recognize Xiaojia again. The date of the banquet was already prepared. In order to prepare properly, it was specially arranged for half a month later. At that time, all the dignitaries in the city would be invited to attend the banquet. Yi Xiaohua had been running out these few days, but she didn't drive the car that Yi family's parents gave her anymore. Yi Yunan threw his car key to her. And Secretary Jean basically couldn't find her at the Yi house when he had something to do. Every day, he drove the company's car out to look for Yi Xiaohua. Occasionally, he could see her pinching a ghost with one hand. To be honest, after so many times, Secretary Jean could now call his business partners in front of the evil ghost. Sometimes, when the business partners asked him what the sound was around, he could still calmly reply, "It's windy." Secretary Jean took his briefcase and followed Yi Yunan to the Yi house. The two of them had just called Yi Xiaohua. The other party would be home in a few minutes. Therefore, the two of them didn't enter the door. They waited by the door for a few minutes. "Why don't you go in?" Yi Xiaohua was obviously a little happy today. Yi Yunan could hear her emotions from her voice. "Has the matter at Nanshan been resolved?" "Bingo." Yi Xiaohua smiled. "I received another powerful ghost. Brother, wait for me for half a month. If you're lucky, your eyes might be fine in less than half a month. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry," Yi Yunan said softly. When the two of them finished talking, Secretary Jean opened his mouth. "Miss, Mayor Feng told me yesterday that he wanted to see you." Before he finished speaking, he saw Yi Xiaohua and Yi Yunan's footsteps stop at the same time. Xiaojia's room had already been prepared. Yi Qingfeng and Yi Yunan had gone to the studio with great fanfare a few days ago to pick up Xiaojia. Because of this, people from Xiaojia's studio would also come to the Yi house to look for Xiaojia. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Yunan both came back very early today. Unfortunately, they bumped into Xiaojia's studio before she left. They huddled together and seemed to be having a heated discussion. Yi Xiaohua also saw an old man sitting next to Xiaojia. However, that old man was probably used to being arrogant like Xiaojia. He didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua. Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng, who had been walking around outside these few days, were also at home at this time. When Xiaojia saw Yi Xiaohua, she was very indifferent. However, when she saw Yi Yunan behind Yi Xiaohua, her eyes slightly brightened. She wanted to say something, but when she thought about Yi Yunan's attitude towards her, she pursed her lips and sat down again. However, there was some anticipation on her face. Madame Yi had been waiting for Yi Yunan to come back and was a little anxious. Now that she saw Yi Yunan behind Yi Xiaohua, she couldn't wait to stand up. Her face was full of joy. "I've waited for you for so long. You're finally back. Yunan, do you know that Yijia invited her master, Celestial Master Li, down the mountain? Celestial Master Li's cultivation is very brilliant. Yijia knows that your eyes are not ordinary. Although she says that she doesn't care about you, she still thinks about your brother in her heart. She specially invited her master back to study your eyes." She really thinks of you as her brother. Quick, come over quickly and let Celestial Master Li and your sister take a good look at your situation. In the past, they didn't understand this situation in the Celestial Master world. Madame Yi and Yi Chingfeng didn't know how many well-known Celestial Masters there were in the country. Now, for Yi Yunan, the husband and wife had a better understanding of the Celestial Masters. They had also investigated the Celestial Master Forum and the Celestial Master family. It was also at this time that they realized that their biological daughter's identity was so extraordinary. Naturally, they became more proud and doted on Xianxia. What identity? Yi Yunan did not dare to be interested, but he felt that after his mother finished speaking, Yi Xiaohua's footsteps paused. Yi Yunan could not help but stop in his tracks and ask when he thought that she was also learning the Celestial Master's Taoist techniques. Hearing that Yi Yunan was curious about her identity, a smile appeared on Xiaojia's cold face. Speaking of which, even you might be shocked. Madame Yi grinned. Didn't I tell you that she's Immortal Master Zhang's successor? Celestial Master Zhang was the greatest Celestial Master so far. It was said that he attained the Tao and ascended. Celestial Master Zhang's lineage was also the most authentic lineage of the Celestial Master's lineage. Yijiao's master is the ancestor of all Heavenly Masters, and she is now the manager of the Heavenly Master realm. Heavenly Master Li also said that Yijia is very talented, and the next manager will be her. Now Yijia has even specially invited her master, who is very busy, to come and check on your situation. Hearing this, everyone in Xiaojia's studio looked at Xiaojia with admiration. It's all thanks to Master's teachings. Xiaojia looked at Heavenly Master Li humbly. I've only learned 1/10 of what Master has learned. I'm still far from it. Hearing Xiaojia's words, Heavenly Master Li turned around. With his high and mighty status, he was indifferent to others, but he was very kind to Xiaojia. When he heard what Xiaojia said, he laughed heartily. Yijia, don't be modest. You're born with an extreme physique, so it's very easy for you to learn the Celestial Master Tao Talisman lineage. You're much more talented than me. What you lack now is experience. In less than 3 years, you will definitely surpass Master. From the beginning, the Yang family knew that Xiaojia was truly capable. She was also famous in S City, and she was also the successor of Heavenly Master Li. However, he didn't expect Xiaojia to be Heavenly Master Li's personal disciple, and Heavenly Master Li thought so highly of her. This was too different from ordinary first-rate Heavenly Masters. They could imagine that when Xiaojia took over the Celestial Master realm, all the Celestial Masters in the world would be related to her. In addition, with the Yi clan's protection, Xiaojia's future, a group of people talked animatedly, almost subconsciously ignoring Yi Xiaohua. But Yi Xiaohua didn't care about them. When she heard Celestial Master Li say Immortal Master Zhang's successor, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but roll her eyes and sneer. Heavenly Master Li, Xiaojia, and the others did not see her expression. However, the staff of Xiaojia's studio saw it. The current Taoist masters had long since declined. Just knowing a few useful talismans was enough to scare the people of modern society half to death. Not to mention that Xiaojia really knew how to catch ghosts. Those young people in Xiaojia's studio have long worshipped Xiaojia. Now seeing Yi Xiaohua's expression, they are very angry. Before the young man could step forward to protect Xiaojia, he was stopped by Yang Feng. Don't provoke her, boss. She is not to be trifled with. Yang Feng also endured the disgust in his heart and whispered, don't worry, in a few days, let's see if she still dares to be so arrogant. Hearing Yang Feng's words, the few young men stopped, but their expressions weren't very good. Do you really think you're so great just because you're from the Yi family? She doesn't even look at herself. The young man sneered. Their boss was also as old as Yi Xiaohua and had outstanding ability. Although he was not as famous as Celestial Master Li, he had already made a name for himself in S City. Now, not to mention Mayor Feng, even the chief had sent people to inquire about their boss. This Yi Xiaohua was just a business family. The young people of Xiaojia's studio had stayed with Xiaojia in the studio for so long and had seen all kinds of high officials and nobles. They were not afraid of Yi Xiaohua and the Yi family at all, and even looked down on them a little. Yang Feng heard the discussion of several people and did not refute. He just focused on Xiaojia's confident appearance when talking to others. Yi Yunan was actually very impatient to get along with Xianxia and Celestial Master Li and Celestial Master Zhang. Especially when the other party couldn't see anything after looking for a long time. I haven't found the reason yet. Celestial Master Li originally thought it was just an ordinary yin qi blinding his eyes, but he didn't expect that even after he took out his magic ruler, he still couldn't find anything wrong with Yi Yunan. Madame Yi and Yi Chengfeng were extremely disappointed. Xiaojia immediately begged Celestial Master Li, "Master, I'm begging you." Celestial Master Li had always doted on this little disciple, and his heart softened in an instant. After a few days of research with Yijia, we might need a blood-binding array. Hearing Xiaojia begging Celestial Master Li, Madame Yi and Yi Chengfeng looked at Xiaojia with very gentle eyes. Hearing the blood-binding array, Yi Xiaohua frowned. Since coming to this world, Yi Xiaohua didn't want to make any big movements. In fact, the task this time was very simple. It wasn't revenge or making anyone regret. The original owner only hoped to cure Yi Yunan's eyes. Because of this, from the beginning, Yi Xiaohua didn't plan to participate in the matter between Yang Feng and Xiaojia. As long as the people in this world didn't make trouble, she would be as low-key as she could be. But now that she heard the blood-binding array, Celestial Master Li wanted to summon evil spirits. There were more evil things in the military compound than in other places, so it was very easy to summon an evil spirit with very high cultivation. Yi Xiaohua pinched her fingers, not knowing what this group of people wanted to do. After the group finished chatting, Madame Yi sent Celestial Master Li off. Yi Yunan was also chased upstairs by Yi Xiaohua. At this time, Madame Yi looked at Yi Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, don't go out the day after tomorrow." "No, I have something to do." Yi Xiaohua thought that Secretary Jean still had something to do. "What else can you do?" Madame Yi's kind face instantly changed. "The day after tomorrow is the banquet I'm holding for Yijia. When the time comes, you can take Yijia to meet people of the same age, and put off other things." Yi Yunan was not there. Secretary Jean was still there. His scalp went numb and his back was drenched in cold sweat. "Madam." Secretary Jean tried to stop Madame Yi. Madame Yi looked at Secretary Jean in confusion. Seeing his nervous expression, she could not help but doubt the relationship between Secretary Jean and Yi Xiaohua. An adopted daughter was an adopted daughter after all. In Madame Yi's heart, she had let Yi Xiaohua enjoy wealth for so many years and lived a life that no one dared to provoke. Now that her biological daughter was here, the adopted daughter naturally had to give way. Yi Xiaohua did not expect Madame Yi to say such a thing. She chuckled and narrowed her eyes at Yi Xiaohua. "I didn't expect someone to talk to me like that." "Xiaohua, what did you say?" Madame Yi did not understand Yi Xiaohua's current development. She felt that this adopted daughter's aura was completely different from before. Previously, he had been acting like he didn't care about anything. Now, she could see a coldness in the bottom of her eyes. This was her adopted daughter. For a moment, Madame Yi felt that she did not understand. I say, Yi Xiaohua had always respected Madame Yi. After all, the other party used to treat the original owner very well. But now, she turned to look at Madame Yi indifferently. "Do you think I care about this identity?" As she spoke, she reached into her pocket and took out a black bank card. "The password is 6 zeros. Take it, there is 80 million yuan in it. My life is very expensive. This 80 million yuan is the maintenance fee for raising me for 14 years. Madame Yi, from now on, don't treat me as your adopted daughter." This card contained her commission for the projects she had done for the Yi Group. It also contained the employment fee for the ghost hunting projects she had recently hired people to catch ghosts. The projects were very complicated. Not to mention Madame Yi, even Yi Yunan did not know how much she had done. Of course, most of it was the money she had earned from the talismans she had drawn. There were a total of 7 high-level talismans she had drawn on the black market. "Miss," Secretary Jean said in horror. He did not expect Yi Xiaohua to be so extreme. Yi Xiaohua waved at him without looking back. She did not mention that she would change the plan for Secretary Jean that night. She had experienced so many worlds and was not the kind of person who would be wronged. After Yi Xiaohua left, Secretary Jean said to Madame Yi, "Madam, you are muddle-headed. The board of directors will explode when they get back. Now all the forces outside are looking for Xianxia. Even Mayor Feng was no exception. Secretary Jean was also proud for a time. Xianxia was their Yi family's nail. The more complacent he was before, the more frustrated he was now. What does this have to do with the board? Madame Yi had yet to react. Where did Xianxia get 80 million yuan? And this card, she and Yi Chingfeng didn't give her the card either. Sigh, there's no point in saying all this now. Secretary Jean was on the verge of tears. He looked at Madame Yi's expressionless face and could not help but sigh. It was better for him to contact Director Yi. He could understand Madame Yi's thoughts. Now that her biological daughter was back, the adopted daughter would naturally have to take a step back. But did she know how resourceful her adopted daughter was? He could even get a pass from M Nation. Now Yi family is the key to expanding outward. If there is no Xianxia, the difficulty will rise by several levels. Madame Yi saw that Secretary Jean had left in a hurry. She did not know whether to keep the card or throw it away. In fact, he regretted saying those words. But she did not expect Xianxia to be so impulsive. After thinking about it, Madame Yi could not help but go upstairs to find Yi Yunan. Are you familiar with Chief Gu? Xianxia accompanied Yi Yunan to the construction site and met Chief Gu on her way back. Yi Yunan's tone seemed to be very familiar with Chief Gu. After Chief Gu left, Yi Yunan nodded. Yes, to be precise, he saved my life once. I also helped him a little. I see. Xianxia nodded. Yi Yunan smiled. What do you know? Xianxia glanced at him but did not answer. The two of them walked a few steps forward and saw Chief Gu talking to a group of people. Xianxia looked over and found that it was Xianxia, Heavenly Teacher Li, and the others. Okay, I'll prepare it immediately. Chief Gu was nodding solemnly. When she heard what he was going to prepare, Xianxia frowned. Chief Gu, if you believe me, don't prepare these things. Come find me in 3 days. Your family's problem can't be solved with an ordinary blood formation. Otherwise, even if it doesn't succeed, it will still bring disaster to this place. Chief Gu was stunned when he saw Xianxia's expression. Who are you? Heavenly Teacher Li glanced at Xianxia. Yang Feng, who was beside him, laughed mockingly. Master Li, don't worry about her. Last time, Mayor Feng said that she was reading a book about Taoism. She even drew a talisman for him to protect himself. Hearing this, Heavenly Teacher Li was not willing to look at Xianxia anymore. Xiaojia noticed Yi Yunan's expression when she saw him. However, although Yi Yunan could not see, his eyes did not look in this direction. Yi Yunan faintly knew that Xianxia asked about these things because of himself. He took Xianxia's hand and took her away from here. His voice was slightly cold. When they beg you later, don't do it. Xianxia nodded, listen to you. Poof. Hearing the conversation between the two, the young people in Xiaojia's studio couldn't help laughing. The group of people didn't care about these episodes at all. Xianxia didn't care about them anymore. She didn't find Secretary Jean today. Last night, he returned the black card to her, but Xianxia didn't take it back. Yi Yunan didn't force it, but put it away. Xianxia has been looking for ghosts all over the city recently. 008, who knows all this, has a very complicated mood. Xianxia. Xianxia. Xianxia called Yi Yunan. After not getting through, she couldn't help but frown. When she wanted to go home, she met a girl with exquisite makeup. This is the former best friend of the original owner, Du Xinrui, the daughter of the Du family. Xianxia paused for a moment. Well? Looking at Du Xinrui's eyes that twinkled with irony and schadenfreude, Xianxia probably understood. I didn't expect it to be you, Du Xinrui smiled at Xianxia. Didn't I receive an invitation from Auntie? I heard that young Master Ye's sister is back, isn't it? Tomorrow night's banquet is a welcome banquet for the real daughter, isn't it? Xianxia nodded, yes. Not seeing the sadness on Xianxia's face, Du Xinrui said again, oh, really, did Mrs. Yi forget your birthday tomorrow? As she spoke, she paid attention to Xianxia's expression. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, she finally thought that Xianxia was sad. I can't help it. I heard that the real daughter is very powerful. Even Mayor Feng respects her very much, Du Xinrui smiled. Don't worry about it. By the way, will you go tomorrow? Xianxia thought of what Yi Yunan said to her, go. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. That's fine, goodbye. Du Xinrui looked at Xianxia's back. There was obvious contempt in her eyes. She thought she was the daughter of the famous city. How pitiful she is now. She doesn't even have a car. At that time, these people were suppressed by Xianxia's adopted daughter and could not lift their heads. So now hearing that Ye's daughter has been found, these people can't wait to see Xianxia's identity plummet. The biological daughter of Yi family is back. Not only was she his biological daughter, but he also heard that her identity was not ordinary. With such an existence, who would care about an adopted daughter like her? Thinking of this, Du Xinrui quickly sent the news to her high school friends and ordered a dress at the same time. She must appear in style tomorrow. There were some rumors about the Yi family in the upper class, but it was also when the Yi family sent out the invitation. Only then did they confirm it. Those who used to be jealous of Xianxia can't wait for the banquet to arrive immediately. Now Ye's family doesn't give Xianxia a birthday party. They directly hold a welcome party for their own daughter. They could not wait to enjoy Xianxia's down-and-out appearance. Xianxia couldn't get through to Yi Yunan. She couldn't help but feel strange. He made a call to Secretary Jean. Father Yi? Secretary Jean has not dared to contact Xianxia for several days. Now that he receives Xianxia's call, he is very excited. Xianxia is now used to his name. Where's my brother? After today's cooperation, we will go back directly. Secretary Jean was surprised. Recently, there was a problem with the base network in the military area. I am going to the Gu family with Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Xianxia's face changed. You said you went to the Gu family? Secretary Jin's heart trembled. Yes, is there a problem? Xianxia did not answer. She calculated the time, cursed and hung up the phone. Do you still have 008 teleportation talismans? At the same time. Military area courtyard. Heavenly Masterly put on his ancestral robe, burned incense, and bathed. Then he took out the peachwood sword, the talisman, and the flag and began to set up the array. He and Xianxia very solemnly finished setting up the array. When the last thing was put down, the sky suddenly darkened. Yang Feng and some people in Xianxia's studio saw this abnormal change for the first time, and their eyes widened. Amazing! Yang Feng took a deep breath. The others also thought the same. They were even more in awe of the Heavenly Master. He looked at Yi Yunan beside him. Mr. Yi, this is Yijia's strength. The blood array has been completed. When Heavenly Masterly saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Leader Gu, your family's Qi will be sucked into the 18th floor. At this time, the originally dark sky slowly turned red. This is... Heavenly Masterly was holding the flag and began to worship, but when he saw this scene, his pupils dilated. Blood fiend? The birth of a fierce ghost. How is this possible? At the moment he said this, a black shadow seemed to tear through the space and slowly appeared. Run! It's the 1,000-year Rakshasa. Heavenly Masterly immediately waved the peachwood sword and stabbed it at Zhang Qing's face. However, before it could stab in an inch, it suddenly broke. The copper coins on it fell to the ground. Heavenly Masterly took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The thick clouds in the sky rolled and mixed with the color of blood dyed the entire courtyard red. The 1,000-year Rakshasa, the fierce ghost of the 18th floor of hell. When Heavenly Masterly spoke, Xianxia, Leader Gu, and the others all ran out of the door. They had just taken 2 steps when they saw the Rakshasa's sinister green eyes. In the end, he grabbed their necks and put them together. There's the last one. The Rakshasa's voice was very shaky. He stopped in front of Yi Yunan. Secretary Jean quickly took out his talisman and stuck it on the 1,000-year Rakshasa's body, but it only burned a black hole. The 1,000-year Rakshasa laughed. Heaven-shaking talisman? I didn't expect this talisman to be passed down for so long. Unfortunately, the descendant of Myrtle Imperial Star, eating you will reduce my cultivation by 500 years. As he spoke, his body gradually grew bigger, and the fangs on his face became more and more terrifying. Yunnan. Run. Leader Gu said anxiously. Heavenly Master Li spat out a mouthful of blood and no longer looked like the high and mighty Heavenly Master from before. He smiled bitterly, it's useless. The 1,000-year Rakshasa, none of us can escape. Xianxia was also shrouded in a layer of dead silence. Yang Feng went from shock to fear at the beginning and could no longer say anything. No one in the entire courtyard dared to speak. President Yi, if you can survive, remember to ask Father Yi to help me. She called just now. I don't know if she can make it in time to collect my soul. Secretary Jean stood in front of Yi Yunnan and said bitterly, I'm afraid I can't reincarnate without a soul. At this moment, in the silent courtyard, a cold voice suddenly appeared, you have no ambition. It's just a Rakshasa. With your father Yi here, what are you afraid of? Digression, Secretary Jean opened his eyes excitedly when he heard Yi Xiaohua's voice. Father Yi, you're finally here. Celestial Master Li and Leader Gu had almost lost their will to fight. They could only watch helplessly as the 1,000-year Rakshasa wreaked havoc. No one dared to stop the Rakshasa. Xiaojia was so scared that she closed her eyes. She didn't expect the voice from the outside to suddenly come. It was cool and refreshing. It was as if even the roiling blood clouds above their heads had paused for a moment at this moment. The expected scene of the Rakshasa's hand tearing Secretary Jin's body apart did not happen. Father Yi, who was this? Heavenly Master Li and Xiaojia were heavenly masters, so they had the deepest perception of the situation in the courtyard. They could also see that at this time, the suffocating fiendish aura in the courtyard had suddenly lessened. Ajia, I haven't left the mountain for so many years. Do you know when Celestial Master Yi appeared? Celestial Master Li coughed and then stood up shakily. There was still a trace of black blood at the corner of his mouth. She can control the murderous aura here from a distance and can even make the Rakshasa afraid. Ajia, we've really met a celestial master. Xiaojia finally opened her eyes and took a step back. I've never heard of her. Leader Gu and Yang Feng looked at each other. Although they were both ordinary people, they were much braver than ordinary people. They didn't faint after seeing such a terrifying scene. It seems to be Yi Xiaohua. Yang Feng only felt that the voice was familiar, and not just familiar. He could tell that it was Yi Xiaohua's voice. But, he subconsciously felt that it was impossible. How is it possible? As soon as he said that, Xiaojia couldn't help but sneer. Even if she's extremely talented, she still needs to cultivate for decades to reach this level. How can it be her? Hearing Xiaojia's words, Yang Feng nodded repeatedly. Even Xiaojia and Celestial Master Li couldn't do anything about the Rakshasa. This woman could make the Rakshasa pause as soon as she opened her mouth. The Yi Xiaohua in his memory didn't understand this at all. Otherwise, how could Yi Yunnan become like this? How could such a person be Yi Xiaohua? He scolded himself that he might be crazy. However, he did not think too much about it. Instead, he stared at Secretary Jean, who was a few meters away. The conversation between these people lasted no more than a minute. At this moment, the 1,000-year Rakshasa finally reacted. His pair of green eyes were gradually covered with a blood-red color. His eyeballs were no longer the eyeballs of a normal person. They were completely blood-red. His fangs had already reached his chin, making him look extremely ferocious. The skin on his face was rotting inch by inch, hanging from his greenish-black flesh. You are, the person who drew the heaven-shocking talisman? He chuckled. Come out. I thought that there were only mediocre celestial masters left in this world. I didn't expect to meet a descendant of a celestial master's successor. The heaven-trembling talisman is a third-grade celestial master. I'll eat you first before I eat the successor of the Myrtle Imperial Star. Then you really think too much. This time, the voice did not appear out of thin air. It came from outside the sealed door. Everyone looked towards the door. Even the millennium-old Rakshasa had a moment of surprise on his face. The tightly sealed door was gently pushed by someone, making a squeaking sound. The first thing everyone saw was an extremely fair and slender finger. As the door was opened, the blood-red cloud above their heads dispersed with a bang. In an instant, more than half of the time was gone. Then, the figure appeared in front of everyone. There was a hint of a lazy smile on the corner of the person's mouth. He stood in the middle of the door. His jet-black hair was draped behind his head, fluttering in the yin qi flowing in the courtyard. His facial features were still exquisite. Even when he saw the strange scene in the courtyard, his expression did not change at all. "Secretary Jean, bring my brother here." Xianxia put one hand on the door and the other hand was still in her pocket. She looked extremely careless. The moment Secretary Jean saw Xianxia, his eyes lit up. He quickly led Yunan out of the door. "Can you take him away?" The 1,000-year Rakshasa suddenly turned his head 180 degrees and looked at Secretary Jean and Yunan with a strange face that seemed to be smiling evilly. A gust of evil wind suddenly blew in from the door, stirring up the dust on the ground as it passed. The entire courtyard suddenly became gloomy and cold. The evil wind was facing Secretary Jean and Yunan. It was mixed with countless mournful cries. In an instant, the Gu family's courtyard seemed to have turned into a hell, filled with the cries of evil ghosts. Evil wind infusion. A great omen. Heavenly Masterly finally reacted. "Go back." Seeing that Secretary Jean didn't listen to him, Heavenly Masterly held a talisman between his two fingers and chanted, urgent as command. The talisman flew towards Secretary Jean as if it had eyes, but it was grabbed by someone midway. Xianxia, who was originally by the door, appeared in front of Secretary Jean. She pinched the talisman that flew towards Secretary Jean. She did not use it and only pointed at the door. "Take my brother out." Secretary Jean did not look back and directly walked outside. "How dare a mere third-grade Heavenly Master try to stop me?" The 1,000-year Rakshasa did not pay attention to Yunan, who was walking out the door. He looked at Xianxia with a pair of cold eyes. "All right, I'll eat you first." As he spoke, his long tongue slowly stuck out. After so many years in hell, it had been a long time since he had tasted delicious raw meat. His voice reflected the pale moonlight, making people feel extremely disgusted. "Third-grade Heavenly Master?" Heavenly Masterly also heard the Rakshasa and was shocked. "The legendary third-grade Heavenly Master? How is that possible?" Third-grade Heavenly Master." Xianxia pulled out a peachwood sword covered in talismans and looked at the 1,000-year Rakshasa with a complicated expression. She smiled softly. "Who told you I'm a third-grade Heavenly Master?" As she spoke, she used the peachwood sword to attract purple lightning. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning struck down. Lightning was one of the things that unclean things feared the most. Xianxia's peachwood sword is pasted with the extremely powerful 5 Thunder Ghost Suppression Talisman, which is what she uses to catch evil spirits. Since coming to this world, Xianxia has basically spent all her time on Taoism. After she finished learning Taoism, she constantly looked for evil spirits in S-City. He used it to practice what he had learned, because he had learned something in the feng shui circle before. She boldly innovated and added her own understanding to the evil suppression talisman. If other celestial masters were to find out about this, they would definitely be shocked. However, Xianxia did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. The effect of the 5 Thunders evil suppression talisman she had drawn had already surpassed the limit of the evil suppression talisman in this world. Even a 1,000-year Rakshasa could not withstand the wrath of thunder that could destroy a true god. In the end, when his soul was destroyed, the 1,000-year Rakshasa did not have the energy to say the last sentence. Xianxia put away the peachwood sword, and under his unresigned gaze, she smiled. "That's right, I am a 9th-level Heavenly Master." Just as he spoke, the 1,000-year Rakshasa disappeared. At the same time, the Gu family's courtyard was covered in dark clouds, as if the moon and clouds had been pushed aside. Xianxia looked at the direction of Rakshasa and concluded, "Can't withstand a single blow." All the danger instantly disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that the weeds in the courtyard were in a mess and the chilly wind had just blown them into a mess, everyone present would have thought that the 1,000-year Rakshasa was just an illusion. But he didn't. They could still feel the pain from the Rakshasa's attack. Grade 9 Heavenly Master? Heavenly Teacher Li was not familiar with Xianxia, so he was not that surprised. Instead, he looked at Xianxia very respectfully. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." May I know which sect senior is a true disciple of? This senior caused the rest of the people to finally react. Yang Feng, Xianxia, Leader Gu, and the young people in Xiaojia's studio couldn't react in time. They were not celestial masterly, but people who had a certain understanding of Yi Xiaohua. Now that they saw Yi Xiaohua appear and easily deal with the 1,000-year Rakshasa, their slightly enlarged pupils slowly contracted. In the face of great horror, they stood still like a pillar. This powerful celestial master was really Yi Xiaohua. How was that possible? Yang Feng opened his mouth in a daze. Yi Xiaohua, when did you also become a Taoist master? He felt that his worldview had collapsed. Isn't Yi Xiaohua an ordinary person like him? When he first returned to S City, Yi Xiaohua said that he was too superstitious. How long had it been? Yi Xiaohua became a master of heaven? Furthermore, he had saved all of their lives. Even Xiaojia's master addressed Yi Xiaohua as senior. Yi Xiaohua didn't look at Yang Feng and the others, nor did she pay attention to them. She just faintly glanced at Heavenly Teacher Li. I don't belong to any sect, I learned it blindly. After saying that, he didn't wait for these people to speak and walked out of the door. Outside the door, both Yi Yunan and Secretary Jean were waiting for her. Is it done? Yi Yunan asked softly. Yi Xiaohua smiled, N. After getting an answer, Yi Yunan turned to Chief Gu. Chief, I'll send someone to talk to you about this tomorrow. Let's call it a day. Chief Gu managed to save his life from Yi Xiaohua's hands. Hearing that, he couldn't help but think of what Yi Yunan said yesterday. It was really a slap in the face. Yi Yunan didn't care about this group of people anymore. His eyes slid past Yang Feng and left with Yi Xiaohua. After Yi Xiaohua left, Yang Feng hadn't come back to his senses. Xiaojia was the same. Her mind was filled with how is this possible? How could Yi Xiaohua be a master of heaven? Didn't she grow up in the Yi family? The Yi family didn't believe in a master of heaven at all from the beginning. It was only after she arrived in S City that the Yi family's parents believed in the existence of a master of heaven. So where did Yi Xiaohua learn it? Ijia, I remember that you know Celestial Master Yi, right? Celestial Master Li finally believed that there was always someone better out there. Can you help me ask her if she has the time? If there was someone like Celestial Master Yi in the Celestial Master realm, it wouldn't have fallen to the point of disappearing. Hearing her master say that, Xiaojia smiled a little reluctantly. Master, you want to invite her? The young people in Xiaojia's studio only felt that it was very dangerous just now. They couldn't help but ask, Heavenly Teacher Li, is that Yi Xiaohua very powerful? A level 9 Heavenly Master. Even when the Heavenly Master was at its peak 100 years ago, there was never a level 9 Heavenly Master. Even though Heavenly Teacher Li was injured, it didn't affect his level of excitement. If she is willing to lead our world of heaven, the rise of our Heavenly Master is just around the corner. Hearing this, the young people in Xiaojia's studio opened their mouths. She was actually so powerful. Speaking up to this point, Heavenly Teacher Li glanced at Leader Gu. Leader Gu, I can't solve the problems around your house. Go find Master Yi. I have to go back to the world of heaven. Leader Gu, find Master Yi? How is he going to find her? Did you forget that you laughed at him yesterday for not even learning talisman writing? Today, you actually forced him to find Master Yi? Are you demons? Originally, after this matter was settled, Yang Feng was going to treat Xiaojia and Heavenly Teacher Li to a meal. At the same time, he would officially introduce Heavenly Teacher Li to his parents. One could imagine Heavenly Teacher Li's status in the world of heaven. With such an identity, most successful and famous people would want to know him. However, Heavenly Teacher Li had been living in seclusion for a long time. Even people like Mayor Feng had no way to meet Heavenly Teacher Li. If they knew that the Yang family knew Heavenly Teacher Li, many big shots would come to the Yang family to find connections. This was also the aspect of the Yang family's plan. However, after such an incident, Heavenly Teacher Li left and Xiaojia was not in the mood. Yang Feng went to the hotel alone. Why is it only you? Where are Yijia and Heavenly Teacher Li? Mother Yang looked behind Yang Feng and didn't see anyone. Yang Feng opened his mouth. Something happened. Heavenly Teacher Li returned to the world of heaven. Hearing the explanation, Father Yang and Mother Yang were very disappointed. Forget it. Anyway, tomorrow is Yijia's welcome party. Mother Yang cheered up again. Son, look at the gift I prepared for Yijia. It's a blue diamond. Your dad and I spent a lot of money to buy it from a collector. I will give it to Yijia tomorrow. She will be very happy. Yijia is such an excellent girl. You must firmly hold on to her. By the way, have you prepared the gift? Mom, Yang Feng took a deep breath. Tomorrow is also Yixiaohua's birthday. Have you prepared a gift for her? But this time, Mother Yang really guessed wrong. Yang Feng thought bitterly. She was really a great person. You should prepare a gift for her. Yang Feng said one last sentence and didn't say anything more. Mother Yang agreed. When they got home, Yang Feng went to his room with a dejected face. Mother Yang solemnly looked at Father Yang. Did my son quarrel with Yijia? And he wants me to prepare a gift for Yixiaohua? Is he crazy, or does he think that it's not enough to make Yijia angry? It's not easy for the two of them to be together. I won't let Yixiaohua destroy them again. And Father Yang also agreed with Mother Yang's words. As for buying a birthday gift for Yixiaohua, thinking too much. Xiao Yijia's welcome party finally arrived. During the day of the party, Yixiaohua finally gathered the last evil ghost. Brother, you are the descendant of Ziwei Imperial Star. Generally speaking, it's not so easy to break the evil spirit. Yixiaohua pasted dozens of talismans in Yi Yunan's room. According to the notes left by immortal Master Zhang, your soul should have been shaken on the night you came back. You were possessed by an evil ghost and sealed it in your eyes. With the Ziwei Imperial energy in your body, under normal circumstances, the Yin soldiers don't dare to approach you. So I gathered 5 evil ghosts to summon. The process is a bit difficult. I need you to be alone in the 5 elements formation. I'm not sure how long it will take. Yi Yunan let go of her hand. Let's start. Yixiaohua got up and took out the peachwood sword in the system space when Yi Yunan couldn't see her. It was activated as the eye of the formation. Yixiaohua instantly left the room. Only Yi Yunan could stay safe in such a place where evil spirit gathered. It wasn't that she couldn't stay, but she couldn't help but beat the ghost to death. Just as she closed Yi Yunan's door, she saw housekeeper Yi standing at the stairs. Miss Yi, please go downstairs. Don't disturb the young master anymore. The party is about to start. Housekeeper Yi's tone was very cold. The Yi family's servants didn't change their opinion of Yixiaohua until now. Especially when compared to Xiao Yijia, they basically called Yixiaohua Miss Yi instead of Miss. In the end, even Yi Qingfeng did not stop this. Yimu had a conflict with Yixiaohua before, so she was a little unfamiliar with Yixiaohua. She finally asked Secretary Jean what he meant that day. But Secretary Jean didn't say anything. In this way, Yimu did not care what happened. Yijia, this is the dress I asked someone to make for you. Yimu gave the dress to Xiao Yijia and asked her to put it on. When Yi father saw Xiao Yijia come out in a dress, he couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being my daughter. As they were talking, they saw Yixiaohua coming down with housekeeper Yi. Since yesterday, Xiao Yijia's feelings for Yixiaohua were very complicated. At first, Xiao Yijia didn't even bother to look at Yixiaohua. But he thought about how his master didn't pick up his call last night. Xiao Yijia felt an unprecedented sense of panic. But when she returned to Ye's house and saw that Ye's parents still cared about her so much, she slowly calmed down. Especially when she saw that Madame Yi didn't prepare a dress for Yixiaohua, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qingfeng looked at Yixiaohua. You came down just in time. Yijia will go with us. You can't get off the car. You can go to the garage and drive another one out. Miss, there are some things at the company. I'm late. At this time, Secretary Jean came in with a gift box and smiled. Mr. Yi told me to take you to the banquet. This is his Nike master's dress. Secretary Jean handed the gift box to Yixiaohua. Yixiaohua casually took it. Well, let's go. From beginning to end, she didn't look at Yi father and Yi mother, nor did she care about the expressions of the rest of the people in the living room. Secretary Jean, do I have to go to the banquet today? After Yixiaohua got on the car, she couldn't help but look at Secretary Jean. Although Yixiaohua was very confident that there was no problem with the formation she set for Yi Yunan. But she also wanted to wait outside for Yi Yunan to come out safely. It's just that Yi Yunan must let her attend Xiaojia's banquet. To be honest, Yi Xiaohua didn't really want to attend. Secretary Jean gave Yi Xiaohua a very mysterious smile. Yi father, you'll know after you go. The banquet was held on the 4th and 5th floors of the International Hotel in S City. The 2 floors were designed by the hotel to hold banquets, which were booked by Yi family. When Yi Xiaohua arrived, there were already many guests. There were businessmen from Yi family, politicians from S City, and many celebrities. This banquet for Yi family's daughter was held with great vigor. The dress prepared by Yi Yunan was a light blue dress. The unique design was in line with her cold and cool temperament. As soon as she came out, she attracted the attention of most people. Du Xinrui and a group of rich second generation in the yard, as well as Yi Xiaohua's high school classmates, had already gathered together. Seeing the expensive dress on Yi Xiaohua, Du Xinrui's eyes flashed with jealousy. At this time, another group of people appeared at the door. The politicians and businessmen who had been chatting with each other with wine glasses immediately moved towards that side. Noble women were the wives of dignitaries. When they first saw her here, a lot of people couldn't believe it. Now that they saw that she had come for Xiaojia, the surrounding people looked at each other in dismay. They were very afraid of this daughter that the Yi family had recognized. Xiaojia smiled. She didn't nod, but she didn't say it wasn't her either. He had the air of a superior expert. This made the politician's wife even more certain of her guess. My husband said that it must be you, and it seems like he guessed correctly. Celestial Master Xiao, after the banquet, let's talk about the cooperation between the Master World and our government, shall we? You know, there are always cases that ordinary people can't solve. My pleasure. Xiaojia nodded. The government would be working with the Celestial Master Realm for many years. However, there were fewer and fewer Celestial Masters, so the manager of the Celestial Master Realm had never agreed. Now that he heard Xiaojia agree, he was extremely excited. Mrs. Yang did not want to be left behind either. The banquet started at 7 p.m., and it was only 6:50 p.m. now. She took out her gift. Ajia, you've suffered outside for so many years. Mrs. Yang gave the diamond to Xiaojia. There is no woman who does not like jewelry. Xiaojia was naturally overjoyed. Madame Yi, Yi Chengfeng, and Butler Yi followed closely behind Xiaojia from the moment they entered the banquet hall. Everyone knew that after tonight, the number 1 daughter of City S would be replaced. On the surface, Yunan doesn't seem to care about you. Yi Chengfeng saw that the guests at the banquet were each more terrifying than the last. This kind of person was not someone he could afford to invite. He could not help but laugh. Look, the people he invited are really honest. Xiaojia lowered her eyes and smiled. When Mrs. Yang saw that there were already young men looking for Xiaojia, she could not help but look for Yang Feng. Finally, she saw Yang Feng in a corner. Why are you still here? If you don't go now, your wife is going to be snatched away by someone else. Mrs. Yang walked to his side and said in exasperation. Yang Feng put down the glass and only responded faintly, as if he was thinking about something and didn't care. Suddenly she remembered something. Mom, have you prepared a gift for Yi Xiaohua? You're still thinking about Yi Xiaohua? When Mrs. Yang saw that no one was looking at them, she couldn't help but warn in a low voice, it wasn't easy for you to get Ajia. Why are you still thinking about that woman, Yi Xiaohua? Why would he prepare a gift for her? Can't you see that everyone is here for Xiaojia? Yang Feng opened his mouth. But, alright, that's enough. Mrs. Yang did not listen to his explanation at all. Hurry over. On the other side, Yi Xiaohua's former friends, rich second generation and high school friends also arrived. Naturally, they saw how Madame Yi brought Xiaojia to meet other people. Du Xinrui waves to Yi Xiaohua from afar. Look, it's the eldest miss of Ye's family. Du Xinrui said to a group of people around her, covering the sneer at the bottom of her eyes. Oh no, I shouldn't call her eldest miss now. Xiaohua, what does housekeeper Yi call you now? Many people came to the banquet. Even Madame Yi and Yi Chengfeng were shocked by some of them. Not to mention people like Du Xinrui. They were originally mixed with Yi Xiaohua. In fact, they used to hold Yi Xiaohua. Some of them were as jealous of Yi Xiaohua as Du Xinrui. Now that the Yi family's biological daughter has been found, the Yi family also attached great importance to the banquet. He had invited all the rich and powerful families in S City. Now, even the newspapers were blatantly reporting that the formerly high and mighty first daughter of Jin had become a real adopted daughter. Her status had plummeted, and many people were gloating over her misfortune. Yi Xiaohua didn't care about these people, but just tilted her head. What does it have to do with you? Under the glass lamp, her whole expression was really cold. Some of the momentum that was incompatible with these playboys. Still looking at them from high above. Obviously, her status was not even as good as their rich second generation, but she was still so arrogant. Du Xinrui's expression changed in an instant. Yi Xiaohua. Did she think she was still the eldest miss of the Yi family? Du Xinrui and these people obviously wanted to see the joke of the drowning dog. But they didn't expect that even in such a position, the other side was still a playboy. In the past, it was natural for Yi Xiaohua to play the temper of a rich young lady, but now, Yi Xiaohua was really crazy. As long as the Yi family no longer valued her, she was a bird? A short-haired girl beside Du Xinrui looked at Yi Xiaohua and smiled playfully. Xinrui, don't be angry. I heard that Miss Yi seemed to have been kicked out of the house by Madame Yi. When the others heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. They had never heard of this, right? After all, the Yi family used to dote on Yi Xiaohua so much. You don't know, but in fact, the real daughter of the Yi family is a very powerful teacher, the short-haired girl said. I heard my father say that even Mayor Feng respects that person very much. Hearing the short-haired girl's science, the surrounding people all reacted inside. No wonder, if such a big figure appeared in their family, and it was even a biological one, it would only be the Yi family's extravagance. Yi Xiaohua snorted, it's clearly me who's annoyed with the Yi family. You're annoyed with the Yi family? Du Xinrui sneered, you're not ashamed to say such a lie. Didn't you see that your birthday was forgotten by the Yi family? Open your eyes and look at the display screen behind you. It was at this time. 7 o'clock, all the lights in the banquet went out with a swoosh, a huge crystal display screen in the middle of the 4th and 5th floor suddenly lit up. Then, a line of big red words appeared, Welcome to Miss Yi Xiaohua's 23rd birthday party. There was a moment of silence, and then there was a burst of disbelief. Xiaojia's smiling face instantly froze. Madame Yang looked at Madame Yi. Madame Yi, what's wrong with this hotel? How could they even get the contents of the banquet wrong? Madame Yi also frowned. What about the hotel management? Swoosh, the light in the direction of the door lit up. An old man slowly walked in. When they saw who that person was, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yunan invited me to host Celestial Teacher Ye's birthday party. I shouldn't be late, right? Digression. There's a problem with the chapter synchronization over at QU. Don't worry, I've already told the editor. I struggled for a long time because of the synchronization last night. Recently, my luck has been really bad. I hope everyone has good luck. Of course I'm not late. Yi Yunan kept his phone calmly and followed behind the old man. He raised his head as he spoke. Before the people present were shocked by the old man's appearance, they were shocked again. He had jade-like eyebrows and a tall figure. His eyes were like a deep pool of water, pitch black like cold jade. His nobility seemed to seep into everyone's bones. It's President Yi. Didn't you say that his eyes? The people at the banquet were in an uproar. The hotel manager heard that Madame Yi was looking for him. He hurried over as well. Madame Yi, were you satisfied with tonight's banquet? The hotel manager grinned from ear to ear. With so many important people attending tonight, their hotel's status as the #1 in City S had been confirmed. The hotel manager was going to be promoted twice because of the Yi family's order. He was a great contributor to the hotel, so how could he not be happy? Madame Yi shifted her gaze from Yi Yunan with difficulty. But, the content of today's banquet was wrong. The hotel manager was shocked. How could it be wrong? President Yi personally ordered it. Secretary Jean also said that President Yi invited many people for today's birthday banquet. Could it be that today is not Miss Ye's birthday banquet? Madame Yi wanted to look at Yi Yunan, but she saw Xiaojia's stiff expression. Ijia, let's go look for your brother and see why he did this. The old man was none other than Chief Gu, who had a request. Many people present might not know Chief Gu, but most of the people in the plaza did. He was the son of a founding father and had inherited his father's bravery and fighting skills. He had served in the military for decades and had made countless contributions. When he retired to City S, the country had sent many special forces to protect him. The current leader of the country had even served as a soldier under him. Many important people in capital city wanted to visit this descendant of the founding father, not to mention City S. However, this important person lived in seclusion and most people couldn't find him. Why would he appear here, or was he specially invited by Yi Yunan? Yi Yunan didn't feel that anything was wrong. He looked into the hall and saw the person standing in the middle of the crowd. In fact, before he went blind, he still remembered this foster sister of his. However, he couldn't take his eyes off her. It was just as he had imagined. The people who were congratulating Madame Yi and Yi Chingfeng for finding their biological daughter immediately sobered up and turned to look for Yi Xiaohua. However, Yi Xiaohua was standing beside Yi Yunan and was talking to Chief Gu. People with discerning eyes can see that Leader Gu respects Yi Xiaohua very much. This time, not only the businessmen and politicians, but even Du Xinrui's classmates and the rich second generation were dumbfounded. His face alternated between green and white. It was a very interesting sight. Then, Mayor Feng's people also brought a large piece of raw jade stone, saying that it was to celebrate Miss Ye's birthday. What's going on? Du Xinrui had already gone crazy. She saw that her classmates and friends around her had begun to move away from her, no longer talking to her. Didn't they say that Yi Xiaohua was no longer favored? Had she been completely removed from the list of socialites in S City? Didn't they say that Yi Yunan's eyes were blinded by Yi Xiaohua and he couldn't see now? She hadn't laughed at her for a few days, but now it seemed that Yi Xiaohua was not only unfavored, but even more favored than before. She wasn't the only one who went crazy. The Yang family also went crazy. Especially when they saw that Yi Yunan didn't even look at Xianxia and directly walked towards Yi Xiaohua. The Yang family found Yi Chingfeng and the others in a trance. Madame Yi, can Mr. Ye's eyes see? Was it Yi Jiao's master who did it? In the end, they could accept Xianxia, mostly for the benefit. After all, they were businessmen. They naturally knew who was really in charge of the Yi family. Yi Chingfeng was also asking Secretary Jean what was going on. They had a lot of things they couldn't figure out. They wanted to know about Yi Yunan's eyes, and they also wanted to know what was going on today. Celestial Masterly? Secretary Jean looked at them solemnly. Naturally, it wouldn't be Celestial Masterly. In fact, Yi Miss has already learned to be a Celestial Master for Mr. Ye's illness. You all know that she has always been smart and can learn anything. Yesterday, something happened in Leader Gu's house. Celestial Masterly couldn't solve it, and it was Miss who helped. Mr. Ye's eyes were also cured by Mississippi. Father Yang and Mother Yang were stunned by this sentence. She is also a Celestial Master? Why didn't she tell us? They were extremely regretful because of Secretary Jin's words. Madame Yi, Yi Chingfeng, and housekeeper Yi also stared blankly at Secretary Jin. Previously, when Yi Xiaohua said that she wanted to learn medicine to be a Celestial Master to save Yi Yunan, they thought it was fake. They didn't expect that it was actually true. Not only did Yi Xiaohua learn it, but she also really cured the young master. Housekeeper Yi suddenly remembered that a few days ago, when he wanted to help Yi Xiaohua move, he found a few feng shui books on the table. He thought that Yi Xiaohua was just putting on an act, but now housekeeper Yi realized. He originally looked at people with colored glasses. Tell you? Why should I tell you? She is not only a Celestial Master now, Celestial Master Li also wants to invite her to be the leader of the Celestial Master realm. However, Miss might not necessarily agree. She has always had her own ideas. Secretary Jean chuckled and said meaningfully, Father Yi is actually a very smart person. Whatever he learns, he can learn it as soon as he learns it. Old Master, haven't you been asking about which designer Yi Group has hired? In fact, it's not someone else, it's Mississippi. She is the smartest person I have ever seen in my life. The card that she gave to you that day, madam, contained the commission that the company gave her. However, she has always been very low-key. She won't go around telling others that she is a Celestial Master, nor will she tell others that she is the new planner of Yi Group. This matter is only known by a few major shareholders of Yi Group. To tell you the truth, if you really chased Miss away at that time, let alone President Yi, these shareholders would also personally come to the Yi family to look for you. As he spoke, Secretary Jean pointed at the few old shareholders present. In fact, when Madame Yi first arrived, she brought Xianxia to meet these shareholders. However, these shareholders were very cold towards Xianxia. At that time, Madame Yi even comforted Xianxia. So, Madam, do you still think that Miss is staying in the Yi family for the glory and wealth of the Yi family? By the way, Miss Xiao also knows that Miss is a celestial master, right? Secretary Jean finished speaking. She glanced at the three petrified people from the Yang family. She took a glass of red wine from the waiter beside her. She took a sip with satisfaction. Although their young master was blind, his heart was not. On the contrary, the young master of the Yang family, Yang Feng, had good eyes but seemed to be blind. He looked down on such a good Mississippi. Xianxia was ridiculed by Secretary Jean openly and secretly. Especially when the passing guests looked at her intentionally or unintentionally, she wanted to leave on the spot. When Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng heard this, they were shocked and could not come back to their senses. Now, they finally realized that Yi Xiaohua was not greedy for the glory and wealth of the Yi family. If she wanted to, there would be many people waiting to snatch her out of the Yi family. At this thought, Madame Yi's back broke out in a cold sweat. She looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Yesterday, Xianxia knew that Yi Xiaohua was a celestial master and was more powerful than Celestial Master Li. Although she said that she wanted Celestial Master Li to treat Yi Yunnan, she had brought Celestial Master Li that day mainly to say that she was Celestial Master Li and did not let Celestial Master Li see Yi Yunnan. She did not say that Yi Xiaohua could cure Yi Xiaohua. They were busy for Xianxia. At this moment, Madame Yi finally understood that this daughter of hers still held a grudge against them. At this thought, Madame Yi's enthusiasm for Xianxia gradually faded. This famous birthday party in S City eventually became a famous engagement party in S. Madame Yi and Yi Qingfeng did not say anything. Instead, they heaved a sigh of relief. After Celestial Master Li returned to the Celestial Master realm, he came to Yi Xiaohua several times. In the end, Yi Xiaohua was annoyed and brought 2 disciples with her, passing on the real Celestial Master Zhang to them. Her line of Celestial Master gradually passed on. Yi Xiaohua eventually became the ancestor of Celestial Master Yi and was regarded as the strongest Celestial Master in the Celestial Master realm. As for Xianxia, she still opened her own studio. However, because what she had learned was only superficial knowledge, the Taoist masters of the Yi family had already replaced these unaffiliated Taoist masters and gradually stabilized and developed the Taoist master realm. What she knew was far from being able to keep up, and a single item was extremely expensive. Gradually, no one went to her studio anymore. Ding! Main quest completed. Here Yi Yunnan's eyes. System reward, 4,500 points. Ding! System 008 is at the service of the host. 4,500 points have been received. Leaving the world. Before Yi Xiaohua said anything, she was forced to leave the world. She clearly felt that there was something wrong with this separation. 008, what happened? 008 said nothing. 1 minute later. F***CK. Stop. Stop. Don't implant a virus in me, I said okay, 008 hurriedly said. Yi Xiaohua calmly takes back her hand. Isn't it good to be so early? 008, it finally understood the feeling of those special forces in the last world. Yi Xiaohua, you are the devil, aren't you? Someone tampered with the data in the last Celestial Master world, and the system is being repaired. 008 sniffed his nose. The main world found out. I think we are going to die. Hey, the main world didn't investigate. 008 was shocked. Tampering with data? Yi Xiaohua squinted slightly. So. Can system data be tampered with? Host, stop those inexplicable thoughts in your mind. Oh. 008, it had a bad feeling about this. Waking up again, Yi Xiaohua found himself standing. The brain is very clear, but the stomach is a little hungry. When I woke up for the first time, I didn't lie down or get sick, let alone cry, but stand up. Yi Xiaohua thinks there should be no such strange things in this world. It was at this time that a slightly old, somewhat noble and disdainful voice came from the front left. Since Xiaohua and Zhaoyun are back, we must abide by the rules of our Yi family. Don't go out and make trouble all day long. You also look at Fei Xiang's brothers and sisters. Which one is not studying in school or practicing in the martial arts field? When they have time, they go to the banquet of several princes. Who would have thought that your two daughters, who don't have talent, make trouble everywhere, and even angered the old lady June? Fortunately, the June family didn't care. It used to be in Ningguang County, but now that it's back to the main family, it's safer. Old lady Yi looked at the girl behind Fang Yinyang. Between the words, the two daughters of Fang Yinyang fell to the dust. When the sisters-in-law of the Yi family heard old lady Ye's words, they could not help but bow their heads and snicker. Yi Xiaohua suddenly understood. She should be one of the daughters of Fang Yinyang. At present, she is just a concubine's daughter. She can't speak, so she bowed her head and began to receive the plot. Plot transmission. As soon as the voice of 008 sounded, Yi Xiaohua began to digest this pile of memories and plot. Although this time it's the identity of a concubine's daughter, but the identity of the original owner is still quite high. The original owner's father was the famous General Yi of the Dejin dynasty. At the same time, he was also a level 9 warrior of the Dejin dynasty. That's right, this is a country that advocates military force. That's why Yi father has so much power in the Dejin dynasty. Zhao Yinyang was a beautiful woman that Yi father met on his way to war. Later, Yi father died in battle and left Zhao Yinyang in Ningguang County for many years. Originally, he had forgotten the mother and daughter until the emperor mentioned the marriage between the two families. Yi father remembered to bring the mother and daughter back to the Yi family. Yi father's wife also has a son and a daughter, especially the eldest daughter, Yi Feixiang. At the age of 18, she became a level 2 warrior. Yi father is very fond of this eldest daughter. Previously, when he was fighting outside, Yi father saved the emperor's life. The emperor betrothed his second prince to Zhao Yinyang's newly born daughter, Yi Zhaoyun. Yi father only has one concubine, Yi Feixiang, Yi Xiaohua, and Yi Zhaoyun. The eldest daughter is incomparably outstanding, the second daughter is ordinary, and the third daughter, who has a marriage alliance with the second prince, is even more of a fool. When the second prince heard about this, he quickly broke off the engagement with the Yi family. Only the third prince is particularly close to the Yi family. It was at this time that the most useless fool third miss of the Yi family returned to the Yi family. Not only did her eyes not have the foolishness from before, but there was also a murderous aura that even General Yi was afraid of. This greatly surprised the Yi family. That foolish third miss did not have any internal strength, but she could even defeat the level 2 warrior Yi Feixiang, which made everyone exclaim in admiration. No one knew that after the third miss of the Yi family was bullied by the servants and the young masters and young ladies who came to the Yi family to play, her head hit a stone. When she opened her eyes again, she was suddenly not stupid. Not only was she not stupid, but she also became the #1 gold medal killer of the modern times. Yi Zhaoyun. Digression. The editor's answer was that 7 chapters of my ghost catching were suspected of feudal and had a bad influence. So they were blocked by the bookstore. Huahua is working hard to repair these chapters, and even the outline was scared to change. A fool suddenly became not a fool. She also created her own martial arts and set up a hidden weapon killer pavilion in the Great Jin dynasty. She defeated Yi Feixiang with her sophisticated and ruthless skills without her own internal force. Finally, she found that the foolish lady who grew up in Ningguang County was proficient in both literature and martial arts. She became famous in the capital at the birthday party of the eldest princess. She also changed a lot of clothes and launched a sleeveless dress, which became the trend standard in the capital. She called the wonderful woman in the capital. General Yi found that Yi Zhaoyun was the best one of his many children. Suddenly, Yi Zhaoyun, who became smart, was like a cheat. Everyone loved her. The second prince, who had an engagement with her before and broke it off, was very upset. The third prince, who was originally Yi Feixiang's childhood sweetheart, was infatuated with her, and the cold national master in the court was obsessed with her, and the original body it became the most inconspicuous one. Those who are jealous of Yi Zhaoyun in the Yi family will come to the original body to find a sense of existence. The original body is also under a lot of pressure. Concubine Zhao has 2 daughters. A fool can become so strong. Then her sister will not be bad, right? The prince, the national master and others all pursue Yi Xiaoyun. They dare not hit Yi Xiaoyun's idea, so they put it on Yi Xiaoyun's sister. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoyun's sister is too weak. She also has no internal force. Yi Xiaoyun can beat the second-level warrior. The original body can't even beat the ordinary slave. Everyone was disappointed. Even General Yi was very disappointed. At last, the wife of Taifu's family and the old lady of Ye's family arranged to marry the son of Taifu's concubine who had never met. Yi Xiaoyun has always hated that the original body is too weak. She should make her own decisions like her. She can't be led by the family and marry a concubine who has no future and no progress. In fact, the original body has no pursuit. She doesn't have the talent of Yi Xiaoyun. How can she ask for it? She just wants to live a safe and stable life. Then Yi Xiaoyun herself mainly helps the original body to see the character of her future brother-in-law. Unexpectedly, the son of Taifu's concubine is not as weak and incompetent as he looks on the surface. As soon as they meet, they fight. Yi Xiaoyun, who is famous in the capital, is highly skilled in martial arts. Her golden sentence has become a popular saying in the capital. She looks as beautiful as a fairy. The Grand Tutor's illegitimate son, who had never seen the original Yi Xiaoyun, naturally had a very good impression of her. Over time, the two of them developed feelings for each other. The son of the concubine of the Grand Tutor was very conflicted. Finally, when he was about to marry his original body, he suddenly saw Yi Xiaoyun coming to send him off. He couldn't let go of Yi Xiaoyun, so when he was getting married, he resolutely abandoned his original body. This matter made the Yi family a joke in the entire capital. On the day of her marriage, she was abandoned on the spot. Old Madame Yi thought that the original body was unlucky, so she asked the original body to shave her head and go to the nunnery. Unexpectedly, his car was hijacked on the way to the nunnery, and his original body was killed in the chaos. Because the rescue came too late, the corpse was eaten by wild beasts. He died without a complete corpse. Yi Xiaoyun felt that she was in the wrong and left the capital. The Grand Tutor's son of a concubine, the third prince, and the imperial advisor all chased after her. After a few years of love and hate, the 4 of them were happily together. Because the second prince had played with the feelings of the former Yi Xiaoyun, he had been eliminated by the killer Yi Xiaoyun, and the second prince had regretted it for the rest of his life. Concubine Feng spent the rest of her life alone in the backyard. She felt that she didn't manage her 2 daughters well, so she committed suicide. There are 2 tasks this time. First, don't repeat the tragedy of the previous life in this life. Second, don't let concubine Feng commit suicide alone. Yi Xiaohua finished receiving the plot and sighed slightly. Encountering such a cheat-like younger sister, the original body, as an elder sister. In fact, she was quite helpless. First, she would be compared everywhere. The original body was a local woman. She didn't know how to fight, use hidden weapons, or kill people. She couldn't be compared with Yi Xiaoyun at all. It was natural for 2 sisters to be compared. Even Yi Feixiang, the original genius girl, was compared to Yi Xiaoyun. However, Yi Xiaoyun probably didn't really treat the original body and concubine Feng as relatives. Otherwise, how could she help her sister explore her brother-in-law's character, and in the end, they even had feelings for each other. Yi Xiaohua was a little disgusted when she received this plot. Alright, you just came back today. Let the nanny take you to your residence first. Old Madame Yi looked at concubine Feng, who had a small face, and was too lazy to say the rest of the words. She had long known about the existence of the mother and daughter. If it wasn't because the third daughter was married to the second prince, old Madame Yi would never have thought of bringing them back to the Yi family. The daughter of a landlord in Ning'an County had very low standards. Seeing that old Madame Yi finally let her go, concubine Feng immediately lowered her head and left with Yi Xiaohua. Several sisters-in-law saw concubine Feng's shocked expression and sneered. On the other side, after concubine Feng left the hall, concubine Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xiaohua lowered her head and followed behind concubine Feng, playing the role of a frightened little concubine daughter who had just arrived at Yi family. After arriving outside the arched door, concubine Feng didn't see her second daughter, who should have been waiting outside. Her face changed greatly and she asked the maid by the door, "Where's Xiaoyun? Where is she?" The maid who looked at Yi Xiaoyun saw the anxious concubine Feng. She wasn't afraid of losing Yi Xiaoyun at all. Instead, she opened her mouth to ridicule. "How would I know? She was just playing with mud by herself. Don't offend the distinguished guest who came to the food today." When concubine Feng heard this, she was really frightened and quickly said, "Mammy, we have to go find the little girl first." The mammy coldly replied, "Go. Xiaohua, where is your sister? She's like that." Concubine Feng herself was a weak woman. When things happened, she had no opinion and tears welled up in her eyes. "She won't be bullied, will she?" Yi Xiaohua's spiritual force sensed for a moment and quietly held concubine Feng's arm and walked towards a road. "Concubine, don't worry. This is Yi family. Nothing will happen." The two walked along the road to the end. Concubine Feng didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her eldest daughter, who used to be as flustered as she was when things happened. At the end was an artificial lake and a rockery. Yi Xiaoyun was lying on the edge of the rockery with blood on her forehead. Yi Xiaohua saw the murderous look in her eyes and knew, the original Yi Xiaoyun should be dead, and now this has become the modern gold medal killer Yi Xiaoyun. In the original plot, in the near future, the gold medal killer who was popular in ancient times. The original owner was forced to compare with the gold medal killer, and finally died without a whole body. No one can compare with this Yi Xiaoyun. It should be feeling the murderous look in Yi Xiaoyun's eyes, and the remnant soul left by the original owner couldn't help but tremble. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Yi Xiaohua slowly followed behind Aunt Feng, looked at the delicate white fingers of the original body, and murmured, "Although your sister has a hang, I also have a hang." Not only did she have a hang, but she also had a hang of nobility 8. Aunt Feng didn't find anything wrong and quickly ran over. "Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you?" In fact, when Aunt Feng came back, the housekeeper heard that Yi Xiaoyun was a fool. In order to avoid the old lady, he let Yi Xiaoyun stay outside the door. Aunt Feng also heard that the mistress of the big families in the capital was very strict, and she would often be beaten to death. Not to mention that their status was low, and they were not comparable to the legitimate wife of the king. Old Lady Yi wanted to punish them, and Aunt Feng didn't want Yi Xiaoyun to be ridiculed by Old Lady Yi, so she let her stay outside the door and be watched by the servant girls of the Yi mansion. Unexpectedly, she didn't watch. Yi Xiaoyun just woke up, and the memory of being beaten by several people remained in her mind. She naturally emerged with a murderous look. She briefly mentioned the memory of this body, and a sneer naturally appeared on her face. She, a modern gold medal killer, actually crossed over, and she even crossed over to a stupid concubine's daughter who didn't know anything. This stupid concubine's daughter was despised everywhere, and was also thrown out of the door by her biological mother and sister. Finally, the direct descendants of the Yi mansion humiliated her and made her bark like a dog. Receiving this plot, Yi Xiaoyun's eyes flashed a trace of killing intent. Warrior? Waste wood. More than 10 years before she became a gold medal killer, she went through hellish training, and the moves she knew were the most concise and powerful moves that had been bred for 5,000 years. Even if she wasn't a warrior, she would not be afraid of anyone. "Why are you crying?" "I'm not dead." Hearing the woman next to her still crying, Yi Xiaoyun couldn't help but shout coldly. Looking at concubine Feng's eyes, a cold light surged. This sentence was very clear, and it didn't have the same silly feeling as before. Feng Yinyang looked up in a daze. Xiaoyun? Are you stupid?" This sentence gave Yi Xiaoyun a headache. "Yes, mother, I'm not stupid anymore." Although Yi Xiaoyun was very unhappy that the other party's concubine left her outside the door, seeing her crying for her, her expression softened a little. Aunt Feng's eyes widened, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Xiaohua, did you hear that? Xiaoyun called my mother. She called me mother." It turned out that Yi Xiaoyun was born dumb and could only smile foolishly. She couldn't even speak clearly. Concubine Feng had never heard her call her mother. This time, he was naturally very excited. "I heard it." Yi Xiaohua slowly walked over and said worriedly, "Mother, let's go back first, Mama is still waiting for us." Hearing Yi Xiaohua's voice, Yi Xiaoyun looked up at her weak sister in memory. Except for a stunning face, there was nothing else. She only glanced at her and then turned her eyes away. Even if she crossed over to this different world, she didn't panic at all. She didn't have the slightest fear for the warriors of this world. Not to mention the two weak and timid relatives at home. Zhao Yun, how did you suddenly become smart? Fang Yinyang held Ji Zhao Yun and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her silly daughter had been stupid for so many years, and she didn't have any hope. Now, she suddenly became smart, and she was grateful to God. Yi Zhaoyun just said that she touched a stone and suddenly became smart. Regarding this, Fang Yinyang didn't have the slightest doubt. Found it? Let's go? Seeing that Fang Yinyang had brought people back, the mammy opened her mouth lightly. This very cold expression made Ji Zhaoyun want to teach her a lesson, but seeing Fang Yinyang and Yi Xiaohua's submissive look, she had a certain understanding of the cowardice of these two people. After arriving at Rose Garden, where a group of people lived, seeing the luxurious pavilions and paintings of the general's mansion, Fang Yinyang was frightened by this scene again. Only Yi Zhaoyun was calm in the face of this scene. She had seen a lot of wonders in her last life. Seeing these people like this, the mammy's face became more indifferent. Go in, don't come out and provoke the young master and nobles of the mansion. After that, the mammy left. Because Yi Zhaoyun suddenly wasn't stupid, Fang Yinyang was very happy, plus Yi Zhaoyun was engaged to the second prince, she was only worried about Yi Xiaohua's marriage. Xiaohua, today the old lady also said that you are already 16 years old and haven't been engaged. First learn the rules of the capital for a few days, and then go with the old lady to see people and settle the marriage as soon as possible. With that, Fang Yinyang took out a few books, all of which were the family rules of the Yi family, as well as the introduction of the Yi family's warriors. Every Yi family member must read. Yi Xiaohua always did as the Romans do, so she took it and said that she would read it. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhaoyun lowered her eyes and drank a cup of tea. It seemed that her sister and mother were hopeless. She wouldn't learn these binding rules. On the other side, General Yi came back from the martial arts field. Instead of seeing Yi Xiaohua's mother and daughter first, he went to greet old lady Yi. The mother and daughter have been settled. Old lady Yi was very kind to chat with Yi Feixiang. When she saw General Yi, her expression was light. She was very unhappy with his merciful style. Do you know the situation of Yi Zhaoyun, who is engaged to the second prince? General Yi froze for a moment. What's wrong? When the housekeeper went to pick up the three people, he found out that Yi Zhaoyun had a problem with her brain since she was a child. Now she can only play with mud and can't speak clearly. When old lady Yi mentioned this, her expression was very disgusted. She? When she mentioned Yi Xiaohua, old lady Yi's expression didn't change. Some timid and don't understand the rules. After all, she's a concubine. She doesn't look generous at all. She doesn't look like a lady from our general's house at all. That's right, she looks good enough to be a beautiful concubine. When did your eyes become so bad? Old lady Yi was very disgusted with General Yi's eyes. It's okay to find two daughters who can't come to the table, but isn't it too different from Feixiang? Yi Feixiang is very favored in Yi's house. Hearing old lady Yi's words, she just covers her lips and smiles without answering. General Yi smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. When he went out, he looked at the young and beautiful face of Fang Yinyang. The mammy helped General Yi out. Old lady, you can't compare everyone with the eldest lady? If you want to compare, which daughter in the capital can compare with the eldest lady? Hearing this, the old lady and General Yi both smiled. Several sisters-in-law in the hall laughed. Isn't it? Yi Feixiang smiled and shook her head. Okay, mammy, don't make fun of me. Other people really don't think the two sisters can compare with Yi Feixiang, so they don't mention it again. On this side, Yi Xiaohua took the book given to her by Aunt Fang, leaned on the reclining chair in the room and turned it at will. Yi Zhaoyun, who is boxing outside, sees Yi Xiaohua turning over the family rules and shakes her head. Zhaoyun, what are you doing? When Aunt Fang called Yi Xiaohua out, she was stunned to see Yi Zhaoyun boxing. Yi Xiaohua also took a look at Yi Zhaoyun. Naturally, she recognized that Yi Zhaoyun was playing an ordinary long fist. Yi Xiaohua had also practiced this fist before. However, after arriving in the advanced world, she discovered that the physical exercise methods of the fantasy world and the magic world could communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with every move. Thus, she rarely practiced long boxing and military boxing. With the attitude of seeking knowledge and awe to learn the body-refining methods of those worlds. Every world can always evolve the best survival rules of each world. Because of this, Yi Xiaohua will seriously look at the Yi family's entry warrior. Yi Xiaohua found that the body-refining method of the Yi family is similar to that of the fantasy world. This makes Yi Xiaohua interested. It turns out that this low-level world can also communicate with the spirit of heaven and earth, so she has been studying the martial arts of the Yi family during this period. However, there are still some problems with the method. She is trying to change it. Yi Xiaoyun's punches were very beautiful, but they lacked strength. Although she had passed through, Yi Xiaoyun's physical fitness was not good, so naturally, she lacked strength. This is one of the reasons why Yi Xiaoyun exercises urgently. Yi Xiaohua glanced at it and took back. He was not interested in this set of familiar long fists. Boxing to train my body, Yi Xiaoyun said lightly. Exercise? Concubine Feng couldn't help but ask, then why don't you learn the Yi family's warrior rudiments that I gave you, Yi, do you mind? Ute. Yi Xiaoyun was training her body. Changquan had been modified by the founder of the training camp in her previous world, and it had become the most popular Changquan in the world. Everyone who practiced Changquan improved their physical strength and quality very quickly. Seeing that Aunt Feng and Yi Xiaohua didn't care about Changquan, she was too lazy to talk to these two ordinary people. Anyway, no matter how much he said, no one would understand. Now that Yi Xiaoyun's marriage was settled and she had become much smarter than before, she could even do boxing. Fang Yinyang was relieved about her second daughter. He paid more attention to the marriage of his eldest daughter Yi Xiaohua. Come out later to see the old lady with me. Feng concubine took a new skirt to Yi Xiaohua, change it. After that, concubine Feng turned to Yi Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, there will be a nanny from the palace coming to teach you etiquette later. You must learn well and try to leave a good impression on the nanny. Seeing the scene of concubine Feng giving the only new dress to Yi Xiaohua, Yi Xiaoyun's eyes were stunned. In his heart, he sneered. It was not that she was greedy for the new dress, but she felt sad for the previous Yi Xiaoyun. As a wastrel, no one in her family cared about her. Don't worry, I will definitely help you change your fate, Yi Xiaoyun swore in her heart. As for learning etiquette from a wet nurse? Yi Xiaoyun was even more disdainful. She was a dignified gold medal master, asking her to learn etiquette? Of course, Feng concubine didn't notice the change in Yi Xiaoyun's eyes. In the early years, she and Yi Xiaohua's eyes were on Yi Xiaoyun. Even when they were engaged, she directly skipped the eldest daughter and let the second prince and the second daughter get engaged. Now that the second daughter was married, and the eldest daughter was 16 years old and didn't even have a matchmaker, she naturally felt very guilty. This is a superior embroidered skirt made by the embroidery nanny in the Fu. It's the most popular style in the capital. Quickly change into it. Yi Xiaohua saw a pink skirt and her head hurt. She faintly thought about whether her mother would be scared to death if she embroidered a skirt another day. When the two of them went out, Yi Xiaohua saw Yi Xiaoyun close the door and her footsteps paused. Feng concubine turned around in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing. Yi Xiaohua covered the darkness in her eyes and smiled at Feng concubine. Today, they were going to see the Wangfei of Su Wangfu. When Yi Xiaohua and Feng concubine arrived, Su Wangfei was talking and laughing with old Madame Yi and Yi Feixiang. When the two of them arrived, the lively atmosphere froze for a moment. So this is second Miss Yi. Su Wangfei had heard the news from the maidservant that she would see two people who couldn't be seen in public, but she didn't expect that. This mother and daughter pair were both extremely beautiful. Not to mention anything else, Yi Xiaohua's appearance was still very good. Everyone loved beauty. When Su Wangfei saw Yi Xiaohua, her expression softened. If she was good in other aspects, she was good enough to enter their Su Wangfu. Level 1 warrior, because the original body had no talent, she had no concept of being a warrior. Yi Xiaohua also didn't have an evaluation of her own strength. What level of warrior? Yi Xiaohua calmly replied, according to the grades. Probably level 9. Yi Xiaoyun could defeat Yi Feixiang without any internal energy in her body. Not to mention Yi Xiaohua, her physique was automatically adjusted to the highest. Coupled with her incomparably rich experience, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was level 9. If the Yi clan knew that Yi Xiaohua was currently researching the origin of Yi clan's warrior cultivation method, they would probably be scared to death. How could you say that? Don't worry, they won't believe it. Yi Xiaohua chuckled. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, the young mistresses present couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, the Yi clan's group had extremely awkward expressions. Old Madame Yi awkwardly smiled apologetically at Su Wangfei. Wangfei, please don't blame me. Xiaohua just returned from Ning'an County. In the past, Ning'an County didn't have any warrior training. A few days ago, I ordered people to give her the sect rules and warrior cultivation method. Although she's already past the age limit, according to our Yi clan's talent, this kind of cultivator can only be a level 1 warrior after a decade or so. Yi clan's talent has always been high. Su Wangfei praised. However, he did not mention anything about the marriage. Her gaze towards Yi Xiaohua was a bit strange. When leaving Yifu, Su Wangfei couldn't help but ask when she got on the carriage, "Are you sure only Yi clan's third miss is stupid?" Su Wangfu's servants also frowned and bowed respectfully. "Wangfei, I'll order people to check again." Yi Xiaohua still didn't know that she was being treated as a fool. Old Madame already knew that Su Wangfu's people might not like Yi Xiaohua and wasn't surprised by this result. However, she was very dissatisfied with Yi Xiaohua's performance. "Concubine Feng, how did you teach your daughter? Didn't you show them Yi clan's cultivation method? She doesn't even know the classification of warriors, yet she shamelessly boasted that she's a level 9 warrior. If this gets out, where will our Yi clan's face go?" Old Madame was very angry. Then she punished Concubine Feng to go back and teach Yi Xiaohua. On the way back, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yi Xiaohua's words. "How dare you say it?" Aunt Feng twisted Yi Xiaohua's ear. "Level 9 warrior? Your father is the ever-victorious general of the Great Gold Dynasty, the most talented person in the dynasty. Yet, he is only a level 9 warrior. How dare you say such big words?" "Nyang, I didn't lie to you." Yi Xiaohua immediately said, "I'm still being modest." If they really fought, the 2 9th level warriors in this world would not be enough to defeat her. "You are the flesh that fell from my body. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?" Aunt Feng didn't believe Yi Xiaohua's words at all. This daughter was born just like her. "Go back with me and take a good look at the martial arts entry method. If you don't give me a good look at it 3 times, you are not allowed to go out." "No need to look," Yi Xiaohua said calmly, "I read it once yesterday and remembered it." "Are you talking nonsense again?" How could Concubine Feng believe her? Yi Xiaohua didn't explain. When she went back, she handed the not-too-thin Yi family entry method to Concubine Feng. "You take it. Watch me recite it to you without revealing a word." Seeing that she was still stubborn, Concubine Feng immediately took the book and didn't let her read it. "You recite it. If you can't recite it, don't sleep tonight. Copy the method for me 10 times. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her and smiled. She poured a cup of tea for Concubine Feng and a cup for herself. As she poured it, she recited it to a very obscure place. She also explained it to Concubine Feng. Concubine Feng originally held the teacup and thought that even if she poured water, she would not accept this flattery. She didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to recite it word for word. She could still find time to explain it to her. Concubine Feng just held the entry method and froze in place. After reciting it, Yi Xiaohua took back the method and put a few family rules in Concubine Feng's hands. "By the way, I've also finished reading the family rules. Do you want to check them?" Seeing that Concubine Feng didn't respond, Yi Xiaohua started to recite it. After reciting several family rules, Yi Xiaohua saw Concubine Feng standing on one side in a trance. She coughed and said, 008, am I too much? Too much? No. Not at all. Finally, 008 was not the only one who was hit, which made 008 feel very gratified. Yi Xiaohua thought that this level was okay. After all, in the original world, the people who trained with her were all abnormal people. Of course, Yi Xiaohua didn't think that the people she trained at that time were all from billions of people. The highest talent was less than 10 people, which was completely incomparable with those in these worlds. Concubine Feng always felt that her daughter could not be compared with the two sons and daughters of Ye's family, but now she turned to look at her eldest daughter in a daze, as if she had known her for the first time. How do you want to ask why the eldest daughter suddenly became so smart? Mother, did you forget that when I was a child, my teacher taught me everything? Yi Xiaohua faintly dug out this thing from her memory. Concubine Feng thought that there was indeed such a thing, but at that time she only paid attention to the silly second daughter, but she cared less about the eldest daughter. Thinking of this, she was sad in an instant. I didn't expect Xiaohua to be so smart. It's the mother who delayed you. I'll go with the master, it's okay. We just came back. Don't mess with Yi Feixiong. Yi Xiaohua didn't want to cause trouble and patted Concubine Feng's hand. Concubine Feng cried for a while and didn't object to Yi Xiaohua's decision. Yi Xiaoyun didn't train with Mammy at all these days. She always went out during the day and at night. How mysterious. Concubine Feng asked her, but she didn't answer. Concubine Feng collected her emotions, ordered people to serve, and let Yi Xiaohua find Yi Xiaoyun to eat. Yi Xiaohua walked to Yi Xiaoyun's door and knocked. Unexpectedly, the one guarding the door was not Yi Xiaoyun, but a handsome man dressed in purple. He directly grabbed Yi Xiaohua's neck and was disappointed with Yi Xiaohua, who did not have any reaction. He said to Yi Xiaoyun in disbelief, "This is your sister?" Digression, fairy 20,000 years old Bayan Wan was a demon. A demon who had just transformed. A plane crash, she accidentally stepped into the human society of the 21st century, and then, humans can also fly? Airplane. What's that brighter than the luminous pearl? Electric light. In order to make a living, the little demon who just entered the world had to find a job. So, and Nuan gloriously became a delivery girl, working hard every day. Everyone, wow. The delivery army was indeed a magical team. They punched the robbers and suppressed the four directions. Amazing. And Nuan hid her merits and fame among them. Until one day, Bureau of Demons? Looking at the two demons in front of her, and Nuan couldn't help but be shocked. The three views that she tried so hard to stick together were broken again. After discovering Yi Xiaoyun's great skill, the third prince was very curious about her. Tonight, he shamelessly followed Yi Xiaoyun back. He was very surprised to know that she turned out to be the daughter of General Ye's concubine. I didn't expect that this concubine's daughter was much more powerful than the genius girl Yi Feixiong. So when Yi Xiaohua knocked on the door, he wanted to see if Yi Xiaoyun's sister was as powerful as Yi Xiaoyun. But he didn't expect that the elder sister was slow. He had let go of half of the water. He didn't expect that the other side was still so easily caught by him. She's an ordinary person. Yi Xiaoyun said impatiently. Okay, you go quickly. We'll talk about the rest later. The third prince casually put down his hand that was pinching Yi Xiaohua's neck. He didn't look at Yi Xiaohua. He didn't feel angry at Yi Xiaoyun's impatient words. Instead, he said happily, "See you tomorrow at the old place." After the third prince left, Yi Xiaoyun stared at Yi Xiaohua closely and warned, "Don't tell anyone what you saw tonight." I see, Yi Xiaohua nodded, then asked, "But who is that?" "Sister, you have an engagement with the second prince, or don't with ordinary men." "You don't need to know who it is," said Yi Xiaoyun, annoyed by the ancient arranged marriage system. "As for the second prince, who cares about him? My life is naturally decided by my Yi Xiaoyun." Yi Xiaohua. Is it? Yi Xiaoyun ignored Yi Xiaohua and closed the door directly. "I've eaten in Taifilu tonight. You can eat by yourself." When she came to this world, Yi Xiaoyun never thought about marrying the second prince and living like this. As a second gold medal killer in her last life, the people she came into contact with were all top figures in all aspects. She even assassinated the Queen of F State. In fact, Yi Xiaoyun didn't look at the people in the backyard. If it weren't for Yi Xiaohua and Aunt Feng being relatives of this body, she might have already dealt with them without anyone knowing. Seeing that Yi Xiaoyun didn't eat, Yi Xiaohua didn't care about her. As for the third prince, just now the speed of the other side was too slow. Yi Xiaohua didn't bother to hide. Anyway, the other side was 10 times more powerful. She sent her neck to the other side, and he couldn't move her. Teifilu? Concubine Feng still had an impression of the world-famous peaceful fortune building. Isn't this peaceful fortune building only in charge of high-ranking officials and nobles? Why would they let your sister in? Yi Xiaohua casually ate her meal and casually replied, Nyang, you eat, don't worry about her. Her mission was to protect herself and Mistress Feng. She didn't care what Yi Xiaoyun did, as long as it didn't affect her. The next day, Yi Xiaohua went to the library of Yi Mansion. In the library, there were also the primary, intermediate, and advanced heart techniques of the Yi clan's warriors. Yi Xiaohua went in and flipped through it once, memorizing it in her heart. She began to look for the mysteries of the Yi family's mental cultivation method. You said that third miss entered the library today? The old lady was a little strange about Yi Xiaohua's action, but she was also very pleased. What books did she take? The nanny shook her head. He only went in for an hour and didn't bring a single book with him. Hearing this, old Madame Yi frowned. I thought she came to her senses and went to the library to read. Forget it, let her be. Old Madame Yi has completely ignored Yi Xiaohua. Now there are a lot of grandchildren in the house. The old lady can't take care of them one by one. She can't take care of them all. General Ye's prestige in the capital is extremely high. At first, when they heard that he had 2 daughters, there were a lot of people who came to inquire about marriage. But after hearing the temperament and news of the 2 sisters, they disappeared one by one. Yi family is still the most important daughter, Yi Feixiong. Old lady, the children and grandchildren have their own happiness, the nanny said in a low voice. You don't have to worry about these things. The old lady felt the same way. Madame Yi looked at Feng Yinyang, who was sitting in the chair, with a sneer in her eyes. There was no embarrassment on Feng Yinyang's face. It was very uncomfortable to let Madame Yi's fist hit the cotton. As they were talking, the housekeeper outside suddenly came in panic. Old lady, the second prince is here. The second prince? The old lady was stunned and quickly stood up. Why is the second prince here? What is he doing here? Quick! Go and meet him. The second prince is here to break off the engagement with the third miss. The housekeeper looked at everyone in the hall and said in a low voice. As he said this, he also handed over the half of the jade pendant that the second prince brought before. After saying this, everyone's eyes were on Feng Yinyang, who was sitting at the end. A few sisters-in-law couldn't help but laugh out loud. When the old lady saw this scene, she couldn't help but purse her lips. Forget it, give the jade pendant to Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang took the half of the jade pendant and felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She completely ignored the ridicule of everyone in the hall and returned to her courtyard as if her soul had left her body. And the Yi family also knew that the stupid third miss was broken off by the second prince, so they all specially passed by here and laughed at her. When Yi Xiaoyun came back, she happened to see this group of people. She looked at the weak and incomparably weak Feng Yinyang and frowned very tightly. She really didn't like this timid and weak mother. However, it's good that these young masters and ladies are here. When she transmigrated, the original body was beaten by them. Yi Xiaoyun was worried that she didn't have a chance to teach them a lesson. This time, she directly made a move. She beat up Yi Feixiong and the children of the collateral branch. Let the whole Ye's house boil. When Yi Xiaohua came back from the library, there was already a group of people in the yard. Everyone's face was amazed. At the same time, General Yi, who had never appeared since they came back, condescended into this yard for the first time. Instead of looking at Yi Xiaohua, he walked towards Yi Xiaoyun with pride and satisfaction. Off topic, a soldier's wife is hard to train, a reborn genius gossip girl, galloping in the shopping mall, she is the first person in the financial world. Yin and Yang 5 elements, she was called a ghost when she was 5 years old. When the business empire was about to be built, at the last step, family affection turned into a sharp knife. Raging fire, reborn in the fire. When she opened her eyes again, she became a bad girl who was disfigured by the fire. Since God let her live again, Da Peng spread his wings, only hate the sky low. From then on, half of the mask covered the beauty of the city. From then on, the playful smile was interrupted, life and death. Good. Good. It's my daughter. General Yi patted Yi Xiaoyun on the shoulder. After hearing that she didn't have any internal force, but she defeated Yi Feixiang, a second-level warrior, the smile on her face never stopped. It's the first time for Aunt Fang to see General Yi. For a while, she was stunned. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming through the crowd, she reacted. Yi Xiaoyun didn't like her father who had never appeared before. She didn't even call him. General Yi is more interested in Yi Xiaoyun, who has such a personality. It's like me. It was my father's fault to ignore you before. I won't do it again. As he spoke, he took a look at Yi Xiaohua, who had come over. Yi Xiaohua is different from Yi Xiaoyun. She doesn't have that kind of momentum. General Ye's eyes are so poisonous that he can see it at a glance. Is this Xiaohua? If I see Yi Xiaohua in ordinary days, I don't feel much. But now there is a contrast. Although General Yi doesn't dislike Yi Xiaohua, he is still a little disappointed by the contrast. But it's not easy for her to get such an excellent daughter as Yi Xiaoyun. Concubine Feng, you really gave birth to a good daughter for me. General Yi looked at Aunt Feng, and his eyebrows couldn't hide his joy. There is a big banquet in Ye's house tonight, and all the servants' monthly money will be doubled. Aunt Feng was shocked by General Ye's attitude. Is Xiaoyun so powerful? Isn't it just defeating the second-level warrior? Hearing Aunt Feng's words, Yi Xiaoyun sneered. I don't bother to explain at all. The people around General Yi thought that because of Yi Xiaoyun, Aunt Feng's status rose and explained, Aunt Feng, you don't know that only 1 in 100 people can become a warrior. Most of them can only stay in the first-level warrior all their lives. With a little talent, she can break through the second-level warrior before the age of 20. Now the third miss is only 15 years old, and she can defeat the second-level warrior. She is no less than the eldest young master. She is likely to become the next general and become a 9th-level warrior. What's more, Yi Xiaoyun is still a person who has not practiced Ye's mental cultivation method. She can do this without internal force. If she had internal force, she may be more terrible. Is it really that difficult to become a 9th-level warrior? Lady Feng opened her mouth. Yi Xiaoyun was very impatient. All right, stop talking. Shameful, concubine Feng clenched her fists, feeling very conflicted. In fact, when Lady Feng came to the Yi mansion, she also heard that it was very difficult to become a warrior. However, after being brainwashed by Yi Xiaohua these past few days, even someone as stupid as her had become a first-level warrior and was about to break through to a second-level warrior. Coupled with Yi Xiaohua's skillful rhythm, even if Yi Xiaohua didn't say anything later, concubine Feng guessed that she might really be a 9th-level warrior. Yi Xiaohua could suppress himself, who was about to reach the second-level warrior with just one finger, compared to Yi Xiaoyun, who had to spend a lot of effort to defeat Yi Feixiang and the others. So, concubine Feng now really felt that becoming a 9th-level warrior wasn't that difficult. Of course, if the people of the Great Jin dynasty knew what Mistress Feng was thinking, they would definitely vomit blood and die. Don't worry about the second prince. General Yi also heard that the second prince broke off the engagement and didn't care at all. He will regret his behavior in the future. I will find another Jiaxu for you. General Yi is very protective of the Yi family. Before, he had no feelings for Yi Xiaoyun. Now, because of Yi Xiaoyun, he also cares about concubine Feng. He often comes to talk with Yi Xiaoyun at night. Yi Xiaoyun sometimes talks about some modern military training methods and makes some tools, which makes General Yi value Yi Xiaoyun more and more. And Yi Xiaoyun has successfully become famous throughout the capital. When some noble ladies and daughters handed in the invitation to the Yi mansion, they also began to hand in a copy to Yi Xiaoyun. The smile on old lady Ye's face became bigger and bigger, and even gave Yi Xiaoyun a very powerful personal maid. The personal maid was originally General Ye's secret guard Luli. At this time, she became Yi Xiaoyun's personal maid. It can be seen how high Yi Xiaoyun's status in the Yi mansion has become. Of course, she can't favor one over the other. She also gave Yi Xiaohua a maid named Tao Lu. However, Yi Xiaohua's maid is not as high-end as Yi Xiaoyun's. Yi Xiaohua has 2 more people in the yard. She goes to the library regularly every day to see the miscellaneous books and strange stories of the world. Tao Lu's maid is also worry-free. She doesn't look down on Yi Xiaohua, which makes Yi Xiaohua feel very worry-free. On this day, after reading for an hour, she went out for a walk. After seeing that the half-sleeve skirt was becoming popular in the street, she bought a cake and came back. I didn't expect that when I came back, Tao Lu's scream came from the yard. What's the matter? When she entered the yard, she saw General Yi, the third prince and Yi Xiaoyun were all there, and the third prince's guards were beating Tao Lu. She kicked the stone directly with her foot and broke the guard's hand. The guard was shocked. He looked around and didn't see anyone. The third prince was very protective of Yi Xiaoyun. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, he sneered, "Your maid stole the hidden weapon bao made by Xiaoyun. It was made by Xiaoyun with all her efforts. It was stolen by your maid. She's up to no good." Although General Yi's face was not good, he also knew that the timid little girl would not be the mastermind, so he just explained. Now Yi Xiaoyun is famous in the capital, and even the soldiers brought by General Yi worship her. Yi Xiaoyun found that there was no crossbow in the world, so she told General Yi that there was a kind of cold weapon that was very good, but she didn't expect that a good crossbow was missing. Liu Li naturally believed it. Only Tao Lu is left. Yi Xiaohua didn't expect that they hit Tao Lu just for this. Crossbow, is it? Yi Xiaohua was angry and laughed. She didn't explain. She just pushed open Yi Xiaoyun's door and took out the waste left by Yi Xiaoyun. No tools either. When he reached out and pinched the wood, it broke at the waist. The incision was neat. She was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, she smashed an exquisite crossbow onto the stone table in the courtyard with a paw sound. She looked up at the people standing in the courtyard coldly. Is this broken thing worth my servant girl stealing? Digression. Finally, there were 2 more updates, so she didn't have to sleep with guilt. It's the last day of the month. The babies have monthly tickets to Fafa. If you don't vote, it will expire. Father Yi didn't die, so I slipped. Then there was Concubine Fong. In fact, when I was writing last night, I felt that Concubine Fong had appeared in the ancient medical world, so I wanted to change it to Concubine Zhao. In the end, I changed the back, but the front was not changed. Now, because the Celestial Master World is temporarily locked, I can't change it. I will change it tomorrow. When Yi Xiaoyun came here, he found the shortcomings of the weapons here. In her previous life, she could only describe the powerful hot weapons and then order the craftsman to do it. But she can make this kind of cold weapon, bow and crossbow. In fact, this kind of cold weapon existed in ancient times in Yi Xiaoyun's world, but the world advocates force. The weapon is only the simplest long spear and long knife. Therefore, the delicate weapon made by Yi Xiaoyun is regarded as a secret by General Yi and the third prince. Liu Li was originally a secret guard of the general's mansion, and she has been covering for Yi Xiaoyun. Everyone thought that the production of the crossbow was very complicated. After knowing that Tao Lu might have stolen the crossbow, the third prince didn't have time to catch her to the dungeon. He directly overstepped his authority and wanted to beat her to death. Even when Yi Xiaohua was coming back, he had to blame her. But I didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua could make the crossbow, which they regarded as a secret. The third prince stared at the delicate crossbow on the table. Although Yi Xiaohua didn't demonstrate it, he could guess that it was much better than Yi Xiaoyun's own. Xiaohua. General Yi stared at the wood that Yi Xiaohua broke at will. Although the wood was not very thick, he was still shocked that he could make such a smooth cut with his hands. How can you make a crossbow? Of course, what's more stupid is Yi Xiaohua's method of making crossbows. This kind of thing is a cross, plus a string. It's just a little transformation of the bow you use for hunting. You can find a craftsman to have a look. They can make 10 times more delicate than this. Who will take such a big risk to steal this kind of thing in the general's mansion? Yi Xiaohua looked at them lightly. What kind of magic weapon do you think this is? The third prince and General Yi were shocked by Yi Xiaoyun's novel idea before. Now listening to Yi Xiaohua, thinking back to Yi Xiaohua's steps of making crossbows, it seems that it is true. It's just adding a cross to a normal bow. It doesn't seem complicated. But even if it's not complicated, seeing Yi Xiaohua do it so smoothly and exquisitely, General Yi feels incredible. He has 1 son and 3 daughters. The eldest son is brave and good at fighting in the army. The eldest daughter was a genius girl in the capital before. Although she is replaced by Yi Xiaoyun now, she is much better than ordinary people. The youngest daughter is even more amazing. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to his second daughter. However, with 3 outstanding children, he did not demand that all of them be equally outstanding. After all, having a daughter like Yi Xiaoyun was already the envy of others. He didn't expect his second daughter to be so talented in this kind of thing. It doesn't look like it either. For a moment, he wanted to say something to his second daughter, but he didn't know what kind of person she was. In addition, he had wrongly accused her maid. I was wrong about your maid. General Yi looked at his second daughter's face, which was inherited from him and Aunt Feng, and his voice could not help softening. Housekeeper, go and get a good doctor for the second lady's maid. Yi Xiaohua didn't answer him, but carefully helped Tao Lu into her room. At this time, concubine Feng also came back from old madam's place. General, Tao Lu did something wrong? Seeing Tao Lu's back covered in blood, concubine Feng's expression changed. General Yi was a little embarrassed by Aunt Feng's words. He was a general and the first master of the Jin kingdom. At this time, he was embarrassed and couldn't say a word. Seeing the way these two people turned around Yi Xiaohua, especially when she saw that Tao Lu seemed to be crying, Yi Xiaoyun's mouth raised a smile that didn't care. I can't stand this little pain. Yi Xiaoyun thought of her hellish training, which was 100 times crueler than this, but not as miserable as Tao Lu's performance, and sneered. The third prince didn't care about the life and death of a servant. He just felt a little sorry for Yi Xiaohua's talent. Understanding the meaning of the third prince, Yi Xiaoyun took a look at him. It's just a crossbow. No matter how delicate it is, it's just like that. There are countless cold weapons like sleeve arrows, torrential pear flower needles, and meteor hammers. These lethality are too general. Do you know a kind of rocket launcher? If it succeeds and is put on the city gate, its lethality is no less than that of a level 9 warrior. Yi Xiaoyun was not surprised that Yi Xiaohua could make a crossbow. She didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua and the crossbow. Her attitude was very disdainful of what Yi Xiaohua made. This kind of thing can be seen everywhere in their world. She just made it for fun. I didn't expect the third prince and General Yi to care so much. As a killer, she knows a lot about all kinds of delicate hidden weapons, as well as all kinds of modern advanced weapons. She can surprise these people by taking out any one of these things. It's just that she doesn't have as strong a desire to show as Yi Xiaohua. Hearing Yi Xiaoyun's words, the third prince and General Yi both stopped and looked at Yi Xiaoyun in a daze. A weapon that can be compared with a level 9 warrior if it's made, isn't their great gold dynasty invincible? They looked at each other and knew that Yi Xiaoyun was not a big talker. It's just that I'm horrified. In the next few days, General Yi and the third prince contacted Yi Xiaoyun secretly. Yi Xiaohua can see a group of men in black running to see Yi Xiaoyun secretly every night. She knows that Yi Xiaoyun is doing some killer pavilion. Yi Xiaoyun thinks that Yi Xiaohua and Aunt Feng are ordinary people and can't feel it. So I didn't stop when I entered the yard. But I don't know that both Yi Xiaohua and Aunt Feng are very clear. As Yi Xiaoyun's reputation grew, people outside began to play the theme of Yi Xiaohua. Aunt Feng, you're here at the right time. This is Mrs. Taifu. Because of Yi Xiaoyun's relationship, the old lady's attitude towards the aunt has changed. Madam of the royal tutor looked at Yi Xiaohua from top to bottom with a scrutinizing gaze. Because Yi Xiaoyun was becoming more and more powerful, her limelight was bigger than Yi Feixiang's in the past. Many people in the capital were thinking about Yi family. They didn't dare to think about Yi Xiaoyun, but Yi Xiaoyun still had an older sister. It was just that there was no news about Yi Xiaoyun outside. Seeing Yi Xiaohua now, Madam of the royal tutor could only use the word disappointed to describe it. She originally thought that since her younger sister was so powerful, her older sister wouldn't be worse than anyone else. When she came to Yi family, she heard that Yi Xiaohua was still watching Yi family's warriors. Yi Xiaohua didn't deserve her D-son no matter in terms of status or other aspects. She didn't want to wrong her D-son, but to give up the marriage with Yi family, Madam of the royal tutor was very reluctant. After the servant's reminder, she thought of her D-son. Setting such a marriage for the D-son not only suppressed him, but also linked him to the general's mansion. Madam of the royal tutor didn't stop and spent 2 hours to set the marriage with the old madam. Back in the mansion, she immediately asked the people around her to inform the bastard son. Young master, madam is too much. Taking away your son's position is fine, but now, she also made a concubine's daughter marry you. Hearing this news, Xiaxia didn't say anything, but the guard next to him couldn't help but angrily say, Yi family's second daughter. What is this? I've only heard of Yi family's eldest daughter and Yi family's third daughter, I've never heard of this person. Xiaxia was writing big characters. Hearing the guard's words, he was also a little annoyed. He stopped writing and threw the pen on the table. It's not the right time yet. Xiaxia walked to the window, his eyes incomparably deep. I can only promise mother, when the time is right. Since the death of his biological mother, Xiaxia had been hiding his strength and biding his time. Young master, don't think too much about it. The servant girl at the door brought in a cup of tea and comforted the two. Didn't first madam's nanny say that second miss is said to be extremely beautiful and has a good personality? Many people are fighting to propose marriage. Hearing the maidservant's words, the guard sneered, if it's as good as first madam says, why doesn't she marry her son? Xiaxia had heard of the 3 young masters and young mistresses of the Yi family, but he didn't know that the Yi family also had a second young mistress. He had no choice now, and his father was not on his side either. He could only listen to his stepmother's arrangements. Although he promised his mother to marry the Yi family's second young miss, Xiaxia was not happy in his heart. How could a person like his mother do anything good? However, he didn't expect it to be the Yi family, from all aspects of analysis. With his current status, being able to have a relationship with the Yi family was not bad. He should feel that he was lucky this time, but Xiaxia was still angry in his heart. Even if he didn't want to marry a noble lady, it would be a woman who could talk to him, the third daughter of the Yi family. He didn't know. With young master's talent and martial arts level, it's more than enough to marry Miss Shi, the guard said angrily. It's all master's fault for spoiling his concubine and neglecting his wife. Young master, shall we leave the Xia family? After his wife's death, he demoted his wife to a concubine and promoted his concubine. Xiaxia stood at the window and shook his head, the time is not right. On this side, after Yi Xiaohua came back from the old lady, she went to see Tao Lu's injury. The doctor saw that Tao Lu's injury did not weaken, and gave Tao Lu a new medicine for oral and external use. Yi Xiaohua turned over the medicine on the table, frowned, and then asked someone to bring the medicine mill, crush the herbs, and reformulate the external plaster. Try this today. Yi Xiaohua put the ointment in the hand of the medicine boy beside the doctor. This ointment was the prescription of Jinchuang medicine that she had made in the world of ancient medicine. The doctor saw that she dispensed the medicine privately, and his face flashed with displeasure. He was the most famous doctor in the capital. Even the nobles in the palace would look for him if they had any difficult and complicated diseases. This time, it was for the sake of General Ye's face. Otherwise, how could he come to see a servant? Tao Lu is in pain. Seeing the doctor's face, she immediately says, Doctor, our young lady has read medical books in the library. She also knows some pharmacology. Since the second miss knows pharmacology, I don't think I need the old man. After the doctor finished, he left with the medicine boy. Yi Xiaohua was going to show the prescription to the doctor. Seeing that he was so arrogant, she didn't say anything. Miss. Because Tao Lu was ill, the old lady called in another maid. Apply it to Tao Lu. Yi Xiaohua doesn't care. Tao Lu wanted to say no, but thinking of Yi Xiaohua's way of defending herself, she didn't say it. Forget it, she would use the doctor's medicine again when she left. However, when the pale ointment was applied to her buttocks, Tao Lu was stunned. The back, which was in great pain, was cool, and even the pain was relieved a lot. Yi Xiaohua saw that the ointment was useful. She told Tao Lu to have a good rest and left. After seeing her leave, another maid immediately said, Sister Tao Lu, I'll change the doctor's medicine for you. No. Tao Lu heard the words and immediately woke up. Just use the young lady's medicine. On this side, Yi Xiaohua had just gone out. Before she got to her room, Aunt Fong brought back the news that she was engaged to the son of Tai Fu's concubine. Yi Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything. Yi Xiaoyun, who had just entered the door, paused. She looked at Aunt Fong and Yi Xiaohua and said incredulously, You haven't seen the son of Tai Fu's concubine before, so you're engaged? Aunt Fong didn't expect that Yi Xiaoyun would come back at this time. She opened her mouth, Yes, it's all like this. Yi Zhaoyun didn't expect that the ancient people would be so obedient. If it was someone else, she would not care. But this is also her sister. Forget it, I'll help her this time. Yi Xiaohua thought, this should be the plot. Yi Zhaoyun didn't like the way women in this world thought, so she went to visit Xiaozicheng for her sister's sake. He didn't expect Xiaozicheng to fall deeper and deeper in love with Yi Zhaoyun. He even exposed the strength that he had been hiding for many years and insisted on leaving on the day of the wedding, chasing after Yi Zhaoyun. You're going to help your sister find out? Lady Feng was stunned. Yi Zhaoyun waved her hand casually. No need to thank me. But Aunt Feng wanted to say that there was no need to go to inquire about Yi Xiaohua's strength. In fact, concubine Feng was not very ambitious. Although he was only the son of a concubine, at least he was the official wife and didn't have a concubine. If the son of a concubine worked hard, he would have a better life in the future than in the Yi family. In the past, concubine Feng would have approved of this marriage. But now when Aunt Feng thought about Yi Xiaohua's terrifying strength, she was hesitant. Yi Zhaoyun made up her mind to help her weak sister and mother. Aunt Feng glanced at Yi Xiaohua and used her eyes to ask Yi Xiaohua if she could tell Yi Xiaohua about Yi family's cultivation method. Yi Xiaohua nodded casually. Aunt Feng's eyes brightened. She immediately took out Ye's cultivation method from her room. There were some contents that Yi Xiaohua had modified herself on it. She was so stupid that she could learn it. Since Yi Zhaoyun was smarter than her, concubine Feng felt that her youngest daughter could naturally learn. Yi Xiaohua looked at the joyful Aunt Feng and took back her gaze lightly. She didn't care at all. Yi Zhaoyun might not appreciate concubine Feng's kindness. Sure enough, Yi Zhaoyun looked impatient when she heard concubine Feng telling her to learn these things. Even if I don't learn these things, one day I will be as strong as a level 9 warrior. These things are useless to me. Take them away quickly. Zhaoyun, what's useless? At this moment, a clear voice came from outside. Then, a tall and straight figure in crimson purple walked in. Seeing the figure, Yi Zhaoyun's maid Liuli immediately bowed respectfully. Third Prince. Concubine Feng also put away her book. Greetings, Third Prince. Yi Zhaoyun didn't even greet him. When she saw the Third Prince, she didn't look surprised or respectful. Instead, she bluntly asked, "What are you doing here?" "I just wanted to ask Third Mishi if you know about the assassin pavilion that suddenly appeared in the capital." Before the Third Prince could finish his sentence, Yi Zhaoyun immediately interrupted him. "Come to my room and we'll talk." Mistress Feng didn't know that Yi Zhaoyun had set up a killer's pavilion. When she heard about killers, she was a little anxious. What killers? Zhaoyun, are you in some kind of trouble? The assassin pavilion isn't a place to be trifled with. If you really encounter any trouble, you must tell mother and big sister. If not, they're still your father. Yi Zhaoyun was too lazy to explain to Lady Feng. His mother and sister were cowardly and timid. If they knew that the assassin pavilion was opened by him, wouldn't they be scared to death? Moreover, Yi Zhaoyun had never thought of explaining it to them. Even if he explained the situation to them, they wouldn't be able to understand the situation in the capital. That's enough. I can't explain it clearly to you, Yi Zhaoyun said calmly. Yi Zhaoyun then turned around and led the Third Prince into her room. In order not to scare her sister and mother to death, Yi Zhaoyun did not mention this matter. Yi Xiaohua didn't speak and walked towards her room. The Third Prince didn't even look at anyone else in the courtyard except for Yi Zhaoyun. He suddenly looked at Yi Xiaohua's room. The window of Yi Xiaohua's room was half open. Just like her, she was lazy and scattered. This was not a problem. The most important thing was that when he looked over, he saw the half-open window. The snow-colored robe was very familiar. But the speed of the flash was too fast. The Third Prince felt that he was wrong again. It shouldn't be. The Third Prince shook his head. How could he appear here? What did you say? Yi Zhaoyun looked back at him. The Third Prince smiled and said, nothing. In a flash, they talked about business. They almost saw it. In Yi Xiaohua's room, a person was lying on the recliner that Yi Xiaohua often lay on. His mouth said something worried, but it was not the case with that casual expression. Mistress Feng chased Yi Xiaohua in. Xiaohua, what do you mean by the third paragraph? Before she finished her sentence, she saw the place where Yi Xiaohua used to lie and stayed for 2 seconds. Xianyan also looked at Mistress Feng. His face flashed a trace of surprise, but he immediately reacted and gave Mistress Feng a salute. Mrs. Feng. But Mistress Feng didn't react. She boasted that she was used to seeing good-looking people, but she had never seen a man-like person in front of her. The other party's dark and deep eyes were too beautiful, like a gem. The gem was stained with a faint layer of mist, adding a bit of mystery. Mistress Feng was shocked for a long time before she came back to her senses. "Where am I, Mrs. Feng? All right, don't scare my mother," Yi Xiaohua directly threw an envelope to him. "Here's what you want. Get it and go." After receiving the paper, Xianyan touched his nose. For a time, the smoke and fire all over his body dissipated instantly. He had endured for a long time. The other party treated a stranger better than him. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. No. There was no joy or anger in her voice. Xianyan opened his mouth. But seeing that Yi Xiaohua was focused on reading and no longer paid attention to him, he didn't say anything and had to leave. His martial arts were excellent. Even if he went in and out of Ye's house in broad daylight, no one would find him. Almost all the officials in the capital lived next to the palace. After he left Ye's house, he didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he crossed 2 streets and stopped in front of a magnificent building. Master of State. Seeing Xianyan come back, several people waiting in the study immediately bowed respectfully. Their faces were full of worship and respect. Xianyan nodded lightly. "This is a map that the emperor recently got." Seeing that Xianyan didn't speak, one of them remembered that they came to find him this time and immediately handed over a drawing. "Please have a look." Xianyan put down the envelope in his hand and reached out to take the drawing. Looking through it, the corner of his mouth raised a hint of an unknown smile. The people in the study didn't understand what he meant. "In the past, I heard people in the capital say that Miss Ye's third daughter is an extraordinary woman. I didn't believe it." Several ministers couldn't figure out Xianyan's expression and could only figure out Xianyan's thoughts. "Now look, she can draw such a drawing. Now she can even defeat a third-level warrior. I all feel that she deserves to be the extraordinary woman of the capital. State Preceptor, do you want to meet this third Mishi?" This Master of State suddenly appeared 3 years ago. It was said that he was the former Master of State's senior. At first, Xianyan was not interested in the position of Master of State of Jin Dynasty, so he gave it to his junior. Unexpectedly, he suddenly came back 3 years ago. Although everyone in the imperial court couldn't figure it out, the emperor trusted him very much. In 3 years, the imperial court and the capital were in awe of him. Even the first Master General Yi didn't dare to put on airs in front of the Master of State. Hearing that, Xianyan looked at the minister with a smile. "Extraordinary woman of the capital?" "That's right." The minister bowed his head. "Just a name." Xianyan casually returned the paper. "You don't have to worry about this." After that, he didn't say another word. The ministers looked at each other and felt a layer of sweat forming on their foreheads. When they left the imperial preceptor's study, even the sun above their heads did not give them any warmth. What does Lord Imperial Tutor mean by this? The group of people looked at each other. Recalling the imperial preceptor's words of undeserving of his reputation, he felt a chill down his spine. This extraordinary girl of the capital was able to defeat a level 3 warrior before the age of 16, and her brain was filled with all sorts of strange things. Even the third prince and the others admired her. If she didn't deserve her reputation. Who didn't? Lord Imperial Tutor, was he joking? But thinking about the imperial preceptor's character, he was not one to joke around. Inside the room, Xianyan heard the secret guards report about the engagement of the Yi family's second miss and the reaction of the 2 families. He smiled slightly. "The capital's extraordinary girl, do you think she is a match for the Xia family's young master who hides his strength and bides his time?" The secret guard. He suddenly felt a little scared. "I think they are a good match. One thinks highly of himself, and the other thinks that the second daughter of the Yi family is not worthy of him." Secret guard, please don't say it. On this side, Yi Zhaoyun had already helped Yi Xiaohua to see how the character of Yi Xiaohua's husband was. When she came back, there was some surprise on her face. She was also a little dazed. Concubine Feng originally did not support Yi Xiaoyun to go, but Yi Xiaoyun had always been conceited and did not care about Concubine Feng's thoughts, so Concubine Feng could only let her go. Now that Yi Xiaoyun came back, she also wanted to know who Xia Ziqing was. Xiaoyun, have you seen the Xia family's young master? Concubine Feng looked at Yi Xiaoyun without blinking. Yi Xiaoyun was currently in a daze. When she heard Concubine Feng's words, she immediately recovered and did not dare to look at Concubine Feng. That Xia family's young master is a bastard, there's nothing to talk about. Yi Xiaoyun waved her hand. Obviously, she did not want to talk more. When she returned to the room, Yi Xiaoyun sat on the chair and thought about what had just happened. Originally, she looked down on the husband that Yi Xiaohua had chosen. She thought that the Taifu's bastard son had no strength to truss a chicken. She simply did not like such a man, so she did not care. She directly landed in front of his study, wanting to see who he was. However, she did not expect to be discovered by the other party as soon as she landed. She even fought with the other party. Yi Xiaoyun really did not expect that Xia Ziqing, who was rumored to be mediocre in the outside world, was actually higher than the third prince's martial arts. Even Yi Xiaoyun was not his opponent. Xia Ziqing was probably already a 5th-level warrior. The other party kept a low profile and did not care about his reputation at all. He was like a wolf, only waiting for an opportunity. Luli, do you think I should tell mother? Yi Xiaoyun sighed. Such a person must have great ambitions in his heart, which is not something that elder sister can control. Their 3 views are different, and their status is different. Elder sister will not be happy if she marries him. Luli did not expect Xia Ziqing to be so powerful. Forget it, Yi Xiaoyun made up her mind. I'll ask Xia Ziqing tomorrow if he can be good to her. In this way, for several days, Yi Xiaoyun went to see Xia Ziqing at night. Concubine Feng wanted to ask Yi Xiaoyun several times, but Yi Xiaoyun did not say anything, but her expression became more and more strange. A few days later, it was the big event of Yi family and Xia family exchanging Gung invitation. There were rumors in the capital about Yi family and Xia family's marriage alliance. The wife of the Grand Tutor told Xia Ziqing to go to Yi family early in the morning. Concubine Feng and the old lady were waiting at Yi family's house. However, when it came to the appointed time, Xia Ziqing did not appear at all. Instead, he appeared after a while. Obviously, he did not care about this marriage. For some reason, Yi Xiaoyun, who came with Concubine Feng, felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Old Madame Yi had a problem with Xia Ziqing. Concubine Feng also had no intention of marrying her second daughter to Xia Ziqing. However, before she could speak, Xia Ziqing suddenly knelt down and said seriously, "Old Madame Yi, I have no intention of marrying Yi family's second daughter. I wholeheartedly want to marry Yi family's third daughter." The whole hall was silent. Digression. Yi Xiaoyun didn't know what to feel for a while. She knew that in this world, with Xia Ziqing's identity, he dared to slap Yi family's face. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. However, she was not surprised to hear that Xia Ziqing refused to marry Yi Xiaohua. Even without her, she didn't think Yi Xiaohua was worthy of him. After the surprise, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. Old Lady Yi and the other sisters-in-law finally reacted at this time. First, they felt that Xia Ziqing was very ridiculous. "You want to marry our Yi family's third miss? Not to mention you, even the legitimate son of your Taifu's mansion is not qualified." Concubine Feng also wanted to slap Xia Ziqing to death. When she heard Old Lady Ye's words, she frowned. What did she say? Xia Ziqing was not worthy of Yi Xiaoyun, but could he be worthy of Yi Xiaohua, even if it was true on the surface? Concubine Feng heard the old lady's words and her heart was very disgusted. Other people, even Yi Xiaoyun herself, didn't think there was anything wrong with what Old Lady Yi said. "Young Master Xia, if you don't want to marry, you should have said it earlier. Do you still think our Xiaohua will like you?" Concubine Feng was so angry that her chest hurt. She covered her chest and pointed to Xia Ziqing and said, "Why do you want to say it when exchanging birthday cards? If your heart is white jade, why marry a piece of rubble?" Xia Ziqing looked at Concubine Feng lightly. His words were full of deep disgust for Yi Xiaohua. He compared Yi Xiaoyun to white jade and Yi Xiaohua to rubble. With just one sentence, he very respectfully kowtowed to the old lady. I know I am not worthy of the third miss now. When I make some achievements, I will come back to propose marriage to the third miss Yi. There was no such thing in the original plot, but it was not much better than here. Xiaozicheng abandoned the original owner in public and was with Yi Zhaoyun. Although the original owner died, after a few years, Yi Zhaoyun, Xiaozicheng, and the third prince all became level 9 warriors and came back. The Yi family welcomed them happily. Everyone forgot the existence of the original owner, except concubine Feng. Old Lady Yi has lived for so long, she is not a vegetarian. Seeing Xiaozicheng's determined eyes and Yi Zhaoyun's expression, she thought about this matter. After Xiaozicheng finished speaking, he stood up. Everyone saw that he was straightforward and efficient, as if he was a martial artist. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. After Xiaozicheng stood up, he took a deep look at Yi Zhaoyun before leaving. He didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua. However, even though Xiaozicheng was only a concubine's son, he was highly skilled in martial arts and extremely arrogant. Even his servants thought that Yi Xiaohua was not worthy of him, let alone himself. After Xiaozicheng left, Yi Xiaohua's matter had spread throughout the Yi family. The wife of General Yi is not comfortable that Yi Zhaoyun has surpassed her 2 children recently. However, the East is not connected to the West. Doesn't Aunt Feng have a daughter? When old Madame Yi saw Yi Zhaoyun's stunned expression, she made a decision in her heart. With Yi Zhaoyun's current status, she didn't even think much of the third prince. Now that she had this kind of attitude towards this illegitimate son of the Grand Tutor, there must be something extraordinary about this illegitimate son. As a result, her anger at Xiaozicheng's broken marriage gradually dissipated. Zhaoyun, what's the matter with you and Xiaozicheng? Aunt Feng looked at Yi Zhaoyun suspiciously. She said that she was going to help Yi Xiaohua inquire about her future brother-in-law. From beginning to end, Aunt Feng didn't ask any relationship from her mouth. The most important thing was, how did Xiaozicheng fall in love with her as he kept probing around? Yi Zhaoyun listened to the tone of Aunt Feng's words and frowned. What does it have to do with me? But... Aunt Feng twisted her eyebrows and wanted to say something. Besides, Xiaozicheng is now a 5th-level warrior. Seeing that Aunt Feng and Yi Xiaohua still wanted to be wishful thinking, Yi Zhaoyun didn't mind breaking their thoughts. He and Yi Xiaohua are not from the same world at all. Even if they are together this time, they will be separated in a short time. I'm doing this for her own good. Alright, you won't understand even if I say more. You'll thank me in the future. At this time, Yi Zhaoyun didn't even call her second sister. After speaking, she left directly. Looking at the direction she was going, she should be chasing after Xiaozicheng. Aunt Feng was angered by Yi Zhaoyun's behavior. She tilted her head to look at Yi Xiaohua, but found that there was no sad or angry expression on the other's face. She was calm as if she was an outsider. Yi Shi glanced at Aunt Feng and covered her mouth. I didn't expect that eldest young Master Xia would be dissatisfied with this marriage. But Aunt Feng, don't worry. Without eldest young Master Xia, there are still others. There are so many good men in the capital. We can find another one for second Mississippi. But if we miss eldest young Master Xia, it will be harder than before to find someone of equal status. Not to mention, Xiaozicheng's disturbance would definitely have a big impact on Yi Xiaohua. Other people must be thinking this. Even Xiaozicheng didn't like her. There must be something wrong with Yi Xiaohua. Although this was not the truth, this was how rumors spread. As they spread, the false became true. Madame Ye's mouth flashed a sarcastic smile. Yi Xiaohua stood behind Aunt Feng. When she heard Madame Ye's words, she just lightly replied, Madam, don't bother. At this time, the housekeeper's voice suddenly came from outside. Old Madam. Imperial Preceptor is here. The housekeeper came in like a ghost. Imperial Preceptor? Old Madam immediately stood up and ordered excitedly, what are you waiting for? Go and invite Imperial Preceptor in. Where's the general? Quick, send someone to call the general. The housekeeper opened his mouth. Imperial Preceptor didn't come here. He said that he was Second Miss's best friend and came to look for Second Mississippi. He has already gone to Second Miss's courtyard. The Yi family's sisters-in-law, Yi Feixiang, and the other's sarcastic smiles instantly froze. So that's how it is. Why didn't you tell me before? The old madam looked at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. Her indifferent eyes became a little gentle. You have good fortune. The Master of Nation has great magical powers. If he gives you a few pointers, your future achievements will not be low. Yi Xiaohua smiled. The Grand Preceptor clan was a unique existence in the Great Jin dynasty. Legend had it that every Grand Preceptor could become a god. Even the strongest warrior of the 9th level was no match for the Grand Preceptor. Everyone in the imperial court wanted to be on good terms with the imperial tutor, but this imperial tutor was very cold and did not even give face to the emperor. Unfortunately, everyone under his command was very powerful. It was said that the guards under his command were all 9th level warriors. Yi Xiaohua was like this now. If word got out about her friendship with the state preceptor, even if she was a woman without any salt, there would be many people coming to propose marriage, right? Is that so? I heard that Lord Imperial Preceptor has always been clear about his position. Are you sure it's Lord Imperial Preceptor? Madame Yi gripped the chair beside her tightly and stared at the housekeeper. Yes, a person like the Imperial Preceptor would never make a mistake. The butler nodded. Oh, that's good, that's good. Madame Yi pursed her lips, but couldn't say anything else. Originally, she thought that her son and daughter were outstanding enough. After being repeatedly shocked by the silly daughter of a lowly concubine, Concubine Feng, the people in the Fu were rumored that Concubine Feng was going to push her out of the position of legal wife. She felt that at least Concubine Feng still had Yi Xiaohua to drag them down. She did not expect that. Yi Xiaohua actually knew the nation master. Concubine Feng has heard of a divine person like the state tutor. But she basically lived with Yi Xiaohua every day. How could she not know how many people Yi Xiaohua knew? Xiaohua, where did you find someone to hide the housekeeper and the old lady? Feng Concubine walked in the direction of the courtyard. How come I don't know you know the state master? You have. Yi Xiaohua looked at her. When Concubine Feng heard this, she was stunned. When did I see him? When you entered my room without knocking on the door that day. Yi Xiaohua specifically emphasized the words without knocking on the door. Concubine Feng instantly thought of the man who was comparable to the sun and the moon. He is the state preceptor. Alright, the main point was still missing. Yi Xiaohua rolled her eyes. He walked straight to his room. At night, Yi Xiaoyun returned. Just like before, she spent most of her time in a daze. She had not been back for long. General Yi, who came back from the army, heard from the housekeeper and Madame Yi that when the state preceptor came to find Yi Xiaohua, he didn't even change his clothes and came to see Yi Xiaohua in armor. Don't worry, today Xiaozicheng wanted to join the army and was beaten out by me. General Yi sneered, how can he bully my daughter? He only mentioned the nation preceptor after he asked Xiaozicheng about the annulment of the engagement. Xiaohua, do you know the state preceptor? This sentence made Yi Xiaoyun, who was in a daze in the room, come back to her senses and looked at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. Yi Xiaohua is reading a miscellaneous talk, hearing this sentence, faint nod, not familiar. It's fine. Try not to anger the imperial advisor in the future. General Yi probably knows that he's not familiar with it. After all, the national master is famous for his indifference. But even if he's not familiar with it, he can have a relationship with the national master, which is unique. Hearing what General Yi said, Aunt Feng looked at General Yi with a strange look. Don't make the state preceptor angry. According to what she saw that day, I'm afraid that the state preceptor is thinking about how to make Yi Xiaohua calm down, but Aunt Feng just thought about it and didn't say anything. Yi Xiaohua didn't answer. General Yi didn't see the difference in the coming year and cared about Yi Xiaohua's affairs. Are you used to living in Ye's house recently? If you need anything, you can mention it to your official mother. Yi Xiaohua nodded. I heard from the housekeeper that you read the senior warrior's mind method in the library. Are you learning it? General Yi saw that Yi Xiaohua didn't like to talk, so he started another topic. Well, I learned a little. Yi Xiaohua's answer was very flat. General Yi didn't ask anything more. Yi Xiaohua's answer is obvious. Yi Xiaoyun and Yi Xiaohua have the lowest talent among the 4 children of Ye's family. However, Yi Xiaoyun's movement method makes up for her lack of talent. Like Yi Xiaohua, who doesn't know the movement method and can't practice Ye's family's mind method, has no future in martial arts. So General Yi is not curious about how far Yi Xiaohua has practiced. You know the national master. Have you asked him which ones he will accept to practice the revised martial arts mind method? General Yi suddenly thought of this question. Mind method reform? When Yi Xiaoyun heard this, she immediately ran out of the room. Dad, is it the innovative mind method that can break through the 9-level barrier and reach the realm of martial saint? That's right. General Yi looked at Yi Xiaoyun in surprise, surprised that she knew the secret. When Aunt Fong heard this, she was also surprised. Can this mind method be innovated? Only Yi Xiaohua on the field didn't fluctuate at all when he heard this. General Yi saw her face without any fluctuation. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. His eldest daughter didn't learn mind method. How could the national master tell her such a secret thing? Thinking of this, he sighed, then shook his head. It's still confidential, just pretend that you didn't hear it. Xiaoyun, come with me. With that, they went out of the courtyard door. Aunt Fong is now a 3rd-level warrior. She has some understanding of mind method. Xiaohua, can this mind method really innovate and break through to martial saint? It's said that there hasn't been a warrior above level 9 in the mainland for thousands of years. Aunt Fong is a little emotional. If it really appears this time, the whole mainland will be alarmed. Yi Xiaohua sat back in the chair and returned a word, yes. Aunt Fong heard her firm tone. Don't be so sure. It's too difficult to break through to the 9th level. Fong concubine was shocked by Yi Xiaohua's calm but domineering words. It took a long time to come back to God. You mean, of course, or how do you think you got to level 3 warrior? Yi Hua glanced at Fong concubine. Don't say I don't love you. The heart method I gave you is much more advanced than what I gave them. When she said that, she suddenly stopped, then put away the book and went back to her room. If the doctor comes, say I'm not here. Fong concubine responded in a daze, but her heart could not calm down. Her heart beat fast to the extreme. What's the concept of being able to modify the heart method? Fong concubine is no longer the idiot who didn't know anything before. Naturally, she knows what Yi Xiaohua means now. The heart method that even the national master admits right now, she was thinking. Had her daughter already broken through to the martial saint realm? Was that why he was so confident in this new mental cultivation method? Asterisk on this side, General Yi is taking Yi Xiaoyun to the study to talk about things. As soon as he came out, he found that the doctor hurried over. I didn't even see General Yi coming out of the yard. It's very strange for General Yi. Doctor, why are you still here? Even if he had asked the doctor to see Yi Xiaohua's maid, after such a long time, General Yi didn't believe that the doctor would come in person today for such a small illness. The doctor only saw General Yi now, and immediately bowed respectfully. General Yi, I'm here to see the second miss. Xiaohua. General Yi can't figure out why the doctor is looking for Yi Xiaohua now. But he was not interested in it, so he didn't ask anything more. Just think that the doctor came for Tao Lu again. Xiaoyun, the sleeve arrow you sent last time is very useful, said General Yi. The 3rd prince mentioned you again and again in the army. I don't know if the storm pear needle you said is really as powerful as a level 9 warrior. Yi Xiaoyun nodded, naturally, but it's hard to do. I haven't found a clue yet. Dad, why do you ask? General Yi sighed, and a disappointment flashed through his eyes. But it's just a flash. It's okay, just ask. I'll go to the National Master's mansion tomorrow to see if I can send you and your elder brother there. In the future, the general's mansion still depends on you. Yi Xiaoyun was also looking forward to it. Father, you said you beat Xiaozicheng up today, this. She frowned. Otherwise? General Ye's tone was cold when he mentioned Xiaozicheng. I didn't break his leg to give his parents face. Hearing that General Yi was really angry, Yi Xiaoyun didn't say anything more. A few days later, the Imperial Preceptor's residence's mental cultivation method that could allow one to break through was indeed spread. The Imperial tutor had chosen 5 people. 2 of them were from the Yi residence, while the other 3 were personally chosen by him. It was worth mentioning that although Xiaozicheng did not successfully enter the camp, he was appreciated by the emperor because he saved the emperor's life. Only then did everyone realize that Xiaozicheng was a 5th-level warrior at such a young age. When the news came out, Mr. Xia regretted it. The people of the Yi residence finally understood the reason for Xiaoziqing's arrogance. The matter of Xiaoziqing breaking off the engagement was brought up again. There are rumors in Ye's house. No wonder he doesn't like Yi Xiaohua. It turns out that Xiaoziqing is so powerful that even Taifu asks him to go back. When Fang Yingyang hears the discussion of the servants, she is very angry. Yi Xiaohua looked at Aunt Fang's decision and did nothing. He went directly to Xia's house that night. Xia's second young master is practicing martial arts hard at Xia's house. He is not as talented as Xiaoziqing. Recently, because of Xiaoziqing's affairs, his family and outside are quite critical of him and his mother. Xia's second young master knows that strength is respected in the world. Do you still want the position of Xia's son? A clear voice suddenly came from the empty yard. Xia's second young master looked at it and saw the woman sitting on the roof at a glance. The other side was wearing a gauze hat and could not see her face clearly. The second young master of the Xia family naturally knew that the woman in front of him was skilled in martial arts since she was able to enter his yard without alerting anyone. Hearing the other side's words, he just smiled bitterly. I'm afraid my father has completely forgotten me and my mother now. If Xiaoziqing didn't want to, his father would have kicked him and his mother out and asked Xiaoziqing to come back and continue to be the eldest young master. Don't be discouraged, who is not pitiful from childhood. Yi Xiaohua fumbled in her pocket, then took out a jade card and threw it into the hands of Xia's second young master, saying, "Take this, go to the National Preceptor's mansion tomorrow." After saying that, she pushed off the ground with the tip of her foot and easily left this place. Almost like teleportation. Xiaoziqing watched Yi Xiaohua leave so easily, and couldn't help but stare. This after a long while, he moved his eyes to the jade card in his hand. In the middle of the jade card is a Yi character. Within a few days, Ye's house was celebrating Yi Xiaoyun and Ye's eldest young master being selected to the National Preceptor's mansion. Good news, seeing Yi Xiaohua, Ye's family didn't care about the previous contradiction. Do you know that the National Preceptor gave our Yi family 2 places, too? Xiaoyun will fight with you, and in the future, our Yi family will have 2 Super 9 existences. The whole capital was very jealous of Ye's house for a while. Even General Yi himself didn't know why their Ye's house was looked at differently by the National Preceptor. Yi Xiaoyun and others are training in the National Preceptor's mansion. After a few days, Yi Fu's generals suddenly came back with blood all over their bodies. Old Madame Yi looked at the person they were supporting and let out a mournful cry. Fang Yingyang heard the news and immediately ran over. When Yi Xiaohua came out, she saw Ye's father lying on the ground covered in blood. There was almost no vitality in his body, but his mind was very clear. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyun and Ye's eldest young master also came back immediately after receiving the news. Don't attack. General Yi used his last breath. That's my enemy, the devil Ding Hai. He has surpassed the 9th level warrior. You can't beat him. Don't worry about me, quickly ask the godly doctor to come over. Old Madame Yi immediately cried out. General Ye's men have already done this. On the way back, he asked Xiaobing to invite the godly doctor. The doctor came over and was shocked to see General Ye's situation. What kind of deep hatred is it to make General Yi like this? Don't talk nonsense, can you save my father? Yi Xiaoyun said directly to the young master of the Yi family. I can't. The miracle doctor shook his head. What? Old Madame Ye's figure swayed and fell to the ground. The eyes of the rest of the Yi family, including General Ye's henchmen, are red. I'll fight it out with Ding Hai. Count me in. Wait a minute, I can't, but there are people who can, the godly doctor asked immediately. Although Yi Xiaoyun was a modern person, she was still very respectful towards this godly doctor. Hearing this, she couldn't believe it. Godly doctor, who else has better medical skills than you? The third prince and Xiaoziqing, who came with Yi Xiaoyun, couldn't believe it either. The doctor didn't speak immediately. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua and said, Second Miss Yi, General Yi has fought for our Jin kingdom for many years. He is also your biological father. I would like to ask Second Miss Yi for help. As he spoke, he lifted the hem of his robe and was about to kneel. Yi Xiaohua reaches out to stop him. She has already pinched the silver needle in her hand. Without speaking, He bent down directly and stuck the silver needle into several major acupoints of General Yi. Then he reached into his pocket and took out a brown pill for General Yi to take. This pill only melted in the mouth and not in the hand, so it melted in the mouth. Others can clearly feel the change of General Yi. Although the injury is not good, the weak vitality is slowly strengthening. My mother. Hiss, second miss, Madame Yi, Yishir, General Yi's family, Yi Xiaoyun, third Prince Xiaozicheng and so on were all shocked by the scene. They just watched General Yi, whose vitality was weak, gradually strengthen in Yi Xiaohua's hands until his breathing stabilized. This was really snatching people from the hands of the King of Hell. No one in the hall dared to speak again. It was also at this moment that the people who had trained as warriors realized that the aura around them had changed. A figure slowly walked over from the direction of the gate. He took one step at a time. His footsteps were slow, but the ground seemed to shrink to inches. In less than a breath's time, he arrived in front of everyone. Everyone felt that the aura around them had become much hotter. The person who came was obviously not simple. Surpassing a warrior of the 9th rank. General Ye's men looked at each other. It's Ding Hai. We can't let the second Mrs. diagnosis and treatment be interrupted. A hint of madness flashed in their eyes. Yi Xiaoyun wasn't as anxious as the others. She didn't know what kind of existence a level 9 warrior was, but she didn't care about the people of this world. At the same time, she had already prepared all of her hidden weapons. In order to defeat this person, she even took out the torrential pear blossom needles that she had made based on what she had heard in her previous life. They are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Yi Xiaoyun sneered. From the beginning of this world, she never knew what it was like to fail, not to mention that she has now set up a killer pavilion. Although every killer in the killer pavilion is not a warrior, everyone is equipped with hidden weapons, and their lethality is no less than that of a level 3 warrior. On the main road, this was a very terrifying strength. If those people know that this killer pavilion is her, I am afraid it will shake the whole capital. So this time, even in the face of Ding Hai, a warrior above the 9th rank, Yi Xiaoyun is not afraid at all. She pressed the hidden weapon in her sleeve, the torrential pear blossom needles. Seeing Yi Xiaoyun's action, Xiaozicheng said in horror, "Are you going to use that thing?" "Well," Yi Xiaoyun said lightly. Although the third prince didn't like Xiaozicheng, it was important to unite against the enemy at this time. He showed a sarcastic smile to Ding Hai. "Ding Hai, you can die in the hands of the first hidden weapon. It's a worthy death." "What is that thing?" Madame Yi, who was originally frightened by Ding Hai, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words of the third prince and Xiaozicheng. Their Yi family is saved. Yi Xiaoyun directly pressed her hidden weapon and threw it towards Ding Hai. "This is the torrential pear blossom needles. You are the first person in this world to know its power." Ding Hai looked at the torrential pear blossom needles. The needles rapidly flew towards him. Ordinary people can't see the speed at all. However, in his eyes, it is indeed incomparably slow. He reached out and casually caught the hidden weapon. He smiled at Yi Xiaoyun and the people in the hall. "Just this? You are underestimating the strength of a martial saint. Now, it's my turn." Saying that, he raised his hand. Without any movement, he floated the people in front of him in the air. "General Yi, 20 years ago, you wiped out my stronghold. You didn't expect that 20 years later, your whole family will die in my hands, right?" Ding Hai chuckled. "To die in the hands of the only martial saint in the continent, you should feel honored." The people floating in the air felt the air getting thinner and thinner. Their faces were full of despair. Yi Xiaoyun didn't expect that the torrential pear blossom needles would be destroyed. The third prince and Xiaozicheng were stunned. "Fight with him." However, at this moment, a powerful aura erupted from a corner. Yi Xiaohua held the silver needles in one hand, and a piece of white silk flew out of the sleeve of the other hand. Like a flashing meteor, it flew towards Ding Hai with disdain. Everyone was brought down by the wind. That Ding Hai was hit by the white silk, blood faintly appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Second miss? Second miss is also a martial saint?" The third prince couldn't believe it. "Wait, a person whose medical skills are better than a divine doctor, she is also a martial saint." Xiaozicheng looked at the white silk without blinking. Not only a martial saint, but also a martial saint who is not worse than Ding Hai. What did you say? Digression. Thank you everyone for your hard work last month. Last month's monthly vote ranking was still 7th. Ye's family and the 3 princes were shocked. Just now, Yi Xiaoyun's pear flower rainstorm needle was like a child's play in Ding Hai's hands. But Ding Hai was like a chicken in Yi Xiaohua's hands. But for a moment, Ding Hai was entangled by a piece of white silk. Others haven't reacted yet. The doctor beside Yi Xiaohua looked at the white silk in her hand and was shocked. He pointed at Yi Xiaohua and said for a long time, "Miss Yi, you, move people in first." Yi Xiaohua stood up and beckoned 2 people in her yard. They were very respectful to Yi Xiaohua. They said nothing and moved General Yi back directly. Others also calmed down. Housekeeper Yi found that the 2 guards in Yi Xiaohua's yard are they not from Ye's family? Yi Xiaohua gave Aunt Feng a look. Aunt Feng immediately understood, and then picked up Ding Hai with one hand. Aunt Feng, you. Madame Yi saw that the weak Aunt Feng was not afraid of Ding Hai, but also picked up such an adult man with one hand. Others don't know, but General Ye's men can see it. Eyes flashing, Feng, Aunt Feng, are you a warrior, too? Although this sentence is in a questioning tone, it's a positive sentence. At this time Aunt Feng naturally didn't hide it and nodded generously. Yes, when she said that, Aunt Feng bowed her head and was very ashamed. But my aptitude is not good. I'm only a level 7 warrior now. Although Yi Xiaohua didn't say it, Aunt Feng knew that the other side disliked her. Yi Xiaohua once said to Tao Lu that even if she was a pig, she would reach the 9th level of martial artist after practicing. Therefore, Aunt Feng's pride after reaching a high-level warrior was all gone. It turned into guilt and felt that she had insulted such a good method. Now it's only a 7th level warrior. I don't know that the first confidant of General Yi, Xiaozicheng, and other people who haven't reached the 7th level but are called geniuses, if it weren't for Aunt Feng's expression, they would really think that Aunt Feng was sarcastic to them. A group of people watched Ding Hai being dragged down, and then went inside to see General Ye's injury. The magic doctor is now the agent of Yi Xiaohua. Seeing them come in, he immediately tells them that General Yi is okay. Yi Xiaoyun has calmed down now. She is shocked at Yi Xiaohua's repeated actions. Just now, General Ye's situation, even in modern times, will be sent to the intensive care unit, and may not survive. How could it be so easy in Yi Xiaohua's hands, and how did the other party become a warrior? Could he have transmigrated as well? No, if she crossed over, how could she still have 3 obediences and 4 virtues? At the beginning, Aunt Feng was very surprised at her own change, but it was not very strange for Yi Xiaohua to suddenly become so powerful. Miss Air. General Ye's men opened their mouths first in the silence of the room. Yi Xiaohua nodded slightly. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was paying attention to him, the man's face lit up. What kind of expert are you? Ding Hai broke through rank 9 and became a martial sage. Even he could not resist against you. Why did I not know that you were such an expert? Are you able to kill a martial sage head-on? A martial saint is more powerful than a level 9 warrior? The doctor finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yi Xiaohua as if he were looking at a UFO. Miss Air, what kind of freak are you? Your real profession is actually a warrior, right? Even the martial sage can't beat you. I always thought you were a doctor. You are too. Pretending to be a doctor is better than me. He thought that he had asked Yi Xiaohua if he wanted to go to Zhou with him. He finally understood why concubine Feng had looked at him with a strange expression. I've been in the National Preceptor's mansion these days. Ye's eldest young master stared at Yi Xiaohua. His disciple is only at the level of martial sage, far less powerful than you. I'm afraid only the National Preceptor is so powerful? Yi Xiaohua just looked at them and didn't answer anything. Yi Xiaoyun looked at the people in the room, even the 3rd prince and Xiaozicheng were looking at Yi Xiaohua. She was very upset. She always felt that something was wrong. The next day, the National Preceptor announced that he would no longer teach Yi Xiaoyun. At the same time, the news that Yi Xiaohua surpassed the martial sage spread in the capital. Unlike Yi Xiaoyun, who improved her clothes, made weapons, and became a famous woman in the capital, Yi Xiaohua was a real martial artist. Even those 3-year-old children now knew about the #1 martial goddess of the Great Gold Dynasty, Yi Xiaohua. The rumors about her were amazing. On this day, Yi Zhaoyun went back with the eldest young master of the Yi family. When the eldest young master of the Yi family returned, Yi Shi was still complaining to Yi Feixiang in a low voice, "A concubine can climb on top of me. Just wait, when my son also breaks through to the martial god or even higher, let's see how arrogant those two can be." "Mother, don't worry about Aunt Fong and second sister." Eldest young master Yi walked in. Yi Shi looked at her son disapprovingly. "How can you boost other people's morale and diminish your own? You are also the national preceptor's younger brother now." "Mother, the new mental cultivation method in the hands of the national preceptor was changed by second sister. The mental cultivation method that was previously passed down was deliberately changed. That's why there hasn't been a martial sage appearing on the road for so many years." Eldest young master Yi quietly looked at Yi Shi. "Do you know how I got this spot? The national preceptor's men gave it to the Yi mansion for the sake of second sister. Mother, try to avoid Aunt Fong in the future." Originally, she thought that the one who had the chance to stand out would be Yi Feixiang, so she didn't speak for a long time. Yi Zhaoyun was envious and jealous when she saw Yi Xiaohua in the national preceptor's mansion. After coming to this world for so long, Xianxia was the only person who didn't look at her more than once. Now that her spot was kicked out by Xianxia, Yi Zhaoyun couldn't help but think more. "And," Yi Zhaoyun directly came back and pushed open Yi Xiaohua's door, "did you let the national preceptor kick me out?" Yi Xiaohua hadn't opened her mouth, and Aunt Fong, who came in with an embroidery needle, was stunned. "Why do you think so?" Yi Zhaoyun looked at Yi Xiaohua sarcastically. "You are afraid that the state master will teach me, and I will soon surpass you, so you dare not, Yi Xiaohua, from beginning to end, you are a villain." As Mistress Fong watched Yi Zhaoyun speak one sentence after another, her whole body trembled with anger. Yes, her little daughter became not stupid, she was happy, but hearing Yi Zhaoyun say such words, concubine Fong was disappointed. "You really disappoint me. Let's not talk about whether Xiaohua asked the state master to kick you out, even if she did not do anything wrong. At that time, Xiaoziqing was just a concubine's son. At that time, Xiaohua was already a level 9 warrior. She was not like you, who disliked people with poor strength everywhere, let alone an ordinary concubine's son. You are good, as a younger sister, when you went to help your elder sister check the character of your future brother-in-law, you actually hooked up with your future brother-in-law. I will help you hide this matter tightly. If it is known by outsiders, you are that whore." Yi Zhaoyun has never been accused like this in her life. She pinched her fingers tightly and looked at concubine Fong coldly. If concubine Fong was not a level 7 warrior now, she would definitely teach her a lesson. Everyone in this world is free. Xiaoziqing was just forced by his mother. He and Yi Xiaohua have never seen each other. How can he be considered a brother-in-law? Before marriage, everyone is independent. I am not a person who can only be manipulated like you. What we pursue is the freedom of love. What do you know? Concubine Fong was completely disappointed at this moment. Last time, she thought that Yi Zhaoyun couldn't help but go the wrong way for a while, but now she still didn't repent. You don't know shame, and you are also proud of it? Xiaoziqing humiliated your sister in front of Yi family. You don't help your sister, don't feel ashamed, and say that Xiaohua is not worthy of him? Let alone Xiaohua's real strength, even if she is not worthy, is that the reason why you hook up with your brother-in-law and laugh at your sister? From the beginning to the end, Yi Zhaoyun, you did not treat us as your relatives at all. Fortunately, you and Xiaoziqing are both jackals of the same tribe, a perfect match. I want to thank you for not letting Xiaoziqing harm your sister again." After that, Aunt Fong entered Yi Xiaohua's room and pushed Yi Zhaoyun out. Then he slammed the door shut. Yi Zhaoyun pinched her fingers and her face turned red with anger. Fine, don't regret it in the future. She didn't believe that she, a modern person, couldn't defeat two ancient people. In the future, when she created gunpowder cannons, let alone martial gods, even true gods would find it difficult to escape from her. Outside the door, Xiaoziqing, who was supposed to come in to look for Yi Zhaoyun, didn't come in. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with confusion. That night, Yi Zhaoyun didn't say that she was looking for him. At that time, he didn't know that Yi Zhaoyun was Yi Xiaohua's sister. It was not until half a month later that he heard the people from the imperial tutor's residence casually mention this matter. Yi Xiaoyun's reputation in the outside world had always been free, straightforward, and had a clear personality. She even allowed her servant to sit with her and advocated for everyone to be equal. She could not stand a single grain of sand in her eyes. She was the most unique woman he had ever seen. If she knew that he was her sister's fiancé, she would definitely cut off all contact with him. He thought that Yi Xiaoyun didn't know his identity. In order not to let her feel guilty, he went directly to Yi Mansion to talk to old Madame Yi about this matter before she knew, and left the tutor's residence ahead of schedule. He also ordered people to go to the market to spread rumors that he fell in love with Yi Xiaoyun at first sight. But he didn't expect that the straightforward and can't stand a single grain of sand in her eyes woman he had been protecting to death had already known that he was her brother-in-law. What a straightforward and extraordinary woman in the capital. Thinking of this, Xiaozicheng curled his lips somewhat self-deprecatingly. Fortunately, the other party was Yi Xiaohua. Thinking of what Aunt Fang had just said, Yi Xiaohua was so powerful at that time. When she heard that he was just a concubine's son, she didn't have the idea of getting rid of the marriage, nor did she look down on him. In the few meetings he had with Yi Xiaohua, the other party seemed to have the same attitude towards everyone. That was the real equality. Thinking of Yi Xiaoyun who said that everyone was equal, but to ordinary people, even her own sister and mother, she was so disgusted. Xiaozicheng really felt that he was stupid. That night, Yi Xiaoyun really tested him, but she didn't expect that he had such a strong force. At that time, if Xiaozicheng didn't show this, would she still pay attention to him? On the other hand, Yi Xiaohua, young master, don't you want to go in? The guard beside him looked at Xiaozicheng's smile and couldn't help but whisper. Xiaozicheng shook his head and said in a deep voice, no. He strode to his carriage. Young master, Miss Yi is just ahead, go directly, don't worry about her. Xiaozicheng went directly back to Xia Mansion. After knowing his potential, the Grand Tutor took Xiaozicheng back. The whole Xia family was very respectful to Xiaozicheng, the 5th-level warrior. Every time Xiaozicheng came back, he would see a group of people in the Xia family waiting for him respectfully. However, when he came back this time, he didn't see it. Housekeeper Xia was escorting the second young master of the Xia family out. There must be someone carrying a red box out. Even Master Xia was very excited, as if he didn't see Xiaozicheng, trying to please his second son. However, the second young master of the Xia family didn't pay attention to him at all. Xiaozicheng didn't know what was going on. He only knew that a group of people surrounded the gate of his house. Xiaozicheng winked at the guard beside him. The guard immediately asked the onlookers. The onlookers around the Xia family were all gossipy people. Naturally, they didn't know Xiaozicheng. When they heard the question, they immediately said excitedly, you mean the second young master of the Xia family? He is a man of God. He has just broken through to the 9th-level warrior. He is one of the few 9th-level warriors in our Jin kingdom. Did you see, he took a big box with many treasures to give to his master. His master is a man of God. Xiaozicheng naturally knew what kind of person his mother's son was. Father Xia had previously wanted his D-son to inherit his mantle, and the D-son himself wanted to learn martial arts. He didn't learn anything for a while. This was also the reason why Xiaozicheng's father brought Xiaozicheng back after learning of his abilities. But how did her younger brother, who was not even a 1st-level warrior, suddenly become a 9th-level warrior? Young Master Xia's master? Come to think of it, you should know her. She is the second young mistress of the Yi residence, the #1 martial goddess of the great Jin dynasty. When that person mentioned the second young mistress of the Yi family, he even put his other hand together to form a 10. The reverence for Yi Xiaohua is obvious. Xiaozicheng stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. He no longer had the face to stay in the Xia family and wait for the Xia family to come back and look at him with strange eyes. He left the Yi family without packing his things. 3 years later, Yi Xiaohua reformed the martial arts of the great Jin dynasty. Advancing from the 1st rank to the 9th rank was just the beginning. Above them were martial saints, martial monarchs, martial emperors, martial gods, and martial saints. Every level had a qualitative change. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one could topple mountains and overturn seas when they reached the martial venerable realm. In the past 3 years, there had been people in the Great Jin dynasty who had advanced to martial monarch. The first young master of the Yi clan and the second young master of the Xia clan were among them. As for those who had become disciples of Yi Xiaohua and the state preceptor, there were many who had reached the level of martial sage. Back then, 9th-ranked warriors were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Now, 9th-ranked warriors were everywhere. What? 1,000 taels? Yi Zhaoyun looked at the merchant in front of her. I used a bunch of pistols to protect your caravan, and you only offered 1,000 taels? Do you think that the assassins of the assassin pavilion are cabbages? Over the past 3 years, as the samurai became stronger, it became more and more difficult to survive in the assassin pavilion. In the past, Yi Zhaoyun, who was incomparably glorious, could only get bodyguards from the assassin pavilion to maintain her current lifestyle. Pistol? The businessman looked at Yi Zhaoyun with disdain. Do you think your pistol is very powerful? Let alone a martial emperor, even a martial saint is faster than your spear. Hiring a martial saint only costs 2,000 taels of silver. If it wasn't for the fact that the Valkyrie forbade her subordinates from accepting business, do you think I would have come to you? Yi Zhaoyun looked at the businessman. If someone dared to speak to her like this in modern times, that person would definitely not be able to live. But, this was not modern, but ancient times. Yi Zhaoyun truly felt that the world had gone crazy. She used to shock the world with her own weapons and did very well in the military camp. Now, even a businessman didn't buy his account. What had happened to this world? Didn't they not have a single martial saint? Martial saints were everywhere, and martial monarchs were no longer rare. Even the imperial advisor's mansion had someone who had broken through to the martial god realm. Thinking of this, Yi Zhaoyun had to endure it. She smiled at this merchant. Right now, her life in the assassin pavilion was the most important. The assassin pavilion, which had once caused a sensation in the dynasty, was now despised by others even for a bodyguard job. Yi Zhaoyun had thought countless times about how she, a gold medal assassin, managed to get to where she was today. Look. That's the Valkyrie's mother, Mrs. Fong. She has already reached the martial lord realm. For a moment, the people outside squeezed each other, just to catch a glimpse of the epidemic prevention granny. However, to the left of Mistress Fong's carriage was the Xia clan's second young master, who was already a martial emperor. On the right was the imperial preceptor's mansion, the imperial preceptor's most trusted subordinate who had also reached the martial monarch realm. Although martial sages were everywhere now. But the number of martial emperors could be counted on one hand. Right now, 2 martial emperors were driving the carriage, and the group of people's eyes were still blazing. Yi Zhaoyun looked at the carriage with the word Yi engraved on the curtain at the bottom of the building. She, who had always been arrogant, also felt a deep sense of regret. Thinking of her previous life in the modern world, she thought that she would do better here than in the modern world, but now she had fallen into such a situation here. Yi Zhaoyun felt that the modern world was like a dream. Yi Xiaohua, who was playing chess with Xianxia, suddenly felt something. 008, quickly leave the world, 008. Don't be like this, I'm scared. This is the first time that Yi Xiaohua has been so active. Just like a child who got a new toy and wanted to experiment with it. The host wouldn't cause trouble, would he? Yi Xiaohua smiled, don't worry, I won't cheat you. After saying that, Yi Xiaohua looked at the person in front of her, see you later. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't say anything. In the next second, his whole body shook, and then his expression fell into confusion. After 10 seconds, he woke up again, and his expression and face didn't change. But if you look closely, you will find that there is a slight change in his eyes. It's exactly the same as Yi Xiaohua on the opposite side. Ding. Complete the first main task, protect Aunt Fong, the system rewards 2,000 points. Complete the second main task, do not let the original owner die tragically, the system rewards 3,000 points. Ding. The 008 system serves the host, 5,000 points have been received, leaving the world. Yi Xiaohua replied with a smile, bingo, 008, forget it, just pretend not to hear it, ***. When she woke up again, Yi Xiaohua found herself sitting at a table with a brush in her hand. There was a piece of white paper on the table. She was very beautiful and neat. Yi Xiaohua stared at the handwriting that didn't look like her own, slightly raised her eyebrows. Ancient, just thinking. A group of people came in from outside. The leader was a middle-aged woman in a purple dress, with a crown on her head. After seeing Yi Xiaohua, she lightly cupped her hands, and then asked, "Great Princess, have you written a policy?" Eldest Princess. Yi Xiaohua thought about this title. Her expression was a little strange in an instant. This was, Yi Xiaohua handed the paper in her hand to the female official. Then she lowered her eyes and began to receive the plot. Her guess was right. This was a very strange world where women were superior. Men were inferior. Women could have 3 husbands and 4 attendants, and men could only be faithful to one. Her current body was the eldest daughter of the empress of the dynasty, eldest Princess Yi Xiaohua. The biological father of the eldest princess was the son of the great general, so she was very favored in the palace. She was also the legal wife of the empress. Empress Yi Qiufeng doted on the eldest princess and the father of the eldest princess very much. In the harem, the eldest princess and her father could be said to be the most powerful existence. Because she was overly doted on by the empress, the eldest princess was usually ignorant and lazy. Whenever there was something, she would call the empress. Empress Feng Nanxian also let her do whatever she wanted and never forced the eldest princess to learn. She also sent all the good things to the eldest princess. Her food and clothes were even better than those of the empress. It could be said that she was the most spoiled in the harem. In the end, she eliminated the public opinion and made the eldest princess the crown prince. Although she had been made the crown prince, in fact, she didn't know anything about governing the country. No one in the imperial court was convinced by the eldest princess. If this was the case, it was nothing. But in fact, the empress was just using the eldest princess and the eldest princess's father, Jun Qing, as a shield. The empress didn't like Jun Qing at all, let alone the daughter born by Jun Qing. What she really liked was Qin Yuming, who was almost invisible in the harem. From the day he entered the palace, the empress doted on Jun Qing very much in order to protect him as a shield for Qin Yuming. Later, Jun Qing only had the eldest princess, and almost no one knew that Qin Yuming followed Jun Qing closely, leaving the second princess, Yiming Xin. The empress loved Yiming Xin and Qin Yuming as if they were her eyes. But she never showed it in front of everyone. In the eyes of others, she doted on Jun Qing and the eldest princess. There were 2 reasons for the empress to do this. First, it could protect Qin Yuming from being hated in the harem. Qin Yuming's status was too low, and he wouldn't be retaliated by the men in the harem. Second, she wanted to stabilize the hearts of the general's mansion. She wanted to let everyone know how good she was to the son of the general's mansion who worked for the dynasty. Now that the general's merits were getting higher and higher, the first princess's reputation in the imperial court was extremely bad. Every official in the imperial court would shake their heads at the mention of this crown prince. The eldest princess was so spoiled by the empress that she had nothing to fear. Under the empress's intentional or unintentional guidance, the second princess was close to the first princess, so the first princess was very good to the second princess. Therefore, with the protection of the first princess, no one dared to bully the second princess, Yiming Xin. The first princess helped the second princess to block many robberies and sneak attacks. He protected the second princess as one of his own. The empress also wholeheartedly invited the prime minister, a great writer of the dynasty, to teach the first princess. The prime minister was unkind. He taught the first princess how to write strategy. However, the first princess was so spoiled by the empress that she couldn't even sit on the chair for an hour. How could she study seriously? Unfortunately, the prime minister arranged homework every other month, which gave the first princess a headache. How could she have learned such things? But she couldn't, but the second princess could. So she took the second princess to listen to the prime minister's lecture. With the second princess, the first princess was drowsy in class every day, but the second princess listened very carefully. The prime minister was not satisfied with the first princess, but he liked the second princess very much, so he acquiesced to the second princess's lecture. Later, when he saw the first princess sleeping, he didn't care about the first princess, but taught the second princess attentively. Once again, in a very important disaster in the imperial court, the prime minister thought of himself and taught the first princess for a month, asking her to write a strategy on the situation. As the crown prince, he couldn't help but know how to run a country, right? However, how could the first princess write such things? She really didn't know anything. She was suddenly confused. At this time, the second princess said to write for the first princess. The first princess couldn't help but be overjoyed. She handed in the homework to the prime minister. Before the second princess listened to the prime minister's lecture, the empress had been teaching the second princess how to run a country. What she said was reasonable, which made people's eyes light up. At a glance, the prime minister knew that this was not written by the first princess. Looking at such a brilliant policy paper, he was astonished. He couldn't help but pass it to the officials. Those people naturally knew that this was not written by the first princess. Seeing the second princess behind the first princess, these officials knelt in front of the imperial study for a day, asking the empress to change the crown prince. At the same time, the Jun family also quelled the war, and the country was at peace. The Jun family was no longer a threat, so the empress naturally agreed to the request of the officials. She made the second princess, Xianxia, the crown prince. Then, the Jun family was wiped out in one fell swoop. When the first princess knew all this, she went to beg the empress, Feng Nanxian. She knew that the empress had always doted on her. However, when she saw the empress was with the second princess and Qin Yuming. The three of them were like an ordinary family of three, getting along very sweetly. The first princess was hit hard. This was not the end. In the end, Jun Qing was banished to the cold palace, and the first princess was beaten to be a commoner. Those who had been trampled under the feet of the first princess came over to ridicule her. Yi Xiaohua received this plot, and she didn't know what to say. She came at the right time. It was when Xianxia helped her write a policy paper, and she wanted to give it to Xianxia. It was also when Xianxia's talent was completely recognized by Xianxia. The empress began to close the net, and pushed her most beloved daughter to the position of crown prince. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua glanced at the female official in purple, the beautiful answer paper in the hands of the prime minister. Xianxia was very considerate, and she even personally made a copy for the original owner. She said that it was an imitation of the original owner's handwriting. The original owner also felt that Xianxia was very considerate. The situation seemed to be beginning to be settled. But that was before she came. Seeing that the prime minister was looking at the paper in his hands, very excited, Yi Xiaohua didn't say anything. She just took out another piece of paper, dipped the brush in ink, thought about the actual situation of the court, and began to write. One by one, the handwriting was revealed. Xianxia wrote a good policy paper, so the officials knelt and begged the emperor to change the crown prince. What if she wrote an even better one? Digression. Well, it's simple and crude. Vote for the red packet. There's still 300 coins left. My dear Yi Xiaohua had experienced too many worlds. As long as she had learned it, it would be stored in her mind. She had been the top scholar. She had taught the top scholar. Although there was nothing in the princess's mind, Yi Xiaohua could write a policy paper based on what she had learned. No matter how outstanding the second princess was, she was only 16 or 17 years old. Yi Qiufeng often had to avoid suspicion, so she didn't teach the second princess much. But the second princess seemed to be gifted. She could infer many things from one instance, as if she was born to learn politics. This made the queen like the second princess more, otherwise she wouldn't stand out among so many people. Yi Xiaohua thought about it while writing. Her handwriting was specially practiced. Her wrist was strong, and the words she wrote were like a dragon. Not looking at the content, the words on the paper were amazing enough. The prime minister was still looking at the beautiful paper in his hand. The more he looked, the more he admired it. Finally, he sat at his desk and found the boy next to him. Did anyone else come here today besides the first princess? When the boy heard this, he was scared and immediately knelt on the ground. He glanced at Yi Xiaohua, who was still sitting at his desk and writing. He kowtowed to the ground and didn't dare to speak. I know even if you don't tell me. Did the second princess come here before? The prime minister put aside the paper in his hand. When the boy heard this, his eyes flashed, but he still didn't speak. The prime minister also knew the cruelty of the first princess, so he didn't embarrass the boy. He waved his hand to let him get up. But his face became gloomy. In fact, when he got the paper, the Prime Minister knew it wasn't written by the first princess. During the month when he taught the first princess was sleeping most of the time. He occasionally assigned several tasks, and every time the first princess handed in a different font. Needless to say, the first princess found someone to write it for her. But after all, it was the first princess that the queen doted on. The Prime Minister had reflected the problem of the first princess to the queen, but the queen didn't have the heart to punish her at all. So later, knowing that Xianxia was fooling him, the Prime Minister didn't report to the queen. Instead, he concentrated on teaching the second princess, who was very outstanding. The Prime Minister felt that he could no longer ignore the princess's brilliance after reading her essay. Eldest princess, the Prime Minister took the policy paper and walked to Xianxia's side. He looked at Xianxia with disappointment and disgust. Did you write this policy paper? You are really foolish beyond measure. I will definitely report this to the Empress and will never teach you again. The Prime Minister had always been gentle and polite. To be able to anger the Prime Minister to this extent in the palace. The guards and palace attendants waiting outside looked at each other in dismay. The teenager who had climbed up from the ground could not help but look up at Xianxia. And Xianxia is also looking up to him. The first princess, who was usually very cruel and impatient, had a different look in her eyes today. Although her face was covered with a lot of powder, her slightly narrowed eyes were especially beautiful. The palace attendant's heartbeat quickened and she immediately lowered her head. The young man was the palace attendant of the first princess. The queen had specially chosen him for the first princess. He had been with the first princess for less than a month. A palace attendant assigned to the first princess was very envious of him, but only the young man knew. He did not like the first princess. He was a palace attendant specially trained by the Empress. Whether it was music, chess, calligraphy, or other aspects, he was not inferior to the sons of the ministers. Therefore, the teenager did not like the first princess who only knew how to eat, drink and be merry every day and was also extremely cruel. Instead, the polite, beautiful and knowledgeable second princess was what he longed for the most. The teenager already knew about the second princess helping the first princess write the policy paper today. Seeing that the Lord was very satisfied with the policy paper, the teenager felt very wronged for the second princess. He hoped that the Prime Minister would not be deceived by the first princess's despicable methods. His mind was full of nonsense. The first princess's light and lazy eyes appeared in his mind. It was really different from the past. The teenager was slightly stunned. No, Xianxia finished writing the last word before answering the Prime Minister. The policy paper in your hand was actually written by my second princess. As she spoke, she put down the brush in her hand. Her words made the teenager and the Prime Minister pause. Both of them thought that Xianxia would be the same as before, shamelessly saying that she wrote it herself. Xianxia blew dry the words on the paper and then handed her answer to the Prime Minister. Teacher, this is my answer. It's getting late, I have to go back and eat with Father June. Looking at the sky, it was already noon. Xianxia handed the paper to the Prime Minister and walked out the door. She was as arrogant and playboy as ever. The teenager saw her leave and hurriedly followed. Before leaving, he looked at the Prime Minister and saw that the Prime Minister was holding the paper that Xianxia gave him. He seemed to be in a daze. The teenager couldn't help but lower his head. His eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. He didn't need to think to know what else the first princess could write. The Prime Minister must have been driven mad by the first princess. The two walked all the way to Jun Qing's palace. In the past, Xianxia would have scolded the Prime Minister for being stubborn or punished the people around her. But today, there was nothing. The palace attendant beside him couldn't help but look at Xianxia. There was no expression on the other's face. Not just expression, but even happiness and anger couldn't be seen. The teenager pursed his lips. There was a sense of unease in his heart. As they turned a corner, they saw a man and a woman painting in a pavilion not far away. There was a table next to them with a piece of chess. It seemed that the two were very skilled at chess. The one holding the brush was a woman wearing a bright yellow dress. The tall man next to her looked at the woman with admiration and adoration. Xianxia's footsteps paused. The man in the pavilion was the Prime Minister's son, Wen Jin. He was also the object of the great princess's admiration. Yesterday, the great princess invited someone to enjoy the flowers. However, when Jean said that he was not feeling well. Today, he was playing chess and painting with the second princess. It was not that he was not feeling well. It was clearly an excuse that he did not want to see the great princess. Thinking of this, the palace servant beside Xianxia turned pale. He immediately stopped talking and knelt on the ground in panic. He did not dare to say anything to annoy Xianxia. "Great princess, I deserve to die." Then, he kowtowed. Xianxia took back her eyes and looked at the palace servant's movements. Wen Jin. Of course, he knew. He was a famous scholar in the capital. He was the prime minister's son. Both his appearance and talent were famous in the capital. He was even the only disciple of a very famous scholar in the capital. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were all top-notch, and there were almost no men in the imperial capital who could rival him. He also broke 2 chess games. Since then, his reputation in the capital was almost unbeatable. Many women were willing to spend a lot of money for him. However, Wen Jin was used to being arrogant. Until this year, he was 17 years old, he had not set a marriage. The prime minister was not in a hurry. When the prime minister was teaching her the theory of policy, the first princess went to the prime minister's mansion and accidentally saw this young man who was raised in the backyard. She fell in love with him at first sight. However, Wen Jin's standards were too high. How could he like a person like the great princess? He had not set a marriage at the age of 17 because his standards were too high. He looked down on anyone until he accidentally saw the second princess's homework in the hands of the prime minister. Wen Jin paid attention to the second princess. He found that the second princess was proficient in everything. Not only in the theory of policy, but also in chess, calligraphy, and painting. They had the same interests and hobbies. Because of this, Wen Jin, who had always been dismissive of women, had a different feeling for the second princess. Every time the great princess asked the empress for a token to go out of the palace to see Wen Jin in the prime minister's mansion, he would politely refuse. It was the same yesterday. She just didn't expect that after rejecting the first princess, she would have a pleasant conversation with the second princess the next day. Xiaohua's palace attendant knelt on the ground, and his body trembled slightly. He didn't have to think about it. He knew that the great princess was going to be angry again. This time, he didn't know how many people would suffer. "You get up." There was no trace of anger on Xiaohua's face. She just looked down at the palace attendant. When he spoke, his voice was lazy and lazy. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a playful smile. The palace attendant didn't expect that Xiaohua didn't vent her anger on her. She was stunned for a while before she reacted. Then she looked up at Xiaohua in a daze. At this time, the other party didn't have the slightest sense of violence in the past. The midday sun shone on her face, accentuating her lazy expression. For the first time, the palace attendant felt that the first princess was not so scary. It was completely different from what the others had described. He even plucked up his courage and asked, "First princess, aren't you angry?" Xiaohua withdrew her gaze, as if she did not see the 2 people in the pavilion who were deeply in love with each other. Hearing this, she casually said, "Angry? These 2 are a tortoise and a tortoise, a perfect match. Why should I be angry?" The palace attendant following behind looked at Xiaohua's back, and the strange feeling in his heart became more serious. The first princess was angry because she was scolded, and now she was stimulated by the second princess. Was she crazy? The second princess and young master Wen Jin were extremely compatible in terms of identity and appearance. If these 2 people were tortoises and tortoises, who else in the capital was not a tortoise and tortoise? Thinking of this, the palace attendant withdrew his gaze. But thinking of young master Wen Jin's approach, he was actually a little envious. If he could, he also wanted to be as willful as young master Wen Jin, and did not have to listen to the cruel words of the first princess. After all, there was a perfect candidate for a wife like the second princess. Who would choose the first princess? The second princess was talented and beautiful. She was modest and polite. She was also very polite to men. She never looked down on men because she was a woman. In the future, the harem would be clean, and there would be few servants. The first princess was different. She was a playboy and capricious. She chose a palace attendant who was good-looking. In the future, the harem would be filled with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Who would want to choose such a playboy as a wife? Thinking of this, the palace attendant beside Xianxia looked back at Wen Jin and the second princess. His eyes were bright with envy and jealousy. And in the pavilion, Yi Mingxin put down the weasel hair brush in her hand. A peony painting was lifelike. Yi Mingxin was not old, only 16 or 17 years old, but her painting skills were excellent. This peony painting was a treasure worth collecting outside. Wen Jin stared at this peony painting for a long time and was reluctant to look away. Wen Jin admits defeat. The second princess really deserves her reputation. He also made a bow, and his eyes did not hide his admiration and a little love. The second princess immediately helped him up. Her movements were very polite. Wen Jin, you don't have to be so polite. Your go skills are also out of my reach. Both of them had their own merits. Wen Jin looked at the gentle and very outstanding woman in front of him and thought that there was no such outstanding woman in the whole capital. As the two were talking, the second princess suddenly looked in one direction and sighed slightly. Isn't that the royal sister? Why is she serving in the punishment palace again? The second princess's royal sister was the first princess. Hearing this name, Wen Jin subconsciously frowned. However, following the second princess's gaze, she saw the scene of the palace attendant kneeling to Yi Xiaohua. There was no trace of respect between his eyebrows. Instead, he was very cold. The royal sister. The second princess saw that Yi Xiaohua quickly left with the palace attendant. Naturally, she thought that the other party fled. Today is the day when the prime minister will check the results of her policy paper, the second princess said worriedly. I don't know if the royal sister finished writing last night. If I knew, I would have finished it with her. Wen Jin looked at the second princess and her face softened a lot. Second princess, did you accompany the first princess to write the policy paper last night? Sure enough. Hearing the princess's answer, Wen Jin's slightly lowered eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. She used the same trick to trick the princess into writing a policy for her again. But the princess's wonderful plan this time was going to be in vain. Wen Jin sneered and then said goodbye to the princess. Princess, since the princess is out, my father must be out too. I want to leave the palace with him. The princess saw Wen Jin's eyes and the smile on her face deepened. But she didn't show it. Well, Wen Jin, let me walk you out. The two waited at the palace gate for half an hour and didn't see the prime minister. The princess asked the maid beside her to ask and found out that the prime minister had already left the palace. Wen Jin felt strange. This was the first time the prime minister didn't wait for him here. Did something happen to make his mother forget to wait for him? Finally, Wen Jin said goodbye to the princess, left the palace, and returned to the prime minister's mansion. Where is my mother? Wen Jin walked to the prime minister's study with familiarity. The guard in charge of the study didn't stop Wen Jin. Among the young ladies and young masters in the prime minister's mansion, only Wen Jin was allowed to enter the prime minister's study. Young master, the prime minister went to see Minister Li, the guard answered respectfully. Wen Jin nodded. Then he went straight to the study. His mother went to the palace today and must have accepted the princess's homework. He also wanted to know what the princess wrote this time. While thinking, he went into the study. The desk was very clean. There was only a piece of paper full of words on it. Wen Jin was shocked by the handwriting on the paper even though she hadn't seen the content yet. The next second, he saw the title of the flood. Wen Jin didn't need to think to know that this must be the homework his mother gave to the princess. Wen Jin didn't think much and took the paper. He had read the second princess's policy treatise before. But this time, he had a different feeling. Holding the paper, Wen Jin was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. He read for almost 10 minutes before he put it down reluctantly. For a moment, he almost wanted to take the paper back to his room and hide it. This time, the handwriting was different from the last time. Presumably, the handwriting last time was written by the second princess who could imitate the first princess's handwriting. Thinking of this, Wen Jin looked at the paper with an even more passionate gaze. He did not expect the second princess to be so talented. No wonder his mother almost forgot about him. He left the palace and went to the minister as soon as he came back. It should be because of the far-sighted suggestions from above. He didn't expect that the flood could be dealt with from this aspect. Wen Jin took a few deep breaths before she managed to calm herself down from her excitement. After a long time, the flush on her face slowly dissipated. As soon as he walked out of the study, his admiration for the second princess deepened. Speaking of Xianxia's side, the imperial palace was actually very big, and she estimated that she had walked for nearly 10 minutes before she reached Jun Qing's chambers. When Xianxia went in, the queen was also there. She was talking to Jun Qing gently with her head down. He even patted the back of Jun Qing's hand. Mother Queen, Jun Fu. Xianxia thought about the temperament of the original owner, casually made a salute, and stood up with a very angry expression. Mother Queen, it's good that you are here. The queen looked at Xianxia and said with great affection, Xianxia, what do you want, just tell the queen. Jun Qing frowned, Queen, you can't spoil her like this, it doesn't matter, Xianxia is my first princess. If I don't spoil her, who else can I spoil? The queen smiled slightly. Xianxia smiled and raised her eyebrows. It's Yi Mingxin. She clearly knows that I like Wen Jin. Today, she even secretly asked Wen Jin out behind my back. Help me teach her a lesson. Suddenly hearing Xianxia's words, the queen's smile became a little twisted in an instant. Teach Mingxin a lesson? Xianxia, aren't you good sisters with Mingxin? Not anymore. I hate her. Xianxia carelessly hooked her lips. Relying on the queen's love, she acted recklessly and looked directly at the palace maid Lan beside the queen. Lan, you also think Yi Mingxin is too much, right? You go to Qin Fei and tell her to put Yi Mingxin in confinement for 3 days. Fine, you have to pretend to spoil me on the surface, right? Then you can watch how I act as the person you want to protect. Lan was the first confidant of Queen Yi Qiufeng. The queen would not hide anything from her. Lan naturally knew that the queen doted on the first princess only on the surface. What she really put in her heart was the second princess and Qin Fei, who did not show up in the harem. According to the queen's attitude towards these two people, it could be said that she put these two people on the top of her heart. As for the first princess and Jun Qing, they were just the sons of the target. The second princess and those two people were the pearls behind the target. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lan just lowered her head and did not echo Xianxia's words. When the queen heard Xianxia's words, she held Jun Qing's hand tightly. Her eyelashes drooped slightly to hide the fierceness at the bottom of her eyes. Her eldest daughter was really tired of living. After that, Jun Qing turned to the queen, Queen, don't listen to Xianxia's words, she needs to be cleaned up. The queen just smiled. Then she gently comforted Jun Qing, Xianxia is still a child, don't be too harsh on her. Jun Fu, who told you that I was angry with the adults? Xianxia sat on the chair. In fact, Xianxia didn't have to pretend to be arrogant. She was used to being arrogant. As long as she acted in her true colors, she would make people hate her teeth. Looking at her action, her palace attendant standing at the door slightly lowered her eyes. She felt unworthy for the second princess. Jun Qing heard Xianxia's words. If the queen was not still there, she couldn't help but twist Xianxia's ears. Didn't she make you angry? How could the prime minister leave? Maybe she was shocked by my amazing talent. She didn't expect that there was such a great man as me in the world. She doubted her life and left the palace to calm down? Xianxia smiled. Hearing her boastful words, he was stunned. Especially when there was no one in the room looking at her. Jun Qing was embarrassed and wanted to cover her mouth. He naturally knew what his daughter was like. He was also moved by her talent. Why didn't this daughter go to heaven, anyway? He held back the riot in his heart. Jun Qing looked back at the queen very gently, in fact, very twisted. Queen, I heard that General Xianxia is back today. You should go back to see him first. Xianxia heard the name and raised her eyebrows. The queen smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll go back first. For Xianxia's words, the queen did not believe a word. She spoiled her daughter, how could she not know, eating, drinking, and having fun all day. She had to choose a good-looking maid. She really had a big face. Wait, Queen, you have to remember to help me teach the second sister a lesson. Yi Xiaohua said in the back. The Empress took a deep breath. Her lowered eyes were filled with coldness, but she concealed it very well. Then, she turned around and said, "All right, I'll go to Qin Fei's now and put her in confinement for 3 days. What do you think?" "Not bad, don't let me see her." Yi Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction. Under the sun, the queen looked at Yi Xiaohua and smiled. Once she left Jun Qing's chambers, her face darkened. "This eldest daughter of mine really lives up to her name of stupidity," the Empress said with a dark expression. Enailan lowered her head slightly. "Everything has been arranged. I sent someone to keep an eye on the first princess last night." As expected, she asked the second princess to help her write the policy. Now the prime minister has been angered by her and left. The second princess has your advice, and she is very smart. The prime minister is a loyal minister, so he must know what he wants to do. Hearing Enailan's words, the Empress's expression relaxed a lot. "You're right. The two of them won't be able to be smug for long." With that, she strode forward. Enailan, who was standing behind him, glanced at the imperial attendant's chamber. Her gaze was filled with mockery and sympathy. In the entire palace, anyone with a discerning eye would have already seen through the situation. However, the two from the Fengyi Palace really thought that the Empress doted on them. As the confidant of Empress Feng Nanxian, Enailan knew very well that Qin Yuming was not only doted on by the Empress. His nephew, Qin Xianyun, had broken the tradition of female generals and became the first male general to be brave and skillful in battle. At the age of 20, he had already become a brave general. He was many times more powerful than the female generals of the Jun family. Now, the Jun family was no longer the sole leader in the army. On the contrary, because of Qin Shuanyun's superior martial arts, he had defeated the barbarians in the north. His reputation in the army was like the sun at high noon, and the Jun family was far behind him. Now, Qin Xianyun had returned to the capital. When the time came, the two from the Fengyi Palace would not be in a good situation. At that time, Qin Yuming and the second princess would be protected by the Empress inside the palace, and the brave general outside the palace. Who would dare to do anything to them? Now, anyone with a discerning eye knew that the Qin family was no longer the Qin family of the past. The second princess had also begun to show her sharpness, and the Qin family was no longer to be trifled with. But at this time, the first princess did not know anything, and made the second princess feel bad. Wasn't this rushing to die? No wonder the Empress was so angry. The Empress and Enailan left. In the Fengyi Palace, Jun Qing was still having a headache over his daughter. "Xiaohua, what do you want your father to do?" "Your father finally begged the Empress to let the Prime Minister teach you political affairs. Why don't you listen to anything? You are now the Crown Prince. If you still act like a playboy, who in the court will obey you? Now, the Prime Minister has been angered by you and left. Other people are easy to say, but I don't know how to make her calm down." Jun Qing tried his best to persuade him. As he spoke, he sighed again. But he knew that his daughter would definitely not listen. She had been spoiled by the Empress, and she had never known the immensity of heaven and earth. It was strange that she could listen to his words. Jun Qing had just heard that the policy paper was written by the second princess. He did not need to ask to know that Yi Xiaohua must have forced the second princess to write a policy paper again, which was seen through by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was angered by her playboy and must have taught Yi Xiaohua a lesson before he left. She was angry at the Prime Minister, so she came back to let the Empress teach the second princess a lesson. "Father, why are you sighing?" The Empress and Enailan left. Yi Xiaohua leaned on the back of the chair and casually poured herself a cup of tea. She looked very lazy and did not look like a playboy at all. "Don't worry, before tomorrow, the Prime Minister will come to see me." "Dream on." Jun Qing was so angry that he laughed. Minister Li was busy dealing with the flood. Seeing the Prime Minister, he immediately looked up and said in surprise, "Prime Minister, do you know? Just now, the second princess sent someone to send a post. It said where to build a dam to block the flood and how to dredge it." It made me suddenly see the light. I did not expect the second princess to have such great talent. The Prime Minister did not speak. He took out a copy of the policy paper from his sleeve. Minister, take a look at this. Digression, the monthly red stamp was not finished yet. Hua Hua put in the remaining XX coins. My babies, quickly collect them. Goddess, she sent a red packet. Ha ha ha, tonight, I almost didn't finish the last chapter. This year's flood was beyond Minister Li's expectation. The people in the Ministry of Revenue almost wanted to stay in the government office every night. Minister Li didn't have time to care about other things at all. He was wholeheartedly looking through the records of the floods of previous years. A letter sent by the second princess solved his urgent problem. It couldn't be said that the second princess's solution was the best, but at her age, she had this kind of understanding and reaction so quickly. Minister Li was full of gratitude to the second princess, especially in this urgent time. Seeing that the Prime Minister rushed over because of a policy paper, Minister Li took it and read it. Yi Xiaohua had a certain understanding of floods in the previous few worlds. In ancient times, except for large-scale wars, the biggest disaster was this kind of natural disaster. Especially after the flood, the disease was simply uncontrollable. Most people thought of building a dam to store water. Then it was to transfer the residents along the Yellow River to the maximum extent. Everyone knew this. It was like a general talking on paper. Anyone could say it, but it was too difficult to carry it out. Because of the scouring of the river, many places had changed the terrain. The flood was still rampant. The officials sent by the court didn't dare to go to the most serious places. Now, there were more than 10 million reported dead and missing people. Yi Xiaohua's solution was generated through the simulation of the map in her mind. The crooked river was the most direct cause of the flood, so the most important thing was to dredge it. Build a dam to store water. If the rain was heavy and the dam was destroyed, what awaited all the people was a destructive death. Transferring the river, planting trees, and solving the problem from the root of soil desertification was the most fundamental solution. This had never been proposed in the dynasty. Minister Li's eyes brightened when she saw it. She grabbed the policy paper written by the Prime Minister and couldn't help but stand up. Prime Minister, this policy paper was written by you? The Prime Minister shook his head. It was the eldest princess. The eldest princess? The smile on Minister Li's face gradually disappeared, and then became serious. Are you sure? It was written under my nose. It was the first time since ancient times to propose the fundamental management method. The Prime Minister said. The Prime Minister naturally wouldn't lie about this matter. What's more, the Prime Minister was famous for his loyalty. He was the kind of person who didn't care about anything. Minister Li narrowed his eyes as he looked at the policy paper in his hands. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Was such an outstanding policy paper really written by the first princess? The first princess was loved by the Empress since she was born. When she was 5 years old, the second princess was already reading history books. Because of her laziness, she didn't want to get up and didn't go to class with the Prime Minister every day, so she could only read at the age of 5. Compared to ordinary people, this could be considered outstanding, but this was the imperial family. Back then, the Empress could handle government affairs at the age of 9. Not to mention the Empress, even compared with the second princess, she was not very outstanding. In general, the growth of the first princess was extremely poor in the eyes of the officials. Knowing that the first princess was not very outstanding in all aspects, the ministers were quite critical of the queen's choosing the first princess as the crown prince. Minister Li did not expect the first princess to be able to write such a traceable policy essay. Was it because the first princess had been hiding it before, or was it just a moment of inspiration? She didn't know. But even if it was written by the first princess, she didn't expect much from the first princess. A temporary state was not enough to change her impression of Yi Xiaohua. It was like a volcano erupting and instantly extinguishing, no different from ordinary mediocre people. The first princess was too unstable. Who knew if she would go to drink again in the next second? Minister Li was not like the Prime Minister. He saw Yi Xiaohua write it with his own eyes. It was only half an hour in total. But these prime ministers also knew that no one would believe them if they said it. She just took a deep look at Minister Li. If Minister Li took a look at the first princess's calligraphy, he would not have such an expression now. However, Minister Li still took this policy essay to the ministers. At the moment, these people were still looking through the files. Zhang Lu was the imperial envoy responsible for the flood. When Minister Li received the letter from the second princess, he sent a copy to Zhang Lu. When they came, these people were still discussing the flood. Lord Zhang, there were also a lot of sages and capable people who came out of the flood this time. Do you have any special preference? When Zhang Lu heard it, she smiled. Well, the second princess. The person who asked the question brightened up. You think the same as me? The second princess had always been outstanding among all the empress's children. These ministers knew that the empress had always favored the first princess, but when they knew that the empress had made the first princess the crown prince, they were more or less unwilling. Now the situation in the court was very complicated. Except for the neutral ones, basically all supported the second princess. Zhang Lu now could not wait to see the second princess make a political achievement, then they would have the position to let the empress change the crown prince. Minister Li looked down at the policy paper the prime minister had given her. Everyone in the room would go crazy if she were to take it. She knocked on the door with a complicated feeling in her heart. Let's not talk about the flood here. After Qin Xianyun saw Yi Qiufeng on this side, Yi Qiufeng let him see Qin Fei. Enai Lan personally took Qin Xianyun to Qin Yoming's bedroom, which showed how high Qin Xuanyun's position in the empress's heart was. The empress was the first male general in the dynasty. It was said that his martial arts skills were superb, and the barbarians would retreat when they heard his name. This person was a human meat grinder on the battlefield. Along the way, countless palace maids and palace attendants looked up at Qin Xianyun. When they met his dark eyes, they were so scared that their heads dropped. As expected, it was full of hostility. But that face was like that of a banished immortal. Those palace maids who were used to seeing all kinds of handsome men in the harem couldn't help but blush. General Qin, Qin Fei, and the second princess are inside. After Enai Lan informed the people in Qin Yoming's palace, she bowed respectfully to Qin Xianyun. The second princess is under house arrest, so she can't come out to greet you, General. Please forgive her. As she spoke, Enai Lan lowered her head and pulled out a smile. Qin Xianyun was Qin Yoming's nephew, and he was Yimingxin's cousin. The Qin family's status in the imperial city was very low, but because of Qin Xianyun, it rose. It could be said that the real power in Qin Xuanyun's hands was something that even the empress was afraid of. However, the empress did not trust the Yi family, but trusted Qin Xianyun very much. The current second princess was not the second princess who could be bullied by everyone. Those who wanted to offend her had to think about their own status. If Qin Xianyun knew that the second princess was under house arrest by the empress for no reason, the empress would probably lose a layer of skin. Enai Lan was the empress's confidant. She knew that the empress favored the second princess the most. Naturally, she stood on the side of the second princess, so this move was also to show her face in front of Qin Xianyun and the second princess. She thought that after she finished speaking, Qin Xianyun would ask who it was. Unexpectedly, Qin Xuanyun's expression didn't change at all, and he just went in. Enai Lan stood at the door, looking very confused. This was different from General Qin, who was said to love the second princess very much. Qin Xianyun didn't know what Enai Lan was thinking at all. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. After entering the door and seeing Qin Yuming and the second princess, he bowed slightly. Greetings, Qin Fei, the second princess. Although he said so, there was no fluctuation in his slightly lowered eyes. In his previous life, even the emperor couldn't receive such a big bow from him, and the emperor was very polite to him. After he woke up a year ago, he came to such a world, and nothing could stop his footsteps. Xianyun, how was the expedition this time? The Qin family's genes were really good. Qin Yuming was a very standard handsome man, otherwise, he wouldn't have become the white moonlight in the heart of the empress. Our Qin family owes you a lot. Mingxin is also here. You two cousins have been very close since you were young. This time you can have a good chat. Qin Yuming didn't have any impression of this nephew before. He only knew that he had always paid attention to Yimingxin. At that time, the Qin family was small, and Qin Yuming didn't think of Qin Xianyun as the second princess's servant. Wen Jin was pleasing to his eyes. Now it was different. Qin Xianyun had such a high status now, and now the Qin family relied on him. Qin Yuming didn't dare to underestimate this nephew. The most important thing was, now that Qin Xianyun had jumped over the danger, Qin Yuming felt that he was almost out of breath just standing in front of Qin Xianyun. It was terrible. General is really powerful, even the barbarians are so afraid of you. When the second princess saw Qin Xianyun, her eyes also lit up. She didn't expect that after a year, Qin Xianyun had become completely different from before. The second princess grew up in the palace, and she was also a smart person. She knew how to observe people since she was a child, otherwise, she wouldn't have been dormant for so many years. How could he not see that his cousin used to secretly admire him? However, at that time, how could she have fallen for the lowly, timid, and inflexible young Master Qin? However, she didn't reject him. Instead, she kept him in suspense. In fact, the second princess enjoyed this feeling very much. A year ago, Qin Xianyun suddenly wanted to join the army. How could a man join the army? The Qin clan objected. He left just like that. Then, on the battlefield, he single-handedly fought against thousands of soldiers and horses, becoming famous in one battle, shocking the entire imperial capital. He really didn't expect that Qin Xianyun would change so much in just 1 year. The members of the Qin family didn't look ugly. It was just that Qin Xianyun was very rigid in the past. Now, Qin Xianyun had an inexplicable noble and mysterious aura, like the clouds in the sky, unreachable. The second princess had to admit that even Wen Jin was far from being able to compete with such a Qin Xianyun. The two of them were not on the same level. As she spoke, she naturally held on to Qin Xuanyun's arm. However, before her hand could touch it, Qin Xianyun avoided it. He raised his head coldly and said, "Qin Fei, second princess, if there is nothing else, I will go back first." The second princess's hand stopped in midair. She was obviously very surprised by Qin Xuanyun's action. You. Before seeing Qin Xianyun, the second princess was still worried about what to do if she was entangled by Qin Xianyun. But after seeing Qin Xianyun, she didn't have this idea at all. She even wanted to take the initiative to get close to him. If her husband was such a person, compared with Wen Jin, it seemed that he was not much worse. She thought a lot, but she didn't expect that Qin Xianyun would take the initiative to avoid her. Qin Xianyun took a step back, then leaned slightly and left Qin Fei's bedroom. After going out, he sighed slightly. He originally thought that the second princess would be the person he was looking for. He didn't expect that at a glance, he knew that it wasn't. But he wasn't looking forward to it. After all, the second princess's style of life was completely different from that person. If that person was in this world. In Qin Fei's bedroom. Qin Yuming deliberately left time for the second princess and Qin Xianyun to be alone. He didn't expect to see the second princess alone at the table after ordering the royal chef to prepare the meal. "Mingxin, where is Xianyun?" Qin Yuming was a little confused. It was not easy to get along with Yi Mingxin alone. Qin Xianyun shouldn't leave, right? What was going on? The second princess also felt very strange. He left the palace. Qin Yuming asked, "Did you say that you are under house arrest now?" No, the second princess shook her head. "I didn't remember." "Let's talk about it next time." "Remember," Qin Yuming sneered. "The eldest princess has been bullying you with the Yi family. Now that our backer is back, wait and see." Yi Xiaohua naturally didn't know that Qin Yuming and the second princess were scheming against her. In the past, in order to show her love, the empress went to see Yi Xiaohua and Jun Qing once a day. After the morning court the next day, she came again. However, because Qin Xianyun came back, the empress had a trump card. In addition, Yi Xiaohua punished Yi Mingxin last time, which made the empress's anger towards Yi Xiaohua reach the extreme. Therefore, this time when she saw Yi Xiaohua and Jun Qing, she didn't have a warm smile on her face as before. She was even very cold. "You didn't go to learn from the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister today?" The Empress looked at Yi Xiaohua, and for the first time, she said, "The envoy of the Nanman Kingdom will come tomorrow. If he sees that the Crown Prince is like this, what will they think of us?" Even Junqing was frightened by such a strict empress. The teenager next to Yi Xiaohua immediately knelt down with a plop. Most people couldn't bear the empress's anger. The teenager only hoped that the empress wouldn't vent her anger on him. He was even more resentful of Yi Xiaohua's idleness. He also resented why he wasn't Yi Mingxin's palace maid. Empress, Xiaohua. Junqing reacted and wanted to speak. You shut up. The empress looked at Yi Xiaohua sternly. Your second sister handed the prime minister a very good proposal on the flood yesterday, which made the Ministry of Revenue very happy. This morning, she said that there will be no more floods in the Yellow River within 10 years. Look at you, you are not stingy all day long. What do you look like? When can you be like your second sister? Hearing the empress say that the second princess's policy was so effective, Junqing's eyes widened. It was at this time that Junqing's confidant bowed respectfully outside. Empress, the prime minister is outside asking to see you. After that, the empress looked at Yi Xiaohua again and waved her hand irritably. This time, don't make the prime minister angry. But she was also very confused. She came here directly after the court session. She didn't inform anyone else. How did the prime minister know that she was here? Although she was confused, the empress didn't ask and waited for the prime minister to come. Yi Xiaohua heard the empress's words and couldn't help sneering in her heart. Not to mention that she wrote a paper and handed it to the prime minister. Today, the officials in the court would never mention the second princess. Even if they did, they would just skim over it. Why was the empress so clear? But because she had already told the second princess in advance. In order to suppress her, the empress really tried her best. Kneeling on one side, Yi Xiaohua's palace attendant heard the empress say that the second princess proposed to manage the flood to benefit the people and let the officials praise it. He was very excited. He couldn't help but look up at the empress. His hometown was widely affected by floods. This flood, he was very anxious. He didn't know how his parents and elder sister were at home and worried about their lives. Now hearing the empress say that the flood could be controlled, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. His worship of the second princess had reached the extreme. Junqing let out a long sigh. He had nothing to be picky about the excellent second princess. But the empress's attitude today surprised him. He glanced at his daughter who didn't seem to care about anything. Forget it, it seemed that his daughter was really not suitable for this position. Now the policy proposed by the second princess was accepted by the officials. His daughter was not a little worse than her. Junqing also had his own thoughts. Yi Xiaohua didn't care. She just glanced at the palace attendant beside her. Do you like my second sister very much? She held her chin with one hand and smiled at the palace attendant. Since yesterday, she found that the palace attendant's eyes always glanced at Yi Mingxin. In fact, in the original plot, although the palace attendant didn't have much plot, after the original owner lost power, he immediately left the original owner and searched all his connections. Finally, he became a palace attendant in Yi Mingxin's palace. He silently admired Yi Mingxin and blocked a path for Yi Mingxin. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, the maid's body trembled even more. Big princess, I dare not. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xiaohua withdrew her gaze, her tone was very cold. Since you like my second royal sister so much, go and serve her. First princess. The palace attendant looked up immediately. There was no surprise in her eyes. Instead, she was terrified. Yi Xiaohua took a sip of tea. Don't worry, I won't hold on to your little pigtail. I will tell the steward to let her transfer a few maids to me. Go back. The palace attendant hears Yi Xiaohua's words. His heart skipped a beat. What the first princess said seemed to be true. Thinking of this, the palace attendant's eyes lit up, and he immediately kowtowed, concealing the ecstasy in his eyes. His fingers were trembling. He had been in the palace for a month, and his only regret was that he could not serve the second princess. Now that the first princess had given him a chance, the palace attendant immediately retreated. All of this was naturally not noticed by the empress, Junqing, and the others. When he left, the prime minister in a purple official robe hurried over. First princess. The prime minister came in. As soon as he spoke, he saw the empress sitting on the main seat and an Elan beside her. Empress? He was stunned for a moment before he respectfully saluted the Empress. The Empress looked at the Prime Minister and couldn't help but say, "Isn't the Prime Minister here for me?" This. The Prime Minister hesitated for a moment. She was an honest person and naturally didn't know how to flatter. He said directly, "Yes, Your Majesty, I came to see the first princess today." "What do you want to see the first princess for?" The Empress pursed her lips and said sternly, "Your Majesty, tell me honestly, did the first princess do something to make you angry again? If so, you must tell me honestly. She is used to being stubborn, which is different from Ming Xian. I heard that Ming Xian gave Minister Li a letter to deal with the flood this time." The Empress was naturally very clear about the first princess's personality. The Prime Minister came to see the first princess, how could it be a good thing? Presumably, the first princess made trouble again. The more she thought about it, the more it came down to yesterday's exam. Lan heard this and looked at the first princess who was still sitting comfortably on the chair. She couldn't help but shake her head. From today onwards, the first princess and Jun Qing's situation would take a nosedive. Hearing the Empress's words, the Prime Minister raised his head in surprise. "Your Majesty, the first princess did not make me angry. Not only did she not, but the flood this time was according to the first princess's policy. Minister Li and the others have just announced this matter and wanted to wait a few days for the results to be obvious before telling you the good news," the Prime Minister said respectfully. He didn't know that his words shocked the Empress so much that her eyeballs almost popped out. "Your Majesty, what did you say?" Not to mention the Empress, even Lan and Jun Qing couldn't believe what they heard. Jun Qing even used his hands to pick his ears. Then, he pulled up his sleeves and pinched himself hard to make sure that he didn't hear wrongly. The Prime Minister explained again, thought for a moment, and took out the policy paper he carried with him. "Your Majesty, this is the policy paper written by the first princess. It's no worse than the one written by the new champion." The Empress took the policy paper from the Prime Minister's hands and glanced at it. Her whole body stiffened. "I didn't expect the first princess to have such talent." The Prime Minister bowed to the Empress in shame. "Now I understand the Empress's painstaking efforts. I am ashamed." Hearing the Prime Minister's words, the Empress's mouth twitched stiffly. "Is that so, Xiaohua? I was wrong about you. Tomorrow you will attend as usual." "Painstaking efforts? What painstaking efforts?" She looked at the first princess who was looking at her indifferently. Her eyes were hazy. Then came the pain of being slapped in the face. She had just reprimanded the first princess for not being as good as the second princess. She didn't expect the Prime Minister to slap her in the face. When the Empress left, Jun Qing still couldn't believe it. "First princess, I still don't understand what you said." The Prime Minister was suspicious of the Empress's attitude. But thinking of her thirst for knowledge, she immediately put the paper on the table and discussed it with Yi Xiaohua. Originally, the Prime Minister also thought that the first princess was a dabbler. But the more she discussed, the more respect she had for the first princess. In the end, it turned into awe. Jun Qing watched as the Prime Minister bowed respectfully to Yi Xiaohua, and Yi Xiaohua responded very casually. He was in a trance as if he was in a dream. What kind of person was the Prime Minister? Right now, the Yi family was not as powerful as the Prime Minister. How could she be so respectful to Yi Xiaohua? After Yi Xiaohua drove away the palace attendants, she didn't recruit new palace maids. She wasn't used to the days when someone would stare at her when she opened her eyes. But today, the prince of the Nanman kingdom surrendered and came to the capital. Jun Qing specially prepared clothes for Yi Xiaohua. Because of yesterday's performance, he didn't know what to say to Yi Xiaohua now, and he didn't have time to ask his doubts. He just said, "Today, General Xianxia is also present. He is the cousin of the second princess. He has a good relationship with the second princess since childhood. Today, you must not provoke the second princess." Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua's hand tied the belt stopped. "Wait, Jun Fu, who did you say?" The cousin of the second princess, Qin Xianyun. Jun Qing knew that his daughter didn't care much about the affairs of the court, and he was not surprised. "Your grandfather said that Qin Xuanyun's martial arts are very strong, and his means are very mysterious. The Yi family is now completely unable to fight against the Qin family. In the past, no matter how you look at the second princess, I don't care, but today, don't. Oh. Yi Xiaohua just reacted. She snorted. It was quite powerful. Brave general, Jun Qing thought that his daughter couldn't listen anymore, so he took her to the palace banquet. When they arrived at the palace door, unfortunately, they met the second princess. Yi Mingxin and Qin Yuming used to be very low-key. They tried not to provoke Yi Xiaohua and Jun Qing, but today was different. Jun Qing's rank and status were higher than Qin Yuming's. When the two of them met, naturally, one of them had to avoid them. However, today, Qin Yuming just glanced at Jun Qing indifferently. He didn't take Jun Qing seriously at all. The second princess. The palace attendant beside her whispered to remind the second princess. The second princess saw the man in armor not far away and smiled carelessly. Don't worry, now she will not dare to provoke us. Does she still think that we are the Qin family of the past? Digression, good night today. I don't know why I can't bend my ring finger. When I bend it, it hurts very much. It's not easy to type on the keyboard. I'll ask my classmate, my finger was smashed. Oh, good night, babies. Yi Mingxin couldn't stand it anymore. It was clear that she and her father were the most favored ones in the palace. It was clear that she was better than Yi Xiaohua, but it was Yi Xiaohua and Jun Qing who were the center of attention and glory. Every time she saw Yi Xiaohua being spoiled and arrogant, and those palace servants and ministers bowing to Yi Xiaohua, she wanted to stand in front of Yi Xiaohua and tell her that she was just a shield used by the empress to confuse other people in the palace. But she had to endure it every time and just watch Yi Xiaohua strut around in front of them. Thinking that every time the people in the palace said that they had climbed up to Yi Xiaohua and how lucky they were to be protected by Yi Xiaohua, she wanted to shout out that it was Yi Xiaohua who had benefited from her. If it weren't for her, how could the empress spoil those two ignorant people so much? This thought had been hovering in her mind for more than a day or two. At the moment, the situation she and the empress had set up was clear. To her surprise, Qin Shuanyan's rise made her more confident. Plus the prime minister's power. Yi Mingxin clearly understood that the Yi family's power was gone. At the thought of this, she wanted to laugh and couldn't wait to tell Yi Xiaohua all this. Second princess, Qin Fei, you are blocking the door and blocking the way of the empress and the eldest princess. Are you trying to commit treason? An arrogant and domineering female voice sounded. Yi Xiaohua glanced sideways and saw a young girl dressed in a bright blue outfit walking over with large strides. She held a whip in her hand and pointed at Qin Yuming and Yi Mingxin as she spoke. Yi Mingxin and Qin Yuming looked at each other. Or was it that the Jun family were all boorish? About half of the people in the harem could see the situation clearly now. Only Yi Xiaohua and the Jun family were fooled by the empress. They thought that the Jun family and Yi Xiaohua were favored. This girl in blue was the eldest miss of the Jun family, Jun Yiling, who was also a general in the army. Although she was also brave and good at fighting, because she was in the same era as Qin Xianyun, she was suppressed by his brilliance until now, and her achievements were very little. Now the identity of the eldest princess and the identity of the empress still existed. Yi Mingxin and Qin Yuming originally thought that Jun Qing and Yi Xiaohua didn't dare to speak again after being scolded by the empress and the prime minister. They didn't expect Jun Yiling to be so blind. They endured the humiliation and smiled insincerely at Yi Xiaohua and Jun Qing. Jun Yiling did not reply to Yi Mingxin and Yi Xiaohua. He used his whip to point at the palace attendant behind Yi Mingxin and said to Yi Xiaohua, Biaomei, isn't this the palace attendant that has always been following behind you? The face of the youth who was originally following behind Yi Xiaohua was really quite good-looking. In terms of face alone, he could be compared to Wen Jin. Therefore, Jun Yiling had only seen him a few times, but he remembered his face very clearly. Hearing this, the young man's face paled. He immediately knelt down, his body trembling. After being driven out by Yi Xiaohua yesterday, she was handed over to Yi Mingxin by the palace maid who was in charge of matters in the palace that night. And Yi Mingxin didn't think that he used to be Yi Xiaohua's palace attendant and despised him. She also let him be a personal attendant, which made the teenager feel very surprised. Regarding Yi Mingxin's generosity and kindness, he really felt that the second princess was much better than the cruel and heartless first princess. At that moment, the teenager actually felt a little grateful to Yi Xiaohua for giving him this opportunity. He didn't expect that at this moment, Jun Yaling was pointing a whip at him. The teenager also heard that Jun Yaling was not much better than Xiaohua's cruelty. If he was beaten to death here today, presumably no one could control Jun Yaling. Xiaohua reacted that the cousin she was talking about was herself. She casually waved her hand, "It's just a slave that I don't want. Don't worry about him. Let's go in, don't dirty your whip." Jun Yaling looked at Xiaohua seriously. When he confirmed that she really had no other thoughts, he took back the whip, "You're right." Then he entered the palace with Xiaohua uninterestedly. Xiaohua didn't even glance at Yimingxin and the others. She didn't even say, "Dispense with the formalities." Yimingxin's fingers were tightly clenched. She was so arrogant that she couldn't wait to stand up and point directly at Xiaohua. "Your palace attendant has turned his back on you. What are you still proud of?" But out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the pace of the man not far away suddenly quickened. Recognizing that it was Qin Xianyun, Yimingxin immediately calmed down. Yesterday, she didn't have time to tell Qin Xianyun that she was confined by Xiaohua for no reason. Today, in front of him, Xiaohua and the others dared to bully her like this. With Qin Xuanyun's love for her, Yimingxin thought more and more. When she thought of this, Qin Xianyun had already walked to her side. But he didn't personally help her up like Yimingxin had thought, and then he would turn against the Jun family for her and scold Xiaohua and Jun Yaling. Instead, he directly bypassed her and Qin Yuming. Yimingxin was directly stunned on the spot. "Jun Empress." Qin Xianyun directly stepped forward and said in a low voice. His tone was respectful. He was speaking to Jun Qing, but that pair of eyes was looking straight at Xiaohua. His fingers moved, and a pair of eyes full of carelessness suddenly deepened. Although Jun Yaling disdained other playboys, she was very afraid of Qin Xianyun. There was no other reason, because she was one of Qin Xuanyun's subordinates. She was shocked by Qin Xuanyun's demonic behavior in the barbarian land. So when she saw him, she couldn't help but take a step back. Jun Qing was a little shocked. He had heard the Jun family talk about Qin Xianyun, a formidable opponent, and knew the most detailed information about him a year ago. However, the current Qin Xianyun was a completely different person from the person in the previous news. His eyes were like a bottomless pool. The members of the Qin family were all good-looking, and Qin Xuanyun's appearance was even more vivid and incisively accentuated the 4 words exquisite and peerless. But unlike other men who had no strength to truss a chicken, his body did not have that kind of gentle aura. His eyes reflected a cold light, and his body's aura was like a rainbow. Even though the other party was saluting him, Jun Qing still felt that the other party still had a kind of unattainable feeling. When those eyes stared at him, it could almost make people breathless. Even the Qin family was shocked by Qin Xuanyun's appearance. And the general not far behind Qin Xianyun was the most shocked one. "Your Majesty, Princess." Realizing this, the general immediately led his family and bowed respectfully to Jun Qing and the princess. The general's mother waited until Jun Qing, Xiaohua, and Qin Xianyun went in. Then she asked her daughter in a low voice, "Didn't you say yesterday that the princess's family, it's complicated?" The general shook his head and motioned his mother not to worry about it. As Jun Qing walked, he looked at his daughter. According to Qin Xuanyun's current identity, there was no need to bow to him. And Qin Xuanyun's eyes, Jun Qing was thoughtful. Outside the door, Yimingxin watched Qin Xianyun leave with the empress. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaohua. She had a feeling of being betrayed. She even wanted to question Qin Xianyun for a second. Qin Yuming comforted her in a low voice. Yimingxin took a deep breath. She didn't go forward for the sake of the overall situation. She just didn't believe that Qin Xianyun really had feelings for Xiaohua. How could she not feel Qin Xuanyun's restrained and passionate love for her before? The other party had even vaguely written some poems and sent them to him on a slip of paper. What's more, she didn't believe that Qin Xianyun would be so blind to like Xiaohua. Yimingxin didn't intend to let go of either Qin Xianyun or Wen Jin. Thinking of this, she gradually calmed down and followed Qin Yuming inside. This feeling of grievance wouldn't last long. The policy she gave to the minister and the prime minister should be effective. Yimingxin and Qin Yuming only sat in the middle after entering because she and Qin Yuming weren't favored on the surface. They could only sit in an inconspicuous place. The prime minister was second only to Qin Xianyun in the court. He and Qin Xianyun sat next to the empress. And Yi Xiaohua sat alone in front of Qin Xianyun. It could be seen how much the empress doted on Yi Xiaohua. This had caused dissatisfaction in the eyes of the ministers. But in fact, the empress didn't favor the two at all. She used Jun Qing as a shield and flattered Yi Xiaohua, making her look like a piece of trash. But Jun Qing and the Jun family, who focused on fighting and killing, didn't study these things at all. They didn't understand what flattery meant. What's more, he didn't know that the empress had the purpose of destroying Yi Xiaohua and Jun Qing from the very beginning. Thinking of this, Qin Xianyun lowered his eyes slightly. This time, he had subdued the people of the Nanman kingdom. It was also an island nation that came here by boat. Qin Xianyun was well versed in governing a country, so he did not kill them. Instead, he chose to make them submit to the dynasty and offer tributes every year. Today was the day the people of the Nanman kingdom came to dynasty to show their loyalty and pay tribute. Yi heir. When the queen summoned people, Qin Xianyun said 2 words while pouring wine for Yi Xiaohua. Yi heir. Second Miss Yi. What a coincidence, state preceptor, you're here too. Yi Xiaohua replied. Qin Xianyun's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. His uneasy heart finally calmed down. Yes. How long are you going to stay in the capital this time? Yi Xiaohua asked him. 9 months. Yi Xiaohua was surprised, so long? Not long. I plan to stay here for a year. Qin Xianyun's expression did not change. Pfft. The general sitting behind Qin Xianyun spat out a mouthful of wine before he could swallow it. His mother frowned. This is the main hall. How can you be so rude? General Qin. When he returned to the capital, he said that the territory was still lacking people to intimidate, so he would not stay in the capital for more than a month. While the group of people were talking, the tribute from the Nanman kingdom had arrived. A beautiful and quiet sound rang out. It was not an instrument like the zither or flute of the Nanman kingdom, but an instrument that the people of the Nanman kingdom had never seen before. The one playing the instrument was a man in a white robe. His face was like a peach blossom, and his expression was cold with a sense of arrogance. His manners were polite. He was not as tall as the men of the Nanman kingdom, but he was very delicate. Plus, there was a mysterious instrument. Many women in the main hall stared at this foreign prince. Only Yi Xiaohua did not stare at him. She just casually played with the wine glass, looking like a very rogue playboy. Qin Xianyun had never seen Yi Xiaohua like this. In the previous life, she was always cold and restrained, as if nothing could enter her eyes. Even if she was full of talent, she would not show off outside like Yi Xiaoyun. At this time, such a playboy arrogant look, unparalleled beauty. After the Nanman kingdom presented all the treasures, the prince looked around the entire palace banquet, and then bowed slightly. I have long heard that your dynasty is full of talents, and even someone has broken the deadlock. Today, I would like to learn from you. Between countries, there was naturally a desire to compare and compete. Even if the Nanman kingdom lost in strength and military, they did not have the intention to surrender. The empress naturally knew this. This kind of competition between countries had always happened. In that case, I will point to someone at random. The empress smiled and pointed directly at the second princess. This is the second princess of this dynasty. She is very mediocre in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The prince and others saw the position of the second princess and knew that she was not favored. Therefore, there was no doubt that the music, chess, calligraphy, and painting that the empress mentioned were very mediocre. But the Nanman kingdom prince and others were very angry. This empress clearly looked down on the people of their country. The second princess looked at the foreign prince and was a little stunned. She didn't expect that he would compete with her, especially when she saw that the prince didn't care about her, just like those people in the palace who saw the difference between her and Yi Xiaohua. She immediately sneered. Mother, I will go down to prepare. The second princess cupped her hands. The empress nodded. Then she gave Enilan a look. Enilan immediately avoided the crowd and went out, and then found the second princess who was changing clothes. Second princess, the empress said that you don't have to be merciful and teach these Nanman kingdom people who have always looked down on our dynasty's culture. Ni Lan's attitude towards the second princess was very respectful. The teenager who came out with the second princess opened his eyes wide. He did not expect that the most popular person around the empress was ordinary to the eldest princess, but so respectful to the second princess. No wonder he had always felt strange. Why was the eldest princess so favored, and the very smart second princess was unknown? It turned out to be like this. Ni Lan was so respectful to the second princess, it must be because of the empress's influence, which meant the second princess and Qin Fei were the empress's favorites. The teenager heard Yi Xiaohua say to Jun Yiling, "Don't dirty your whip," outside the door and felt very humiliated. Now he accidentally discovered this kind of thing. Suddenly his heart beat like thunder. If the second princess made a name for herself in this competition, plus the impression left by the prime minister before, what would the eldest princess have to do? What crown prince, according to the empress's love for the second princess, as long as the second princess was there, what could the first princess do? The second princess let the youth tie the belt for her. She noticed the change in the youth's expression. She felt much better. Yes, that's it. From now on, these people would slowly start to notice that she was the queen's favorite daughter. "I heard from the steward that you really want to come to my palace." The second princess couldn't help but ask as the youth tied the belt for her. The youth blushed and immediately took the opportunity to kneel down to express his loyalty. "My hometown was one of the places where the flood happened. It was the second princess who wrote the policy to the prime minister that saved our family. You are my second parent." "So that was it." The second princess smiled. "That's just my duty." After that, she changed her clothes. The previous palace dress was too long and not suitable for playing Go, so she changed into another one. After changing, she came to the main hall and was scrutinized by countless people. Today, the empress showed the courage of the people of the Nanman kingdom. Officials, big and small, came. Whether it was the governor of a small place or the ministers of the imperial capital. Some ministers had long known that the second princess was knowledgeable, so they were not worried at all and were even very happy. When they saw the arrogant faces of the people of the Nanman kingdom, they were very angry. Some officials in small places didn't know the second princess, but they were very familiar with Wen Jin, the son of the prime minister who ruled the capital. But at this time, they looked at the second princess with eyes full of expectation. A few people who knew Go had recognized the prince of the Nanman kingdom. Minister Li, who was sitting behind the prime minister, looked at the prince of the Nanman kingdom and suddenly frowned. "It's him? Lord Li, do you know him?" the prime minister asked. 3 years ago, when I was still serving in the Supreme Court, I once went to the frontier area and heard of this person's name. You probably know him, right? Minister Li didn't answer and just looked at Wen Jin. When Wen Jin heard the words, she looked away from the second princess and nodded solemnly. "When my teacher taught me chess skills, he once told me that there was a boy in the barbarian kingdom who could understand the Linglong chess game at the age of 7. It was this prince." "You mastered the Linglong chess game at the age of 7? The prime minister was stunned. She looked at Wen Jin and said solemnly, "Are you sure?" "Yes, teacher said that he is a genius Go player." Wen Jin said, "I didn't expect that he would be sent here as a marriage partner and have to compete in Go with the people of our dynasty. Go belongs to our dynasty. If he loses to the people of the Nanman kingdom in our dynasty," Wen Jin did not finish her sentence. However, both Minister Li and the Prime Minister understood the gravity of the matter. The territory of the venerable woman's empire was dozens of times that of the Nanman kingdom. The population was also a few times more than the people of a small island country. If she lost the local chess skills to the Nanman kingdom in the palace, if they were to lose face, it would be their dynasty. If they did not win, the people of the Nanman kingdom would not truly surrender even if they were defeated. On the contrary, their female supreme dynasty would be laughed at as barbarians. "What do you think of the second princess's chances of winning against this prince?" the prime minister asked in a low voice. Even Wen Jin, who trusted the second princess very much, was a little hesitant. The queen should know the strength of the second princess, otherwise she would not have appointed her. The odds of winning are 50-50. Hearing this result, Minister Li and the prime minister looked at each other with a heavy expression. "I'll tell the emperor to exchange you." The prime minister frowned. No need, Wen Jin stopped the Prime Minister. Seeing the Prime Minister's puzzled eyes, he smiled and shook his head. Mother, you probably don't know, I played with the second princess, and I lost 2 out of 3 games. You always thought that she was talented, but you didn't know that she was even better than me in Go. The Queen's choice seems to be random, but in fact, she has chosen the person who is the best at Go here. If the second princess can't beat the prince, the others here can't do anything. This was really unknown to the Prime Minister and other officials. And the Prime Minister finally reacted at this moment. No wonder you have been playing with the second princess. It turns out that her Go skills are so high. Minister Li looked at the second princess, and his eyes also turned into admiration. It turned out that she was hiding her strength and biding her time, but it was really not easy to break out until now. Wen Jin's voice was not too low, and some people around the Prime Minister heard it. Especially compared to Xianxia, who was careless and indifferent to this, most of the officials here gradually moved closer to the second princess. In the middle, the maids had moved chairs and tables. The second princess and the prince sat in a separate section. Everyone who comes as a guest, please. The second princess's face showed no fear, and she raised her hand very gracefully. The prince of the Nanman kingdom did not hesitate and directly put down a piece. The second princess put down a piece very aggressively. In the following year, they came back and forth, and soon both of them put down 6 pieces. In ancient times, white was yang and black was yin, so in ancient times and modern times, white was first. Therefore, the second princess's pieces were black, and on the chessboard, it was obvious that the second princess's black pieces had more qi. The outward extension of each piece in Go was qi. If a piece had no qi, it would become a dead piece, and the piece would be eaten by the opponent. The outcome of a game of Go was determined by who occupied more territory on the chessboard. It was like a simulated battlefield. At this moment, people who knew how to play Go could see that the second princess obviously had more qi on the chessboard. She had been suppressing the prince from the beginning. And the prince, one of his pieces had only 1 qi left. This qi was blocked, and the first piece of the Nanman Kingdom prince was about to be eaten by the second princess. For a time, the atmosphere of the entire palace banquet was very good. And Wen Jin, who had been uneasy, also breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the second princess with a more loving gaze. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Xianxia was looking at the second princess with a faint smile and shaking her head slightly. Wen Jin's face unexpectedly showed impatience and disgust. Thinking of such a person was infatuated with himself before. Wen Jin felt very sick. He turned his head, out of sight, out of mind. Then he looked at Yi Mingxin's direction again and washed his eyes. He and Yi Mingxin were mostly talking about romance before, and then playing chess. Of course, he knew Yi Mingxin's chess skills like the palm of his hand. Almost everyone at the palace banquet was paying attention to the game between Yi Mingxin and the prince, except Yi Xiaohua and Qin Xianyun. The two also whispered from time to time. "What do you think?" Qin Xianyun asked in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua has played chess in several worlds, and also got an additional function of advanced chess skills. She has studied a lot of endgame. She has always had a photographic memory. She has always taken a step, and her powerful brain will calculate the calculation frequency of 100 steps back. At this time, at a glance, you can probably know what the prince and Yi Mingxin are doing. Yi Mingxin has obviously taken the prince lightly, and the prince is also pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He is luring Yi Mingxin into the trap step by step. Wait, in another 20 pieces, Yi Mingxin will cry. Yi Xiaohua casually took back her eyes. The development of chess skills in this world is not high, and she is not interested. Compared with this, she is still interested in what Qin Xianyun has done in this world for a year. Think of the high and mighty national master. As soon as she comes to this world where women are superior to men, if she can, she really wants to wear something beside him and see what the expression of the national master will be when he wakes up one day. But this time, she estimated the time wrong, unexpectedly a year ahead of schedule. Yi Xiaohua reaches out and knocks on the table, which needs to be improved. 008, don't treat it as if it doesn't exist. Of course, Qin Xianyun can also play Go. Seeing the prince's skillful appearance, he probably knows the way. But he didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua would point out at a glance that the situation will change after another 20 pieces. Yi are you so proficient in chess? Were you kidding me before? He said in a big voice. Yi Xiaohua coughed and thought that she was a martial god-level character and a doctor. If she was too evil at chess, she was afraid that you would feel inferior. She laughed it off and let it go. Qin Xianyun faintly looked at her. I used to let you. You have to do it with me again. Yi Xiaohua, the general behind Qin Xianyun and her mother looked at each other. The first princess can predict that the situation will change after 20 steps. The general didn't hear the latter part of her words, but he heard Yi Xiaohua say that Yi Mingxin was going to cry, so he looked at each other in dismay. Her mother shook her head but looked at Yi Xiaohua in awe. I don't know for the time being, let's see. He had long heard that the first princess was incompetent and cruel. But now, seeing that she was interacting with Qin Xianyun, everyone was shocked, but they didn't say anything. The doubts in his heart grew bigger and bigger. Both of them tacitly began to count their chess games. How many? The general's mother counted and couldn't help but ask her daughter beside her. The generals watched intently as Yi Mingxin and the prince of the Nanman kingdom played chess. Although they were military officials, they were not completely clueless and knew a little about chess. He could clearly see the obvious suppression on the field. The faces of Wen Jin and the empress were full of joy. But she also knew that it was a strange place. The prince was suppressed until now, but he didn't panic, and his chess pieces were very stable. She said, 19. 19? Her mother nodded and then watched the prince play the 20th piece. Then the second princess smiled and also played the 20th piece. After the prince saw the second princess play the 20th piece, he glanced at her and then played the 21st piece. The change was also at this moment. After the prince played the 20th piece, the situation on the chessboard changed in an instant. He played a piece and instantly changed the qi of the white pieces. Originally, each of his pieces was surrounded by 2 lines of qi by Yi Mingxin. Everyone felt that he was being suppressed, but they didn't know that he had been making arrangements. When he played the 21st piece, the chess game was formed. Looking at it individually, his pieces were basically suppressed by Yi Mingxin. But looking at the overall chess game, he had already occupied his territory in a larger area. The 21 pieces had formed a line of defense, and it was impossible for Yi Mingxin's black pieces to find a qi to get out of this situation. In other words, this game was basically a foregone conclusion. Even when Jin stood up with a bang and looked at the prince in disbelief. Was the chess skill of the people of the Nanman kingdom already so high? He had been setting it up from the beginning, not to mention when Jin, the empress and the prime minister were also extremely incredulous. Even if they lost this kind of chess game, the second princess couldn't be blamed, because the prince's chess skill was really high. He really advanced step by step, and led Yi Mingxin into a trap step by step. There was already a fine sweat on the forehead of the second princess. Of course, she also noticed the change in the situation. Every next step was very important. She could only find a way out of the surrounded pieces. However, she was not just a little bit inferior to the prince. After the time of 2 cups of tea, the second princess put down the black piece in her hand disappointedly. I lost. She stood up in a somewhat dazed manner. The Nanman Kingdom prince did not look down on the second princess. You are already the first to be able to play with me for half an hour. But this sentence was still full of challenge. Especially after that, although the Nanman Kingdom ambassador was respectful, he looked at the empress with a touch of smugness. I wonder if there is anyone else in your dynasty who dares to come forward. There was a moment of silence. Seeing this scene, the ambassador chuckled. I thought there were many wise men in your dynasty. They were just an island country with less than 1/10 of the people here. So at this time, after the prince won against the second princess and the others did not dare to fight, he naturally felt elated. When the prince came to this palace, he had always been in a state of arrogance. At this time, after winning against the second princess, this attitude did not change. This smug attitude, not to mention the military officials, even the civil officials, the palace attendants, and the palace maids hated it. Was it necessary to be so smug? They really wanted to press their smug faces to the ground and rub them. The prince was used to this kind of gaze and did not care, but at this time, the attitude of another person on the field caught his attention. First princess, do you look down on my dynasty's chess skills? He looked at Xianxia, who was drowsy with her chin propped up, and said. Xianxia woke up. Well, are you talking about me? She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The prince saw that she really did not care about him. From her position, he also knew that she was the first princess of the female supreme dynasty. He provoked on the spot, and his eyebrows were full of arrogance. I wonder if the first princess dares to play with me. Xianxia looked at the arrogance in the bottom of his eyes. My second princess is the last in the whole dynasty. What is there to be proud of when you beat her? She is the last? What about you? The prince frowned. Me, of course, I am the second last, Xianxia said carelessly. Of course, our dynasty also has a chess saint, Mr. Li. You are not qualified to play with him, but if you want to compete, I, the second last, will compete with you. Before the empress could stop her, she saw Xianxia sitting directly in the seat before the second princess. Xianxia. Jun Qing also shouted in a low voice. Xianxia waved at him and did not mind at all. Jun Yiling frowned and looked at Jun Qing. When did my cousin learn to play Go? Jun Qing shook his head. I don't know what she is doing. His tone was very worried. Forget it, don't be like this. What are you afraid of? Jun Yiling didn't care very much. If the prince bullies my cousin, I will fight back in a few days. The second princess was still shocked. Qin Yuming was comforting her, and Wen Jin was also looking at the second princess with concern. She secretly walked to her side and whispered to comfort her, this prince of the Nanman kingdom does have some skills. Second princess, you don't have to lose to him like this. If it were me, I would not last half an hour under his hands. Hearing Wen Jin's words, the second princess obviously recovered a little. However, the next second, she heard Xianxia's very arrogant words, and she was so angry that her body was shaking. Wen Jin did not expect that Xianxia would stand up at this time, and a displeased color appeared between her eyebrows. But because the other party is the princess, she did not dare to say anything. The prime minister also stared at Xianxia's direction, not knowing the specific situation, but thinking about the result of yesterday's conversation with the princess, he was a little hesitant. As for the empress, Minister Li, and Wen Jin, these people have no expectations for Xianxia. The empress's calm eyes are obviously very angry. The prince also wants to compare with our prince? The envoy of the Nanman kingdom is clearly the defeated party, but now looking at Xianxia, there is no respect, but some arrogance. In fact, this Go skill was first used in our dynasty. You are talking nonsense. In the palace banquet, an official who sorted out the documents immediately said with a red face, it is obviously passed down by my ancestors. The envoy sneered and ignored the official. The official was so angry that his face turned red. Xianxia was not so serious, but looking at the envoy's arrogant look, she took a chess piece. You are a person who was beaten like a drowning dog by General Qin. In front of him, what are you proud of? You. The envoy's face changed, but he still controlled himself, and put on a fake smile. Please start. It doesn't matter if I lose, as long as I can beat you in one thing. Some people behind the envoy are not convinced, and now they think that their prince is rubbing the spirit of the female supreme dynasty. Your ancestors passed it down? Okay, don't worry. Xianxia is very straightforward. She has no sense of belonging to this female supreme dynasty, but when it comes to this island country, this dynasty that has no sense of belonging is also her disciple. At this time, how can there be a sense of national? Have you heard of Hua country? It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, you will know soon, even if you are not convinced. When Xianxia sat down, Qin Xianyun can clearly feel the change of Xianxia's momentum. Whether in the previous country, or in this female supreme country, Xianxia rarely has such a serious time. In the past, she did everything carelessly. Qin Xianyun has always been unpredictable to Xianxia. He always felt that this person is erratic, he can't catch her. It was like this before, but now this feeling is more obvious. He had never seen this side of her before, but deep in his heart, he felt that it was only natural. This was crazy. He thought. Xianxia's status in the palace was too high. Even if it was a palace banquet, she was still quite casual. She only wore a light yellow ordinary dress. There were no other people's cumbersome costumes, and she didn't have to change clothes. He saw that the prince of the Nanman kingdom had also come over. Without turning her head, she snapped her fingers at the palace maid. She didn't say anything, but the crowd strangely understood that this was the signal for silence. For a moment, all the voices of doubt disappeared, and they all watched her play quietly. Yi Xiaohua did not choose to open a new sentence. Instead, he asked someone to take back the death trap set by the second princess. Are you sure? The prince's expression changed. Yi Xiaohua nodded. Let's get started. Previously, the prince had put a piece to the death of the second princess, so the second princess did not put another piece. Yi Xiaohua didn't talk nonsense. She picked up a chess piece and the black chess piece fell on the chessboard with a paw sound. As soon as she picked up the chess piece, everyone's eyes fell on her subconsciously. Just now, the second princess was also playing with the prince, but most people's eyes were on the prince, because he was calm enough, and the second princess's style of playing chess was also very big and infectious. But Yi Xiaohua was completely different. She sat very straight. It could be said that people who knew the great princess had never seen the great princess so serious and imposing. Her every move affected the eyes of all the onlookers. Everyone felt that the great princess did not know how to play chess. When she put down the chess piece, the people on the field who knew chess couldn't help but exclaim. The game on the field could be understood by most people. The white pieces had the upper hand, and the path to the white pieces was almost a dead end. But at this time, a miracle really happened. The black pieces finally had a reversal. The prince did not expect that Yi Xiaohua would ignore the other chess pieces, but suddenly tendons in her hand. She changed the 75th chess piece that Yi Mingxin had just played from pulling and sticking to one eye. At the same time, she successfully prevented the white pieces from pulling the black pieces all the way. If the white pieces still insisted on pulling the black pieces at this time, the chess game that the white pieces had worked so hard to lay would collapse. The prime minister, who originally had no expectations for Yi Xiaohua, immediately sat up straight. Compared with the great princess, the second princess's vision were really small. The prince of the Nanman kingdom widened his eyes and finally felt threatened. He tried hard to play the game as he had done in the past. But regrettably he met Yi Xiaohua, a perverted character who once abused the world champion to tears, a ruthless person who could kill the chess pieces directly. You want to play with me, but you also have to see if I give you a chance. You just put down a chess piece, and I can think of the road and changes that you may take in the next 50 moves. How do you say you want to play with me? The prince was leisurely at the beginning, but he was threatened to throw himself into a cold sweat, and in the end, his chess heart was unstable. His every step and every layout was disrupted by Yi Xiaohua. He was busy fixing the loose corner on his white side, but the other side was directly intercepted by Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua's 86th piece directly sealed the throat. Compared with the prince's panic, the ministers watching the chess only felt excited, and their blood was almost boiling, their pores were exploding. Before, the second princess was suppressed by the prince after 20 pieces. She was extremely sullen, and finally, she was ridiculed by the envoy. Now it's all good, isn't your prince good at layout? But before he could even start, our first princess directly blocked his next step. Are you panicking? Are you afraid? It should be. At this time, the prince, Wen Jin, and the prime minister finally understood. It's not an illusion, it's not a fluke, the great princess's attainments in Go are really high. So high that when the prince put down a piece, she almost didn't need to react to know what he was doing. A standard textbook scene, digression, making up for the previous lack of updates. Cultivation has finally been made up for now. My classmate said that my finger, tenosynovitis, when I saw the words sent by my classmate, I actually didn't know how to pronounce it. I put something on it. I hope it's natural, otherwise, writing with 2 fingers will affect my mighty speed. The prince of the Nanman kingdom had shown extraordinary talent in Go since he was a child. He did not put much effort into the game against the second princess. When he faced Yi Xiaohua, the other party pressed on. He had only played one particle, but the other party cut off all his escape routes. He had never encountered such a setback after playing Go for so many years. There was a paw sound. A white chess piece rolled to the ground, and he leaned weakly against the back of the chair. It took the second princess half an hour, but she was utterly defeated by the other party. In less than 10 minutes, the first princess had not only turned the game around, but also carried out a complete one-sided massacre. Even those who were not good at Go knew that they were not on the same level at all. Yi Xiaohua put the chess piece back and stood up to look at the prince of the Nanman kingdom. There was no arrogance or joy on her face. She had the same expression when she came, and she still had the same expression after the game. She was as still as a mountain. Even so, the prince still felt a sense of powerlessness. He said dejectedly, "I lost." The Nanman kingdom envoys who were standing on the field with a smug look on their faces froze. The ministers of the female supreme dynasty did not speak either. Each of them seemed to be choked by something, not only because of this game, but also because of the other party's superb Go skills. Someone pressed the table excitedly, thinking that this was a palace banquet. He tried to restrain his desire to shout, but his eyes never left Yi Xiaohua. The palace maids came to take the chessboard away. The prime minister and others hurriedly said, "Don't mess up the chessboard. When the chessboard is restored, it will be another game that can be passed down through the ages." Hearing the words of these ministers, the palace maids moved the chessboard more carefully. At this moment, the arrogant heads of the Nanman kingdom envoy and the prince hung down. It took them several minutes to accept the fact that their prince had lost in the Go game that their country was best at. "Your dynasty is indeed a land of great men," the arrogant envoys said with sincerity. "We are willing to submit to the female supreme dynasty." This sentence came out. Not to mention the prime minister and others, even the empress was shocked. Although the Nanman kingdom was not big, the people of the Nanman kingdom were very smart. Even though Qin Xianyun had intimidated them with his military might, they were still unconvinced even though they seemed to submit to him on the surface. The problem of the Nanman kingdom had existed since the time of the late emperor, and the empress had not found any solution. Unexpectedly, it was solved by the first princess today. She looked at the Nanman kingdom envoy who was kneeling for the first time, feeling a mixture of shock and disbelief. After Yi Xiaohua put down the chess piece, she returned to her seat, and most people's eyes followed her. She was not moved by these gazes, nor did she feel excited or nervous. She had seen these gazes in almost every world, especially in the entertainment industry. Compared to those fanatical fans, these dozens of people were nothing. It wouldn't cause any ripples here. The Minister of Rights, who was in charge of receiving the envoys, was in an extremely good mood. In the beginning, the few people from the Nanman kingdom were indifferent to him. But now, they were very respectful and polite to him. They even asked him questions humbly. The banquet was a great success. The prince of the Nanman kingdom was invited to stay, and it was said that the marriage was arranged. "Cousin, tell me, how do you know how to play chess? And you're so good at it?" Jun Yiling held a small wine glass and walked to Yi Xiaohua's side. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her. "I've always known how to play." "But you," as if knowing what Jun Yiling was going to ask, Yi Xiaohua answered directly, "You didn't ask me if I knew how to play either. Was there a need to ask? Look at Yi Mingxin and Wen Jin. No one asked them if they knew how to play chess, but everyone in the imperial city knew that they were very accomplished in chess." However, even though he was thinking this, Jun Yiling looked at Qin Xianyun beside Yi Xiaohua and did not dare to say it. On the other side, the Prime Minister and Minister Li were still praising the first princess. The Empress listened with a smile on her face, but her lowered eyes were a little heavy. Wen Jin, who was originally sitting next to the second princess to comfort her, felt a little confused at this moment. The first princess actually knew how to play chess, and her chess skills far surpassed her own. Knowing this, it was impossible for Wen Jin to say that he was not surprised. The second princess knocked the glass on the table, and the sound woke Wen Jin up and made him think of the second princess again. Even if the first princess knew how to play, what was the use? The second princess was the person he recognized. Although the other party's chess skills were not as good as the first princess, she had a good temper. She dabbled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and the last time she wrote an amazing policy paper. Even the new champion couldn't compare with her. These two people, there was no comparison at all, right? Thinking of this, some of Wen Jin's fluctuating heart finally calmed down. It's just playing chess. Qin Yuming was not as shocked as the second princess. His voice was very indifferent. Looking at the very excited Jun Qing, there was some sarcasm in his eyes. Mingxin, you have to remember that you are a person who does big things. Put your eyes on the court. Can these small fights help the court? Hearing Qin Yoming's words, the second princess's heart that had been hit also regained its confidence. Yes, now she already had the support of most of the officials. What was the use of Yi Xiaohua playing chess again? Did she understand Book of History? Did she know how to deal with the flood? Could she help the empress solve her problems? These years, Yi Xiaohua lived in a muddle. She never learned from the prime minister or the prime minister seriously. The second princess was very confident in herself. Therefore, Yi Xiaohua, who had countless resources but didn't know how to use them, was jealous and happy. Even if she was given so many resources, what was the use? It was just a waste. If she, the prince of the Nanman kingdom stayed this time for the marriage. The Nanman kingdom left, but the prince of the Nanman kingdom did not. He was different from others. Although the Nanman kingdom was small, its power could not be underestimated. The marriage partner this time was very important. Because Qin Xianyun was back, the empress felt that there was no need to choose a shield for Qin Yuming. Then give the prince to the second princess. The empress looked at the second princess with a smile. The second princess immediately thanked her in surprise. All the ministers looked at each other. The empress. These people didn't speak, but they knew in their hearts that it was time to pick a side. Except for the Jun family, the other ministers had no opinion. Although the chess game just now was thrilling, compared to the eldest princess, the talented second princess was more suitable to be the crown prince. The most uncomfortable person on the field should be Wen Jin. He had always liked the second princess, and he knew that the second princess would definitely have 3 husbands and 4 attendants in the future, but he still felt uncomfortable when he saw the empress conferring a marriage. But compared to those people, the second princess was much better. No one expected that it was the prince of the Nanman kingdom who spoke. And he, the direction of the finger, it turned out to be the eldest princess. All the men and women present stared with their eyes wide open. Was the prince of the Nanman kingdom crazy? The empress betrothed him to the second princess and had the intention to depose the current crown prince. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the empress's partiality this time, not to mention the current power of the Qin family. The second princess's future succession could be said to be a matter of course. Even these ministers had already begun to choose their team in their hearts. Was the prince of the Nanman kingdom stupid or what? The envoys of the Nanman kingdom looked at each other. When they saw the eyes of the ministers and palace maids present, they all hinted to the prince to stop talking. However, the prince of the Nanman kingdom did not listen at all. Are you sure? The empress's face darkened. The prince nodded. Pfft. Yi Xiaohua was so shocked that she spat out a mouthful of wine. Jun Yaling, who was sitting not far away from her, looked at her with a face full of jealousy. Cousin, your luck with women isn't shallow. This prince of the Nanman kingdom is very handsome and talented. I think only Wen Jin can compare to him. Jun Yaling still wanted to say something. However, she suddenly felt a sudden cold air beside her. It made her shiver involuntarily. Goosebumps all over her body stood up. Feeling Qin Xuanyun's face suddenly darkened, Jun Yaling immediately took the wine glass and ran away. He touched the goosebumps on his arms and walked away, murmuring, General Qin is really scary. Since the prince of the Nanman kingdom was sent to be betrothed, his looks were naturally outstanding, and his chess skills were even more outstanding. No woman would not be tempted in the face of such beauty, not to mention that he represented the entire country behind him. The second princess did not expect the empress to bestow the prince of the Nanman kingdom to herself. She was so excited, how could she refuse? But what she did not expect was, the one who refused would be the prince himself. What did he see in Yi Xiaohua? That face? Or that chess skill? The more the second princess thought about it, the more violent she became. She turned coldly to the prince and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Are you sure you want to be with my sister Huang? Naturally. The prince of the Nanman kingdom did not look at her at all, but looked in the direction of Yi Xiaohua. Good, very good. The second princess did not force him to stay, but looked at him with cold and sarcastic eyes. Prince, do you think you are the winner because you are good at playing chess? Huh? The barbarian prince did not understand what the second princess meant. Second princess, what did you say? However, the second princess did not explain at all. She just glanced at him with pity and indifference. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to remind you, Prince of the Nanman Kingdom, don't look down on others. Life is full of ups and downs. Who knows what will happen in the future? I hope you won't kneel and beg me in the future. In the heart of the second princess, the Prince of the Nanman Kingdom must have chosen Xianxia because of her identity. But he didn't know that she was the real favorite of the Empress. The Xianxia he was interested in was just a decoration that didn't even have a supporting minister. Thinking of this, the second princess could not help but sneer. Wait, Xianxia immediately raised her hand. Queen Mother, I don't want it. If the reaction of the Nanman Kingdom prince was that the prince was a newcomer and did not understand the situation of the great princess, it was understandable. But the words of the great princess made the ministers want to knock on Xianxia's head. In the past, the empress still favored Xianxia. Now it was obvious that the empress had a change of heart. If the great princess wanted to stabilize her position, most people knew that she must first stabilize the Nanman Kingdom prince. But what did she say? She didn't want it? Did she feel that there was no hope and no longer fight for it? Did she admit defeat? The ministers looked at each other. Those who were originally wavering also began to take a new side. It couldn't be helped. If the great princess could be saved, they would consider it. Now it seemed that the great princess had no intention of fighting for the throne at all. How could such a great princess win against the second princess? It was clear whose team to stand on. The empress didn't like the great princess. Her previous pretense had made her sick. Now that there was almost, she naturally didn't want to see the power of the Jun family expand further. Seeing that the great princess refused the marriage, she didn't object. She directly waved her hand and let the Nanman Kingdom prince stay in the palace first. This palace banquet passed in twists and turns. After the banquet, Xianxia went in and out with Qin Xianyun. Qin Xuanyun's status in the imperial court was now very high. His every move was watched. He was also Qin Fei's nephew. Now they saw him going in and out with the great princess. The group of ministers stopped again. When Jin was relieved after seeing that the Nanman Kingdom prince chose Xianxia. She could stand up and see that Qin Xianyun went with Xianxia. Although the two didn't speak, everyone could see that the atmosphere between them was almost difficult for outsiders to intervene. He looked at the two with unclear eyes. Originally, when he heard that Qin Xianyun came back, he thought that his biggest enemy would be Qin Xianyun. He heard from the servants that before leaving the imperial capital, Qin Xianyun and the second princess had a very good relationship. Now that Qin Xianyun had come back with success, he wanted to express his feelings to the second princess. The ambitious second princess would definitely not refuse. But now, why was Qin Xianyun so close to the great princess? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. When the second princess saw this scene, she clenched her fists tightly. Seeing Xianxia and Qin Xianyun separate at the gate, she finally found the opportunity to walk to Xianxia's side and did not leave immediately. Instead, she said in a very low voice, "Sister, from now on, you have to take care of yourself." The second princess has always hated the eldest princess for robbing her of her light in the past 10 years. Originally, she thought that if the eldest princess was sensible, she would let Xianxia go, but now it's not necessary, because from now on, she will no longer deliberately hide herself, and will no longer hide behind Xianxia. Do you think it's great that you are good at playing chess? Unfortunately, if you want to be an empress, this is not enough. The second princess used to flatter Xianxia in front of her. Now that the Qin family is back, she feels that she naturally doesn't have to flatter. Sister, what I will do is something you can never imagine. From a young age, the empress will secretly teach her a lot of things to govern the country. These were things that the high and mighty first princess would never do. She will make the prince of the barbarian kingdom and those who used to look down on her regret. She wants the whole dynasty to see how much better she is than the eldest princess. And who is the empress's real favorite? The second princess didn't know that the eldest princess in front of her had changed, and she really thought that the other party was the previous slutty eldest princess. When Jin followed the second princess closely, and he heard a little of the second princess's words. Then he looked at Xianxia with a complicated look, and then left with the second princess. Wenjin, seeing that Wenjin followed her closely and only had eyes for herself, the second princess stopped and could not help but take Wenjin's hand and said gently, "You can rest assured that I know your mind. No matter what happens in the future, you are the one in my heart. Even my cousin can't compare with you." The second princess whispered, "I won't be like the empress with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I only need a wife and a few concubines." Hearing the words of the second princess, Wenjin's eyes flashed with disbelief. It was impossible to say that she was not excited. The status of men was too low these days. Even the ordinary Xianxia family had several rooms. Not to mention the second princess who might become an empress in the future. Her choice was right. The second princess was really a good wife. Wenjin lowered her head and her face became a little red. As for the first princess, Wenjin suppressed the throbbing in her heart. The teenager, who was not far behind them, naturally heard the voice of the second princess. He looked at Wenjin with a little more envy and jealousy. After realizing what he was thinking, the young man immediately lowered his gaze. On this side. After Yi Mingxin finished speaking, she lifted her chin and left. Yi Xiaohua was dumbfounded. She looked at Yi Mingxin's direction in disbelief. 008, you just. Did you hear that? What did she say? 008 said with difficulty, I heard, the second princess said she may not want to live, hope you kill her quickly. Although the original intention of the second princess was not to let Yi Xiaohua feel better. But in 008's ears, it means that the second princess doesn't want to live well. Okay, then I will reluctantly satisfy her once. Yi Xiaohua sighed. 008. Haha. Cousin, seeing Qin Xianyun leave, Junyaling dared to catch up. What did the second princess say to you just now? Nothing. Yi Xiaohua shook her head and went on. Junyaling knew that Yi Xiaohua didn't tell the truth, but she didn't care what Yi Mingxin said. Instead, she thought of another thing. What happened to the queen just now? How could she want to marry the son of the barbarian king to the second princess? Hasn't the queen always spoiled you? Who knows? Yi Xiaohua sneered. Why are you not surprised at all? Junyaling looked at Yi Xiaohua's faint eyes, without any anger or other expressions, as if he had expected all this. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand. Isn't it just to marry the second sister? What's so surprising? After waving her hand, she turned directly. Junyaling didn't leave with her. Instead, he saw the prime minister chasing Yi Xiaohua to leave, and he was very respectful to her. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. My cousin? Even an old stubborn man like the prime minister can be subdued. Although Junyaling is an ordinary man, it doesn't mean that she has no brain. Today, the queen's performance was very problematic. She originally wanted to comfort Yi Xiaohua, but she didn't expect that the other side didn't care at all. She couldn't help frowning. Today's things are very strange. She'd better go back early and tell her mother and grandma about it so that they can make decisions early. The queen's thoughts about the second princess and Qin Yuming are very obvious now. After returning, she will transfer them to the second princess. At the same time, the prince of the barbarian kingdom was also placed in a small courtyard in the palace. The envoy of the barbarian kingdom didn't leave immediately. The performance of the ministers at the palace banquet yesterday was too obvious, and the queen's action of giving the prince to the second princess was very unreasonable. Therefore, before they left, they specially asked someone to check the things here, which made the envoy of the barbarian kingdom panic. What's wrong? The prince frowned and looked at them, breaking free. He didn't know if he didn't check. He was shocked when he checked. The envoys immediately told him what they had found. That's what happened. The empress was not serious at all when she was choosing the crown prince. There are not many people in the imperial court who really support the first princess. You just offended the second princess. To be honest, there was no good result from going against the second princess at this time. No, the prince shook his head. No one knows chess better than me. We are not talking about chess, it's all the same. The prince sat in the chair. He looked at the envoys and fixed his eyes. You are all spectators. Do you know how I felt when I just played chess? She forced me into a dead end with every move. Although we spent the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Didn't you see that she was able to choose her next move within a breath's time? On the other hand, I spent most of my time thinking about the game. Even so, she was able to beat me effortlessly. She already thought about the situation of 100 steps after taking one step. You have always said that even the god of war can't compare with me in arranging troops, but I can't stand a few moves in her hands. How can a person who is so good at chess be so simple? The envoys were first shocked by the news they found. Now hearing the prince's words, they gradually reacted. They looked at each other for a while. Although they couldn't fully believe it, at least they didn't urge the prince to apologize. The second princess took over the Ministry of Personnel and gradually gained a foothold in the court. The wind direction of the court also gradually changed. The concubines in the harem also reacted. Dead end. Xianxia put down the last piece and then took back the chessboard. He looked at Yi Xiaohua and didn't know what to say. Yi Xiaohua carelessly said, I will restore the real Linglong chess game to you another day. That game is very interesting. While they were talking, Junya Ling and Qin Shuanyun's generals were fishing not far away. At this time, Junya Ling and the general's pupils shrank, and then they immediately took out their weapons and looked at Yi Xiaohua and Qin Xianyun. Seeing that the two were still playing chess, they couldn't help but say in horror, be careful. Zheng, a cold light reflected on Yi Xiaohua's neck. Yi Xiaohua did not look back. She held a chess piece in her hand and threw it over. The knife that was about to fall on her neck was immediately knocked to the ground. Following which, an assassin was sent crashing to the ground. The general and Junya Ling pulled down the mask on the assassin's face. It was a famous killer in Jianghu. Both of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. In their eyes, the first princess, who knew almost nothing, was actually so powerful? Qin Xianyun looked at the assassin and said, go back first. Yi Xiaohua nodded. All right. When she returned to the palace, Jun Qing was walking out with some snacks. Xiaohua, I'll send snacks to your mother queen. Jun Qing was the youngest son of the Jun family. As a man, he had been pampered since he was a child. Even after he entered the palace, the empress still protected him on the surface. He had not been exposed to any intrigue, so he did not notice the change in the empress's attitude. The rest on the table is yours. Even now, they still thought that the empress really doted on them. Yi Xiaohua looked at the smile on Jun Qing's face and picked up the snacks that Jun Qing had left for her. He ate 2 of them in one bite before turning his gaze away. Thoughtfully. First princess, Madame Jun is here. The palace maid outside said respectfully. In the past few days, when the palace maid saw the prime minister and Qin Xianyun frequently coming here and being very familiar with Yi Xiaohua, she knew that the sky had not changed. The first princess and the second princess. It was not certain who would win. Yi Xiaohua immediately stood up and asked the two to come in. First princess. Madame Jun saw Yi Xiaohua and looked at her up and down. After seeing that she was okay, she asked, what about the queen? He went to the empress. Yi Xiaohua didn't want to say more. Grandmother, why did you come to the palace? Didn't you want to marry my cousin? She said and glanced at Junya Ling. Junya Ling was 2 years older than Yi Xiaohua. It was reasonable to say that he should have gotten married long ago, but a few years ago, because he was on the battlefield, he didn't have time to find a good match. Now that he was back, the Jun family naturally found a good marriage for her. Today, I came for this matter. Speaking of this, Madame Jun's face was also covered with a layer of haze. When she talked about marriage with the Jun family, it was the eldest son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Unexpectedly, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights avoided her and arranged a marriage for her eldest son. It was none other than the son of Qin Yoming's sister. Not to mention the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, there were not many people who were willing to send their sons to the Jun family. Even in order to avoid going to the Jun family, the men in the family who were old enough were hastily arranged by the elders of the family. They were afraid of provoking the Jun family. Things are not right, I just came to remind you and the queen to be careful, Madame Jun sighed. I am afraid that the queen to our Jun family. Why did the queen still go to the queen at this time? It's our fault, we have been spoiling him, so that he still can't see the situation clearly. Madame Jun still wanted to say a few words. At this time, someone came to inform Xianxia that the queen was looking for them. Madame June didn't say anything else. She just told Xianxia to be careful and then went together. When Xianxia went, she found that there were many people in the imperial study. Yimingxin was also at this time. When she saw Xianxia, her eyes faintly retracted, and then she bowed respectfully. "Thank you, mother." The queen looked at her with a smile, then looked at Xianxia. This time, there was a rebellion in Jiangnan, and the people were crying and complaining. It should have been the crown prince to go and establish his power, but the Ministry of Personnel asked the second princess to accompany him. "My son, I have no opinion." Xianxia was very understanding and smiled. This matter was also in the original plot. The original plot didn't have Qin Xianyun. It was the original owner who asked the Jun family to go with Yimingxin. Then Yimingxin quelled the war with the help of the Jun family, and also removed a few of the Jun family's biggest troubles. This time, without the Jun family, Qin Xianyun would not make a move. Xianxia wanted to see how this Yimingxin would win people's hearts. How she would pull Xianxia down from the position of crown prince. Thinking of this, Xianxia smiled slightly. The ministers in the imperial study looked at each other. Making contributions among the people was also known to the people. This kind of thing that could make a name for herself and win people's hearts, as long as the second princess did a good job, she would push down the second princess and ascend to the throne. They used to think that the queen doted on the first princess, but now it seemed that compared with the second princess, it was nothing. Yimingxin thought that things were settled. She looked at Xianxia with playful eyes. She thought that Xianxia would say something, or feel the change of the queen, and would feel lost and jealous of other emotions. But she didn't expect that the expression on Xianxia's face did not change from beginning to end. Yimingxin felt bored, stupid. But now that the queen handed this matter to her, she didn't want to pay attention to Xianxia anymore. She looked at Xianxia, and her eyes were surging. This time, when she went out and came back, the position of the crown prince would clearly change. Yimingxin didn't think that she would not succeed this time. Don't forget, Qin Xianyun was a brave general, 1 against 1,000, with Qin Shuanyun's thoughts on her. Would he watch her go to Jiangnan alone? Thinking of this, Yimingxin's smile deepened slightly. When leaving the study, she looked at Madame June with a smile. "Master June, I heard that Miss June also wants to marry the son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, but unfortunately, he likes my cousin more." After that, she left with her hands behind her back. Madame June stopped Jun Yiling, who wanted to make a move. After Yimingxin left the palace, she went to find Qin Xianyun. And when Jin also knew the seriousness of Yimingxin's matter, she could only endure. The other party went to find Qin Xianyun, and her heart was very bitter. Qin Xianyun originally thought that this errand was Xianxia's, and had prepared people and horses. In the last life, the two were almost busy with their own things. This time, he felt that after calming down the Jiangnan matter, the two would play for a while and then come back. "You're going?" Qin Shuanyun's face darkened, and he turned directly. "I'm going back to the frontier. I don't have time to go with you. There is a difference between men and women. Second princess, please go back. Do you still hate that I didn't promise you?" Yimingxin looked at Qin Shuanyun's face, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. She didn't notice it before, but now she found that Qin Shuanyun's face was really outstanding. Perhaps it was because she was used to seeing Wen Jin's beautiful face couldn't even compare to 1/10 or 20 of his beauty when compared to his gorgeous appearance. She felt that Qin Xianyun had been using Xianxia to stimulate herself, just to provoke her to say those words. After coming back to her senses, she couldn't help but smile and said, "I know you still like me in your heart. I had no choice at that time. Now the two of us can finally be justified." Hearing Yimingxin's words, for the first time, Qin Xianyun felt that there should be something wrong with his ears. "Second princess, do you think that you can pull down the great princess by colluding with the minister and the prime minister of the Ministry of Personnel?" He was going to leave, but when he heard this, he stopped and looked at her with very cold eyes. "Do you think you are the best of those royal daughters? Inexplicable confidence in yourself? It's a pity that the person I like is 10,000 times better than you. Your little trick is useful in front of people like Wen Jin. Don't show off your intelligence in front of me." See the guest out. Qin Xianyun continued to walk back. Because his plan was disrupted by the second princess who was eager for success, his face was black. He restrained himself from killing the second princess. He was very suspicious of the previous owner of this body. Second princess, please. Qin Xuanyun's guards immediately asked Yi Mingxin to leave, and there was no respect for the second princess like other people. The second princess was very surprised by Qin Xuanyun's attitude. The love poems he wrote to her before were all fake. Not only Qin Xianyun, but also his guards had such an attitude. The second princess laughed angrily after being stunned. Good. Very good, Qin Xianyun, so you look down on me so much? Do you think that you are strong enough to ascend to the position of the great general? Don't forget how the Jun family became like this. I will let you see how I, Yi Mingxin, subdue the rebels, and how I ascended to the position of crown prince and even empress step by step. I will let you know how stupid your decision today is. Digression. Open the door, wake up, it's time to collect the ticket. I wrote a little more words in this chapter, so it's late for a long time. For most of her life, Yi Mingxin felt that she was too aggrieved and eager for success. Coupled with the stimulation of Qin Xianyun, she wanted to prove her ability immediately and let those people slap her in the face. Before leaving, the empress also talked with Yi Mingxin all night, telling her how to stabilize people's hearts and how to win people's hearts. Before this, the empress also taught Yi Mingxin a lot of king theory, but after all, it was only on paper. As soon as Yi Mingxin went to Jiangnan, there was a mess. She, as a princess, had never suffered. After the Jiangnan flood, the rebels were rampant. She was not extravagant, but she would not wrong herself. But the officials of Jiangnan saw it differently. In addition, the orders under the jurisdiction of the first princess were just following the script, which did not play a fundamental role at all. The Jiangnan officials, who were very excited about the arrival of the second princess, gradually lost their awe of the second princess. The second princess was very angry with the attitude of these officials, and she submitted a lot of memorials to the empress. The original plot was that the Jun family led the soldiers to help the second princess suppress. This time, there was no military force to suppress and win people's hearts. The second princess was also injured by the mob. She had to be sent back to the imperial capital. Qin Yuming was waiting for the second princess to come back to take over the position of the crown prince in the palace. But he didn't expect it. The second princess and her sister's daughter came back in a mess. For a time, the officials in the hall looked at each other. The second princess's right arm was cut, and it was still on her neck. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. She knelt on the ground and said to the empress, "Mother, this Jiangnan mob is really stubborn. I'm ashamed to face Mother." "Empress, this has nothing to do with the second princess." Lord Qin knelt down and said directly, "As we all know, the mob is stubborn. The second princess has always been kind. This kind of mob should be suppressed with troops." As the grandmother of the second princess, Lord Qin would naturally stand on the side of the second princess. "I second it." For a time, the officials standing on the side of the second princess all spoke for the second princess. The empress saw half of the people kneeling down. She wanted to approve the memorial, but in a blink of an eye, she saw that the prime minister was still standing on the lower left side. She couldn't help but say, "Does the prime minister have any objection? The dynasty has more than the second princess. Since the second princess can't solve it, it's better for the queen to send the crown prince." The prime minister bowed and then spoke with confidence. "The first princess, if the second princess couldn't solve it, what was the use of sending the first princess?" The empress glanced at Yi Xiaohua. "What do you think of the prime minister's idea?" The second princess was still kneeling on the ground, hearing the words, not talking, waiting for Yi Xiaohua to refuse. The first princess was extremely cruel and afraid of death. Seeing her come back with such injuries, plus the fact that she had always been spoiled by the queen, how would she dare to go to Jiangnan? He was afraid that he would embarrass the empress on the spot. In that case, her position as the crown prince, which was already not very stable in the first place, would be even more dangerous. Yi Xiaohua glanced at the prime minister. "I am willing to share the queen's worries. I will go to Jiangnan this afternoon." No one in the hall reacted except for the prime minister. Even the Jun family was stunned by Yi Xiaohua's words. not to mention other officials. Xiaohua, you stay in the palace. Well, why do you want to go to Jiangnan? Jun Qing heard the news that Yi Xiaohua was leaving and quickly went to find the empress to take back her order. After he heard that the second princess was injured and came back, he was relieved to let Yi Xiaohua go. Yi Xiaohua did not listen to his dissuasion. After going back, she simply packed up some things and went to Jiangnan. The Jiangnan mob was not only the victims after the flood, but also the patients who suffered from the disease after the flood. Once people had no home and no relatives, no one could shake the riot. Yi Xiaohua did not take a patient. After going there, she first wrote down a prescription that could treat the epidemic and let people buy herbs to disperse in the street. The Jiangnan officials did not care about the arrival of Yi Xiaohua. They did not care much about her words. What does the first princess mean? She didn't bring troops here and let us apply the medicine? This is the epidemic, even the second princess can't avoid it. An official holding the prescription frowned. Standing next to her, the official who wrote the memorial said sarcastically, what else can she do? It's just sensationalism. You don't know in the imperial capital, so naturally you don't know. The first princess is ignorant and incompetent. Now she is playing with the second princess. Naturally, she has to fight for a credit. She doesn't know whether this prescription is used to kill people or save people. When the other person heard it, his face was shocked. To control the epidemic in a short period of time, the best way was to kill the people who got the epidemic and then burn them to prevent the spread of the epidemic. However, she did not expect Yi Xiaohua to be so bold. However, the officials did not speak and dispersed the prescription according to Yi Xiaohua's instructions. On this day, Yi Xiaohua and the Prime Minister led the officials to check the situation of the people. But they did not expect to encounter the wandering bandits when they returned to the city. A large group of densely packed bandits. Among them, the leader was a woman with a scar on her face. Protect the first princess and the Prime Minister. The Jiangnan officials were in chaos, protecting Yi Xiaohua and the Prime Minister behind them. Last time, the second princess was hurt in this way. Fortunately, she was not killed. This time, if something happened to the Prime Minister and the first princess, their heads would fall off. Gua, what are you doing? Just when the officials were frightened, an old voice rang out. The old lady who spoke stooped and came through the crowd. Without saying a word, she knelt down directly to Yi Xiaohua. This commoner pays respect to the first princess. Then she pointed to the woman with a scar on her face and scolded, come and kneel down to the first princess, you unfilial son. Gua looked confused, and then her eyes turned red. Mother, aren't you locked up in the quarantine area? Not to mention Gua, even the accompanying officials were dumbfounded. The Prime Minister, who knew Yi Xiaohua, couldn't help but stare. He thought that Yi Xiaohua's prescription was a joke. Who could have thought that she actually cured the epidemic? It was similar to the second princess's script. But they guessed the beginning, but they didn't guess the end. Yi Xiaohua worked hard in Jiangnan, led the people to build homes and plant trees, and easily solved the epidemic. Who would want to be a bandit if they could have a better life? The applicants were all obedient to her. The officials all changed their minds about Yi Xiaohua one by one. In the end, they admired her very much and almost knelt down to express their love to her. The capital. The gauze on the second princess's arm was removed, but it inevitably left scars. She immediately called the officials who surrendered to her after the injury was healed, and a group of people were secretly discussing the next move. The first princess and the Prime Minister. Lord Li had already surrendered to the second princess. There had been no news from Jiangnan these days, and she subconsciously felt a little uneasy. No one knows how dangerous Jiangnan is better than me. This time, the first princess didn't even bring the army of the Jun family, so it's not enough. The second princess didn't care much. Others nodded. The group discussed for a whole night before going back. The second princess was better. She was engaged to the Jun family, and finally turned to the son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights to marry the Qin family. On the day of the wedding. Young master, the Qin family is really big, and now the second princess is favored. Your good days are still ahead. The manservant beside him took off his heavy wedding clothes. Don't think about the young lady of the Jun family. The first princess will not come back in Jiangnan. If you marry the Jun family, who knows if you will be implicated in the future. The son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites sat in the wedding room, and Jun Yaling's face flashed in front of him. He nodded. Miss Qin was now under his mother's care, and now the second princess was like the sun in the sky. It was not good to be too close to the Jun family. Strange, why haven't those people in the front hall come back yet? The manservant saw that the time was up. Those people in the wedding room didn't come in, and even Miss Qin was not there. He couldn't help but open the door and ask. They've all gone to the gate of the imperial palace, the guard of the Qin family said excitedly. The first princess is back. Not only did she come back, but she also exterminated the bandits in Jiangnan and saved all the people who were infected with the epidemic. On her way back, she solved many cases and saved many ordinary people. Originally, those bandits had escorted her all the way from Jiangnan to the imperial capital, saying that the first princess was an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. How could the officials dare to be negligent? They all went to welcome them. When the son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites heard this, he couldn't help but sit on the bed. He actually made such a great contribution. Wasn't everything that the second princess had experienced in Jiangnan a joke? The first princess was the heir to the throne, and with this merit, even the empress couldn't touch her position. So, the Jun family naturally wouldn't decline. In comparison, the second princess had indeed said that the mob in Jiangnan could not be governed, which was awkward. Not only would it be awkward, but he would also lose his prestige in the royal court. As for the Qin family, which was related to the second princess, at the thought of this, the son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites was cold all over. Before, because of Yi Xiaohua's performance, the officials who went to Jiangnan with her were later subdued by her. One by one, they covered up the things that happened in Jiangnan until they returned to the imperial capital. It shocked the whole court. No one thought that the first princess, who was usually spoiled like this, would have such means. At the same time, General Qin, who had not seen anyone for almost 2 months, also released a bomb. The assassin who assassinated the first princess 2 months ago turned out to be the second princess. Witnesses and material evidence were there, and there were even several secret letters in the hands of the second princess. The empress wanted to protect the second princess, but there was no way, so she could only put the second princess in prison. In the end, even if the second princess was released, the previous forces were all disintegrated. Mother, the second princess is also my sister. Just give her a courtyard outside the palace and send someone to guard it strictly. Yi Xiaohua said to the empress in the main hall. If it was in the past, the empress would not be willing to treat the second princess like this. But now, she smiled very kindly. My son is kind, then I will listen to you and prepare a courtyard for her. Now, Yi Xiaohua is not only sitting firmly in the position of the crown prince, but even the forces in the hands of the empress are also built by her. The officials are basically listening to her orders. The strength in the hands of the empress is illusory. Wen Jin waited for the second princess to come out in front of the prison. In fact, his feelings for the second princess were very complicated. Before, because of some prejudice against Yi Xiaohua, he never looked at her. Now listening to the admiration of others for her, he was very at a loss. Did I choose the wrong one? No, the second princess was always different. She was so talented, and she had such an awe-inspiring character. Thinking of this, he gradually settled his heart. Second princess, you wait for me. I will go back and talk to my mother. Wen Jin fixed his eyes on the second princess and went back to find the prime minister. It was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Mingxin was now deserted. Unexpectedly, Wen Jin was the only one who cared about her. She would not know the value of Wen Jin. With Wen Jin, her future life would be much better, so she was more gentle to him. Wen Jin was more determined to find the prime minister after returning to the prime minister's mansion. The prime minister was surprised by Wen Jin's bold begging. You want to marry the second princess? Do you know what you are talking about? The prime minister looked at Wen Jin seriously. Wen Jin knelt on the ground and asked the prime minister to agree. For Wen Jin's decision, the prime minister could not say anything, but for such a big event, the second princess did not even show her head. His previous good impression of the second princess was lost. Since you insist on this, I will not stop you, but Wenjin, I hope you will not regret it in the future. Thinking of the second princess's pledge of eternal love to him today, saying that there would never be another emperor's servant in the future. The prime minister finally agreed to the marriage between Wenjin and the second princess. It was just that the second princess was already married. The eldest princess, who was still single, was secretly thought of by a group of officials. The first princess's appearance was outstanding, and she had been described by the common people as a god. The men who had hated her before now admired her as much as they admired her now. 3 days later, when Wenjin returned with the second princess. Hearing that the prime minister and the eldest princess were in the study, Wenjin paused. Wenjin, the prime minister may not be willing to see me. You go first. The second princess looked at Wenjin very gently. Wenjin knew that the prime minister was not satisfied with the second princess, so she didn't say anything and walked to the study alone. There was no one guarding outside the study. Eldest princess, I heard that you punished the grandson of the prime minister yesterday? Not only that, but also changed the bed, you. Alas, you are not young anymore, there must be a candidate for the position of the royal husband. Hearing her mother's voice, Wenjin didn't know why, but she stopped not far from the window. A light voice sounded, I punished him because he was the grandson of the prime minister. If that person knew that he was lying in my bed, it would not be as simple as punishing him. Wenjin's fingers tightened. Naturally, he knew that the person Yi Xiaohua was talking about was Qin Xianyun, General Qin. Hearing that she cared so much about Qin Xuanyun's opinion, he didn't know why he was a little envious. Well, General Qin, let's not talk about it for the time being. But in the future, there must be someone in the harem, right? The emperor said that there is no one in your harem now, so he sent me. The prime minister persuaded. Nowadays, all the concubines were embarrassed to say that they were powerful. Not to mention the empress. The harem always needed these people to maintain the balance. Yi Xiaohua put down the brush. Prime Minister, don't say it. I will only marry one person in my life. I will tell them tomorrow that whoever wants to send more people, be careful of her head. The Prime Minister had already heard this sentence, so he was not surprised to hear it. But Wenjin, who was standing outside, was completely stunned. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Although Yi Mingxin told Wenjin that there would be no one else in the future, when she was still the second princess, there were already 4 or 5 beautiful servants in the harem. Wenjin didn't expect, looking at the wanton and unrestrained first princess, even in her position, she only wanted one person. By the time he came back to his senses, the first princess had already left. Wenjin entered the study in a daze. He suddenly recalled the look in the first princess' eyes when she looked at him. At that time, he hated her and did not want to understand her at all. But now, deep jealousy welled up in his heart. This jealousy lasted until he entered the study and saw a piece of paper on his mother's desk. He was so shocked that he forgot about it. His image on the paper was bold and powerful, showing his strength of character. It was the handwriting that he could not forget. It was true that he admired the second princess before, but it was because of the policy treatise brought back by the Prime Minister that he truly believed in her. From the handwriting to the content, he was deeply attracted to her. The ink on it had not dried yet, so it was obvious that it had been written not long ago. Wenjin knew her mother's handwriting. This was not written by her mother. He heard his slightly dizzy voice, "Mother, who wrote this?" The first princess, the Prime Minister, didn't notice Wenjin's strangeness. He just looked at the words in admiration. Before, I thought the first princess was a playboy. Who would have thought that her handwriting was so good? How could she be mediocre if she had such patience to practice such words? That's why I'm firmly on the first princess side. What's wrong with you? Before the Prime Minister finished speaking, he saw his son sitting on the chair with his eyes closed and tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Nothing. After a while, Wenjin stood up and staggered out of the study. The sun outside was very bright, but Wenjin did not feel the slightest bit of warmth. So that was it, I told you that the second princess would definitely lose. In a palace in the palace, the Nanman prince threw a chess piece down and snorted. The other envoys had all returned. There was only one envoy left to take care of him. This envoy was the one who had tried to persuade the Nanman prince to apologize to Yi Mingxin. At this moment, how nice, he nodded repeatedly, the prince really has a good eye, and the first princess is really wise. But prince, should we go back to the island first? The first princess obviously doesn't want you. I'm not going back. The prince frowned, why can Xianxia play chess with her, but I can't. But you, the envoy wanted to say that General Qin could sometimes tie with the first princess, but every time he went, he would be abused to death in less than 5 minutes. She was too lazy to play with him. But he still had to care about his prince's face, so he held back his words. He did not press the prince for not going back. The customs of the female supreme dynasty were too good. The first princess did not restrain them, and the envoy had a lot of fun. To be honest, he was actually reluctant to go back to the island. The empress asked to abdicate in less than a year. As soon as the first princess ascended the throne, she dismissed the palace maids and palace attendants who were of age. Not only that, but she also dismissed the queen's harem. For the handsome men sent by the officials, the first princess either sent them as palace attendants or sent them back untouched. For a time, all the men in the female supreme dynasty were resentful of Qin Xianyun. Among those who were dismissed from the palace was the teenager who used to serve the first princess. The changes that happened in the past year were too fast. After he followed the second princess, he saw the empress and the second princess talk by candlelight, and he saw the empress phone Nanchuan's love for the second princess. He thought that the first princess would not become the empress in the end. The second princess, as the empress's favorite, would come to power sooner or later. He also satirized his fellow countrymen who continued to follow the first princess. But he did not expect that the second princess was defeated. His fellow countrymen became the head of the imperial palace and returned to his hometown in glory. He was sent back to his hometown, but to his pleasant surprise, his parents and sister were still alive and well. You actually served the first princess? His sister was very excited and said, she is the savior of our family. He remembered that day, it was clear that the eldest princess wrote the policy for the second princess. At that time, he felt very contemptuous of the eldest princess's actions. What second princess? She doesn't even know how to fart when she comes to Jiangnan, his sister spat when she mentioned the second princess. It's all because of the first princess's emergency evacuation order. Not only that, our epidemic was cured by her. The young man was stunned. Thinking that he regarded the second princess as a benefactor, but also abandoned the eldest princess, and thought that his fellow countrymen are now mixed so well, he regretted for a while. Ding. Complete the main task, the system rewards 4,000 points. Ding. The 008 system serves the host, 4,000 points have been received, leaving the world. Wake up again, the surroundings are noisy. From time to time, people walk around. Where's my mic? A female voice said in a hurry, found it, here. Yi Xiaohua's physical fitness is okay this time. At least when she wears it, she doesn't feel uncomfortable. She observed the surrounding environment, like the backstage of a variety show. Why are you still sitting here? A man saw Yi Xiaohua, frowned and impatiently urged, go to change clothes, and wait for Guhan to play, and then it's your turn. He was very impatient with the original owner. After a few steps, he saw a woman with a delicate appearance coming out of the dressing room. The impatience on his face disappeared instantly and turned into charm. Guhan, it's your turn. How about it? Are you still nervous? Guhan walked forward while wearing a mic. When she passed by Yi Xiaohua, she didn't deliberately avoid it. Daimai's action accidentally hit Yi Xiaohua. She moved for a while, and her dark eyes looked at Yi Xiaohua. I'm sorry. But there was no sense of embarrassment in the voice and tone. Yi Xiaohua was very uncomfortable by her eyes. She stepped back to the side, it's okay. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's voice, Guhan gave her a meaningful look. Hearing the director calling her name, she didn't say anything more and prepared to go directly. After the two left, a woman with gold-rimmed glasses came over and said in surprise, Xiaohua, I just saw Guhan. Do you know her? Yi Xiaohua thought about Guhan's expression just now, which didn't seem to be the meaning of knowing her. She shook her head. The woman was a little disappointed, but she didn't have much expectations. Go and change your clothes. Yi Xiaohua nodded and went to the changing room. 008, plot. Please wait a moment. Within a few seconds, a bunch of scenarios appeared in her mind. The original owner was a newcomer who graduated from a film school. By chance, she was signed by her current agent, Sister Wang, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Coincidentally, it was a show hosted by one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the world, Global Idol. This was a program that was similar to a competition. Every episode was broadcast live, and the audience voted on the spot. Everyone had one vote, and after the show, some people would be eliminated. In order to survive in this show, one must not only have face but also talent. There were a total of 10 countries participating. Each country would first choose the 3 most outstanding contestants. Then, these 3 would gather together to form a group of 30 and choose the most outstanding contestant. That person would become a global idol with top-notch popularity. Now, the plot was developing to the finals of Z country. The original owner was the first place in Qing City and made it to the national finals. Her dancing and singing were mediocre, but relying on her face, she won the second place, Su Xintong, by a small margin of 10,000 votes. This Su Xintong was a second-tier actress in the circle, but she actually lost to a newcomer. When it was posted on the internet, she was ridiculed by many people. However, the original owner was good-looking. She could sing and dance well, and there were no black spots. For a time, the internet was laughing at Su Xintong. Coupled with the deliberate rhythm of the marketing account, Su Xintong almost collapsed. Gu Han was Su Xintong's best friend. After learning about this, she specially watched the video of the competition. The strength of the original owner could only be regarded as mediocre, even a little worse than Su Xintong. These 10,000 votes were clearly based on the audience's face. Gu Han was a top actress in singing, dancing, and other aspects. She was the first place in Qing City. The original owner of Qing City only had 418,5228 votes. Gu Han's first place got 180,00151 votes, in the case that each person could only cast one vote. With more than 10 million votes in the region, she was almost a king-like existence, far leaving the other contestants behind. With a gap of nearly 5 times, she felt that Su Xintong was many times better than the original owner. Therefore, Gu Han, who felt unfair to Su Xintong, wanted to vent her anger for Su Xintong in the national competition. When she received here, Yi Xiaohua also changed her clothes. She changed into a light yellow dance dress, very short hot pants, and a sleeveless shirt. There were fine tassels hanging on the edge to show more obvious movement when dancing. Although she was the only one in the company to enter the national competition, there were 30 people in the country who entered the final. The original owner's strength was mediocre. She was probably in the middle. The company did not have any expectations for her. The national competition was divided into 3 times. This time, the top 15 of the 30 were selected. They only hoped that she could brush her existence. So, there was no special preparation for clothes, which were all prepared by the prop team. Sister Wang was waiting outside. When she saw Yi Xiaohua coming out, her eyes, which were originally a little wandering, brightened up. She always knew that Yi Xiaohua was very beautiful, but now, she thought Yi Xiaohua was more beautiful than before. The on-site director urged again, and Sister Wang accompanied Yi Xiaohua to the waiting area. You are behind Gu Han. After watching Gu Han's performance, the audience is not interested in your performance. However, with your strength, it's no problem to mix in the second stage. You don't have to force yourself in the third stage. After returning to the company, as she was speaking, a familiar music suddenly sounded in her ear. This was still a live broadcast. There were about 10,000 spectators at the scene. When they saw Gu Han coming out, they applauded one by one. Even in the background, they could hear a few goddess. Sister Wang and Yi Xiaohua said half, and suddenly stuck. Xiaohua, Isn't this the song you chose? For a moment, Sister Wang thought it was Yi Xiaohua's turn. But Gu Han was still performing. The assistant who came with a glass of water was also stunned, and her face gradually turned cold. Sister Wang, when Gu Han rehearsed yesterday, it was not this song. So it was deliberately changed? Sister Wang was silent for a while and reacted, Xiaohua, you. did you offend Guhan? Yi Xiaohua naturally narrowed her eyes. I don't know. Sister Wang has been taking Yi Xiaohua with her. She is very clear whether she has offended Guhan or not. But Sister Wang doesn't understand. Yi Xiaohua obviously has no threat to Guhan. Why did she do this? Originally, Yi Xiaohua was at a disadvantage behind Guhan. Now Guhan also chose a song exactly the same as Yi Xiaohua's. In all kinds of programs, not to mention performance, even the same clothes are very embarrassing. Guhan's strength is much stronger than Yi Xiaohua's. If she also chose the same song as Yi Xiaohua, the audience will be amazed by Guhan's performance and lack interest in Yi Xiaohua. Where will they vote for Yi Xiaohua? Guhan did this clearly to let Yi Xiaohua be eliminated in the first stage. Yesterday's rehearsal was fine. Today's live broadcast suddenly changed the song. Even if Yi Xiaohua changed it, it was too late. Who would believe that Guhan didn't mean it? That's right, Guhan did it on purpose. She has more than 1,800 votes. In China, she has the well-deserved first place. She has already got the song that Yi Xiaohua wants to perform. During yesterday's rehearsal, she deliberately told the on-site director that she will perform another song. Waiting for this moment, Guhan performed on the stage to her heart's content. Her talent is really good. Her voice is also very unique in the entertainment circle. It is called the voice of the mermaid. Coupled with her very flexible physique, all kinds of difficult martial arts movements become very simple for her. Goddess! Goddess! After a high note, Guhan did a very difficult dance movement on the stage. Let the audience in the stands can't help but wave the glow sticks in their hands. Guhan danced to her heart's content. Finally, she finished the last movement. She stood in the middle of the stage, bowed to the audience, and said a speech to canvass votes. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Yi Xiaohua in the waiting area. Guhan's drooping eyes flashed a trace of irony. Xingtong, did you see that? This Yi Xiaohua can't hold on in the first stage. What Qing City's goddess? When it comes to the national competition, it's nothing. She will let Yi Xiaohua know, even if she wins by luck and comes to the national competition, so what? After the audience has seen my performance, who will notice her next? The first goddess of Qing City, coming to the national competition, won't even have 1,000,000 votes. Off topic, I wrote a little more, so I'm a little late. Guhan was a seated contestant, and Xinyuan media attached great importance to her. The choreographer chosen was also a very famous choreographer in Z country. Coupled with the top music team, the 30 contestants in Z country would be at a disadvantage no matter who performed after Guhan. Not to mention that it was still the same song. Yi Xiaohua retracted her gaze and put on her earphones. Forget it, let's go back this time to pick up a variety show. Sister Wang patted Yi Xiaohua's shoulder and looked at her with a little sympathy. Get ready. I'll contact Guhan's agent when she comes down. Xinyuan Media was a group under the first entertainment tycoon in Asia. It almost monopolized the entire Asian film and television industry. Half of the artists in the circle came from Xinyuan Media. Yi Xiaohua and Guhan were both newcomers from the film and television media, but their fame was dozens of times worse. Guhan not only had good potential in singing and dancing, but she also had great potential in acting. She was a versatile artist. Xinyuan Media saw Guhan's potential, so they spent a lot of money to promote Guhan. Now that they had offended Guhan, if the company had to choose between Yi Xiaohua and Guhan, they would naturally choose Guhan. Thinking of this, Sister Wang sighed. But she still looked at Yi Xiaohua encouragingly, hoping that she would not be affected by Guhan. Come on. Well, I will. Yi Xiaohua pressed the headset with one hand and put the other on the guardrail beside her. She looked sideways at Sister Wang. Her voice was lazy and clear. This was the waiting area, so the lights were not obvious. There were only stage effects lights occasionally projected from the main stage. Sister Wang, who looked at Yi Xiaohua, was stunned. Yi Xiaohua's appearance was very delicate. Her skin was very white. At this time, when reflected by the lights, the bright color refracted made people dare not look directly at her. Her eyes were even more brilliant. In the past, when Sister Wang looked at Yi Xiaohua, her eyes always showed a timid and slightly invisible inferiority complex. They were dim and dull. Obviously, they were very bright and beautiful, but they were forcibly damaged by her. But now this pair of eyes was extremely black and bright. When she glanced at her, even a woman's heart jumped. After the performance, Gu Han handed the microphone in her hand to the host. Under the reluctance of the audience watching the live broadcast, she walked away gracefully. In the backstage area, she happened to pass by Xianxia. Because of the dancing and singing, even Gu Han was a little out of breath. Extraordinary performance. Gu Han, you're really a contestant. The stage effect is amazing. Gu Han's manager, Lin Xing, rushed up and pushed Wang Jie aside to give Gu Han a big hug. The corners of his mouth almost reached the bottom. Sister Wang was just a small agent. She couldn't be compared to a top agent like Lin Xing. Not only could she not be angry, but she also had to smile at Lin Xing. This was the difference between a small-time agent and an unpresentable artist facing a top-notch agent, and a newcomer that the company was preparing to promote. Gu Han hugged Lin Xing, but when she passed by Xianxia, she didn't even glance at Xianxia. He should not regard Xianxia as an opponent at all. Xianxia withdrew her gaze and went straight to the field. There were a total of 30 people in the finals. In order to prevent the audience from forgetting, every 5 groups would vote once. Xianxia was the last to play in the third group. Originally, this ranking was very good. Even after Gu Han, the votes would not be at the bottom. Sister Wang and others would be sure that Xianxia could enter the second stage. But now, Gu Han chose the same song as Xianxia, so Sister Wang and her assistant were so sad. Lin Xing and Gu Han walked out of the waiting area. When they went to rest, he asked in a low voice, "Do you have a grudge against Xianxia?" In fact, Lin Xing also knew Xianxia. When the other party was discovered by the talent scout, Lin Xing had the idea of bringing Xianxia himself. Xianxia's face was really beautiful, and her strength was not bad. Therefore, Qingyuan Media had the idea of cultivating Xianxia from the beginning. But when they discovered Gu Han, who was discovered by the movie King Xianxia, the company and Lin Xing gave up the idea of bringing Xianxia. There was no way, compared to Xianxia, Gu Han was obviously better. Qingyuan Media could only have one first sister in an era. The company's good resources had to be used to support this future first sister. Lin Xing knew the principle of biting off more than one could chew. Therefore, he gave up on Xianxia. There were not many artists in the entertainment circle who looked as beautiful as Xianxia. Compared to this face, explosive talent could keep more fans. No, I just wanted to sing this song. Gu Han naturally couldn't admit this kind of thing. She didn't leave after changing her clothes. Instead, she waited for Xianxia to finish singing. The 5 singers returned to the stage and waited for the vote. Seeing Gu Han deny, Lin Xing didn't say anything. It was just Xianxia. She couldn't make any waves, so he didn't take it to heart. He just smiled. Being arranged behind you, she's going to be scolded to death. Hearing this, Gu Han sneered. Don't worry, I won't let your investment fail. Looking at the worried eyes of Sister Wang and her assistant, Xianxia smiled and turned to go on stage. On the stage, the host didn't introduce Xianxia like other contestants. She just casually said Xianxia's name and left the stage. The stage lights were all dark. Xianxia closed her eyes. In the original plot, the original owner was destroyed by Gu Han step by step. The original owner was originally from an ordinary family and couldn't be compared with Gu Han. The whole person was a little timid on the stage and was affected by Gu Han's performance. Originally the first place in Qing City, under Gu Han's deliberate efforts, the live performance was terrible. Especially compared with Gu Han's exploding stage. She used to have some fans. Under this live broadcast, she didn't know how many people turned from fans to haters. In the end, she only got 400,000 votes. Under this kind of national direct broadcast, even the second from the bottom had 2 million votes, not to mention compared with Gu Han's final result of more than 30 million votes. It was too tragic. It caused a stir on the internet. Xianxia, get out of the entertainment circle. A vase doesn't deserve to participate in the global idol. Black screen. Plagiarizing Gu Han's program. Xianxia was a clown. At that time, the original owner was almost blackened by the whole internet. She wanted to explain that Gu Han temporarily changed the song, but no one would listen to her. Many marketing accounts reported one after another while stepping on human blood. And Guhan relied on this popularity to rise to the next level and became a A-list star. The original owner's mother didn't understand her. When she went out, she was scolded by others. Finally, she suffered from depression and jumped off a building. Then, with a swish sound, the spotlight hit her. Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes, and her red lips slowly hooked up. Guhan wanted to hit her with this song. But, she was not the original owner. Dong, the drum sounded, and then there was a very rapid rock sound. Moving forward, the sound of drums and guitars mixed in, and gradually the sound of grand piano and electric bass mixed in, intertwining enough to blow up the whole show. With the music cutting in, the spotlight in the middle of the stage was also cast on Xianxia. The camera gave a close-up, and Xianxia's dark eyes opened were projected on the big screen. The people watching the live broadcast at the scene were still reviewing Guhan's performance. They were blown up by the drums, and then shocked by the perfect face on the big screen. But the next second, the familiar melody of love sounded. The people at the scene also gradually reacted. No, isn't this Guhan's music just now? The audience watching the live broadcast and the scene were just pulled back by Xianxia's stunned face. Then they looked at each other. What's going on? Open provocation, not to mention the competition, even in general programs, it's very embarrassing to collide songs. Every contestant who comes to participate will report their songs to the director in advance. This kind of mistake rarely happens. But now not only did it appear, but it was also an unknown artist who collided with the new star Guhan's song. This time, Guhan's fans were not happy. The bullet screen of the live broadcast was full of Guhan's fans' bullet screen. No, 15 is simply trash. Don't you even know how to respect your predecessors? You didn't change it even when you bumped into it during rehearsal? Want to compete with our Guhan? Colliding songs is not terrible. Whoever is bad is embarrassed. Provoking our Guhan? Don't you know our Guhan is omnipotent? No wonder the host didn't introduce it. I don't want to watch it. Please have some face, okay? What's the situation with this number 15? Knowing that Guhan chose this song, she still danced. Isn't this like a clown asking to be humiliated? As soon as the prelude came out, passers-by and Guhan's fans had no good impression of Xianxia. In the audience, there were also Xianxia's fans. Luo Yu was one of them. She was still holding Xianxia's light card. Luo Yu, is this the number 15 you like? The roommate next to her looked very strange. How can you support such a person? She even learned from Guhan. It's better to support other little sisters. I'm too embarrassed to watch now. Yes, awkward. There was a sense of awkwardness in the stadium. Even the passers-by felt embarrassed that a person who was basically unnoticed by the audience had chosen the same song as Guhan. He was overestimating himself. Wasn't this comparison a little too tragic? Luo Yu tightened her grip on the lantern. It was at this moment that a deep and clear voice rang out, followed by an octave change in pitch. The transition from C1 to A2 was as smooth as flowing water. Amidst the electric bass, grand piano, and drums, it was like an icy light piercing through the night sky. Xianxia's music is special music. Not to mention Guhan, she could even compete with the professional singers in this world. In her previous world, every concert of hers was always a full house, and there were even people who supported her as a soul singer. Every word and pronunciation of her lyrics could melt into people's bones. The audience that was originally filled with doubts and anger disappeared in an instant. C5. Even a professional singer would find it difficult to sing C5. Whether it was to join in the fun or to understand, their eyes all fell on the big screen. Everyone's mind was attracted, everyone's eyes were only on her. Luo Yu's face was flushed with excitement as she held the lantern. The song that Xianxia performed was an English song. It could be said that many people present didn't even know what her long lyrics meant, but they could feel the emotions that she expressed. What they listened to was unruly imagination, tempered forward, survival, or destruction, desperate situation, or a miracle, tired, but I won't stop. Everyone's cells were trembling, their blood was boiling, and every cell was trembling. Dong, with the sound of an inserted drum, the cameraman zoomed in on Xianxia's face. The cameraman should also be shocked by the superb music. The video shook a bit, but everyone could see the unparalleled face, the eyes that looked down on the world and refused to admit defeat. This was even more shocking than the music. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the girl on the stage. This was an indescribable appeal. Even Guhan's fans who had been slandering Xianxia at the beginning were burned and destroyed by Xianxia's appeal at this moment. For the first time, all the audience in the entire square stood up, shook the glow sticks in their hands, and swayed and shouted along with Xianxia's rhythm. At this moment, Xianxia was the king on the stage. In the middle, the music suddenly stopped. Everyone's movements were the same. Xianxia's expression on the screen didn't change. She jumped down from the 2-meter-high grandstand, and the camera followed her. She wasn't injured at all. Instead, she made an extremely difficult high-rotation movement, followed by a section of C5. Crazy. All the people present were crazy. What was the name of the contestant number 15? Xianxia. To Xianxia, fan for life, the bullet screen of the live broadcast was full of ah. They had never seen such an explosive stage. From the beginning of the competition until now, no one could completely sing in C5 without breaking their voice. Even a professional singer didn't have such a tone, and just now, that was a cappella. God, did you bring your own millions of tuners? This was simply a concert of the world's top singers, not an international idol competition. No music in the middle, so what if there was no music, so what? Even without music, God's stage effect was explosive. At this time, they couldn't see anything, they couldn't hear anything. Their ears were filled with the voice of the god. Xianxia turned the last note, and then stopped. In an instant, the momentum of her body completely changed, and she gracefully bowed to the audience. The performance came to an abrupt end. Ah. At this time, the audience all stood up and shouted wildly, off topic, I don't have enough time today, and I still want to eat. Can I make it up tomorrow? Don't not give Gauda tickets just because I didn't have time. This time, the audience was basically the fans of the 30 contestants. But now, everyone on the scene had gone crazy. The audience watching the live broadcast could also feel the cells all over their body trembling, even their pores were open. There were female and male audience members on the scene. Those who were not true fans of the original Little Sister had basically become fans. Like Luo Yu, Xianxia's sister and mother fans, now they just wanted to be a girlfriend fan. Luo Yu waved the light sign in her hand with all her might. Her roommate next to her also stood up at some point, shouting until her face was red. Luo Yu, what's the name of this big boss? I want to vote for her. In the future, the votes will all be hers, all hers. Luo Yu raised her head proudly. Don't you feel embarrassed? Don't you still like Guhan? She had never felt so proud of her idol before. This was too cool. Whether it was an expert or a layman, everyone could not deny that Xianxia's performance was not comparable to the other contestants here at all, because this pervert was not on the same level as the others at all. The host who retreated backstage was also a veteran of the entertainment industry. He could be considered a smooth person who could handle all kinds of situations. But even so, within a minute after Xianxia singing, they did not react. When Xianxia was performing, one of them also danced with joy. When he came back to his senses, backstage. The program planner had just hung up when another call came in. He held the phone and his blood was boiling. It's exploding. Director, our app is exploding. There are more than 4 million viewers queuing up to enter the live broadcast room. The last time Xianxia's live broadcast was not so popular. It broke the record. More than 40 million. The audience watching the live broadcast has reached more than 40 million. There are still millions of viewers stuck outside. The number is still rising. It's almost 50 million. Technical staff, hurry up and fix it. Make sure that all the audience can watch the live broadcast. The director ran all over the place, ordering with a flushed face. Global Idol was a global large-scale talent show. It also started broadcasting at the same time, and each country's live broadcast time was the same. However, the quality of the artists from Z country had always been very poor. Compared to the contestants from our country, M country, F country, and H country who had both strength and face, Z country could barely compete with them in terms of face, but in terms of strength, they were far inferior. Guhan was the only one who could do it. and the show relied on her to attract traffic. Just like the Four Kings contestants from other countries who were already popular in Z country before the global election had even begun, they were not on the same level as Guhan. Most people would rather watch the live broadcasts of these countries at the same time, which was why there was a serious separation. Compared to Country R, Country M, and Country H, Z's live broadcast was considered less popular. The most popular person in H Nation was more than 100 million. That was one of the Four Kings breaking through his own realm and performing a new show. Z Country's Global Idol was not streamed live on any video app. Instead, it was streamed live on Xinyuan Media's platform. Before this, Xinyuan Media's peak traffic was only about 20 million. But he didn't expect it to reach more than 40 million tonight. These 40 million were not gifts or the popularity of the bullet screen, but headcount. A headcount of more than 40 million was 2F** King Scary. The corners of the director's mouth almost reached the back of his ears. He took the microphone and said to the host and the camera, quickly give this Xianxia a close-up. Remember this contestant. She will definitely stand out internationally. Backstage, Lin Xing, as Xinyuan Media's top agent, could also see the live broadcast data. He didn't watch Xianxia's performance, but he heard her singing. Compared to the previous time he heard it, she had improved a lot. He was an agent, so he naturally knew the potential of a contestant. To reach Xianxia's level, before this, he knew that Xianxia was creative in all aspects, but he focused more on the all-around development of Guhan, which coincided with the company in a certain aspect. So he chose Guhan. Even if the last three contestants selected from the global talent show formed a group, it was impossible for them to be together. Even if they relied on their faces to become popular, it would only be for a while. So Guhan, who was very good at acting, singing, and dancing, was worth investing in. But now, he looked at the director, planner, and staff backstage, who were extremely excited. No matter how hard Lin Xing tried to calm down, a feeling welled up in his heart. Should he not give up on Xianxia? He knew that he shouldn't think like this at this point, but once this feeling appeared, not only did he not retreat, but it was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. Xianxia didn't canvass for votes, nor did she say anything. She directly stepped off the stage, took a break, changed her clothes, and waited for the host to summon her. Sister Wang. Seeing Sister Wang, who was still in the waiting area, Xianxia's footsteps paused. When Sister Wang and the assistant heard Xianxia's voice, they reacted, Xianxia, you're really great. It was a completely extraordinary performance, we will definitely not be eliminated. Sister Wang and the assistant hugged Xianxia warmly. It was really a surprise. They didn't expect that under this kind of pressure, Xianxia would still have this kind of performance. For a moment, both of them were a little jealous of the audience sitting at the scene, being able to see Xianxia's face. The assistant held a piece of paper in one hand and a mineral water in the other. Her face dyed red. Go change your clothes first, we'll be back soon to wait for the results to be announced. Such a high voice just now really put a lot of pressure on the throat. Xianxia took the water, unscrewed it, and drank a few mouthfuls. While drinking, she walked forward. By the way, you just had a missed call on your cell phone. Before going on stage, Sister Wang took Xianxia's cell phone down, and before the performance, it rang 3 times. Because it was more personal, Xianxia had previously told Sister Wang not to answer her phone, so Sister Wang didn't help Xianxia answer. Xianxia took a look. The time was 10 minutes ago. Each phone rang for half a minute. The 3 missed calls were all from the same person. When Xianxia, who changed her clothes and waited for the return, saw the surname, she turned over this memory in her mind. The original owner and the original owner's mother were originally ordinary working-class people. In addition, her biological father died early. The family was very poor. Yimu felt that she was a burden and didn't care about her at all. Before that, the original owner was very self-abased and even a little world-weary. Until Xianxia changed the original owner in a movie called Light. At that time, Xianxia was just a newcomer. When she studied acting, her mother didn't support her at all, but the original owner was very stubborn. She didn't ask her mother for a penny for college tuition and living expenses. She entered the entertainment circle for Xianxia. Want to be closer to Xianxia. In the most difficult days, Xianxia was the light in her heart. 2 months ago, Yan Hao's acting skills were good, and Xianxia became her stepbrother. Yes, the original owner's mother became Xianxia's father's second string a few months ago, and became a rich lady. In order to sit firmly in her position, she let Yi Xiaohua try to get Xianxia's recognition. When she knew that Yi Xiaohua and Xianxia were in Qingyuan media, Yimu also persuaded Xianxia's father to temporarily live in Xianxia's house because the original owner had no place to live for the time being. The original owner, who was suppressing his affection for Xianxia, would naturally not refuse and was even more excited. Xianxia's agent was very disgusted with the original owner who rushed up. He always thought that the original owner was looking for an opportunity to take advantage of Xianxia's popularity. Although Xianxia didn't say anything, he had a lot less time to return to his residence. Basically, he went to other places. It's good to come back 2 days a month. Although he didn't say it, he never admitted that the original owner was his stepsister. When he met the original owner in the company, he didn't see her. Even if he left his phone number for his father's sake, he never called. At this time, he called 3. There should be something urgent. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua returned a phone call. The phone call was answered by Xianxia's agent. Be careful of the paparazzi when you come back tonight. Xianxia's agent spoke very coldly. In fact, the number Xianxia gave the original owner is only his work number. It has always been in charge of the agent. He also has a private number, but the original owner doesn't know it. He always thinks it's Xianxia's number. Well, Yi Xiaohua casually replied. Then he hung up the phone. The agent on this side saw that Yi Xiaohua didn't ask him about Xianxia as before. He was a little strange about her attitude, but he didn't think much about it. To him, if Xianxia could get rid of this dog skin plaster, he would set off firecrackers to celebrate. But when he turned around and saw the closed room next to Xianxia's, he couldn't help but frown. Yi Xiaohua didn't know what Xianxia's agent thought. After hanging up the phone, she walked towards the stage. Sister Wang's face is full of joy. Xiaohua, don't worry. This time, even if you are behind Guhan, you will get 5 million votes. The assistant nodded frantically. 5 million, Yi Xiaohua looked at her and chuckled, thanks for your auspicious words. On the live broadcast stage, Yi Xiaohua returned to the stage. At this time, the 2 hosts also came out. By the way, they announced that the first 4 contestants would come out. After the 5 contestants were all here, they would wait for the netizens to vote. Compared with before the opening, this time the host's attitude towards Yi Xiaohua was much better. Guhan didn't see Yi Xiaohua's performance, but she heard a little of Yi Xiaohua's voice backstage. It has to be said that Yi Xiaohua's singing skills and range made her feel threatened. At this moment, when she came on stage, she clearly saw that almost all the audience stood up, and even shouted Yi Xiaohua's name. Even the host from Qingyuan Media was talking to Yi Xiaohua. She could clearly feel that the camera was on Yi Xiaohua's face. For the first time, Guhan felt a little uneasy, and her face didn't have the faint feeling of superiority at the beginning. She felt an unprecedented pressure, and there was some fear in her heart. No, her popularity is now twice as much as the second place. She didn't believe that a freshman from the performance department, a newcomer who only had a few million votes before, would surpass her on the stage. The voting ends in 5 minutes. Now let's look at the big screen, said the host, looking sideways at the big screen. The votes of the 5 contestants will appear on the big screen at once. Everyone's eyes turn to the big screen. From 11th to 15th. A total of 5 contestants. Each of the 10,000 spectators watching the live performance has a voting device in his hand. These are just a small part. The real votes are in the hands of the audience watching the live broadcast. Everyone is looking at the votes on the big screen. Even Guhan maintains the smile on her face, her left hand quietly clenches, and her eyes are fixed on the big screen. The first to come out was the votes of the 11th contestant, 189,5741 votes. The 12th, 274,5875 votes. The 13th, 242,1563 votes. The votes are very concentrated, and it's going to be her turn. Guhan's fingers are very tight. The host has sold enough suspense, and then the big screen begins to show Guhan's votes word by word. 105,12428 votes, with 10 million votes, it's a gap. Before that, the highest votes of the top 10 contestants were only more than 6 million. Gu Han heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the number of votes. Then it's Yi Xiaohua's votes. Gu Han knows the traffic of this program. More than 10 million plus the votes of other contestants, there is not much left for Yi Xiaohua. The first number that appears in Yi Xiaohua's vote is 2. When Gu Han saw the number, her expression was much more relaxed, and the smile on her face deepened. She took a deep breath. Fortunately, the audience was also shocked when they saw the number. Luo Yu's hand that was waving the light card stopped. How is this possible? The vote counter is broken. However, before she finished a sentence, the big screen completely showed Yi Xiaohua's votes. The director looked at the rapidly increasing number of people in the backstage and smiled. It should be deliberately set up by the program group. Yi Xiaohua's score appeared much slower than other contestants, but no matter how slow it was, the final score still appeared on the big screen. 28251,207 votes. Fuck, King Bomb. Off topic, the seated contestant, Gu Han, had 18 million more votes. There was an uproar at the scene. Everyone's screams almost lifted the roof. The number of votes was high. It was really high. In the global live broadcast of 10 countries, the highest number of votes in Z country so far was Gu Han's 18 million votes. It was 10 million less than Yi Xiaohua's. 28 million was an unprecedented high score in the country. After the integrated ranking, 28251,207 votes hung high in the first place. Compared with 10512,428 in second place, this number of votes was much higher. It was almost impossible for anyone to surpass it in the same period. Dominating first place, unprecedented. The fans who had turned into fans in this show were very crazy, whether it was on the bullet screen or at the scene. Every one of them was crazy. Among the 10 countries in the past, the highest number of votes was the contestant from each country who broke his own field with 50 million votes. This contestant from each country was already a well-known singer. It could be said that he had his own fans. His strength was more than 1 or 2 levels higher than the average person. He was also one of the 4 kings in Global Idol. And the overall ranking of the 10 countries in each episode was a whole country. To be in the top 10, one needed to have more than 25 million votes. Previously, no one from Z country could rush into the world ranking with the highest score. In addition, apart from Gu Han, there was no one else who could show off. Their popularity was too low. There was no way to compare with the 4 kings who attracted a lot of fans. At that time, countless domestic audiences complained that domestic artists only needed to show off their faces. There was no way to compare with the professional artists cultivated by other countries. Even Gu Han was temporarily outside the top 10. However, Gu Han was a growing contestant. It was very likely that she would rush into the top 10 in the international competition and become a seeded contestant. Because the level of strength was too low compared to the countries of the 4 kings. There was a small audience, and naturally, there would not be many votes. But what did they see now? Close to 30 million votes. She was close to the international contestants, who dared to say that their country did not have international contestants. Come out and I will beat you to death. The fans who had just become Yi Xiaohua's fans were so excited that they were not afraid of anything now. They wanted to blow up Yi Xiaohua. They even wanted to go to the international competition immediately. 4 kings, right? Do you have our little sister to blow up? Do we? Even the 2 hosts were shocked when they saw the score. These 30 million votes. Are you serious? There were so many people watching the live broadcast. Everyone watching the live broadcast wanted to tell the host. Dang. However, yes, the number of people watching the live broadcast had reached 49 million. Rubbish Qingyuan Media app. I was just looking at it when I was suddenly squeezed out. I queued for a few minutes and when I came back in, the voting was already over. Are you kidding me? Rubbish app, you told me that the system was busy when I voted for Big Boss Yi? Did he succeed just by voting for Gu Han? But go to hell. Ah, he's the best. First place. Who dares to laugh at our Z country for not having world-class idols? It ended so quickly? Goddess, please show your face, please don't leave. However, in the audience's reluctance and applause, Yi Xiaohua stepped down. Sister Wang and her assistant are backstage. When they hear that the host in front of them can't help but say that Yi Xiaohua has more than 20 million votes, they are shocked and don't know where to put their hands and feet. Oh my god. If it weren't for her lack of physical strength, Sister Wang would have lifted Yi Xiaohua up, otherwise it would be hard to express her excitement. Did you know that she surpassed Gu Han? As a manager, Yi Xiaohua shocked Sister Wang too much. Among the 30 contestants this time, half of them were artists from Qingyuan media. Yi Xiaohua was not outstanding among these artists, especially when compared to Gu Han. She was just a passerby's favorability. Especially under Gu Han's deliberate targeting, she felt that Yi Xiaohua could not even make it through the first episode. She was just ready to pack up and go back to take on a new small variety show to mess around. Sister Wang's only wish was that this matter would not be blown out of proportion. It would be good enough if Yi Xiaohua did not get attacked or slandered. But she never thought that Yi Xiaohua would give her such a big surprise. What did she say before the announcement of the scores? She said that Yi Xiaohua performed so well this time that she would definitely get 5 million votes. This Yi Xiaohua hit it well enough, but Sister Wang really hoped for this kind of sudden surprise. Now she finally understood why Yi Xiaohua said that she would not let her investment fail. Sister Wang, the on-site director, came to say hello to Sister Wang. The artist you brought is not bad. She has a lot of potential. I wonder if after Global Idol, would you be interested in coming to my show Big Gossip ? Big Gossip was currently the most popular variety show in Z country. It would be broadcast once a week on Sunday. Ordinary small stars could not go on this variety show at all. Only the top stars or the current popular stars would be invited by Big Gossip. For example, the original owner of the body would only be invited by new programs like Outdoor Survival. So when she heard that the director actually invited Yi Xiaohua to Big Gossip, Sister Wang was so excited that she did not know what to say. Sister Wang. When Sister Wang followed Yi Xiaohua to the lounge, the staff passing by, as well as other contestants and the assistants and agents of other contestants, would call out to her. There was a little awe in her eyes. She actually cultivated such an artist. This Sister Wang must have a very deep background and resources. It was just that she had never seen her before and did not know which company she was from. How could a chicken agent like Sister Wang, who was not famous, receive such treatment in the past? Being invited to Big Gossip and being called Sister Wang by others in a friendly manner, she was floating in the air for a moment. In other people's eyes, she had also become a sister generation, but she clearly did not do anything, right? This was probably what those young people said, the feeling of being brought to fly, right? Yi Xiaohua was happy here, but the pressure on Gu Han and Lin Xing's side was a little low. A group of people sat in their exclusive lounge. Gu Han's expression was particularly ugly. The assistant comforted her. Brother Lin, Miss Gu, look, these are the live recordings of Yi Xiaohua's last few matches. The assistant immediately showed Lin Xing the search results on his phone. Lin Xing hadn't paid much attention to Yi Xiaohua and didn't know her strength at all. Hearing the assistant's words, he immediately took the phone. Yi Xiaohua got more than 28 million points, that was close to 30 million points, 180,000 points more than Gu Han. Previously, Lin Xing had focused all his attention on the international scene and investigated the foreign contestants who could be Gu Han's opponent. He didn't pay attention to the domestic contestants at all. But now, in the first match of the national competition, Yi Xiaohua, who didn't attract much attention, became a dark horse. Her appearance on the live broadcast was terrifying. Lin Xing wanted to know how Yi Xiaohua came to be. Even if they were biased towards Gu Han, they had to admit that Yi Xiaohua's stage appeal was too strong. She was simply born for the stage. After watching all of Yi Xiaohua's match recordings, Lin Xing frowned. This Yi Xiaohua, previously, he was too ordinary. Only that face of his was outstanding. Why did it feel like she was a different person now? This kind of intense performance, especially that voice, it could be said to be professional. Logically speaking, in this kind of competition, no matter how much progress she made, there shouldn't be such a performance, right? It was possible that he was in this state because of Gu Han's provocation. You see, in the last match, she didn't have this range, Lin Xing comforted Gu Han. This is probably an extraordinary outburst. There are still 2 more matches and the international competition at the end. Don't be affected by her. The choreographer who was watching the video nodded, pointed to the screen and said, I'm not picky about her voice and her control of the music, but she has a weak point, and that is her dancing. It's not a challenge, see, he paused and pointed to one of Xiaohua's paused movements. The movements are not very skilled and not professional. At least for the time being, there is no way to compare with Guhan. Although the stage performance is very explosive, it will definitely be deducted internationally. As the group talked, they weren't as afraid of Xiaohua as they were just now. As for the appreciation level of the domestic audience, they always felt that the audience was too emotional. That is to say, they think that Xiaohua's votes are too high now, and they don't deserve her real strength. Although the people around Guhan agreed with this statement, what were they actually thinking, only they knew. At this moment, Lin Xing's phone rang. It's Xianxia's agent. Ringer's eyes lit up when she saw the caller ID. Guhan must be concerned about your performance. Come on, tell him yourself, he handed the phone to Guhan. This evening, Qingyuan Media's live broadcast reached a climax with Xiaohua's appearance. The highest popularity was 50 million. When it came to the next 15 contestants, the number of viewers slowly decreased, but it still maintained at more than 30 million. When all the contestants returned, the number of viewers returned to more than 40 million. This made the on-site director more determined to grasp the idea of Xiaohua, a traffic superstar. The host and the chief director naturally realized this as well. Unconsciously, Xiaohua's shots became a lot. In the first stage, Xiaohua was far ahead with the first place, and everyone had no doubt about it. The next day, after the live broadcast was edited and posted online, it caused another uproar. However, let's not talk about this matter for the time being. After the live broadcast, Xiaohua declined the director's treat and went back with Sister Wang. Because Xiaohua was just a small artist. Qingyuan didn't assign bodyguards or other assistant artists to Xiaohua. Therefore, only Sister Wang and a small assistant were there. As soon as the 3 of them came out, they saw a large number of fans waiting outside the door. Big boss. The big boss is out. A group of people shouted. At first, Sister Wang and the assistant didn't know that these were Xiaohua's fans. After all, Xiaohua didn't have much popularity before. There were only a few fans who saw her, and they were submerged in Guhan's fans. When someone shouted Xiaohua's name, Sister Wang and the assistant found out that they were all Xiaohua's fans. The 2 of them widened their eyes. It didn't take long for the omnipotent netizens to investigate all of Xiaohua's information. They dug out Xiaohua's agent, Sister Wang. Sister Wang, please take good care of the big boss. She sang at such a high pitch today, her throat must be uncomfortable. When you go back, make her a cup of fruit tea to moisten her throat. Until they got into the car, Sister Wang still didn't react. This is also red. It wasn't until the car was halfway there that Sister Wang faintly reacted. By the way, Xiaohua, are you still going to Jindingbi courtyard today? Sister Wang asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded, well, stop at Jindingbi courtyard. Of course, the company didn't arrange a place for Xiaohua. When Sister Wang took Xiaohua, she knew that she lived in Jindingbi courtyard, which was the most advanced community in the city center. There were a lot of stars living there. You wait for me for a while. Xiaohua got off the car and let Sister Wang wait for a while before going to Xianxia's residence. She took out the key to open the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw the face of Xianxia's agent. The agent was still holding a box of medicine in his hand. His drooping eyes flashed a trace of ridicule. Sure enough, he should have known that hearing that Xianxia was here, this woman would not let go of this opportunity to get close to Xianxia. Xianxia needs to rest. Keep your voice down and don't disturb him in the room. The agent said coldly. Seeing Xiaohua nodded, the agent immediately turned and went to Xianxia's room. He didn't want to stay in the same space with Xiaohua for one more second. When he arrived at Xianxia's room, he immediately closed the door of Xianxia's room. He was afraid that if he was a second late, Xiaohua would come in immediately. This is the anti-inflammatory medicine prescribed by the doctor. The agent looked at Xianxia's arm hanging around his neck and frowned. Xianxia, listen to me, you'd better go to the hospital for a checkup. It's not a problem to find a family doctor. Xianxia was watching an old movie. Hearing the words, he slightly tilted his head, revealing a very delicate face, as if it was carefully outlined by a fine brush. But this face was a little cold at this time, not as gentle as the rumors on the internet. No wonder he could be a supporting actor as soon as he made his debut. This face must have helped him a lot. No need, Xianxia shook his head. If we go to the hospital, the reporters and fans will make trouble again. It's not necessary. But, the agent still wanted to say something, but seeing Xianxia's frown, he still didn't say anything. Is your arm really fixed? Finally, the agent gave up continuing to persuade Xianxia and asked him. Hearing this, Xianxia slightly frowned and then sighed. It should be. The doctor said it should be a little painful, but he said it would be better if there was an old Chinese medicine doctor. I asked my father to find one, but he didn't find one. There is no other way, we can only take it slowly. The agent still failed to persuade him. By the way, the newcomer Guhan you reminded the company last time, I remember today is the national competition. So soon the national competition? Xianxia had no interest in this kind of competition, nor did he pay attention to it. If Guhan's acting skills did not let him notice, he would not know there was such a competition. Then she should be first, Xianxia smiled. In addition to acting, she did well in singing and dancing. I asked, she was first in the previous few times, but this time she seemed to be second. The agent was also optimistic about Guhan. Second? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. She's probably nervous about this national competition. She'll be back in the next episode. The agent obviously believed in Guhan's ability. Well, he sighed. Nowadays, there aren't many young people who are capable and willing to work hard. People like that will eventually become popular. His evaluation of Guhan was obviously very high. Although Guhan and Yi Xiaohua are both newcomers. However, the agent obviously had a better impression of Guhan. Guhan was a newcomer who was neither arrogant nor rash. It was obvious that she knew Xianxia. Even with such a popular superstar, Xianxia had not been involved in any scandals. It was only because Xianxia had once liked her Weibo post that Xianxia's fans noticed Guhan. After that, Guhan even called Xianxia personally and told him to cancel the like, otherwise, it would have a bad influence on him. Since then, the agent's impression of Guhan had improved a lot. Especially compared with Yi Xiaohua who wants to stick to Xianxia, Guhan really doesn't look too pleasing to the eye. Thinking of Yi Xiaohua, the agent frowned deeper. This woman, who doesn't know where she came from, actually lives in Xianxia's apartment. Xianxia's apartment is the safest of all his properties. Some paparazzi reporters can't get in. Originally, Xianxia liked to live here the most. Now, because she seldom came here. It's also because of her recent arm injury that they have to live here. Otherwise, the agent would never allow Xianxia to come again. If Yi Xiaohua finds a chance to stir up a scandal, although it won't bring any substantial harm to Xianxia, it's as disgusting as being bitten by a dog. Yi Xiaohua is outside and doesn't know what the two people inside are thinking. She is packing things with a leather box. The original lord regarded Xianxia as light, but now Yi Xiaohua is here. She has no idea about Xianxia, and will not live here like this. While thinking, she picked up things. Although the original owner is already a rich family, she is still very poor. She did not accept Ye's money as before, nor did she accept her stepfather's money. There are only a few things in all. One box is too much. Just pack up a little. Drag the box out. Yi Xiaohua stood in front of Xianxia's door, told them that she was leaving, and thanked them face to face. After all, the original owner lived here for almost a month. There was a knock, but there was no sound inside. No one opened the door after half a minute. Yi Xiaohua knocked again without changing her face. Bear you for a while. I just came back. Why didn't I ask where you were? It turned out to be waiting here. The agent said impatiently, I'll open the door. By the way, let her stop bothering you. She's so annoying like a dog skin plaster. Xianxia frowned and didn't say anything when he heard the agent's voice. He acquiesced in the agent's approach. The agent opened the door. Miss Yi, you're here again. Before he finished a word, he saw Yi Xiaohua standing at the door with a suitcase, stunned. Off topic, thank you for your hospitality for more than a month. I found a house, Xianxia said lightly. I'm ready to move out. She looks at the agent. She doesn't sneak a peek at Xianxia as before. And this suitcase, the agent froze for a moment, then said, You move out? Well, Xianxia nods, goodbye. You know you've dragged Xianxia down. The agent doesn't know what's the relationship between Xianxia and Xianxia, but according to Xianxia can live here, the relationship between the two will not be too far. At present, in the agent's eyes, Xianxia may be guilty and moved out. If the crew of Fenghua changes people because of Xianxia's injury, you are the culprit. Is this injury related to himself? Xianxia hears the words and frowns. 008, what's the matter? 008, it turns out that this is my role. But it still uses its own ability to help Xianxia find out. The reason why Xianxia's arm is fractured is that he had a car accident when he moved home and rushed to work. He used to live in the suburbs, too far from the city center, far less convenient than here. His arm was hurt. Therefore, the crew has delayed waiting for Xianxia's arm. If it takes a long time, it is not ruled out that the crew will replace him. When hearing the news, Xianxia frowns tightly. Is the original owner stupid? Xianxia hasn't introduced himself to the agent for so many days. Even when the original owner came, the agent also asked her not to let Sister Wang and her assistant into the community. Therefore, the original owner has been letting Sister Wang stop outside the community. Then walk 5 minutes to the residential area. From these aspects, in fact, Xianxia did not treat her as a stepsister at all. The original owner was careful not to let the reporters photograph and never mentioned Xianxia. In fact, it was useless even if she behaved well. The original owner's performance made Sister Wang think that Xianxia was kept by someone at first. But Xianxia has been very poor and has no resources. Sister Wang gradually put down this doubt. Thinking of this, Xianxia frowned tightly. She loosened her suitcase, pushed aside the agent and walked to Xianxia's room. The agent froze for a moment, then exploded, What do you want to do? He wanted to hold Xianxia, but he didn't expect Xianxia to have more strength than him. He couldn't hold her at all. Who set your bones? As soon as Xianxia touched Xianxia's arm, he knew that the bones were not connected. Xianxia didn't react at first, until she touched her arm and took a breath of cold air. Xianxia, he whispered. Xianxia did not pay attention to him at all and took away the wrapped gauze. As soon as she started, she knew which of Xianxia's bones was dislocated. It would be difficult to heal, and there would even be sequelae. Don't move around. Your bones aren't connected properly. I'll help you reconnect them. Otherwise, your hand will be useless. Xianxia determines the dislocation of the bone. Seeing Xianxia's action, the agent immediately said, What are you doing? Don't touch Xianxia's hand. Do you want to make his hand unable to heal? The person who set his bones was a military doctor, how could there be a problem? You let go, Xianxia. Xianxia's face also changed. Xianxia's hand was so strong that his face was pale with pain. If there's any problem, I know to see a doctor and go to the hospital. You don't need to do it. Aren't you going to take Fenghua? Xianxia knew that according to the medical level of this world, it would take a month for his hand to recover. After all, it had something to do with the stupid behavior of the original owner. Gotcha. Xianxia simply reconnected his dislocated bones. Xianxia's handsome face was distorted by pain. The agent ran over and said, Xianxia, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. He wanted to hold Xianxia, but he didn't dare to touch him with his hands. Xianxia didn't care what they were talking about. She just looked around the room and finally found a piece of paper and a pen. She wrote a line on it. You go and get this medicine and take it with water. Take it once a day. 7 days is enough. After writing, she threw the paper and pen on the table. However, Xianxia, who was in great pain, and the angry agent didn't listen to her at all. You're crazy. Xianxia looked at him and chuckled. She didn't say anything at all. She went straight to the door and pushed the suitcase away. Xianxia, is she a medical student? The agent saw that she left like this, and said bitterly. No, even if Xianxia didn't care about it, he knew that his stepsister came from the same school as him under the nagging of his family and father. She's in the same school with me. There must be paparazzi squatting at the gate of the hospital now. Let's go tomorrow, Xianxia said in a low voice. But those eyes were gloomy. On this side, Yi Xiaohua came down with a suitcase. Sister Wang, is there a vacant room in your apartment? Sister Wang looked at Yi Xiaohua's suitcase in a daze. Oh, yes. Xiaohua, did you move out? Well, I live in a relative's house, but it's not convenient. You can help me apply for an apartment from the company. Yi Xiaohua let the assistant carry the suitcase to the car and sat in the back. It turned out to be a relative's house. Sister Wang breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. According to your current weight, the company will definitely assign you an apartment. Sister Wang patted her chest. Stay with me tonight. Yi Xiaohua nodded. Sister Wang's residence was 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. There was also a practice room. It was the company's matching residence. I'll help you put the luggage. Look at Weibo. Your fans have increased by 1 million and haven't stopped yet. The smile on Sister Wang's face couldn't be concealed. Tonight, Yi Xiaohua was tired enough. She hoped that Yi Xiaohua could relax. However, when she came out, she found that Yi Xiaohua was reading Weibo, but you. Why are you still doing difficult movements to read Weibo? My body is not flexible, and my dancing is not satisfactory, Yi Xiaohua saw her. Just in time, you help me press my legs. I'll try my waist first. Sister Wang, encountering such a hardworking and self-conscious artist, she suddenly didn't know where her value was. The next morning. Xianxia's residence. The agent got up early in the morning and began to knock on Xianxia's door. Xianxia, are you awake? Let's go to the hospital. In the room, Xianxia, who thought that he would not sleep all night, was awakened by the sound. You're out. How do you feel? Seeing Xianxia open the door and come out, his hand was hanging with the bandage he helped him wrap last night. The agent hurriedly said, let's go quickly. I've already contacted the doctor. Wait, Xianxia moved his left hand and suddenly said, what about the paper she wrote last night? Digression, Big Brother Yi, nothing, this world just wants to blow up. Finished, good night. That piece of paper last night, the agent didn't realize who Xianxia was talking about at first. When he realized that Xianxia was talking about Yi Xiaohua, he frowned subconsciously. That piece of paper should have been thrown into the trash can. I didn't notice it. What's on that piece of paper? He couldn't avoid Yi Xiaohua and was even more afraid that Yi Xiaohua would entangle Xianxia. As an agent, he was most afraid that artists would get involved with such people. He was very surprised by Yi Xiaohua's change last night. It was also a good thing for him to get rid of Yi Xiaohua. Su Ran's arm was injured, so she might not be able to catch up with the crew of Fenghua. But in the agent's eyes, it was not as good as getting rid of Yi Xiaohua. It showed how low Yi Xiaohua's image in his heart was. My hand doesn't seem to hurt that much anymore. Xianxia lowered his eyes and looked at his arm. There was a look of disbelief on his handsome face. After you left yesterday, I slept all the way until dawn. The pain didn't wake me up at all. When he saw the family doctor yesterday, the family doctor said that it might be a little difficult at night and even prescribed painkillers and sleeping pills. However, Xianxia didn't use any of them. Your hand doesn't hurt? The agent seemed to hear something unbelievable. Is there something wrong with it? Let's go to the hospital first. Yi Xiaohua pinched his hand so casually yesterday, and the effect was so good, he didn't believe it. Xianxia didn't speak, but he also went to the hospital with his agent. The results of the examination surprised the doctor a little. They went to the hospital together and came out together. Sitting in the nanny car, they looked at each other. The agent was in a trance. Why? Why is it okay? The family doctor suggested that they go to a big hospital yesterday and they could feel a bulge. After all, it was not like the ancient times. Many diseases could only be seen by scientific instruments. Xianxia didn't speak, just took out his cell phone. He wanted to call Yi Xiaohua, but he found that his private number didn't have Yi Xiaohua's mobile phone number saved. Give me your cell phone. He was silent for a moment, then looked at his agent. On the other side, Yi Xiaohua was training in the training room of Qingyuan Media. She was now training her body flexibility and all kinds of difficult movements. Miss Huang doesn't have time? All right, thank you. On the other side, Sister Wang was making a phone call. Last night, after Yi Xiaohua finished browsing Weibo, she practiced her voice. Sister Wang determined that Yi Xiaohua had no shortcomings in her voice and singing. Her only defect was dancing. As a manager, it was impossible for Sister Wang to not have any ambition. If Yi Xiaohua didn't have any talent before, but now Yi Xiaohua's talent in singing is so good. Sister Wang, as an agent, naturally has to help her. She put in all her effort and finally got the contact information of a national choreographer. Help Yi Xiaohua to make an appointment with the choreographer for the next competition. However, he didn't have the time. Sister Wang took a deep breath and tilted her head. She saw Yi Xiaohua trying hard to kneel. The knee spin was a very professional move in hip-hop. One foot was used as a support to rotate while the other was raised vertically. After seeing Yi Xiaohua fall several times, Sister Wang thoroughly grasped the essentials of this movement. She knew that Yi Xiaohua didn't learn hip-hop at all when she was in college. What she learned was performance, so she was very surprised when she saw her singing talent last night. Now she saw that her talent in hip-hop was no less than her talent in singing. Sister Wang took a deep breath. She was just a small agent, but even so, she wouldn't give up looking for resources for Yi Xiaohua. If she chose a good choreographer, plus Yi Xiaohua's already very popular scene, not to mention on the international stage, as long as she was given enough exposure, she believed that Yi Xiaohua would be able to be popular all over the country. She was thinking. Yi Xiaohua's cell phone rang. It was a string of numbers she didn't know, and there was no signature. It shouldn't be Yi Xiaohua's friend. Casually glancing at it, Sister Wang picked it up. Then she took Yi Xiaohua's cell phone and brought a bottle of water and handed it to her. Take a break, someone is looking for you. Yi Xiaohua took the water and took a sip. The sweat on her forehead slid down her chin, fell on her delicate collarbone, and slipped into her lapel. Looking at this scene, Sister Wang took back her gaze. In fact, even if she didn't walk this road, this person could become famous with this face, right? This number was not in the original owner's memory. After Yi Xiaohua answered it, she knew that it was Xianxia who called. He said the fact that his arm was already good. Yi Xiaohua listened to him and was not surprised at all. Her medical research was decades higher than that of ordinary doctors in the world. Not to mention that she also inherited the lost ancient books such as Yi family's 9 yin and yang needles. If it wasn't good, it would ruin her reputation as a genius doctor. But naturally, there was no need to say this. Pick up the prescription from the trash can, Yi Xiaohua said as she pinched the empty bottle and threw it into the trash can a few meters away. Decocted according to the above, once a day, it will be fine after a week. For Yi Xiaohua to be able to predict that the prescription had been thrown into the trash can, Xianxia pursed his lips, and the hand holding the cell phone slightly tightened. He wanted to ask, how did you know medicine? However, before he opened his mouth, the other side had already said goodbye and hung up the phone. This should be the first person to hang up his phone so neatly and neatly. Xianxia held the cell phone for a while. The other side didn't seem to want to have anything to do with him. Yi Xiaohua, who hung up the phone, naturally didn't think so much. The training time in the morning was enough, so she went out to eat with Sister Wang. During the meal, Sister Wang was still constantly calling people or sending WeChat messages. Her attitude was very low, although she basically avoided Yi Xiaohua. But for Yi Xiaohua, this distance was no different from talking to her ear. However, when Sister Wang faced her, she still had a smile on her face, as if she didn't encounter the slightest cold treatment. Yi Xiaohua didn't say anything. You can train in the training room at ease. I have already talked to the manager. Before the competition, this training room is yours. Sister Wang returned to her seat and smiled at Yi Xiaohua. When you are done training, I will find you a senior dance teacher to tailor a dance for you. Yi Xiaohua put down her chopsticks and smiled at Sister Wang. Thank you, Sister Wang. When they went back after the meal, Sister Wang was going to find other choreographers. But unexpectedly, In Xinyuan Media, these trainees and small artists needed to apply for a dance training room. In order to avoid pre-training the song and choreography, she specially applied for a single training room. Sister Wang specially invited the manager to a meal for this. Yi Xiaohua stood at the door and clearly saw Guhan and Linxing. Linxing was talking to the manager of Xinyuan Media. This morning, the manager, who was high and mighty in front of Sister Wang, was now speaking to Linxing humbly. When he saw Sister Wang and Yi Xiaohua, his expression didn't change. Yes, the company will definitely cooperate with Guhan's performance. You can rest assured about this. The manager smiled flatteringly at Linxing and Guhan. Linxing also saw Sister Wang and Guhan. Compared to before, he looked at Yi Xiaohua more. But he didn't answer. There were too many people in the previous training room. This time, Guhan's dance performance will be choreographed by a professional teacher, so it needs to be secretive. We may use this dance room until the end of her performance. Linxing said. The manager nodded. You can use as much time as you want. During this time, I will definitely not let anyone disturb you. Hearing the manager's words, Linxing and Guhan both laughed. Manager, didn't you say this morning? Hearing the manager's words, Sister Wang was stunned and then anxiously said, We clearly agreed. What agreement? Did I see you this morning? Hearing Sister Wang's voice, the manager frowned and looked at Sister Wang. Sister Wang took a deep breath and clenched her fist tightly. You clearly said that this dance training room will be for Xiaohua until the end of the competition. You mean this? The manager looked at Sister Wang with a smile. The company stipulates that only artists above the C-list can use this private dance room. When I told you about it this morning, Miss Guhan wasn't here yet. Now that she's asked, you and one of you have to give way. There's no other way, this is the company's rule. Bullshit company rule. Sister Wang was now 30 years old and had been in the company for 10 years. During this period, she had never heard of such a rule in the company, and an artist above the third tier. The manager clearly saw that Linxing was the company's gold medal agent and Guhan had signed an A-level contract, so he had such an attitude. There was no other way, this world was like this. No matter where you are, money and power are very important. Guhan had signed an A-level contract, so the company would definitely allocate a lot of resources to her. It was very likely that she would be the next big sister. She might even own the company's shares. Compared with Yi Xiaohua, who they have not heard of for the time being, the manager was naturally willing to give face to Linxing and Guhan. Seeing this scene, Linxing and Guhan also understood what was going on, but the two of them didn't say anything. Guhan started training alone. At this moment, his phone rang. Guhan's assistant was holding her cell phone. When he saw the reply, his jaw dropped. Guhan, Best Actor Yan's manager has replied to you. Hearing the assistant's voice, Guhan immediately ran over, picked up her phone, and began to look at it. I heard that movie Queen Yan injured her arm and can't attend Fenghua? Linxing asked in a low voice. Guhan smiled. Best Actor Yan's arm is injured, but he found a great doctor and will be able to attend the competition in a week. He even told you something so private? Linxing looked at Guhan in surprise. Guhan chuckled. My manager said so. I wonder who the miracle doctor is. Linxing looked at Guhan with a trace of solemnity and optimism. Movie Queen Yan, wasn't that the best actor Yan in the entertainment industry? When the manager saw that Guhan had a relationship with movie Queen Yan and that they seemed to be close, he was even more certain of his decision. Sister Wang, let's go back. Yi Xiaohua patted Sister Wang's shoulder, telling her not to say anything else to the manager. Sister Wang opened her mouth, but she knew that her words didn't carry much weight. Even though Yi Xiaohua's performance last night was very popular, the managers didn't have time to watch this kind of show. The only one who cared was Sister Wang. Sister Wang had already sent in her report. The company hadn't replied yet. When she realized this reality, Sister Wang's eyes were very gloomy. What about your future training? Your training room is the same. Yi Xiaohua was very carefree. Sister Wang actually didn't know that the difficult hip-hop moves today were actually many times easier than learning the Nigong techniques. As long as her body was strong enough, the training was very simple. She could probably understand it after doing it once or twice. But in order not to scare Sister Wang, she deliberately made a few mistakes. So whether or not she needed the training room didn't affect her much. Unlike others, she didn't need to go through a mirror to correct her shortcomings. The two walked out of the door. Lin Xing looked at the backs of the two of them as they left, then instantly retracted his gaze. He was shocked by Yi Xiaohua last night, but now he had completely recovered. Yi Xiaohua's dancing was indeed a problem. In less than a month, he didn't believe that she could change much. Guhan, keep in touch with movie Queen Yen, but don't annoy him. Lin Xing immediately withdrew his gaze and looked at Gu Yan. I found you a very good dance teacher. You should practice your singing skills. Guhan nodded. Yes, movie Queen Yen also said that I will get first place next time. Movie Queen Yen is actually watching your show? Lin Xing's eyes lit up. Sister Wang took Yi Xiaohua to another place to apply for a dance studio. Although Qingyuan Media was big, there were also a lot of trainees. But there were also a lot of trainees, and most of them were public dance studios. This kind of private dance studio was basically used by the big shot, so it was not easy to apply. Even if Sister Wang wanted to be optimistic, it was difficult to maintain her smile at this time. Sorry. The man looked at Sister Wang apologetically. Sister Wang's eyes darkened, but when she saw Yi Xiaohua waiting outside the door, she tried to raise her smile. As soon as she stepped out of the door, the phone in Sister Wang's pocket suddenly rang. Yi Xiaohua is leaning against the wall, looking at the popular hip-hop group in recent years on the mobile phone. Seeing Sister Wang's stunned appearance outside the door, she can't help but raise her eyebrows. What's wrong? 5 minutes later. The two come to the top floor of Qingyuan Media, the president's office. Xiaohua, I stepped on dog shit. Sister Wang looks at the luxurious top floor in a trance. The president will look for me one day? The secretary looks at the two with a smile on her face. Please come in, the president is waiting for you inside. Sister Wang dizzily takes Yi Xiaohua in. Xiaohua, remember when you bring us in, don't panic, smile when facing the president, don't offend him. Before entering, Sister Wang cautiously tells Yi Xiaohua again. Yi Xiaohua nods. Entering, the first thing she sees is not the man sitting behind the computer. But on the computer desk, a job title, Executive President, Yun Ran. Yi Xiaohua, Sister Wang has long heard all kinds of rumors about the president of Qingyuan Media. It is said that this person is abstinent and cold-blooded, and then he inherits the big group. Now she really sees him. Her whole body is a little trembling. Fuck, Qingyuan boss, Asia's first entertainment group, a large part of the country's GDP is driven by Qingyuan. Yun. President Yun, Sister Wang lowers her head and says, seeing Yi Xiaohua looking at the office, she can't help but reach out and grab her. Xiaohua, she pinches Yi Xiaohua with her eyes and reminds her in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua squints at her, the confused expression on her face doesn't seem to understand what Sister Wang is talking about. Sister Wang's eyes see on the desk, a slender white hand like an artist is on the edge of the desk, as if it is supporting the desk to stand up and walk towards the side. Her heart is thumping. Xiaohua, don't be impulsive, don't provoke the Yun family. Do you know the Yan family? The Yan family has to look at their face. You. When did you come? Yi Xiaohua looks around, then looks at the other party. If I knew you were here, I wouldn't let my stupid assistant run for half a day. Last night. Yun Ran twisted his eyebrows. He spent a night digesting this memory, but there were still many things he didn't understand. At this time, when he saw Yi Xiaohua, he felt a familiar peace of mind. Yi Xiaohua looked at him with some confusion. Then, he suddenly remembered that this guy had only started to run with him with his memories in the previous world. From what he could remember, this should be his first time in the modern world. There were many professional terms and new terms that needed to be digested. She turned to look at the stack of documents on his desk. You didn't sign any of these? Yun Ran turned her head so that she wouldn't see her blushing face. She said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, it's different from those memorials, there is still half an hour before my lunch break ends. Yi Xiaohua looked at the time on her mobile phone. Then, she sat on Yun Ran's chair and began to help him read the documents. Sister Wang, you find a place to sit and wait for me for a moment. At this time, regardless of Sister Wang's thoughts, Yi Xiaohua quickly looked at the document. On the other hand, Yunran nodded at Sister Wang. She took in almost 10 lines at a glance. It took less than a minute to process a document. A large pile of documents were all corrected by her in 30 minutes. I have corrected all the other documents, but there is one in the middle that you need to tell the planning department later. It is the 500 million cooperation with Xinheng Group. In fact, it is not so, she said a lot to Yunran. Yi Xiaohua knew that this guy had a photographic memory. No matter how difficult it was to say, Yunran could remember it. The two people's eyes were full of mysterious symbols of genius. Sister Wang held a glass of water and looked at her artist's eyes as if she was looking at a monster. When did she become so familiar with the big boss of Qingyuan, and why did she approve the documents for Yunran again? Didn't the big boss avoid her for this kind of secret cooperation? For a moment, Sister Wang felt that she might be going crazy. I'm afraid the apartment you applied for from the company is ready. After signing, Yunran suddenly said, keys. He took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and handed them to her. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. She looked at the other party and knew where the new apartment was. She reached out and took the keys from the other party. Got it. I will go down to train. You go ahead. Wait for me to go back tonight. Yunran thought for a moment and added, you can stay in the training room on the 3rd floor. That is my private place. Yi Xiaohua didn't look back. She just waved at him with her back facing him. Sister Wang stayed in the luxurious training room for the whole afternoon, but she still couldn't figure it out. What kind of artist did she bring with her? Until 6:30, when the two went downstairs, they met Lin Xing and Guhan on the 1st floor. Sister Wang saw a woman in her 30s or 40s next to Guhan. She was stunned for a moment. Isn't Miss Wang in M country? Miss Wang was the choreographer that Sister Wang contacted Yi Xiaohua in the morning. She was also a national-level dancer. With her choreography, Sister Wang felt that Yi Xiaohua's performance would go to a higher level and meet international standards. She contacted Miss Wang's agent, who said that Miss Wang had no time in M country. However, she didn't expect that Miss Wang, who had no time in M country, would actually appear in Qingyuan media. She was even talking and laughing with Guhan and the others. Yi Xiaohua glanced at Sister Wang's expression and roughly knew what was going on. Sister Wang was probably being tricked. Although Global Idol was not very popular in the country, it would still be an international show if it was put together in all the other countries. For a dance teacher of Teacher Huang's level, if her choreography was also successful on an international level, her own reputation would go up a notch. Therefore, when faced with Yi Xiaohua and Guhan's invitation, she naturally chose Guhan, who was more valuable. Because Guhan was more likely to bring her choreography to the international stage. As for Yi Xiaohua, even the excuse is perfunctory. Xiaohua, don't worry, you are not worse than Guhan. I will soon find a dance teacher who is thousands of times better than Teacher Huang. Sister Wang took a deep breath. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her and smiled. Didn't tell her that it doesn't matter whether to find a dance teacher or not. Because looking for a dance teacher is just icing on the cake. The next day after Sister Wang said this, someone contacted her. Fuck, it's Teacher Jessie, it's Teacher Jessie. When Sister Wang heard the name of the dance teacher, the whole person went crazy. The internationally famous dance teacher, in front of him, Teacher Huang is not ranked at all. After calming down, Sister Wang knew that this Teacher Jessie should be, the big man invited him. In the dance circle, everyone knows the name of Teacher Jessie. It's not only a huge sum of money to invite him, but more importantly, it's necessary to have the space to invite him. Originally, Sister Wang thought that the company had spent so much effort on Yi Xiaohua, but, thinking of Yi Xiaohua's contract for Yunran at will. When she made the decision for the hundreds of millions of cooperation outside, Sister Wang suddenly felt that it was actually not so strange. Teacher Jessie arrived the next morning. But he was not very happy himself. When facing Yi Xiaohua, he frowned and said directly in English, Miss Yi, I've seen your dance video. Your movements are very graceful. I won't smash my own signboard. If you want me to choreograph, let your ability improve a little, and look for me to cooperate in a year. No, let's do it now. Yi Xiaohua said directly. Sister Wang also wanted to persuade Yi Xiaohua to be more tactful to Teacher Jessie. Seeing her like this, she couldn't help holding her forehead and dared not look at Teacher Jessie's face again. Teacher Jessie was annoyed by Xiaohua's attitude. Okay, show me these movements first. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't do it, I'll go back to China in 3 days. He took out the tablet and played a few videos to Xiaohua. It's all the movements of the international hip-hop competition that ignite the whole scene. It can be said that this kind of movement is very difficult. Teacher Jessie's requirement is not to do it well, but to be very proficient. I don't ask you to do all the movements, just the first movement, 3 days. Teacher Jessie looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at it and shook her head. Can't do it? Jessie sneered. He just wanted to say that if he couldn't do it, he would just practice his basic skills honestly. In fact, the international hip-hop dance competition was held every year. Those who participated in the competition were all at least 10 years old. Furthermore, they were all extremely talented. The most talented hip-hop dancers in the world were gathered together. Jessie didn't think that Xiaohua, who didn't have any dance foundation, could do this S-level hip-hop dance. Don't mention Xiaohua, even people who can do hip-hop can rarely do it. Without foundation, even if you were given 30 days, you still wouldn't be able to learn this move. However, he did not know that Xiaohua could not be counted among these people. No need for 3 days. Xiaohua knew that Jessie didn't know much Chinese, so she replied in fluent English, "Give me 30 minutes. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Jessie thought he had heard wrong. 30 minutes? Was this lady joking? Even a professional hip-hop dance master would need a long time to complete such a move. This beautiful Mishi in front of him actually said that it would only take 30 minutes? WTF. How could this be? Xiaohua didn't explain. She just watched the whole video again. Then she began to try to do the first difficult move. This move was not a hip-hop dance move that professional street dancers would use, but a move created by last year's international hip-hop dance champion Feeding. The move that all hip-hop lovers went crazy for last year. As long as this move was done, even people who didn't understand hip-hop dance at all would explode with the rhythm and difficult thrilling moves. Those who could do this move, even if it wasn't standard, could still enter international hip-hop dance. Xiaohua tried it, and it was really difficult. The strength of the opponent's legs was very high. Therefore, this move could be said to be exclusive to boys, because there was a clear gap in physical fitness between boys and girls. She didn't succeed at all the first time. Jessie narrowed his eyes and wanted to laugh at her. The second time, the foot movement was in place. Jessie's mocking smile faded a little. The third time, the hand and foot movements were in place. The smile on Jessie's face completely disappeared. On the fourth time, she could start to use strength. After a few more times, she had been able to do this move. Although it wasn't very standard, but Xiaohua did it. When Jessie's impatient face saw that Xiaohua could do this move, he couldn't help but exclaim, "My God! Do you think you were born to learn street dance? I have never seen anyone do such a move in such a short time. Even last year's hip-hop dance champion wasn't as skilled as you." Not to mention Jessie, the agent who came with Jessie was also shocked by Xiaohua's amazing talent. God! Are all Chinese people so abnormal? However, Xiaohua wasn't finished yet. She was doing the next champion's hip-hop dance move, Bouguette. Compared to the previous one, it was even more difficult. It was the top hip-hop dance move in the international hip-hop dance 3 years ago. It was said that the referee at that time gave the only full score in history for this move. Those who had learned hip-hop dance had all seen this move. However, until now, apart from the champion, there were no more than 10 people who could really do this move. It could only be seen once in a very formal competition. But what made Jessie feel freaking sick was that the girl in front of him was actually able to do such a captive action. Although it was only a preliminary look, people with discerning eyes could see that as long as she trained a little more, she could complete the training. Looking at Jessie and the others who were shocked, Sister Wang was very proud and straightened her chest. She had already experienced that Xiaohua could quickly make a hip-hop dance move. She was not surprised at Xiaohua's talent at all. Then Jessie looked at Xiaohua's eyes became extremely hot. "Miss Yi, are you interested in learning hip-hop dance? This year's international hip-hop dance competition, you." Hearing that Jessie actually poached people on the spot, Sister Wang immediately looked at him vigilantly. Jessie saw that Yi Xiaohua was also not interested, and couldn't help but sigh regretfully, if you change your mind, look for me at any time. Jessie, who was originally forced to come to Z country, quickly lost his resistance. This Yi Xiaohua surprised him. It had basically broken his worldview. How could someone learn so fast? It was still such a difficult move. He could imagine how explosive it would be if these two champion moves appeared on a girl. Jessie began to seriously help Yi Xiaohua rehearse. The date of the second stage of the international player competition was getting closer and closer. Jessie's choreography was almost done, but the song had not yet been determined. The fans on Yi Xiaohua's Weibo have risen from 500,000 at the beginning to more than 6 million now. It's hard to imagine that a live broadcast and a recording, but in half a month, she has grown 6 million fans. There are more and more fans of Yi Xiaohua under the company. Boss. A girl in black clothes handed a bunch of flowers and a letter to Yi Xiaohua. I'm Luo Yu's roommate. She's also your fan. More than half a month ago, she had a car accident. Her legs had problems, and she couldn't stand up for the time being. Let me give it to you instead of her. Boss, come on in the international competition. I'll go back to the scene to cheer for you. Although Luo Yu can't be there, she'll watch the live broadcast on time. Yi Xiaohua took the letter and flowers, pursed her lips, thank you, help me tell her that she must watch the live broadcast. The girl didn't expect that the seemingly cold and unapproachable big boss would actually answer the letter. She covered her mouth, as if she wanted to laugh and cry, I will tell Luo Yu, goddess, come on, I will be your fan for life. Yi Xiaohua smiled. Then she didn't go back, but went back to the training room. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Sister Wang saw her movements and froze for a moment. Yi Xiaohua went directly to the president's exclusive elevator to the third floor. By the time Sister Wang caught up with her, she had already picked up a pen and paper. When Jessie came up, he saw Yi Xiaohua sitting in the corner, holding a pen in one hand and a paper in the other, writing something. I've contacted the singer to give you a song. Jessie looked at Yi Xiaohua seriously. You just need to practice your movements. The recorded song will be sent tomorrow. That's right, Sister Wang advised. It's too late for you to write a song now. Don't be impulsive for the fans. Aren't you letting them down? I heard that Guhan also found an international music master. Everyone in the world values it very much. It's not only about your future, but also about the face of the country. Everyone is very cautious. So even Jessie hoped that Yi Xiaohua would use the music of a professional teacher. Yi Xiaohua sighed. A rough count, it's been more than 10 years. It's just that no one in the world knows that she used to stand at the top of the music world, a king that no one can surpass. Sister Wang. Huh? Sister Wang looked at her artist's face and froze for a moment. Yi Xiaohua was still drawing something on the paper, and didn't raise her head. Do you want to blow up the entertainment circle? Digression, give me a monthly ticket, and tomorrow I'll blow up as much as I want. What do you think? Yes. Yes, also, today's chapter was written a little more, and it was delayed until now. Ah yes, I checked the information about the hip-hop movements in the previous chapter. I was serious, but the international hip-hop movements in this chapter, I watched international hip-hop videos and found that most of the movements were original. I didn't find the name, so I could only casually give it a name. But the movements do exist, and I can't laugh at them if they're not nice. This time, the wish of the original body is not very complicated. Don't be affected by Guhan to rush into the final and win the championship. At first, Yi Xiaohua regarded this world as a task, but this parallel world is real. Everyone in it is flesh and blood. For these fans who really regard themselves as idols. If she doesn't know, then forget it, but she knows. Are you affected by those black people on the internet? Even if you can't create, it's okay. No one asked you to compare with Qiu Yunjin. Sister Wang still felt that she didn't understand Yi Xiaohua's words. With your current dance, as long as the song you choose is a little better, it's not a problem to enter the top 3. I just want to get the first place and give my fans a long face. Yi Xiaohua said as she stood up. The language in her mouth was converted into English. By the way, she handed the lyrics in her hand to teacher Jessie. The first song I wrote, please take a look. She slightly narrowed her eyes, and the corner of her mouth hooked up with a not obvious lazy smile. Sister Wang was frightened by her courage and confidence. Although Yi Xiaohua didn't say it, Sister Wang suddenly realized, of course, Yi Xiaohua was not talking about the first in the country, but this time, the first in the global competition. Although she was full of confidence in Yi Xiaohua, in fact, she was still a little perturbed. Each of the 4 kings had at least 45 million votes. Although Yi Xiaohua is very explosive this time, she can get 28 million votes, but in the whole game. In fact, Sister Wang is not very confident. It's true that Country Z is not as good as those countries in the training of new people. Recently, Weibo has some deliberate guidance. Many people say that the top 10 in their country can't even enter the qualifier in each country. Because every newcomer in each country has undergone hellish training. Especially Yi Xiaohua's sudden fire during this time, there are always fans and there are always black people. There are a lot of people who suddenly become fans of Yi Xiaohua on the internet, so there are more black people. Many people say that 28 million votes are nothing, and they have the ability to compete with the 4 kings. Sister Wang wants to say that it's not true. These days, she is watching Yi Xiaohua work hard step by step. She wants to tell them that it's not true. Some people really work hard. As long as they are given time, they are not worse than them. But now when she heard Yi Xiaohua's words, she didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that her blood was about to explode. Well, then use your own song and let them see that our Z country also has an all-rounder. Sister Wang couldn't help but follow Yi Xiaohua and say something harsh. Teacher Jesse didn't understand Z country's language very well. He didn't hear the dialogue between Yi Xiaohua and Sister Wang. He just took the paper that Yi Xiaohua handed him. Just looking at it inadvertently, he still thinks about his things in his heart. After getting along for so many days, he also knows that Yi Xiaohua can be so good at singing and dancing in the performance department before, which can only be said to be a gift from God. Yi Xiaohua's first reaction to writing a song could only be said to be crazy. But he would never support Yi Xiaohua to use her own new songs. He has already found a singer who has a great touch of music in M country. But after seeing the first piece of music handed over by Yi Xiaohua, his careless expression suddenly paused, and then he began to look at the paper that Yi Xiaohua gave him seriously. Have you finished writing the next paragraph? Teacher Jessie suddenly looked up at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua squinted. Wait for me for an hour. Good, Teacher Jessie hurried out. When you finish writing, pass it to me. I'll have someone make this music and try the effect first. Sister Wang thought that the most difficult thing to accept was Teacher Jessie. Unexpectedly, Teacher Jessie seemed to be easier to accept than her. After Teacher Jessie left the room, Sister Wang looked back at Yi Xiaohua incredulously. Xiaohua, Teacher Jessie is. Agreed? Yi Xiaohua took another piece of paper and wrote the next paragraph. When she finished writing, she took a photo and sent it to Teacher Jessie. When all this was done, it was dark. Sister Wang also wanted to ask Yi Xiaohua when she would go back, but when she turned around, she saw the noble man standing at the door waiting for her. She took back what she hadn't said yet. Then Xiaohua, you go back and have a good rest today. Yi Xiaohua took a look at Yunran, then nodded to Sister Wang. Okay, I'll go first. Yunran is a genius. As soon as he digests his memory, modern contents are not a problem for him at all. However, in 3 days, he doesn't need Yi Xiaohua to help him correct documents. Just he thought that Yi Xiaohua, who had just arrived here, would be at a loss like him. That's why he hurriedly asked the secretary around him to investigate Yi Xiaohua's information and find her in the shortest time, but he didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua was also very handy in the world. Even those complex company information and decisions, she handled them as simple as those of the supreme dynasty of women. There is a new decision in Global Idol to gather contestants from all over the world in advance. Yunran whispered. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her mobile phone. It was Yimu who called. You go up first. We'll talk later. Yi Xiaohua said to him. Yunran took a look at her and knew that his appearance had a great impact on her, so he didn't say anything and went to the special elevator first. Yi Xiaohua answered the phone while waiting for the elevator next to her. There were not many people in the company at night. However, when the elevator next to her stopped, before she could get on, a person pushed her away. It was the manager who had given the planned training ground to Guhan in order to curry favor with Lin Xing and Guhan last time. The manager also recognized her, but he didn't care much. Instead, he anxiously closed the elevator and didn't look at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua hasn't hung up yet, and she doesn't care about the manager's attitude. She just took a step back and pressed the special elevator next to her. Top floor. The manager had a little relationship with his relatives in the upper class to sit in this idle job. On weekdays, he didn't have much work. He just looked at the training room, sat in the office, and played games and checked Weibo at work. He easily earned more than 20,000 yuan a month. There was also a year-end bonus every year. He hadn't been complacent enough. Why did the personnel department inform him that he was fired? Secretary Wang looked up at him. You offended someone you shouldn't have. How could it be? The manager shook his head. He knew the rules of the workplace very well when he stayed in Xinyuan Media. He wouldn't offend others. He would curry favor with everyone above him. He was also very good at talking. He asked himself if he had offended anyone. Recently, he even had a relationship with Lin Xing, the gold medal agent. Under Lin Xing's promotion, he felt that he might be promoted. He was very happy. Tonight was the night shift. It was supposed to be a day to take a break from the busy schedule. However, he didn't expect to be fired directly. Who did I offend? The manager thought about it and didn't feel that he had offended anyone recently. Secretary Wang, if you don't tell me, I won't be reconciled. It was at this time that the special elevator on the side rang. The manager knew that it was the elevator for the president of the company. He saw Secretary Wang stand up and couldn't help but look over there. However, the next second, something that made him feel very absurd appeared. He saw the familiar face that he met downstairs a few minutes ago coming down from the elevator. Miss Yi. Secretary Wang and the assistant who was still on duty in the office stood up. The president is waiting for you in the room. He asked you to go in directly. Yi Xiaohua nodded slightly to them. In the manager's eyes, which felt very absurd and unbelievable, Yi Xiaohua directly pushed open the office door and went in. The manager was stiff. Secretary Wang waited for them to go in. Then he turned his head and looked at the manager very gently. Do you understand now? Then he asked someone to take the manager to the personnel department to go through the resignation procedures. After seeing the manager leave, Secretary Wang shook his head. Although he didn't know what happened, he could guess a little. On the other side, when Jesse saw his musical talent friend take over the arrangements sent by Yi Xiaohua, he didn't even bother to talk to him. First, he shook his head and snorted. Then, he looked at her with bright eyes. Jesse, who wrote this song? This song is clearly more suitable for your choreography than my one. Why did you come to me? There's actually such a rock singer in the music industry. How come I've never seen him before? Can I know who he is? I want to collaborate with him on a song. When Jesse hummed to himself, he felt that the music was not bad. That was why he came to confirm with his friend. He didn't expect this big shot in the music industry to have such a big reaction. Is this song arranged well? Jesse was in a daze. The music effect had not been created yet, and he was only a dancer, so naturally, he could not understand it. But this musician played differently. Of course. No, I have to finish the music overnight. After saying that, he hurriedly slipped into his studio. Jesse was still in a daze. After a while, he lit a cigarette and tried to calm his agitated heart. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have brought along a very impressive student. Yi Xiaohua has no problem in dancing. Jesse has been waiting for his friend to finish the recording. This friend of his had a top-notch music studio and a top-notch team. Whether it was the sound effects or the connection of the tracks, they were all impeccable. Yi Xiaohua has made up the song. She just needs to record the sound of the instrument. For a professional studio, it is not difficult. Jesse finally heard the news that the studio said that the song was ready before the game. He hurriedly put down what he was doing and came to the studio. He saw the big shot in the music industry holding the headphones in a daze. Jesse did not care about him. He directly grabbed it and put it on his head. When he took the headphones, Jesse thought that the effect should be good. But when the sound in the headphones appeared, he had no other thoughts in his mind. It was completely integrated into the song. Dong, when the traditional drum sound of Country Z was recorded, it was like fireworks suddenly rising in the night sky, making people's scalps tingle with beauty. After the song was finished, he found that his hands and feet were in different arcs. This was the sound of him involuntarily dancing to the music when he was listening to the music. At this time, Jesse finally knew why his friend said that night. He also finally knew why Xianxia was so confident. Which big shot composed this song? Such a person should be famous. It's such an obvious style, but I excluded people in the music industry and couldn't find this style. His friend beside him was still talking. Jesse took a deep breath. When he heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. Then he looked up at the other party expressionlessly. This is her own composition. It took about an hour and a half. He saw his friend standing there like a statue. Jesse felt very balanced and went to contact Sister Wang. Because the competition system of Global Idol had suddenly changed. The atmosphere in Qingyuan media was very tense. Xianxia directly won first place last time and even surpassed Guhan. This made others very afraid of Xianxia and wanted to see if the company would transfer the contract to Xianxia. Because Guhan invited teacher Huang and a world-famous musician, these girls were envious of Guhan for a while. They did not expect that when they gathered together before the competition, they did not find out that Xianxia had invited any dance teacher or arranger. Lin Xing was also a little afraid of Xianxia. Sister Wang stood in front of Xianxia and faintly smiled. No need, Brother Lin, we've already hired a dance teacher. Is that so? Lin Xing didn't think that there would be any famous dance teacher in the country, Sister Wang. He looked at Sister Wang meaningfully. The international competition isn't the time to care about face. Sister Wang just smiled and looked at him. There was not a single flaw in her expression. Lin Xing took a deep look at Sister Wang and didn't say anything. He is giving Xianxia a chance. With Sister Wang's qualifications, it is difficult for Xianxia to have resources in her hands. If possible, he wants Xianxia to develop under his own hands. However, since the other party didn't have that intention, he didn't force it. The day before going to the international competition, Xianxia went back to Yan's house at the request of Yimu. Because it's Yan's birthday, Yimu wants the whole family to get together. The Yan family's villa was in the center of the city. Now Ye's mother lives with Yan's father. Yan's father has only one son, Xianxia. Yan's mother died in an air accident when he was 5 years old. After that, Yan's father didn't marry again. However, he took in an orphan whose parents had died in a plane crash. She was Yan's foster sister, Su Tian. However, even if she was adopted, she had a high status in the Yan family after being raised for more than 20 years. She was also very familiar with Xianxia. Xianxia didn't let Sister Wang drive the car back. Sister Wang and her assistant saw that Xianxia had changed to a more luxurious address, and their expressions were very difficult to describe. When she arrived at the gate of Yan's house, Xianxia found a nanny car parked at the gate. Xianxia and his agent got out of the car. The agent had long known Xianxia's identity. When he saw Xianxia, he froze for a moment. You actually followed Xianxia here? Xianxia's arm had recovered a long time ago. The family doctor who had treated Xianxia's arm had asked Xianxia many times who the highly skilled doctor was, and how his arm had almost recovered within a week. From that day on, the agent changed a little bit about Xianxia. Unexpectedly, he saw Xianxia at the gate of Yan's house. His first reaction was that Xianxia was following Xianxia. Then, he looked around to see if there were any paparazzi around the neighborhood. These female artists were like that. She had bribed the paparazzi to shoot a scandal about her and Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia's public relations efforts were strong, and his fans were also very good at fighting. Basically, not many fans would really believe these rumors. Second miss, you came back just in time. Madam was just talking about you. When housekeeper Yan saw Xianxia, his eyes lit up. Then he went to pick up the suitcase in Xianxia's hand. Second miss, are you going to stay at home for a few days this time? No, Xianxia shook her head, handed him the suitcase, and went in with the housekeeper. I'm going to participate in a program tomorrow. When passing by Xianxia, Yi Xiaohua nodded to him, big brother. After saying that, he followed Butler Yan into the room without hesitation. Xianxia looked at Yi Xiaohua, not as before. He didn't know why, but his heart was a little uncomfortable. However, he quickly discarded this feeling. The agent next to him was completely stunned. What did he just hear, big brother? Xianxia, she's actually your sister? The agent took a while to recover from the shock. Xianxia is also very complicated. Well, you go back first. In Yi Xiaohua's memory, the original owner rarely came to Yan's house. She only came once when Yimu was newly married. If it weren't for the original owner's worship of Xianxia, the original owner wouldn't have agreed to move to Xianxia's house. She and Xianxia came back late. When they came back, the table was already set. The woman sitting in the chair on the left glanced at Yi Xiaohua, who was pulling the suitcase. She couldn't help sneering and obviously despising. But when she saw Xianxia behind Yi Xiaohua, her eyes brightened. Brother, you're back. She was going to hold Xianxia's arm, but Xianxia dodged to the side and avoided her hand. Xianxia has always been cold, and Su Tian doesn't care. Yan Fu is very polite to Yi Xiaohua, and Yimu treats Xianxia and Su Tian better than the original owner. Because of this, the original owner doesn't like to come here very much. Yimu knows that Xianxia's attitude is very important if she wants to live a good life in Yan's house. So she prepared a very precious birthday present for Xianxia. Su Tian is not far behind. She prepared a very nice tie. Yi Xiaohua found out that she was going to prepare a birthday present. She was not ready and was silent for a while. Then she took out a red envelope prepared for the assistant from her pocket, stuffed 1,000 yuan into it, and handed it to Xianxia. Happy birthday. Mingming reminded Yi Xiaohua, but the other party didn't prepare a birthday present for Xianxia. Yimu frowned, but she didn't show it at the dinner table. Xianxia is an actor. He can see whether the eyes are true or false at a glance. Yi Xiaohua looks at himself without the eyes of other women. At this time, he realized later that the other party didn't mean to pester himself at the beginning. Otherwise, now all the notices are Sister Xianxia enters the entertainment circle. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt very guilty for his previous thoughts. In addition, when he came home that day, he saw the very grand cursive in the trash can. He also practiced calligraphy for a period of time, but it was far worse than her. Without a certain skill, he couldn't write such words. I never found that his stepsister was completely different from his imagination. Very mysterious. Thank you. He took the red envelope handed over by Yi Xiaohua and smiled. What about your Weibo? Let's check each other. It was completely closed in the crew before. Xianxia was actually a very cold person in private. Just now, when Su Tian gave him the gift, he just symbolically accepted it with an indifferent expression. I didn't expect to be so good with Yi Xiaohua. Father Yan also looked at his son in surprise. Su Tian gradually tightened her grip on her chopsticks. She had been paying attention to Xianxia for so many years, but she had never heard of Xianxia interviewing her. Yimu always wanted to please Xianxia. Hearing this, she immediately looked at Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua, don't you have to close with your elder brother? Yi Xiaohua had to raise her head. My Weibo account is managed by my agent. Xianxia naturally knew that a newcomer's account was usually managed by their manager. He smiled and said, it's fine. Tell the manager to close it. Yi Xiaohua naturally did not know. At this time, Sister Wang is helping Yi Xiaohua manage Weibo. The notifications for new fans on Weibo had reached 99+. She had obsessive-compulsive disorder. She clicked on it and her gaze stopped at the newest fan. Xianxia? F*CK, high imitation, she said and clicked on it. She found that this high imitation had 66.89 million fans. Sister Wang's whole person was Sparta. Then a message popped up on her WeChat. Big brother Yi, Xianxia will follow me later. Follow me back. Sister Wang, you also participated in Global Idol ? After following Yi Xiaohua's Weibo, Xianxia found out that she also participated in this activity. You're in the finals the day after tomorrow, right? I know someone in your show. She gave me a ticket. I'll go to your live show the day after tomorrow. He didn't plan to go, but after thinking that Xianxia was also there, Xianxia suddenly had the idea of skipping work to watch the live show. Dad, why don't we all go and watch it? Cheer for second sister. Su Tiantian hugged Yan father's arm. After Yimu knew that Xiaohua's way to conquer Yanzhi was not going to work, she naturally favored Su Tiantian. She smiled and said, since Tiantian wants to go, let's go. Seeing Yan father agreed. Su Tiantian glanced at Xiaohua. She was very clear that Xiaohua was studying performance. How could she sing and dance, now that the company was not busy? Yan father felt that it didn't matter. I heard that there are 4 kings in this competition, and there's also the one called Guhan on the internet. Yi mother didn't pay attention to this program, but she also heard people chatting a few words. This Guhan is now everywhere for her promotion advertisement, it should be very good. Several people very tacitly did not mention Xiaohua. They naturally had no expectations for Xiaohua. After dinner, Yi mother found Xiaohua and frowned. You moved out from your big brother's place? Well. Xiaohua replied to Sister Wang, who was still brushing the screen, with a calm down. Seeing Xiaohua's expressionless appearance, Yi mother was very upset. How could you move such a good opportunity? Forget it, I don't want to talk about you. If there's nothing else, let's go. Tian doesn't seem to like you. Good. Xiaohua turned to carry the suitcase. She said that it was not easy for her to start taking Xiaohua at such a young age. Now she finally has a chance to find her own happiness. She wants to grasp it and hope Xiaohua can understand her. She hopes to grasp this opportunity firmly. Yanzhi is the breakthrough of everything. Xiaohua obviously has no hope here, so Yimu turned to Su Tian. You didn't ask me if I wanted to be born by you before you gave birth to me, and you gave birth to me, isn't it the same as not giving birth? Xiaohua took a look at her. I didn't mean to stay today. I came to Yan's house to tell you that I won't come back here in the future. She actually feels unfair for the original owner. If the original owner didn't see Yanzhi's movie under that kind of pressure in high school, he would have committed suicide by jumping off a building. Xiaohua's eyes are dark. People can't be called parents just because they give birth to children. She pulled her luggage away. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Yimu wanted to keep her. At this time, the servant said, Madam, your soup is ready. She remembered that this was the weight loss soup she made for Su Tian. She immediately went in and said nothing more. In fact, she had already made a choice. Outside the gate of the community, Yunran had already driven the car and waited outside. Xiaohua actually didn't plan to live here at all. The next day, Xiaohua flew to the international arena with them. The international arena was located in Country M. As the biggest investor of Global Idol, Yunran was picked up by the program group as soon as he got off the plane. Xiaohua deliberately stayed away from him. At the same time, Guhan and several players from each country arrived. It's the Star VIP channel. There are a lot of security guards here. Fans are holding signs and are separated by security guards far away. Most M people. Xiaohua also heard someone calling 4 kings. She attracted a lot of fans in the live broadcast a month ago. There were not as many fans in the fan club as others. It was very inconspicuous in the crowd. But she still saw it at a glance and waved in the direction of the fans, which made a group of fans almost cry. A group of sleepy reporters heard the voice of fans and immediately cheered up. They couldn't see Xiaohua's face clearly from a distance. They wanted to raise the camera and the microphone to interview her. When Xiaohua approached, they found that it was a completely strange face of Z people. Who was this? They frowned and put down the camera disinterestedly. Most of the reporters were entertainment reporters from the M Nation, but some of them were from overseas. They were not very familiar with the affairs of the Hua Nation, but they knew about the famous 4 kings. There was even a poll on the internet to guess which 3 of the 4 great kings would make it into the top 3. However, everyone knew that Qiu Yunjin from country H must be one of them, the person who had set the record of 50 million. These reporters were here to wait for Qiu Yunjin. Only a Z country reporter excitedly took the microphone and handed it to Xiaohua. Boss. Boss Yi, I'm your fan. Sorry, I was too excited. Miss Yi, may I interview you? Yi Xiaohua originally thought that this time, she would definitely sit on the bench at the beginning. She didn't expect that there would really be a reporter interviewing her, so she naturally agreed. There were reporters interviewing Yi Xiaohua, and they were so excited. When other reporters saw the appearance of Z Country reporters, they could not help but take a closer look at Yi Xiaohua and determine that the face was very strange. They looked away again. What interview? Could it be that they invited her to delay? Among the Z people, it seemed that only Guhan was worth a glance. She was the only artist in Hua Nation who could show off, but in front of the four great kings, it was not enough to look at. As the group of people were thinking, a group of people rushed over from the airport. Then the crowd went crazy. Qiu Yunjin. Qiu Yunjin. It's Qiu Yunjin. The reporters and fans could not wait to squeeze in. Qiu Yunjin's 8 bodyguards protected Qiu Yunjin tightly. Yi Xiaohua heard the sound and looked over there. Qiu Yunjin, an original singer from Country H. She came to participate in this show after her debut. Because of her talent and good-looking face, she attracted countless fans. The head of the four great kings. That's Qiu Yunjin. As a manager, Sister Wang still did not know how Yi Xiaohua's music preparation was going. Jessie and Yi Xiaohua were so mysterious that they did not even allow outsiders to be present during the rehearsal. She's the contestant's biggest competitor this time. I heard that she composed the song for this global competition, and Teacher Zhe wrote the lyrics. Don't be nervous, I think you will at least get the 3rd place. I will try my best. Yi Xiaohua withdrew her gaze. Let's go. As for the 3rd place that Sister Wang mentioned, she did not say anything. Qiu Yunjin only answered one question and left the venue surrounded by her bodyguards. Why did you interview Yi Xiaohua just now? Do you know that you missed Qiu Yunjin? Seeing the female reporter who had just interviewed Yi Xiaohua come back, the male reporter asked. The female reporter whispered, I have a private interview with Boss Yi here. Do you want it? No need. I have Qiu Yunjin's interview. After the show, our newspaper will definitely sell well. The male reporter immediately waved his hand. Because the domestic show was not popular enough, he had been in charge of the competition in Country H. As for the domestic competitors, he could barely remember their names. As for their strength, he was not sure, but he knew that they were not as good as Qiu Yunjin. The female reporter originally wanted to recommend Boss Yi to him, but seeing him like this, she could not help but hold back her words. Then forget it. The people from Qinyuan Media were assigned to Backstage 3, the same backstage as the people from Country H. Yi Xiaohua is being made up by a makeup artist with her eyes closed. Suddenly, there was a commotion backstage. Yi Xiaohua's eyes opened a crack. It was Qiu Yunjin who came, which caused such a big commotion. You are Guhan? As soon as Qiu Yunjin came in, she glanced around and fixed her eyes on Guhan. I heard that you invited Mr. Kegel. I'm looking forward to your performance. After saying that, she sat down on her makeup table. There were no other contestants in his eyes. In her eyes, in the entire Z country, only Guhan was barely worthy of her attention. The first to go up were all players who didn't make it to the next round. As for the 4 kings, they were all in the middle and last. At 7:30 p.m., the competition officially kicked off. Out of topic, plot miscalculation, blow up tomorrow night, I'm serious. Aside from his grandparents, Lao Hua was invisible to everyone else when he was young. His parents didn't expect him to have a child. Although I understand how difficult it was for my parents, I still can't thank my mother for giving birth to me. But after I started writing, the world weariness and lack of meaning in my existence was gone. Thank you to my little angels for making me feel very proud of my existence. Then I go to sleep after I'm done. This competition was created by the top 10 entertainment companies in the world. And M Country was the host. The scene was extremely luxurious. And the popularity was also unprecedented. Even the peripheral standing tickets were sold out in a few minutes. There were people from various countries at the scene, but most of them were M Country people. Although Z Country people were the most watching the live broadcast, there were not many who could fly to M Country to watch the live broadcast. The first to go on stage was an artist from F Country. Although her reputation on the internet was not as high as the Four Kings, she was the #1 player in F country in terms of comprehensive strength. As soon as she came out, it also caused a lot of waves. Most people were admiring her blue eyes. Even in the backstage, Yi Xiaohua could faintly hear the sound of the competition. Yi Xiaohua drew number 18, and Gu Han drew number 21. Generally speaking, they did not rely on the Empress Dowager's position. But the two of them were really unlucky. Because Qiu Yunjin was the 16th to appear, she would definitely be affected by Qiu Yunjin's performance, especially Yi Xiaohua. When the two of them went on stage, it was already 2 hours later. Miss Qiu Yunjin. Just when they were waiting, a few very important M country reporters came in and interviewed Qiu Yunjin. Qiu Yunjin's makeup was patted 8 times. As one of the most controversial contestants. When she came to M country this time, not only the H country reporters followed her with the camera, even M country specially opened a place to interview Qiu Yunjin. Compared with Qiu Yunjin's enthusiasm, the contestants in the backstage of number 3 looked at Qiu Yunjin with envy. Even Gu Han couldn't avoid it. This was probably the treatment of the top traffic. Qiu Yunjin is the first popular contestant this time, that is, she has received 50 million votes. Sister Wang comforted Yi Xiaohua in a low voice beside Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua, don't be affected by her attitude. She has already made her debut. She participated in this program halfway to get first place. Qiu Yunjin was a strong contestant in H country. At the age of 15, she swept all the major charts with her first album. H country was originally a big entertainment country, and she was the most talented artist in H country in recent years. Since participating in the competition, she has arranged the music for every program by herself, so she was extremely attractive. Especially in this competition, H country and even Z country started guessing. Most people believed that Qiu Yunjin would get first place. I'm not nervous, Yi Xiaohua looked up at Sister Wang and smiled. If you don't grab my clothes, I can be more relaxed. When she held a global concert in the previous world, the scene was far more explosive than this. Yi Xiaohua was already used to this kind of scene. Sister Wang was probably thinking too much if she wanted to see any nervousness on her face. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Sister Wang immediately loosened her grip on Yi Xiaohua's clothes. To be honest, Sister Wang was too simple. This was an international competition. It was no longer a competition at the company level. As an unknown agent, Sister Wang was almost scared out of her wits when she arrived. Especially after knowing the order of appearance, she was still a little confident that Yi Xiaohua could get first place, but along the way, she saw Qiu Yunjin's support sign everywhere. Sister Wang suddenly felt a little uncertain. In this kind of competition, ability and on-the-spot performance were both very important. Originally, she thought that Yi Xiaohua would be very nervous. Sister Wang even subconsciously comforted her, but she didn't expect that. Yi Xiaohua looked much calmer than her. The chief planner of Changwang Media specially went backstage to cheer for the company's players before the competition. After staying at Gu Han and Lin Xing's side for half an hour, he finally came to Yi Xiaohua's side. Play well. It's enough to show the level of the last competition. Come on, try to rush into the top 10. Behind him were several of the company's top executives, who smiled at Yi Xiaohua. The rules of this competition changed too quickly. The company's top executives all had the information of several girls in their hands. Among them, Gu Han's resume was the most conspicuous. She was the seed player of Qingyuan Media. Of course, they were also looking forward to Yi Xiaohua, who got 28 million votes in the last competition. That competition stayed on Weibo's hot search for a whole day, and it even exploded once. Therefore, the top executives in charge of this matter also specially watched the video after the competition. For this kind of explosive player, they also planned to go back and package her well. However, they didn't even think about Yi Xiaohua getting first place. As long as she could get into the top 10, it would already be a pleasant surprise for them. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was in good condition, without the anxious and nervous look of the other players, the company's top executives were also very satisfied. This time, the president is also here. Don't lose face for our Qingyuan Media. After saying this in a hurry, the company's top executives left. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was in such good condition, Sister Wang took out her mobile phone and secretly took a picture of her profile. Then, she posted the only Weibo post for so many days. Yi Xiaohua, picture. Before the competition this morning, Yi Xiaohua and Xianxia was also on the hot search. In addition, today was the international competition. There were too many people following Yi Xiaohua's Weibo. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, there were 10,000 comments in an instant. It also became a hot Weibo post. Ah, finally! Boss Yi is really beautiful. I specially changed the computer to watch the live broadcast of Qinyuan Media, waiting for the boss to appear. Boss will enter the top 10. Let's go. In fact, for the video of the boss and the four kings, I don't think she will have a problem competing for third place. This comment was discovered by fans and became the top comment. Yi Xiaohua's last stage performance was actually very explosive. Although the choreography and movements were somewhat unsatisfactory, with the fan filter, those were not a problem. However, these fans were also very rational. They didn't say that they would surpass the four kings to get first place. They only said that they would strive for the top 3. After all, Qiu Yunjin alone was an existence that could not be surpassed. This Weibo post was still on the hot Weibo post. It was not only Yi Xiaohua's fans who saw it, but also the fans of players from other countries. I'm just looking at the top comments. After the live broadcast, I'll see how you slap her in the face, smile. If she can get to the top 3, I'll broadcast eating sh*t, smile. Her fans are all monsters, waiting for me to smash her face, smile. These domestic artists shouldn't embarrass themselves on the international stage. They can't improve themselves without suffering. Have some shame. This comment was also pushed to the top by some passers-by and fans of other contestants. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was also browsing Weibo, Sister Wang immediately said, "Xiaohua, don't mind it. It's okay." Yi Xiaohua had seen all kinds of scenes. She didn't care about such anti-fans at all. If she wanted to care about him, she might as well care about her little fans. Guhan. Movie Emperor Yan also came to watch the live broadcast. At this moment, Lin Xing suddenly jumped up with his phone. Is it the 2 tickets you gave him? He posted it on Weibo. You can comment below. Hearing Lin Xing's voice, Guhan was stunned. Then she took the phone and looked at it. Xianxia, come on, there will be a surprise when the competition comes out. The picture was the competition scene of Global Idol. Guhan held the phone and laughed. I don't know. But she knew that Xianxia only knew her in the whole competition, so when she saw Xianxia's Weibo, Guhan didn't think of anyone else. Her first reaction was her. Then she replied to the comment. Guhan, thank you, Movie Emperor Yan, shy, Guhan, you know Movie Emperor Yan. Another contestant from Qinyuan saw this scene, and there was obvious envy in his eyes. Guhan pursed her lips and smiled, but didn't answer. She glanced at Yi Xiaohua out of the corner of her eye, and then looked away. Xiaohua, it's almost time. Let's go to the backstage first. Sister Wang glanced at Guhan's eyes and couldn't help but block in front of Yi Xiaohua. She was different from the others. She just asked Yi Xiaohua in a low voice, is Movie Emperor Yan talking about you? Yesterday, Xianxia and Yi Xiaohua interacted. Yi Xiaohua shook her head lightly. I don't know. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's reaction, Sister Wang didn't ask again. She had never seen Yi Xiaohua interact with Xianxia, so she didn't take it to heart. At the same time, in the VIP seating area. When the 16th contestant appeared, there was a 2-minute intermission. The host said that it was time for soft advertisements. These performances aren't any worse than those concerts. Yan's father couldn't help but nod after watching the performances. The next one is Qiu Yunjin, right? I heard that she's the most likely contestant to win first place in this competition. A global variety show was indeed different. It was much better than a domestic talent show. That's right. Su Tian took out her phone and showed Papa Yan the webpage. Look, the netizens posted a poll to predict who would be the winner. Over 100,000 people participated, and Qiu Yunjin got more than 50,000 votes. Hearing this, Yimu also leaned over, hey, why didn't I see Xiaohua? Su Tian heard this and looked at Yimu with a faint smile. Auntie, this is a global competition. The netizens have only chosen a few powerful people. Only Guhan from our Z country can be selected to vote. It meant that Yi Xiaohua didn't even have the qualifications to be selected. Su Tian never called Ye's mother. At this time, an aunt, coupled with what she said, made Yi Mu's face flash a trace of embarrassment. She really didn't know about this. How many times did Xiaohua appear? Yan's father asked. He didn't have much expectation for Yi Xiaohua's performance. At this time, he said such a sentence just to ease the atmosphere between the two. In fact, Xianxia didn't know Yi Xiaohua's strength. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua's Weibo and was surprised by the 7 million fans on her Weibo. Number 18, Xianxia said in a low voice, under Qiu Yunjin. That's not far, at most 10 minutes. Yan's father was a little interested at this time. Su Tian just looked at the stage with a sneer. Yi Xiaohua, accompanied by Sister Wang, had already entered the waiting area in advance. When she arrived, contestant 17 was already here. This is a contestant from M country. At this time, seeing Qiu Yunjin on the stage, she was very nervous. Of course, she also saw Yi Xiaohua following her. She noticed Yi Xiaohua's face, and then looked at the name hanging on her body, a contestant from Z country that she didn't know. She retracted her gaze and didn't look at Yi Xiaohua again. Then, she annotated Qiu Yunjin very nervously. She was most afraid of this Qiu Yunjin, the head of the four kings. Yi Xiaohua didn't look at her either. She just looked at the huge live audience. Qiu Yunjin. Qiu Yunjin must get first place. One of the four kings, Mei Li, get to know her, the only contestant with a height of more than 176 centimeters. Most of the audience on the stage held up the light plates of Qiu Yunjin and a contestant from M country. In general, the four kings had more fans. Others, not to mention Yi Xiaohua, even Guhan, who was also quite controversial internationally, was submerged in the crowd. In this dimension, the gap in strength between Z country and other countries was still too big. In the early years, Z country had a few world-renowned singers. Since that generation of singers gradually grew old, the new generation of young people has been more and more lost in the traffic. Most of the traffic stars thought about how to become popular at most. There were too few people who focused on making music. These people were not as famous as some traffic stars because they kept a low profile. In particular, not only these foreigners, but also most of the Z people looked down on domestic people who wrote malicious words. They sneered and ridiculed online. The mainstream international had already excluded Z country. A field attendant from M country came in and handed the microphone to the two contestants. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, he looked at her with contempt. Z country? Sister Wang's breath stagnated. The lights on the stage had been turned off. Then, a clear sound of music rang out. Yi Xiaohua looked at Sister Wang. Sister Wang, give me your phone. Sister Wang was angry, but she didn't say anything. She was afraid that it would affect Yi Xiaohua's performance, so she handed the phone to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua sent a message on the phone. She received an answer in less than 3 seconds. At the same time, the host was already in the last part of the commentary. The most controversial contestant of Global Idol shocked the entire H country when she debuted at the age of 15. She is only 17 years old now, but she has already occupied half of the sky in the music industry. This time, she is still singing Everything's, which she arranged herself. That's right, it's Qiu Yunjin. In order to cater to the global audience, almost all the singers chose English songs. Qiu Yunjin was no exception. After the host finished speaking, the spotlight shone on Qiu Yunjin's face. There were nearly 100,000 people in the audience, and the applause was like thunder. A small part of the audience couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Contestant number 17, who was in front of Yi Xiaohua, was a little anxious. Qiu Yunjin had too many fans. She was the strongest opponent in everyone's heart, and there was such a big movement before the start. At the same time, the live broadcast of all the channels around the world had reached a peak. Even Morning Light Media had 90 million viewers. The global live broadcast added up to nearly 200 million viewers. Fortunately, the 10 entertainment companies were willing to spend a lot of money. The 200 million viewers were simply too explosive. As the leader of the four kings, Xianxia also brought out her strongest performance since the start of the competition. Everything's was a rock song, which was also her usual style. For this competition, she had also found the world's top dancers to choreograph the dance. It turned out that an all-rounder was an all-rounder, and the choreography was a very popular modern hip-hop dance. She was originally a singer. She didn't have much knowledge about dance, but this time she could dance a hip-hop dance. She must have put in a lot of effort. Before the international competition, the H country officials said that Xianxia would have a bigger transformation this time. They didn't expect it to be such a big transformation. When Xianxia followed the next sound, she directly put her hands on the ground and made a difficult move, airplanes. A professional move of hip-hop dance, she spun around twice. Amidst the explosive music, the audience applauded like a tide. Xianxia raised his hand again, backswipe. Boomerang. One after another, professional hip-hop moves were performed. The people on the stage could not help but jump and cheer, although these professional moves had some flaws and were not as good as those of the hip-hop experts. Don't forget that this was an idol competition. To be able to perform professional hip-hop moves was already very impressive. Out of all the artists who participated in the competition, how many of them could do that? The bullet screen of the livestream exploded. Oh my god! What a professional hip-hop move! Xianxia is too awesome. How are the other contestants supposed to compete? Thinking that the next contestant is going to be from our country, I feel a chill in my heart. Why is she ranked behind Xianxia? Soon, Xianxia's performance ended. Her performance was very successful. It was comparable to a small-scale concert. Since the start of the show, no contestant had been as popular as her. Because of Xianxia's performance, the contestant 17 in front of Xianxia was about to cry. Because her program was also a hip-hop dance. It was already bad luck to bump into Xianxia. Unexpectedly, she bumped into her hip-hop dance. Contestant 17 went on stage stiffly. Her eyebrows were full of sadness. Her agent was still comforting her. Xianxia said a few words and left the stage. When she passed by contestant 17 and Xianxia, her footsteps did not stop. As soon as she came out, the reporters around the competition entrance surrounded her enthusiastically. Contestant 17 was performing. Contestant 19 also came to the stage. Sister Wang, who was still worried, suddenly felt a little strange after seeing Xianxia's performance. Why did she feel? Xianxia's hip-hop dance moves were not as difficult as Xianxia's, nor were they as handsome and smooth as hers. But thinking like this, Sister Wang did not dare to say it out. Instead, she waited quietly for Xianxia to go to the mall. Just after Xianxia's explosion, contestant 17 was really not good enough. The applause alone was a degree off. There were even people talking on the stage. When contestant 17 came down, she cried. Her agent was comforting her. Sister Wang originally wanted to comfort Xianxia, but when she saw the other party's calm appearance, she didn't say anything. She just gave her a cheering gesture. The host introduced Xianxia, not as much as Xianxia, and began to perform. The lights on the stage also dimmed. Who is number 18, Four Kings? No, a contestant from Z country. Oh. Hearing this sentence, the person who spoke continued to swipe his mobile phone and did not look up at the stage. The audience below was still discussing Xianxia's performance. There was no expectation for Xianxia's appearance. It was at this time. Dong, a strong rhythmic sound appeared. Shocking the mind. Some people had goosebumps all over their bodies. Which seated contestant was this? They couldn't help raising their heads. When they raised their heads, the huge screen behind Xianxia also began to appear lines of words. White words on a black background. Chinese. International words were marked below, backlight lyrics, Xianxia composition, Xianxia arrangement, Xianxia slowly raised her head. From Z country? That's right. She was from Z country. As soon as the page came out, almost everyone was shocked. Not only at the scene, but also the people watching the live broadcast. In this kind of international competition, most people didn't dare to use their own original songs. Only Xianxia was bold. But even so, Qiu Yunjin only composed the music herself, and the lyrics and arrangement were all done by others. Unexpectedly, this person, from the lyrics to the arrangement, turned out to be herself. It's all her fault, it's Chinese. Fuck, I'm going to cheer for you. Of course, some people weren't optimistic. Although music had no boundaries, in this kind of international competition, English was still more popular. However, soon there was no more debate. A high-pitched voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. The rhythm was so strong that it almost shattered everyone's heart, colliding with the cool and lazy metal sound. At the same time, the spotlights all turned on. Her face was magnified in the projector. The eyeliner at the corner of her eyes outlined a slightly evil arc. The people who were chatting with each other, scrolling through Weibo, sending messages, or preparing to go to the toilet stopped at this moment. They subconsciously didn't want to miss a program that caught people at the beginning. Was it going to blow up like this at the beginning? If the performance later was not good, the impression would be greatly reduced. But then they had no idea at all. Xianxia's fans were holding the lights in the corner, extremely excited. Her song was not English, but very pure Chinese. It was very disadvantageous to use it in the international competition, because most of the foreign audience and the judges couldn't understand Chinese. But who knew that Xianxia, the Chinese music god who once stood at the top of the music world, all her songs were in Chinese, but it was still popular all over the world. On the huge screen, Xianxia's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a slightly lazy voice diffused from the noisy metal sound. The foreigners present couldn't understand the lyrics. Even so, they could hear a very strong emotion from Xianxia's voice from the rhythm. Where there is shadow, there is light. I used to be as humble as dust, and I used to step on the top of the mountain. Life is far more difficult than I imagined, but I used to be complacent. We can be humble, but we will never bow our heads. Dream, hope, light, that was the unyielding and glory that were carved into their bones and blood. The most difficult thing about music was to achieve emotional resonance. To achieve resonance, even a piece of music without lyrics could make people's blood boil. Everyone on the field now, not just the Z country, but everyone could feel the shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone couldn't help but want to scream. That kind of passion that was fused into his bones and blood made him tremble uncontrollably. One by one, they couldn't help but stand up and twist their bodies with Xianxia's rhythm. After a change in voice, the high-pitched voice resounded throughout the entire venue. It appeared, C5 key, Big Brother Yes King of Bombs C5. This time, the older audience could not help but stand up. Can you imagine, on an idol election stage, there was actually a C5 tune that could only be seen at a master-level concert. Even Qiu Yunjin didn't have such a smooth voice transfer. This was AF * King live scene. You actually sang a C5 on the spot. Contestant 18, what are you trying to do? If they didn't stand up and cheer for her, then they would have come to the scene in vain. I can't believe it. This is the first time I feel that Chinese is so beautiful. The one in front, lower your head. Don't block my view. Oh my god, where did this contestant 18 come from? The Z people who were watching the live broadcast took advantage of their numbers and successfully covered all the languages. The screen was full of Mandarin. When the fans at the scene saw the foreigners standing up and swaying with the rhythm, they couldn't help but proudly puff out their chests. So what if the lyrics are in Chinese? So what? I want all her information in 1 minute. All of it. However, the program had just begun. When Xianxia finished singing a line, she directly threw away the microphone and reached out to catch the microphone that the director threw over to her mouth. She directly slid towards the highest point. All the weight of her body was placed on her knees and she relied on her hands to exit the spinning action. That look was very handsome and smooth. This was a textbook professional street dance move. Kneeling, she spun 10 times. Even professional street dancers would find it difficult to achieve 10 times. Just now, Qiu Yunjin and contestant 17 were both street dancers. They also made professional moves, but there were more or less some flaws on their side. But Xianxia's perfect movements could not be picked out even by the strictest professor. Even Xianxia's fans who were watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones couldn't help but jump up from the bench. Professional street dance moves, and it was a very perfect kneeling. Qiu Yunjin's actions were too weak compared to these textbook actions. What did the netizens say on the internet before? What did they say? They said that our Biggie only knew how to sing and that her dancing was a mess. But did you see it now? Did you see it? A perfect kneeling. It was just street dance. It was not a problem for Biggie. A month ago, Biggie didn't know how to do it. I really can't imagine how she trained for a month. After watching Big Ye's program, I just want to write 10,000 more homework. I'm different from you. I want to ride my dog to the battlefield. However, Xianxia's performance continued. Following the climax music, she raised her hand. Her back gradually moved back. Contestants like number 17 and Xianxia left their professional movements to the climax. Now Xianxia made a kneeling before the climax. Countless people were thinking, what else could she do? However, this idea had not yet begun, and it ended as the music entered the climax. Xianxia's back was very straight, and the speed of her feet on the ground was as if it was an ice surface. Wow! When the teacher on the judge's seat saw Xianxia's movement, he finally couldn't help but stand up. And there was also a scream of wow from the audience. The barrage soon appeared, the explanation of a professional god. Feeding. The global champions movement. There are only a few people in the world who can do this movement. People who knew the ropes screamed for this movement. Even those who didn't know the ropes couldn't help but stare blankly. Who the hell was this Miss Number 18? They didn't know that this was a champions movement, but it didn't stop them from being shocked by it. Almost everyone in the audience stood up. This was an unprecedented grand occasion in the competition, but it wasn't over yet. Then the next champions movement came again. Xianxia's fans had gone crazy. Bouguette. It's Bouguette. A month ago, you were still so unfamiliar with the dance, but it's only been a month. Big brother Yi, what did you do this month? Not only did you know how to kneel, you even know how to bootlick. Forget about it, you still danced so perfectly and explosively. I have goosebumps all over my body. Did you see that? How do you expect us fans to endure this? Contestant number 19, who was behind Xianxia, originally thought that she was much luckier than contestant number 18. At least she didn't appear immediately after Xianxia. But she never thought that this contestant from Z country would be even more explosive than Xianxia. Where the hell did this come from? Can't you just let people compete properly? This is an idol competition, it's not a solo concert, nor is it an international hip-hop competition. What kind of trouble do you want to cause? After the last reform of Qinyuan media, the live broadcast was getting better and better. Just now, Xianxia's popularity had reached 90 million. It was a height that had never been reached. But when it was Xianxia's performance, the popularity directly exceeded 100 million. It had broken any live broadcast record in the country. Contestant number 18 is from Z country. Xianxia. In this competition, the Z people did not pay much attention to the contestants from their own country. They were already a little disappointed with the domestic entertainment industry, but no one thought that there would be a Xianxia. From the lyrics to the arrangement, it was all her own. This kind of music was the top in the world. Not to mention other things, even in the music industry, she had a place. And that wide range of sound. Previously, there were people in the country who said that Xianxia was a natural singer. But no matter in which aspect, Xianxia completely crushed Xianxia. Okay, and that professional champion move, who else in the field could do it? Who else? All the Z people watched as the popularity directly broke through from 90 million to 100 million. At this level, the people in the country were completely stunned. In the end, all the Z people who were watching the live broadcast became excited. They originally thought that this was the battlefield of the Four Kings, but no one thought that there would be a Xianxia appearing out of nowhere, unique and outstanding. The hot search exploded. The entertainment industry exploded. Out of topic, don't say anything else, monthly votes. Roar roar to everyone. Compared to ding ding, it was followed by another turn of sound. Xianxia made the finishing move, followed by a heart-shaking sound of music. Bang, the spotlight suddenly turned back to her. Stand still, look up. The first few lines of text appeared on the display screen again. Backlight lyrics, Xianxia composition, Xianxia arrangement, Xianxia. When everyone saw these lines of words again, they were no longer doubtful like they were at the beginning. Their eyes were filled with shock. After this night, these three words would resound throughout the entertainment circles of several countries. At this moment, if the screen of the live broadcast was not clear, the dense barrage could not be seen at all. So handsome that it split the sky. This kind of feeling was actually not difficult to understand. At the beginning, there were no contestants from Z country in the top 3 of the international competition. The audience of Z country who was watching the live broadcast suddenly found that a dark horse had appeared at this time. At this time, these young people had completely fallen into a fanaticism, and there was only worship for Xianxia in their eyes. One by one, they couldn't wait to run a few laps downstairs. Champion action? C5 sound? Where did this contestant come from? Why haven't I heard of it before? The judges at the judges' table also stood up one after another. They had also heard some information before coming to this final. Like everyone else, they were all concerned about the 4 kings. They did not expect Xianxia to appear in the middle of it. Even they had to admit. Xianxia's program was no longer comparable to ordinary people. Whether it was dance or music, it had already reached the 10th level of the master level. This was already a world-class concert, wasn't it? Do you have so many talents in Z country? Do such people actually want to participate in this kind of competition to fight for resources, under the stage? When Xianxia completely disappeared, Father Yan put down his waving hand. His face turned red, and then he looked at Xianxia with shock. Xianxia, Xianxia, she. In fact, Xianxia did not expect Xianxia to have such an outstanding performance. From creation to dance to singing skills, most singers in the entertainment circle could not compare to her. I don't know. Xianxia's eyes followed Xianxia to the waiting area until he could not see her anymore. Mother Ye's whole mind was rumbling. Xianxia, isn't she studying acting? She murmured. Now Xianxia has left. At the scene, countless audiences are still shouting Xianxia's name. Even if she doesn't watch the audience, Yimu herself can realize how deeply Xianxia's performance was just now. Only Su Tian pursed her lips and forced a smile. She clenched her fists and said, "Second sister performed well. But this competition is about the fans. Xianxia has too many fans. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for second sister to surpass her." As she spoke, she glanced at Xianxia from the corner of her eye, but Xianxia didn't even look at her. Su Tiantian's face instantly stiffened. "Xianxia. You've really surprised me. Sister Wang has been waiting for Xianxia to come down." When she saw her, her eyes were red with excitement. At first, she just expected Xianxia to get out. But how could she have imagined that the other party had not only advanced to the next round, but also had such a beautiful and shocking performance, while the two of them were walking down. Player number 19, who thought he was very lucky, was really crying. After the 16 to 20 contestants, it's time to watch the live broadcast and the audience at the scene to vote. This time, the host announced the votes. The 16th is Xianxia. "Let's take a look at the votes of Xianxia," said the host, holding the microphone and looking at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. "I think everyone, like us, can't wait to see the scores of several contestants. The appearance of Xianxia, the dark horse, is too unexpected. The people on and off the stage are more or less very concerned about whether this dark horse will successfully counterattack and successfully turn the tables. If it's just based on the judges' scores, Xianxia is undoubtedly far ahead. But now this is the entertainment circle. What you want is the number of fans, people who are willing to vote for you. Xianxia has also made great progress this time, not to mention that Xianxia is a person who has spent a lot of money on promoting and hyping on the internet. It can be said that every country has a strong fan club for her. It's hard to say that a sudden rise like Xianxia, because there is no fan base, she wants to surpass Xianxia's votes on the live broadcast. Even the judges and investors are not very sure in their hearts. However, if there are next few episodes, Xianxia will definitely surpass the number of Xianxia's fans. The results are on the big screen. Let's see. 58554157 votes. More than 58 million votes. Xianxia has once again broken her own record. 58 million votes. This is an unprecedented number of votes in this competition. Of course, we also completely expected this result. After all, Xianxia's progress this time is too great. Not only did she challenge the rock and roll style, but she was also very successful. the host said. The camera also turned to Qiu Yunjin, and Qiu Yunjin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Yan family's eyebrows are wrinkled tightly, and Yan father said angrily, "What's the matter with these people? Can't you see that Xiaohua's performance is better than Qiu Yunjin's?" Yanji is not very surprised. The entertainment circle is like this. These people have been brainwashed by Qiu Yunjin's team. Even if they like Xiaohua's performance, they will not vote for Xiaohua in the end. But these are not problems. Xiaohua is already on fire. He smiled at the corner of his mouth and looked at the stage without blinking. Tian, did you also vote for your second sister? Yan father turned to look at Su Tian. Su Tian smiled, of course. How is that possible? She voted for Qiu Yunjin. Soon, the votes of the 17th contestant were very dismal, only more than 9 million votes. It's almost a fraction of Qiu Yunjin's. Qiu Yunjin's fans on the barrage began to talk. Sure enough, the only one who can break our Yunjin's record is herself. A certain fan can be blown. Yunjin, come on, send you to the C position. Fans of the big boss, it's okay. This time, our big boss appeared too late. She only showed up in the finals. Her broken company didn't even give her any publicity fees. Our big boss is so powerful. Don't be afraid. It can't be helped. After Qiu Yunjin's performance, all the audience voted for her. When our big boss appeared, they had no more votes in their hands. 58 million votes. This Qiu Yunjin is too scary. Yi Xiaohua's fans who were watching the live broadcast were worried for her. Next is the number of votes for Yi Xiaohua on the 18th that everyone is looking forward to. After the host praised Qiu Yunjin, he turned to look at the big screen again. Everyone can see that the score has appeared. Let me see. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, as he counted, the host suddenly got stuck. On the big screen, Yi Xiaohua's score slowly appeared. Before this, the audience was still cheering for Yi Xiaohua. But when all the numbers appeared on the screen, all the voices suddenly disappeared. The votes on the screen were displayed word by word. Then, it passed everyone. He was ranked first in the queue. 985,68217. Kill. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 90 million. 985,68217 votes. Audience friends, it's more than 90 million votes. The host was so excited that he couldn't speak. Damn. F***CK. Oh my god. Here. Crazy. More than 90 million votes. Judges, are you serious? How many people are watching the live broadcast? Sister Wang, who had some regrets, couldn't help but stand up when she saw the number of votes backstage. Manager Wang, you brought a good artist. The cup in the hands of the senior executives of Qingyuan Media fell to the ground. Such a result, it was unprecedented. Not only the H people were scared, even the Z people were scared. Just now, they were still saying that Qiu Yunjin had broken her record. But now, it seemed that her record was nothing to Yi Xiaohua. Nothing. More than 90 million votes. To be honest, although we are shocked, we are not surprised. The host came back to his senses. I seem to have heard someone questioning the authenticity of the votes. To be honest, these votes were cast by you. Why did you say that the votes were fake? Is Yi Xiaohua's singing not good? Is the champion's movements not handsome enough? Do you have no talent for creativity? Have you guys ever seen a performance that's even more explosive than hers? Haha, this is an official complaint. No, judges. We definitely didn't think that way. This vote count couldn't be any more fair. It's exactly what we wanted. I can only say that the fans of the big bosses watching the livestream are amazing. Even I can't believe that I can turn the tables like this. 90 million votes is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. There were also some Qiu Yunjin fans talking, but compared with Yi Xiaohua fans and those who turned into fans, their fighting power was not enough. Otherwise, how do you think the 90 million votes came from? After joking for a while, the host turned serious and looked at the camera seriously. Actually, even if she didn't have more than 90 million votes, in my heart, she would still be number one. As far as I know, a month ago, Yi Xiaohua didn't know how to dance at all. She was just a student in the performing arts department. So, under this kind of pressure, he was able to write such a masterpiece and perform a champion's hip-hop dance within a month. Other than being a genius, what else can you call him? They didn't say anything for a while. However, Xiaohua's fans were suppressing their voices and reveling. It was this person. That's right, she gave their fans one surprise after another and pride after another. The international judges couldn't help but praise her. This was probably an idol. She made them proud of her. For the first time on the international stage, the Z people felt a sense of pride that arose spontaneously from within them. After the votes were announced, Xiaohua deserved to be number one. More votes than Qiu Yunjin by 40 million. After Qiu Yunjin stepped off the stage, there was no longer the arrogance on her face. She was even a little confused. As an artist who was supported the most by each country, in the past, she was always supported by her fans. She never thought that there would be someone with more votes than her in this competition. Not only was it higher than her, but it was also the kind of height that she couldn't surpass. A group of people from the People's Arts stepped off the stage with a lot on their minds. The reporters waiting in the backstage rushed up in an instant. However, they were no longer running towards Qiu Yunjin, but in the direction of Xiaohua. They surrounded Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua directly avoided the media and did not accept an interview. These media were very regretful. However, Sister Wang still told her that she could accept an interview. Otherwise, the domestic fans would be waiting anxiously. Xiaohua finally chose a female reporter. It's her. It was the female reporter who waited for her at the airport at the beginning. Sister Wang also recognized her. She looked at Xiaohua with a complicated and gratified look. Finally, she invited the female reporter alone. Indeed, from the end of Xiaohua's performance, her trending searches began to explode on Weibo. Such a dark horse contestant with heaven-defying strength was the object of everyone's attention. As for the four kings like Qiu Yunjin, there was almost no traffic. Since Z country had a contestant who surpassed foreign countries in every aspect, why would they pay attention to a foreigner? More importantly, these fans saw the future of Z country's entertainment industry in Xiaohua. That was the most important thing. The male reporter hung up the phone, and a Weibo account that pushed Xiaohua's news appeared on the top of his phone. His expression changed. Xiaohua, when he looked up and saw the female reporter coming out, he couldn't care less about the awkwardness. He wanted to ask her for the interview video at the airport. The female reporter smiled and said, "I'm sorry, our boss said that she would only give me an exclusive interview." After saying that, she ignored the male reporter's expression and left directly. Bah! When our boss was not famous, you didn't care about her and didn't want the interview video. Now that she is famous, you are begging me to give you a video. I would be stupid to give you a video. On this side, Xiaohua won first place without surprise. This time, because Gu Han got 90 million votes from Xiaohua, the people behind her basically did not get more than 9 million votes. In the end, Gu Han only got a little over 4 million votes, obviously at the bottom of these contestants. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Xiaohua left the program with the people from Xinyuan Media and returned to China with Sister Wang. When they came out, there was a large group of fans standing outside. Ah, the boss herself. I didn't wait in vain for 5 hours. Boss, I will be your fan for life. Mom is proud of you, my child. Boss, look here. The people who came out with Xiaohua all felt a little left out. Because outside the program were all Xiaohua's fans, all of them. Lin Xing was the gold medal manager of Xinyuan Media. Originally, with the goal of becoming the #1 manager of Xinyuan Media, he used various means to sign Gu Han into his hands. But now, the senior executives of Xinyuan Media were all around Sister Wang. It was as if he and Gu Han had been forgotten by them. Teacher Huang, thank you for the choreography this time. He nodded to Teacher Huang beside him. Teacher Huang was also a little distracted. It's nothing. Gu Han's expression was particularly bad, but because they were in public, she did not speak or raise her head. As they were talking, a car suddenly stopped, and a group of people stopped in the car. Seeing the blonde man, Lin Xing's expression changed. Jesse, a famous dancer from M Nation, that Teacher Huang in the country wasn't even on the same level as him. Why was he here, however? Before Lin Xing could think much about it, Jessie stopped in front of Yi Xiaohua. Yi, I watched the live broadcast. You really surprised me. My friend is still waiting for you in his studio. I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with you. Without teacher Jessie's choreography, there is no such good program effect. Yi Xiaohua smiled. Yi, you are really too modest, teacher Jessie said. Yi Xiaohua could have done the champion's movement. The so-called choreography was not important, but it was just icing on the cake for her. But this time I also received an invitation from the international stage. When they knew that your dance instructor was me, they called me immediately. Yi Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. When he said this, teacher Jessie's face bloomed with a smile. I thought it would take at least 2 years for me to be qualified to go to the international stage. This stage is the lifelong goal of every dance teacher and the greatest achievement they can achieve. Congratulations. Yi Xiaohua was also very happy for teacher Jessie. Sister Wang on the side followed a few words of congratulations. Suddenly, he thought of teacher Huang and Lin Xing. He couldn't help but look over at them. Sure enough, he saw that teacher Huang's face was a little pale, and the regret on his face could not be concealed. Yi, are you still not leaving? Teacher Jessie wanted to invite Yi Xiaohua to dinner. Yi Xiaohua chuckled and shook her head. No, I'm waiting for someone. All right. Teacher Jessie guessed who she was waiting for, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. A group of people are talking. After hearing that Yi Xiaohua was there, Yan's family finally came out. Yan just saw Yi Xiaohua at a glance. Yan's father's eyes were even brighter. Su Tian ran to Yi Xiaohua first and looked at Yi Xiaohua with disapproval. Second sister, you are so powerful. Why didn't you tell Auntie before? Do you know how worried Auntie is about you? What does it have to do with you? Yi Xiaohua took a faint look at her. Turn around and go to your car. Su Tian reached out to hold Yi Xiaohua, but didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to one side, and Su Tian accidentally fell to the ground. Yimu and others caught up from behind, pulled Su Tian up, and frowned. Xiaohua, Tian was just cheering for you under the stage. Why did you do it to her? You still can't stand her, can you? Yan's father and Xianxia also caught up. Xianxia didn't see what happened, but when he heard Yimu's words, his eyebrows were slightly twisted, and then he saw blood on Su Tian's arm. Are you okay? Although he didn't like this sister very much, she was related to his mother. Yi Xiaohua, when Su Tian saw that his eldest brother was talking to him, his face was red with excitement. It's okay. I don't blame the second sister. I don't hurt. Yanxia didn't expect that Su Tian, who would only act coquettishly to him in the past, would say this, and couldn't help but look at her more. Yi Xiaohua doesn't care about this pedestrian at all. The original Lord's wish has nothing to do with this pedestrian. She watched the person she was waiting for finally come out, and then she lifted her foot and walked over there. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming towards him, Yanxia, who was comforting Su Tian and thinking about how to talk to Yi Xiaohua, was stunned. But he didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua passed him and stopped not far from him. I'm here to discuss a collaboration. Yunran handed the document to his assistant. He glanced at Yanxia and the others and finally set his eyes on Yanxia's father. Mr. Yan. As for Yanxia, Mother Yi, and Su Tian, they hadn't had the opportunity to come into contact with Yunran's class. Father Yan was still in shock. When he saw Yunran appear, even the experienced and knowledgeable Father Yan couldn't help but widen his eyes. You. After a while, he came back to his senses. Mr. Yun? What are you doing here? He used you. There weren't many people in Z country who could make Father Yan use this word. Yunran smiled. I have a collaboration with the company. Father Yan opened his mouth. He knew that Qingyuan Media belonged to the Yun family, but it wasn't enough for Yunran to come in person. He hadn't thought of anything else. Yunran withdrew his gaze and held Yi Xiaohua's hand naturally. He naturally reached out and held Yi Xiaohua's hand. Mr. Yan, I have to go back, my parents are still waiting for me at home. With that, he pulled Yi Xiaohua into a car that had just stopped. Father Yan and Yanxia were both shocked by Yunran's actions. However, there was still more to come. Your parents are waiting for you. I'm not going. Yi Xiaohua subconsciously wanted to let go. Yunran glanced at her. In the past 20 years, my parents have never waited for me or bought me a gift. Yesterday, they even kicked me out of the room and said that the best room was yours. Miss Yi, don't you know who they are waiting for? Yi Xiaohua, pfft. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. The voices of the two gradually faded. The low-key luxurious car gradually drove out of everyone's sight. Su Tian clenched her fists tightly and asked casually, Dad, who is that? The Yun family. Father Yan finally came back to his senses. That's right, the Yun family you're thinking of. After hearing Father Yan's words, Su Tiantian's expression became very distorted. A kind of jealousy spread in her heart and almost swallowed her up. Mother Yi was completely stunned when she heard Father Yan's words. The Yun family, among the people present, the one who regretted the most was Lin Xing, who was standing next to Gu Han. He used a lot of strength to move his eyes away from the direction of Yi Xiaohua and Yun Ran's departure. He really wants to not let himself regret it and convince himself that Gu Han's value is not worse than Yi Xiaohua's. However, at this moment, the defenses he had built up in his heart failed. With 90 million votes, Gu Han may not be able to reach Yi Xiaohua's current height in this life. Lin Xing is very clear about this. Especially seeing that Yi Xiaohua turned out to be a member of the Yan family, what was even more outrageous was that she knew Yun Ran, the big boss of Qingyuan Media. At this time, Lin Xing's heart was filled with incomparable panic. He had really gambled wrongly. After Gu Han's fans found out that Best Actor Yan hadn't sent the comment to her, the netizens were all devastated by the reply she had sent to Best Actor Yan's Weibo. In addition, Qingyuan Media had Yi Xiaohua. Gu Han, who was in the same period as Yi Xiaohua, had been living under Yi Xiaohua's shadow. In this lifetime, she would only be a small-time celebrity. As for Mother Yi, she later wanted to find Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Xiaohua didn't see her again. Yi Xiaohua appeared in the entertainment circle with the first place. Most people thought that the competition was the peak of her life, but they never thought that it was just the beginning of her life. There is no doubt about her personal charm. Every fan who follows her is proud to be her fan. A year later, her fans on Weibo have exceeded a terrifying 80 million. It's only been a year, the well-deserved #1 person in the entertainment circle. Even the most picky paparazzi, the most demanding reporters, no one will say a word about her. Just like the host at the international competition said, a person like her, what else can you say except that she's a genius? The female reporter who interviewed Yi Xiaohua at the airport finally waited for a live interview that Yi Xiaohua promised. At the beginning, there were 10 million people waiting in front of the live broadcast. Why did you write that song in the competition? Yi Xiaohua smiled. In fact, teacher Jessie also said that at the beginning, I was going to use the song of a predecessor. But once I finished training and saw the fan who had been waiting for me downstairs all day, she told me that there was a person who hurt her leg in a car accident and couldn't stand up. She couldn't go to my scene, but she would cheer for me in the ward. I'm a very ordinary person in my life. I don't have any great ideals. I just want to let those who like me know that I won't let them down and will always be with them. This song was written for her at that time. The opposite of darkness is light. 2 days after the competition, I received a letter from her. Well, she stood up. As a female reporter who is a fan of Yi Xiaohua, when she heard this for the first time, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. The predecessor next to the female reporter looked at her and was a little moved. It said on the internet that you were in the performance department before. With your family background at that time, it should not be enough. Why did you choose the performance department? Yi Xiaohua pursed her lips and smiled. Then she took off the watch on her left hand. The live camera suddenly zoomed in, and even the host suddenly covered his mouth. Under the watch, there was a scar. Probably in the 3rd year of high school, I committed suicide. When Yi Xiaohua mentioned this, her heart also tightened. At that time, I didn't know if I could survive, but fortunately, I saw the movie Light on TV at that time. This is the reason why I'm still alive. When I filled in the college entrance examination, I just wanted to go to school and perform, hoping to be a little closer to my idol. Don't look like that. Isn't it normal for me to have an idol? Yi Xiaohua looked at the female reporter helplessly. So, was it because of this reason? Xianxia looked at the live screen. All along, he had been worried about why Yi Xiaohua would move to his place. So it was like this, Xianxia covered his eyes. Xianxia didn't know how desperate a person like her would be to think of suicide. Xianxia, what's wrong? It's your turn. The agent waited for a long time, but Xianxia didn't come. After a while, Xianxia loosened his hand. It's nothing. He wanted to say sorry to Yi Xiaohua, but it was difficult for him to even see her. He wanted to save something, but there was nothing he could do. Ding. Complete the main task, the system rewards 3,000 points. Ding. The 008 system serves the host, 3,000 points have been received, leaving the world. Yi Xiaohua, you go, don't hurt us anymore, okay? Yi Xiaohua rubbed her head. As soon as she woke up, she heard a voice that implied impatience and some hate and disgust. The feeling of pain came from her body. She twisted her eyebrows, looked up, and saw the people in the room, 2 girls, 3 boys, everyone was extremely embarrassed. The one who just spoke was a girl with dyed chestnut hair. She didn't look very old, probably in high school. Yi Xiaohua felt that something was wrong, and immediately asked 008 to transmit the plot to her. The original owner was originally a high school student in N City. During the summer vacation, the class monitor asked people to go out to play together. He specially called the original owner who he secretly loved. However, he didn't expect that a few people were caught by human traffickers and sent to the mountains. Fortunately, several people didn't suffer any substantial injuries, but they couldn't immediately escape from the mountains. A few people panicked. I didn't expect Lin Yi, who has always been very ordinary in the class, to stand up at this time. After a year of planning, she finally found a way to escape. In the face of danger, Lin Yi behaved completely differently from before. She was calm and could even analyze the way out at this time. Several times, she was able to save the danger. Lin Yi, who can't see anything in the big city, is like her own home in the mountains. No matter what plants are, she can name them. In the past, the original owner looked delicate and had a faint noble air. But here, compared with Lin Yi, who was very skilled in both survival and pathfinding, the original owner was equivalent to a drag. 2 boys in the class who had a good impression of the original owner gradually fell in love with Lin Yi. Just when a group of 4 people was ready to escape, another teenager was abducted. The teenager looked very handsome. The original owner, who had been ignored by the other 3 for a long time, finally found a sense of existence. When the teenager woke up, he saw a trafficker bullying the original owner and helped the original owner. But he didn't expect to be injured. Because he was injured for himself, the original owner wanted to take him with him when he was going to leave, but he didn't expect to be found by the villagers. The original owner felt very guilty and asked to leave. Lin Yi, who had been harshly criticizing the original owner of the body for dragging the boy along, brought the boy out after the original owner left. When Yi Xiaohua came, the original owner was about to leave them. His injury is because of me. I'll go when he's better. Yi Xiaohua turned back and walked to the boy to check his injury. One of the original owner's wishes was to cure the youth. When the teenager saw that Yi Xiaohua didn't look at him with adoration like before, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He knew that only Lin Yi had a little way here. Yi Xiaohua's attitude towards him had changed. She didn't want to pester him anymore, which was good news for him. The class monitor, who had been standing next to Lin Yi, blocked in front of Lin Yi. She frowned and looked at Yi Xiaohua with a little contempt in her tone. Yi Xiaohua? You want to ask Lin Yi to help you find herbs again? Lin Yi is honest. She never says anything when you order her around, but she doesn't owe you anything. Chao Yanji's current state has nothing to do with her. You're still so selfish. You want others to take responsibility for your own mistakes. Digression, this is a monster world. 2 things, huh? Send a monthly ticket red envelope of 20,000 yuan. Everyone vote for a red envelope .. Then, Ayun told me about the update problem in the evening. I didn't expect to bring so much trouble to everyone. Everyone knows that I don't have much time during the day and can only write updates at night. Now there are about 9,000 words a day. Huahua can't write that much before 12 o'clock in the evening, so he stays up late every day to finish the update. In recent days, the number of words in the last chapter of each day is a little more, so it takes more time. Just like now, writing 3,000 words from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. I'm sorry to those babies who have been waiting for Huahua until 4 o'clock. Tomorrow, I'll adjust the time. I won't rest at noon. I'll see if I can write 2,000 words and try to stabilize the update. In the future, if you don't wait until 4 o'clock, go to bed. You can see it the next morning. The class monitor said this, but Xianxia didn't look at him at all. She just walked towards Xianxia. The original owner could escape from the hands of the human trafficker because of Xianxia. Even if the original owner didn't have this wish, Xianxia wouldn't just watch Xianxia get hurt. Seeing Xianxia coming towards him, Xianxia moved back a bit, not letting Xianxia touch him. No, you can't solve my problem. When we get to the opposite mountain, I'll have to trouble Linny to help me find some herbs. Xianxia looked at Linny. Linny also looked at Xianxia with a tangled look. Then you stay. Hearing Linny say this, Xianxia's handsome face also showed a little smile. Linny, didn't you just want to let her go? Why are you soft-hearted now? If it weren't for her, how could we be trapped here for a year? She's a scourge. Emma Wei, another classmate of the original owner, looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia, you just don't want to leave here, do you? Because Linny can take you out of here. Xianxia didn't care about Emma Wei's words, just looked at Xianxia. The original owner didn't have much experience in the world. She had always regarded the young man who saved her as a friend, but she didn't see it at all. This Xianxia had been guarding against her, looking at her with eyes that were obviously strange and alert. Even though he saved the original owner, in his eyes, the original owner was not as trustworthy as Lin Yi. Although Xianxia didn't put the fighting power of these 4 children in her heart. But what made her strange was that the conversation between Xianxia and Lin Yi didn't exceed a few words. Why didn't he guard against Lin Yi at all? In the end, Xianxia and Xianxia stayed. Emma Wei and the class monitor, who were once very fond of the original owner, were now very disgusted with Xianxia. Hearing that she was shameless enough to stay, both of their faces were very dark and obviously unhappy. Originally, it was very difficult for them to escape from the mountain. They didn't expect to have Xianxia and Xianxia, these 2 burdens. It was still afternoon, the villagers should still be searching the mountain. They hid in a secret small temple and planned to leave in the evening. Xianxia observed around. This temple was located in the middle of the mountain. It was not very hidden, but for some reason, it seemed that no one came to worship. Lin Yi insisted that they were very safe in this temple. Furthermore, she squinted at the huge tree in front of the temple. The big tree did not move at all. After watching for a while, Xianxia left to find some herbs and food. By the way, she used her spiritual force to explore the terrain. In the temple, after Xianxia left, Emma Wei persuaded Lin Yi several times to drive Xianxia away. Lin Yi didn't know why. When she saw Xianxia, she felt that this person trusted him very much. Xianxia, what do you think? She looked at Xianxia. Let her follow. You can find the safest way to escape, right? Xianxia smiled at Lin Yi. Let's wait and see. If she doesn't repent, I'll listen to you. Lin Yi nodded and agreed with Xianxia's opinion. She thinks that now that she's looking for food, we won't blame her? If we can't escape this time, even if you stop me, I will leave her behind. The class leader saw that this person had compromised and couldn't help but sneer. Originally, he thought that the school flower of number 1 middle school was unattainable, but now he knows. In this situation, what's the use of being beautiful? Can't distinguish 5 grains, can't do anything, isn't she still a waste? Without Lin Yi, they wouldn't even have any hope of escaping. Although the class leader dared to talk about Xianxia, he didn't dare to talk about Xianxia. Although Xianxia was a handsome man, he was still injured. However, the class leader and Emma Wei were very afraid of him. As long as they were close to Xianxia, they felt an inexplicable awe. Because of this, they talked about Xianxia from the beginning and never brought Xianxia with them. A group of 4 people waited in the temple until evening. When it was just getting dark, Xianxia finally came back. She took a few inconspicuous herbs in one hand and a pheasant in the other hand and threw it to Xianxia. Dinner. After that, she went outside to break a few branches and grind the herbs into ointment. Xianxia was very afraid of her and didn't let her touch him. Yi Xiaohua was too lazy to feel his pulse. However, in addition to some internal injuries, the other party's ankle was also injured. This was a mountain road. If it wasn't cured, it would be difficult to walk. The most important thing was that when Yi Xiaohua's spiritual force swept over, she found that Xianxia's injury was very strange, and the meridians of his body were completely different from those she was familiar with. When Xianxia said that she couldn't cure his injury, it shouldn't be an excuse. Xianxia himself should know that he was not the same as ordinary people. Yi Xiaohua thought while grinding the herbs in her hand and melted them together into a green medicine mud. Although it was modern, she didn't know why there were many kinds of medicinal herbs on the mountain. Even in ancient times, it was difficult to find herbs here. Some herbs were even the most important medicinal pills to upgrade alchemy in the cultivation world and fantasy world. When she discovered this, Yi Xiaohua's mood was a bit complicated. When the medicine was ground, Yi Xiaohua smelled a burnt smell. She looked at Xianxia's side. These people basically didn't live in the wild, let alone catch pheasants and hares. Even Lin Yi, who came to the mountain like a fish in the water, didn't know how to roast chicken. After looking at it, Yi Xiaohua took the ground herbs and handed them to Xianxia. Let him apply it to his calf. When the class monitor and Mo Wei saw Yi Xiaohua handing over the medicine, they couldn't help but sneer. There was a kind of irony in their eyes. It seemed that they were very dismissive of the herbs that Yi Xiaohua found. Then they turned back and took a bite of the chicken without saying anything. Thank you. Xianxia thanked him and took it, saying that he would apply it on the wound later. Yi Xiaohua didn't care about the reactions of the other three people. Let's go after eating. I just walked around outside. The villagers have already left. However, after she finished speaking, the rest of the people ignored her. After the group finished eating, they quietly waited for the arrival of the evening. It was as if Yi Xiaohua didn't say that sentence at all. Seeing their reaction, Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and lazily looked at the class leader, but she didn't say anything. If they wanted to increase the difficulty, she couldn't say anything. She told Xianxia, returned to the corner, closed her eyes, and began to recharge. She sat against the wall and slept very peacefully. The other four people were afraid that the villagers would find them, so they didn't dare to close their eyes. She can sleep here. If it weren't for us, she would have been taken away by beasts. The class leader withdrew her cynical eyes and whispered, I hope she won't wake up when we leave. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but looked at Xianxia. What medicine do you need? When we walk at night, I will see if I can help you find it. You don't need to know the name of the medicine. Just tell me the effect. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He told Lin Yi his request. Lin Yi closed her eyes and nodded confidently. Don't worry, I'll definitely find it for you. As long as it's in this mountain, there's nothing I can't find. I really don't know why Lin Yi helped you. The class leader looked at Xianxia with some envy. You don't know, a few months ago, my stomach was cut by a child in the mountain. There was no medical equipment in the mountain. I thought I was going to die from infection. Lin Yi found me a herb and let me apply it. It immediately stopped the bleeding, otherwise, there would be no me now. As he spoke, he opened his shirt, revealing a very ugly scar. This kind of injury can heal naturally without a doctor? Although Xianxia had expected it, he was still shocked by the scene. Of course. The class leader looked at Xianxia's unbelievable expression and couldn't help but laugh. This was also the reason why he disdained the herb Yi Xiaohua found at night. Then, Lin Yi, I'll have to trouble you with my injuries. Xianxia looked at Lin Yi with a gentle expression. Then, he told Lin Yi about the medicinal herbs that he might need. Lin Yi immediately nodded, promising that she would find it for him. At around 10 p.m., Lin Yi stood up and said, let's go. The three people who didn't hear Yi Xiaohua's words before, Lin Yi, immediately stood up and prepared to leave. It was at this time that Yi Xiaohua, who was sleeping soundly, opened her eyes. I thought I could leave her here, but I didn't expect her to wake up. Her luck is really good. The class monitor looked at Yi Xiaohua and snorted. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked at Xianxia in surprise. The other party had been sleeping very soundly before. He was in the wild and in such a situation, but he was still able to sleep. Even he felt that if it weren't for Linny and others, Xianxia would have died many times. But unexpectedly, as soon as Linny said let's go, the other person opened his eyes and woke up on time. Was this an accident or was she that vigilant? Xianxia retracted his gaze. It was a coincidence, but it really didn't seem like it. How's your foot? The first thing Xianxia did when she woke up was to ask about Xianxia's foot. Now Xianxia has long been familiar with the treatment of illness. The medicine she gave Xianxia was very effective. In addition, the medicinal herbs in this mountain were extremely rare and old, so the effect would be faster. If it was spread to the outside world, it would shock the world. I feel much better. Xianxia's mouth hung a smile. Thank you. Emma Wei, who was supporting Xianxia, heard Xianxia's words and couldn't help but turn his head. He didn't look at these two idiots. Let's not talk about whether Xianxia's medicine was useful or not. Even if it was useful, how long had it been? Even Linny didn't dare to say so. Xianxia dared to ask this question, but Xianxia actually flattered her. This was the most ridiculous thing that Emma Wei felt. Xianxia looked at the force of Xianxia's walking feet, slightly twisted eyebrows. You're welcome. No, she knows the effect of her medicine. Now it's been 5 hours. If Xianxia takes the medicine, at least his feet won't hurt when he walks. At this time, he can find a branch by himself. He doesn't need help at all. Is there a problem with her dosage this time? Xianxia twisted her eyebrows but didn't say anything. The class monitor and Linny walked outside. There was a pale moonlight above their heads. There were many trees on the top of the mountain. Although the moonlight was bright enough, it was blocked by the trees. There was not much left. When they met the trees, it was difficult to see the road under their feet. Linny now stops in front of the big tree for a while. Xianxia saw the branches of the big tree shake for a while, and then stop for a moment. What's strange about this big tree? 008 finally couldn't help it. Xianxia's light mouth, it doesn't move. Of course, the tree won't move. 008 suddenly couldn't say a word. Of course, the tree won't move, but the wind in the mountain is not small. If a tree doesn't move its leaves, it's very strange. Linny just turned around and pointed to a direction to them. Let's go in this direction, follow me. She said that she walked forward with the class monitor. Seeing the direction of Linny, Xianxia's eyes flashed to surprise. Linny. The direction of walking is indeed the closest road to the outside. Emma Wei and Xianxia walked in the center. Only Xianxia was willing to walk with her. She fell at the end. Xianxia doesn't care about this. When she lifted her feet to go, she suddenly stepped on something. By the moonlight, Xianxia looked down. Xianxia slowly moved his eyes back from a group of dark green medicine mud on the ground. His eyes gradually deepened. Well, he didn't apply it. No wonder she thinks Xianxia's legs shouldn't be like this. It's not surprising that she didn't use her medicine. It's a pity that the medicine she found back is more than 10 years old. This Xianxia is too hateful. 008 felt very angry. At this time it suddenly missed Old Cloud. Xianxia took back her eyes and walked forward again. It's nothing. I didn't know how to distinguish 5 grains before. It's understandable that Xianxia doesn't trust me. Naturally, there is also anger. When she was a doctor, how many people lined up to beg her to give medicine? Even the emperor came to see her for treatment. He had to ask her time first. Now she got a medicine for Xianxia. He even disdained it. Xianxia was too lazy to care. Next time she found the medicine to cure Xianxia's internal injury, she forced him to take it and went down the mountain. If this is not the task, Xianxia will immediately leave 3 people and go down the mountain by herself because Xianxia threw her medicine. The road on the mountain is very difficult to walk. This time they are going to climb the highest mountain, from the middle of the mountain to the top. Linyi's physique is very bad. She doesn't walk fast. Basically, she needs to rest for 10 minutes in an hour. When she rested again, Linny found a herb and excitedly showed it to Xianxia. "Chow brother, do you think it's one of the things you want?" Xianxia took the medicine Linny found and brightened his eyes. "Yes, that's it. Thank you." Then he couldn't wait to take the medicine, chewed it in his mouth, and then applied it to his ankle. He sighed comfortably. This medicine has an analgesic effect. After applying it, Xianxia looked at Xianxia. The other side was sitting on a branch. He didn't know how she climbed up. The three big men who were rushing together were all panting and tired, but Xianxia looked at ease, not like a person who had just climbed to the top of the mountain. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he looked at Xianxia's eyes with a trace of exploration. Although Linyi's medicine can relieve pain, it doesn't have much effect on him. In the end, even Mo Wei didn't have the strength to help him. In the end, Xianxia took over. By dawn, they had already come down from the top of the mountain and were almost halfway up the other side of the mountain. Except for Xianxia, everyone was very tired, hungry, thirsty, and very tired. They wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. The group of people sat under a tree to rest. Although Xianxia was not tired, she also stopped. Her eyes swept around, and then stopped on a purple grass with blue, red and white flowers. After a pause, she immediately walked over. He broke off a branch and dug out the grass. Just as she dug out the grass and held it in her hand, the exhausted Linny suddenly sat up. Staring at the grass in Xianxia's hand, even his breathing suddenly became very heavy. When Linny came to the mountain, she found that she seemed to be able to communicate with the plants around her. After a year, she spent more and more time communicating with the plants. Finally, she got the blessing of the old tree. The old tree showed her the way out of the mountain. While resting here, she sensed her surroundings, but she didn't find anything worthy of her attention. Unexpectedly, when Xianxia pulled out the grass, a strong feeling welled up in her heart. She was very eager to get this herb. There was a kind of obsession in her heart. As long as she got this herb, her talent and ability would go to another level, reaching an unprecedented peak. Then she would stand at the top of humanity. The few trees around her that could communicate with her all used their thoughts to remind her that she must get this plant. Thinking of this, Linny stood up. Her eyes didn't leave the plant in Xianxia's hand. She said, "Xianxia, can you give me the flower in your hand?" 3 colors of flower. I have never seen such a strange flower. Can you give it to me? Flower? Xianxia couldn't help but frown. This was not a flower, but the Tianji tricolored flower that only existed in the cultivation world. It could cure people's internal injuries and help them build their foundation. It was extremely rare in the cultivation world. Also because this flower was very spiritual, it could naturally avoid the exploration of cultivators. Xianxia was able to easily dig it up because her powerful spiritual force locked it. According to her understanding, Linny should have a natural sense of plants. She should know the power of this tricolored flower. At this time, how could she so easily ask her for it? I also think it's very beautiful. Xianxia put the flower in her pocket. Sorry, I won't give it to you. Linyi's complexion changed. The 2 people who were resting next to her, Mo Wei, couldn't help but stand up. Xianxia, it's just a flower. Linny didn't care about the past and took you and Xianxia out, but you're actually not willing to give her a flower? Linny, this flower was originally picked by Xianxia first. Xianxia didn't understand why Linny suddenly said this. Linny originally wanted to forget the past and take Xianxia out. She didn't expect the other party to not even give her a flower. In particular, Xianxia still talked like this. It was a waste for her to find herbs for him. Originally, she had found a medicine that could reduce heat and relieve pain not far away. It was also what he wanted the most. But now it seemed that he didn't need it. Let's go. Linny felt that Xianxia didn't know what was good for her. She was also angry with Xianxia, so she left first. The class monitor and Mo Wei were both gloating and ridiculing. They stared at Xianxia angrily. Then they immediately chased after Linny. At this time, they couldn't wait to get rid of the 2 burdens. Naturally, they wouldn't help Xianxia. The 3 of them soon disappeared. Xianxia didn't expect that the 2 people would quarrel because of a flower. In the evening, Yi Xiaohua helped him up. Although she talked a lot, she was very honest, and her attitude towards him was very cold. But Chao Yanji didn't feel her love for him, so he said a word for Yi Xiaohua. He felt that Yi Xiaohua should be completely different from what he imagined. He didn't expect Linny to leave like this. He was really stunned, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. You. Now his leg was injured. If he was still in the past, he wouldn't care about this little injury, but he wasn't. Chao Yanji looked at Yi Xiaohua and wanted to speak, but he was afraid that Yi Xiaohua would really leave him alone. He didn't say anything. Let's go. Without other people, Yi Xiaohua didn't hide it. She chopped a branch of suitable length and handed it to Chao Yanji. Walk with it. Chao Yanji saw the neatly cut branch, and his drooping eyes flashed. Then he followed Yi Xiaohua and quickened his pace. If we hurry up, we can still catch up with Linny. Although she doesn't take us, as long as we keep up with her, she can't get rid of us. The terrain here is very complicated. We can't get out. Chao Yanji said, but found that Yi Xiaohua didn't go in the direction of Linny at all. He couldn't help but frown. You're going the wrong way. No. Yi Xiaohua walked forward. At first, Linny may have been guided by the old tree and walked in the safest direction. But the mountain was so big. After a night, she had begun to take a detour. Originally, Yi Xiaohua wanted to remind her, but now it was also what she wanted to separate. Are you thirsty? When passing a tree, Yi Xiaohua stopped and looked at Chao Yanji. But before Chao Yanji answered, she knew that he was thirsty when she saw the dead skin on his mouth. They had not drunk all night, and they ate a roast chicken last night. Yi Xiaohua directly cut a hole in the tree with a stone. The tree was full of water. Chao Yanji picked a leaf and drank it. After drinking, Yi Xiaohua took a leaf and drank it. When he looked up, he found that Yi Xiaohua had come back with 2 pheasants and a few wild fruits in her hands. Seeing how fast she was, Chao Yanji's expression became even more complicated. He really didn't think that the person he didn't care about the most at the beginning would be so mysterious. Es the SS Zhou. E not SS, S the 3S Xia 3 Zhu SS said S Lin E Xiao Li S Xiao S Luo Xiao Long Tian Chen E. Yi Xiaohua didn't answer. After eating half, she threw the other half to Chao Yanji. After he finished eating, she took out the 3-color herb from her pocket, crushed it with her hand, and then pinched Chao Yanji's chin, put it in his mouth, and let him swallow it. Chao Yanji found that her strength was really big. He couldn't take her hand away at all. What did you give me? Chao Yanji couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua. He was so angry that he wanted to kill her. I told you that my injury is different from that of ordinary people. The medicine that can cure ordinary people may be poisonous to me. You may kill me like this. Do you know that? Yi Xiaohua looked at him faintly. Don't move, I'll find some bamboo. After that, she left. Half an hour later, she came back with the bamboo tube and saw Chao Yanji sitting under the tree with a face full of astonishment. She looked up. How is it? Chao Yanji stood up incredulously and touched his originally very hot chest. I feel much better. There was no burning pain in his body at all. It seemed that there was a sign of promotion. Well. Yi Xiaohua was not surprised at all. Did you find this? Chao Yanji looked at her and understood why Lin Yi suddenly changed her face. Yi Xiaohua, it's really a waste of talent for you to be trapped in the mountains for a year. When you get out, make good use of your talent and you will definitely make a difference. Yi Xiaohua ignored him and filled the bamboo tube with water directly. Then she left with Chao Yanji. This time, they were completely different from when they were just with Lin Yi. There was no hunger or fatigue. It was just like a trip. Chao Yanji looked at her and suddenly remembered the herbs she gave him to treat his feet last night. Could it be, was it serious? Thinking of this, Chao Yanji felt more and more guilty. Although the injury on his leg had not healed, because his internal injury was much better, he could already catch up with Yi Xiaohua. The two of them did not feel tired at all. Their footsteps were much faster than with Lin Yi. They walked out of the mountains in less than 3 days. After the two went out, they quickly found people and returned to N City. Yi Xiaohua found the home of the original owner with the memory of the original owner. It was the mother of the original owner who opened the door. She was very surprised to see Yi Xiaohua coming back. Xiaohua? There was no surprise on her face. Yi Xiaohua saw that the mother of the original owner didn't seem to want her to come back. She saw a strange middle-aged man in the room, who was not the biological father of the original owner. The man was still holding a baby in his hand. The father of the original owner had a car accident when looking for the original owner and became a vegetable, and the mother of the original owner immediately remarried. On the sofa in the room, there was a girl about the same age as her. It was the daughter of Yi Xiaohua's stepfather. She saw Yi Xiaohua standing outside the door in very shabby clothes, and her eyes flashed to disdain and contempt. She was wearing a very beautiful dress, holding a high school textbook in her hand, and looked at Yi Xiaohua condescendingly. "You are the daughter of my mother who was abducted by human traffickers for a year." Off topic, the monthly ticket red packet hasn't been received yet, dear fourth watch, later changed a little, so it was 10 minutes late, but this time it should not let everyone stay up late. Yimu immediately pushed her stepdaughter back into the room. "Xiaohua, Xianxia is 2 months older than you, and is also your sister," said 2 words. Yimu looked at Yi Xiaohua at a loss, and the rest of the words could not be said. "It's been more than a year, you haven't come back. I always thought you." At that time, after the disappearance of 4 students in the first year of high school, they were also in the newspaper. The police searched for a long time at the place of disappearance, but they couldn't find the 4 missing people. Later, Ye's father became a vegetable again. Even if his daughter was not dead, it was almost impossible to find. Yimu was afraid that there was no hope for the second half of her life, so she simply divorced and gave birth to a son. So when she saw Yi Xiaohua coming back, her first reaction was not surprise, but very complicated. She already has a new family. Her husband is a white-collar worker with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. Her stepdaughter is still in the top 10 of the class in number 1 middle school. You heard it all. Xianxia is going to take the college entrance examination in a month. Yimu thought of this, and there was no guilt on her face. The school is still there. Here's 400 yuan. Take it back to see your father. Saying that, she went back to the room and took out 400 yuan and handed it to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua looks at the 400 yuan in Yimu's hand. After looking at it for a long time, she took it. Well, Yimu saw that she took the money, didn't make trouble to live here, and didn't make trouble to follow her. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Xiaohua hasn't come back for more than a year. I'm afraid she has to start from the first year of high school. She doesn't know if she can go to college. She has more than enough to raise a son, but she can raise another Yi Xiaohua. Yimu can only be sorry for Yi Xiaohua. However, she didn't know at all that Yi Xiaohua was not the original owner. After she took the 400 yuan, she had made a decision to ignore anything about Yimu. Xianxia in the room has been watching Yi Xiaohua's movements. When she saw that she took the 400 yuan in Yimu's hand, she couldn't help sneering. Yi Xiaohua turned directly to the elevator and turned Ye's father's residence out of his mind. As soon as she turned around, Yimu closed the door with a bang. From beginning to end, she didn't ask how Yi Xiaohua spent this year. The man who could barely be regarded as Yi Xiaohua's stepfather had been coaxing his son in the hall and never came out. Is it done? Xianxia didn't know why, but after coming out of the mountain with Yi Xiaohua, he followed her in. He was very handsome and wore a neat white shirt. When the 2 of them first came out of the mountain, they didn't have anything. They didn't have money, mobile phones, or transportation. Xianxia used his deceptive face to borrow a mobile phone from a passerby and made a call. The next day, a car picked them up and took them back to the provincial capital. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua wanted to go home, he did not follow her, but stood at the door of the elevator waiting for her. Seeing that she was still holding 400 yuan in her hand, he was a little surprised. I'll go back and see my dad. Yi Xiaohua waits for the elevator. This time, the original owner had 2 wishes. The first was to cure Xianxia. The second was to return to school and fulfill the deepest regret in her heart. Xianxia is now completely used to Yi Xiaohua's indifference. Following Yi Xiaohua, his skills grew very fast, but even so, he still felt that Yi Xiaohua was too strange and deeply hidden. He couldn't beat her. However, compared to others, Xianxia felt that she treated him much better. What are you going to do in the future? Xianxia took a look at the environment where she lived before. The house was not very old, but the location was not good. The down payment was estimated to be 200,000 yuan. It can be seen that Xiaohua's family environment is not very good. Looking at the situation, her mother doesn't want to keep her. Go back to school. Xiaohua walked into the elevator, thinking that father didn't know how hurt, but the silver needle was still in the space of the system. She was not very worried. Then you should go back to high school, the two said as they went downstairs. I'm also in high school, but I'm in high school. I'll help you with the formalities. At the door of the building, Xiaohua's footsteps suddenly stopped. The neighborhood, which was originally surrounded by tall buildings, suddenly turned into a barren mountain range filled with smoke. Xianxia was still talking and didn't see Xiaohua's abnormal reaction. When he was halfway through, he suddenly stopped. Xiaohua, you go to your dad first. I suddenly remembered something. Xiaohua nodded, and her face didn't change at all. She just walked out of here. Xianxia watched Xiaohua leave easily. A little doubt about Xiaohua disappeared at the bottom of his eyes. He murmured, it's not the same kind. How could she find the tricolored flower? But soon he didn't think much about it and directly integrated into the whole scenery. Father has become a vegetable. Grandpa and Grandma can't afford to pay such a big fee. They only stayed in the hospital for 2 months and pulled people back. Seeing Xiaohua reappear, Grandpa and Grandma cried with joy and pulled her to say a lot. Grandma, who has always been thrifty, went out and bought a chicken. Xiaohua looked at father's gradually atrophied limbs and couldn't help but twist her eyebrows. She taught Grandma a set of massage techniques and didn't immediately stimulate father to wake up. Xiaohua, what kind of massage technique is this? Is it really useful for your father? Grandma is not young anymore. Her hair is gray, but even so, she still does not give up her son. Xiaohua nodded. I'm in the mountain with an old Chinese medicine doctor. In this way, Grandma has no doubt. In the next few days, Xiaohua didn't go to school. Instead, she found an internet cafe and took a few orders online. After making a sum of money, she took a series of materials to No. 1 middle school. The original performance was not bad before. She was admitted to No. 1 middle school with the first place in her original school. After arriving at No. 1 middle school, she was directly assigned to the key class. Now she wants to come back. Teacher Kong, who used to be in the key class, is not willing to take her anymore. You go to class 2. There is still a month to go to the college entrance examination. If you can't do it this year, come back next year. Teacher Kong took a look at her and hurried out. The dean took her to find the head teacher of class 2. The head teacher of class 2 was more Buddhist and didn't have any opinions on Xiaohua. After hearing her story, she took care of her very much. Just as he went downstairs, he bumped into teacher Kong, who was happily bringing Linny up. When Linny saw Xiaohua, she just frowned, and then quickly withdrew her eyes. There was no surprised expression on her face. Xiaohua guessed that she should have seen Xianxia. The two sides did not speak. Pass by. Xiaohua pulled this person out of her memory. The original owner's childhood sweetheart, Lu Yanwen. He had a very good relationship with the original owner. Both of them were top students in the top class at the beginning. During the summer vacation of the first year of high school, he went to participate in a math competition and brought a gift for the original owner. Who would have thought that the original owner would never return? That's great, he grinned and smiled very brightly. Are you going to the second class with teacher Zhou? Then it's next door. Where have you been for more than a year? It seems that the relationship with the original owner should be very good. Xiaohua looked up and replied with a few words. Lu Yanwen suddenly found that the current Xiaohua was completely different from before. The previous Xiaohua always had a kind of arrogance, but that face was really very beautiful. From primary school to high school, she was the school flower. When they were in the 6th grade, their primary school was next to the junior high school. The boys in the 2nd and 3rd grade next door often climbed over the wall to stroll around the 6th grade. However, he did not expect Xiaohua to return after a year of disappearance. It became colder. It was pure coldness. There was no sense of arrogance on her body, but it was more attractive. Under the sun, that face was white and almost transparent. Looking closely, he could not see any pores. Her expression looked a little lazy. When that pair of slightly narrowed eyes looked this way, it reflected a shimmering light. Lu Yanwen's heart beat a little faster. The class bell rang. He immediately said, "Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch." After that, he hurried to the first class. When he arrived at the door, he also looked this way. Yi Xiaohua had already entered the second class. Lu Yanwen was a little disappointed. A transfer student came to the second class. She was also a beautiful woman. In an instant, she shocked all the class groups. After every class, many people came to watch. Even the second and first grade students were there. At noon, Yi Xiaohua did not wait for anyone. She went to the cafeteria, but was caught by Xianxia, who was squatting in the cafeteria. "Yi Xiaohua, what are you doing? Why do you want to go to the third grade? Do you know that the third grade is about to take the college entrance examination?" He took a meal and followed behind Yi Xiaohua. He looked at Yi Xiaohua seriously. "I already said hello to the principal for you. You will be arranged to be in the top class of the first grade." Yi Xiaohua ate her own food and ignored him. Xiaoyanji was not angry. He was used to this kind of Yi Xiaohua. "You don't know, Linny is studying in the third year of high school. When she came back the day before yesterday, she mainly asked for an exam. She hasn't studied for more than a year. She has a total of 750 points. After the teacher finished, she got 680 points." At this point, Xiaoyanji had a look of admiration on his face. Finally, he said to Yi Xiaohua seriously, "Yi Xiaohua, Linny is different from ordinary people. You don't have to compare with her, you know?" Yi Xiaohua just faintly responded. He had a stubborn look on his face. She had checked all the students in number 1 middle school yesterday, but she couldn't find anyone with the right identity. She didn't know where the person was right now. Xiaoyanji can't persuade her. He can only think of a way secretly. If Yi Xiaohua can't go to college, he will find another relationship. After all, Yi Xiaohua not only saved his life, but also directly helped him upgrade a level, which is equivalent to decades of skill. This recognition is a bit big. Yi Xiaohua is a new popular figure. Xiaoyanji is a popular figure who transferred to number 1 middle school last year. On the opening day of school, he was sent by a bright Lamborghini. Coupled with his face, number 1 middle school has been the topic of the year. The two sat facing each other and naturally attracted a lot of people to watch. As soon as Lu Yanwen entered the cafeteria, he saw Yi Xiaohua. He wanted to call her, but was stopped by Lin Yi. "I still have a question I don't understand." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Yanwen stopped and his expression became solemn. "Is it about the Su family?" The two walked to the side with their plates and began to talk about this matter. However, Lu Yanwen's eyes were always looking in Yi Xiaohua's direction. Until Yi Xiaohua's figure disappeared at the door, he retracted his gaze. Yi Xiaohua doesn't stay in class for a long time every day. The rest of the time, she is either in the medicinal materials market or in the internet cafe. Classmate. Can you let me?" A high school student finally had a holiday. He rented a computer in the internet cafe. When he turned it on, he found that the girl next to him stretched her leg under his seat. This leg is long and straight. Through the washed 9-cent jeans, he can see a slender white and delicate ankle. He can't help but carefully push the arm of the girl who seems to have fallen asleep. The girl raised her head and looked this way. Her dark hair fell to the other side. Even if it is not obvious in the internet cafe, her extremely delicate face can be seen. The face that just woke up is far from the indifference in the past. The boy was stunned. This face. Sorry. Yi Xiaohua retracted her leg, then reached out and pressed on the enter keyboard. A string of characters quickly jumped on the screen. Then it suddenly stopped. A page suddenly appeared. Su Yunchuan. Yi Xiaohua finished the milk tea on the side, pinched the bottle flat, and threw it into the trash can not far away. Then she stood up and took the school uniform jacket on the back of the chair and walked out of the internet cafe. The boy looked at the trash can more than 10 meters away. Half an hour later. A European villa. Where is he? Yi Xiaohua didn't wait for him to open the door. She just walked forward for a while, and the high-tech automatic door lock opened automatically. She came in calmly and looked at the old man. I can save young Master Su. The old man with half-white hair saw this scene, and his expression seemed to be a little excited. Well, I will take you in. The whole villa area was full of flowers and plants. There were also a lot of animals inside. Yi Xiaohua looked at the black tortoise lying on the rockery and frowned slightly. Master. The housekeeper saw Master Su brought a girl in, but he didn't ask anything, and very respectfully brought her upstairs. When Yi Xiaohua was about to go in, he only whispered, "Today, the people over there will also come." Then he looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua didn't look at him, but followed Master Su into the room. The whole room was very cool, and a person was lying on the blue and white checkered bed. His eyes were closed, but his face was ruddy, and his eyebrows and eyes were delicate, like a silent painting. There was nothing wrong with him. He has been like this for 2 months, and the doctor couldn't find anything. Master Su looked at the person lying on the bed and sighed slightly. We found a lot of people, but there was no way to save my grandson. His parents are contacting experts abroad. I see. Yi Xiaohua looked around. Master Su, do you have a lot of things in your home? Well, I like it. There are a lot of things here that my grandson gave me. When Master Su mentioned this, he was a lot softer. I see. Yi Xiaohua nodded. Then please take a step back, don't be too close to me. Master Su has lived for so long. In fact, he also knows that there are many things in this world that he can't understand. So he didn't speak, and directly took a step back. After Yi Xiaohua saw that they were a little distance away, she slightly closed her eyes, and her spiritual force instantly covered the whole Su villa. In Master Su's eyes, the scene didn't change at all, but in Yi Xiaohua's eyes, the surrounding scene all changed. In fact, when she was in the deep mountain range, Yi Xiaohua felt that there was something wrong with this world. While the modern world existed, there was also a dimensional space, but not everyone could see this dimensional space. Only certain people could see it, such as the extremely talented Lin Yi. After observing for so long, Yi Xiaohua roughly understood that the dimensional space should be a place developed by an ancient demon for demons to live in. Those demons could also come out if they had special conditions. Nothing was absolute in this world. Even demons had their own advantages. As soon as Yi Xiaohua entered Su's villa, she felt that something was wrong. The dimension of Su's villa seemed to have merged with reality. Almost every plant had spiritual intelligence. When looking at Su Yunchuan, Yi Xiaohua found something wrong. Su Yunchuan's body had a very dense spiritual energy, as well as a natural spatial fluctuation. The place he lived in for a long time would affect the dimensional space. The reason why he was unconscious was that he had attracted the attention of the demons around the villa. Staying by his side, Yi Xiaohua felt that the profound energy in her body was rising. It was not strange for the demons to do so. Yi Xiaohua glanced around. The black tortoise that had been lying beside the rockery of Su's house had turned into a human and was looking at her fiercely. Are you going to ruin my good fortune? In the eyes of Master Su and the housekeeper, Yi Xiaohua suddenly disappeared. Then bang bang bang, several animals fell from the air out of thin air. Black tortoise, a small porcupine, and finally, a gray wolf. Drops of blood seeped out from each animal's body. This. Master Su was shocked. Wasn't that black tortoise given to him by Su Yunchuan? At this time, Yi Xiaohua appeared. She looked coldly at the animals under her feet, and then looked up at Master Su. He will wake up in an hour at most. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Master Su stared. Really? Well, but his body is different from ordinary people. If it is not completely cured, this situation will happen again in the future. Yi Xiaohua frowned. Master, please save my grandson. Master Su's eyes were wet and he was about to kneel down. However, before he knelt down, he felt a soft force holding him up. He looked up at Yi Xiaohua in shock. Master. Rest assured. Yi Xiaohua nodded to him and then asked the housekeeper to move the dying animals downstairs. After moving downstairs, Yi Xiaohua pinched a suppression charm on the 3 animals. For at least 10 years, they will be ordinary animals. When she was using the charm, the housekeeper heard someone ring the doorbell and went out to bring back the person who rang the doorbell. "Why are you here?" The person who rang the doorbell was Lin Yi. When she saw Yi Xiaohua, she frowned. Yi Xiaohua didn't look at her at all. She nodded to Master Su and went out. "I will come back tomorrow." She went straight out of the villa. When Lin Yi saw the 3 blood-stained animals on the ground, her face changed greatly and she directly caught up with Yi Xiaohua. "You also know about the different dimensional world? Since you know, you should also understand that those animals are innocent. Why did you beat those 3 animals like this? You also turned them into ordinary animals? Let them be trampled on? Do you think you are great because you have a little cultivation?" Yi Xiaohua looked at her coldly. "Those 3 should be glad that they didn't kill Su Yunchuan. Otherwise, there will only be 3 bodies now." Lin Yi didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to be so arrogant. "Do you think you are great?" As she spoke, she closed her eyes. Then a vine on the wall of Su's courtyard flew directly to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua glanced at it and waved it. The vine turned in a direction and flew towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was knocked to the ground. Her physique has always been poor. When she fell, blood came out of the corner of her mouth. "Yi Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Xianxia, who got out of a Lamborghini, saw the blood on the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. He couldn't help but frown and look at Yi Xiaohua. "I know you are very powerful. Now Lin Yi is still in the growth period. You don't have a grudge, do you? How can you hit people casually?" Digression: I have been taking Jiuxin pills. This medicine has no side effects. But today, the doctor told me that my blood pressure is too low to take this medicine. My mood is very complicated. I don't have the mood to write. What I owe, I will make it up tomorrow. I will make a physical gift event to be happy. Now there are more than 7,000 comments in the comment section. Those who reach 8,000 comments will get a Huafu mug. And so on, 9,000, 10,000, 11,000. Later, there will be this benefit every time it reaches 1,000. Long comment: 520 benefits have always been there. The babies who didn't catch up with the activity can now start spicing. P.S. Monthly red envelopes continue to be distributed. Xianxia said as he walked to the other side and helped Lin Yi up. Lin Yi's eyes were full of hostility. She looked at Yi Xiaohua with a sharp look in her eyes. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her face had an unyielding expression. Yi Xiaohua was still holding her school uniform jacket and looked at the two indifferently. Then she didn't answer Xianxia and went straight outside. Seeing Lin Yi's injury clearly, Xianxia took a deep breath. "Xiaohua, I know there is a grudge between you and Lin Yi, but she is very important to us. I don't care who you hit except her, but only she. Today, in addition to coming to Su's house, Yi Xiaohua has another important thing to do. In the different space around Ye's house, there is a herb that is about to ripen. This herb is very important for Yi father's recovery. She doesn't want to miss the ripening time of this herb. Naturally, she won't waste it with Xianxia. Then take care of her." Yi Xiaohua glanced at Xianxia. Then she turned and walked in the direction of the main road. Xianxia originally wanted to say something, but when he met Yi Xiaohua's expressionless face, he froze for a moment. Except for the first time in the mountains, she had such an expression for everyone. Later, when they went out of the mountains, Xianxia showed his cheekiness and pestered her. Although he didn't feel that Yi Xiaohua was very good to him, it was not as cold as it is now. She walked very fast. When she disappeared from his eyes, she didn't look at him at all. But now, it seems that everything is going to return to its original state. Xianxia's heart suddenly panicked. Just now, Yi Xiaohua sealed the enchantment. Ordinary people like the housekeeper naturally can't come in. Now that she left, the housekeeper can come in. "Master Chow, Miss Lin," he said to the two. "What the hell is going on? How can Yi Xiaohua be here? Why did you fight with her?" Xianxia nodded and followed the two to the Su's house. At a glance, he saw the 3 dying animals in the yard, and his face changed instantly. Relying on her little cultivation, she casually harmed these Yao. Lin Yi squatted down. "Xianbai told me that Yi Xiaohua used some kind of magic, and the 3 of them could no longer change back. They could only become ordinary animals at the mercy of others. This is still the Alliance's territory, yet she dares to treat a little demon like this just because she has some cultivation. Lini is very shameless to Xiaohua's behavior. In a few days, when my talent rises, they will soon become human. Xiaohua, do you know how cruel it is to turn them into ordinary monsters? She touches Black Tortoise's head, and Black Tortoise rubs her hand with its head. Chao Yanji looked at the three animals and knew why Lini was suddenly so angry. But he also understood Xiaohua. The other party never did things sloppily, nor did she seem like a person who would meddle in other people's business. Miss Lin, our master wants to send these three to the National Situation Bureau, the butler said expressionlessly. They hurt our young master. If it weren't for Master Yi, we wouldn't know that our young master was harmed by them. After that, the butler asked someone to come up and take these three things back, not letting the two touch them. Xianbai said that the three of them didn't mean it. Besides, your young master didn't have any other injuries besides being in a coma. Xiaohua is like this. Lini looked at the three animals who were taken away and couldn't help but say. Miss Yi said that in order to prevent them from hurting people, she sealed their abilities. In the end, they didn't suffer any substantial harm. The butler looked at Lini indifferently. On the contrary, they made our young master in a coma for more than 2 months. Do you know how much our Su family has lost? How many projects have been put on hold? Our young master deserved to be hurt by them? Master Yi just taught them a lesson and they are pitiful? This time, Lini had nothing to say. She pursed her lips and wanted to say that it was different. After all, Su Yunzhou wasn't hurt, but these three were. Chao Yanji reached out and pulled him. His expression was very complicated. Lini, don't say it. In this matter, these three are also at fault, and don't mess with the Su family. He patted Ling Yi's shoulder, and his tone was very comforting. Although Lini was a human, she would never look at them with a strange expression. She even joined the Monster Alliance. In addition, Lini had a natural aura that made monsters feel very close to her, so Chao Yanji had always been very good to her. Okay, Lini clenched her fist. I'll go back and find Uncle Chao and ask him to let Xianbai and the others go. Chao Yanji smiled. It's good that you can think that way. The two of them came today to see Su Yunzhou's situation. Although the butler was very cold to the two of them, he also trusted the people sent by the Monster Alliance. Without saying anything, he brought the two of them up. Su Yunzhou still hadn't woken up, but according to Xiaohua, he should wake up soon. Old Master Su was sitting by Su Yunzhou's bed, waiting for him to wake up. As soon as Lini came in, she felt the difference in the air. Such pure spiritual energy. Lin Yi's eyes widened. No wonder Xianbai and the others wanted to use the spiritual energy here. This young Master Su is a heavenly spiritual body, right? Chao Yanji nodded. That's right. The Su family has always been very protective of him. I didn't expect him to fall for it this time. No wonder he came to us. Lini looked around the room and finally saw a talisman stuck on Su Yunzhou's bed. She couldn't help but frown. What is this? Why did you put this thing here? She looked at the butler and Old Master Su. Because Old Master Su was in a good mood, he was very kind to the two of them. This is a soul talisman left by Grandmaster Yi. She said that Su Yunzhou will wake up soon. Now, Old Master Su trusted Xiaohua very much. After Xiaohua made her move, he found that the second floor was always surrounded by a very oppressive aura. However, when her hand touched the rune at the head of the bed, a pair of white slender hands stopped her in an instant. The temperature of the hands was a little cold. Lini glanced sideways and met a pair of deep, unfathomable eyes. Don't touch. The voice was a little hoarse, but the coldness in it could be heard. Although Su Yunzhou has been in a coma these days, he also knows what happened around him. After that, he got up, pulled a piece of paper on the head of the bed, and wiped his hands. Then he threw the paper into the trash can. Lini was stunned by the other side's face. The next second, she found that the other side's action was to dislike her. She was so angry that her face turned red. You, don't be ungrateful. It's not so easy for me to save so many people in the Alliance. Su Yunzhou wiped his hands, and then glanced at the rune he had never seen before. Then he turned back and looked at Lini. Thank you, but I don't need you to save me. Housekeeper, see the guest out. Why can't I explain to you? How can a rune save your situation? Yi Xiaohua is not a member of the alliance. She doesn't know what the spirit body represents, housekeeper? Su Yunzhou's voice sank slightly. The housekeeper woke up from the great surprise of Su Yunzhou waking up. He looked at the time. It was 10 minutes away from the 1 hour that Yi Xiaohua said. Sure enough, it was as Master Yi expected. Yes, young master. The housekeeper's excited voice was trembling. Then he looked right and made a phone call. Several bodyguards came up from the first floor. Miss Lin, young Master Chow, our young master needs to rest. You're so stubborn. Linny has been flattered by the people of the Demon Alliance during this time, and has not been hit so hard. You will have a good time in the future. She bit her lips hard, and ran downstairs without waiting for the bodyguards to stop her. Sorry, young Master Su. Chao Yanji nodded to Su Yunzhou and left in a hurry. Yi Xiaohua has now taken out the herbs she wants from the different space. Then she went to her home in the old city. Xiaohua, you're back? The old city is full of people familiar with Grandma Yi and Grandpa Yi, and the neighbors greet her. Yi Xiaohua also smiled at them, Grandma Chen. Be careful when you go back. Your mother is here. Granny Chen glanced upstairs. After Yi Xiaohua left, the neighbors began to discuss. It's really a sin, an old grandmother shook her head. Old Yi is such a good person. If it weren't for Xiaohua's sudden disappearance, he would not have driven to the countryside overnight to find someone, and he would not have had a car accident because of exhaustion. Her shameless mother immediately packed up her things and left. Both father and daughter were unlucky. That's right. I heard that the man was her mother's former lover. Fortunately, Xiaohua is not like her mother. She has a conscience. Otherwise, I don't know how to live. Yi Xiaohua's ears have always been good. When he heard this on the stairs, he paused for a moment. Grandma Yi and Grandpa Yi didn't say that Ye's father had a car accident when he was looking for the original body, and he didn't blame her thinking of this. Yi Xiaohua's expression was very complicated. Finally, he sighed and quickened his pace as he walked out of the gate. Yi father's house was a little empty. In order to treat the master, the two old people sold everything that could be sold at home. When Yi Xiaohua came back, Yimu was standing cautiously at the door of Yi father's room. Yi Xiaohua's grandparents are sitting on several stools at home with Grandma Yi and Grandpa Yi. Seeing Yi Xiaohua, Yimu was stunned. Xiaohua, are you out of school? Yi Xiaohua took a look at her and didn't answer. Yimu's face froze for a moment. Xiaohua, there's still the soup Grandma made today in the pot. Go and get a bowl for yourself. Grandma Yi reluctantly smiled. Since Xiaohua is back, I won't stay any longer. I have to go home and cook. Yimu looked at Yi Fu, who was lying motionless on the bed. Her grandma, I really have no money in my hand. Xianxia is going to college this year. There is also a son at home. The four mouths of the family rely on old Qin's salary to eat. I don't want to help you, but we really don't have money. In fact, Yi father had a factory before this. He had a high IQ and became a boss from a farmer. It's a pity that he has become a vegetable now. No matter how good his brain is, it's useless. Yimu knows the situation of Ye's family now. When she got divorced, she got a house and had to continue to pay the mortgage. At this time, Grandma Yi asked her to borrow money, and she would never take out a penny. After all, she also knew that if she gave it to them, she would never return. One was young, two were old, and one was sick and struggling at death's door. Grandma Ye's eyes darkened. She heard that the Qin family bought a new car a few days ago, so she wanted to borrow money from Yimu, but she didn't expect that Yimu wouldn't let go. When they divorced, most of the family money was given to Yimu. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua went to the kitchen, Yimu looked at Grandma Yi. I heard from Xianxia that Xiaohua is also in high school, but class 1 doesn't want her. She is still in class 2. It's not that I said that Xiaohua hasn't gone to school for more than a year. Now she even goes to high school, which is a waste of money. Grandma Yi didn't know that Yi Xiaohua went to high school. The most important thing is that Yi Xiaohua didn't ask for money at all. He gave himself hundreds of yuan in the middle. Hearing what Yimu said, Grandma Yi and Grandpa Yi were also surprised. Yi Xiaohua's grandmother glanced at Grandma Yi. Don't blame us, old in-laws. When Xiaohua's father has such a time, I don't know what will happen in the second half of his life. We also want my daughter to divorce for my sake. You are also parents. Her father is like this. I can't let my daughter serve him all her life, can I? My daughter is less than 40 years old. Will she spend the rest of her life with a vegetable? This is a bit hard to hear. At the beginning, Ye's father was very good to Ye's mother. In the end, even if Ye's mother wanted to leave, Grandma Yi was not embarrassed. The economic power of Ye's family is in the hands of Ye's mother. When she leaves, she naturally takes away all the money of Ye's family. Ye's father is going to the hospital for a comprehensive examination tomorrow. Grandma Yi has the cheek to borrow money from Ye's mother. At the beginning, Ye's family's money was all yours. This time, the physical examination index is very important. Old in-laws, don't talk nonsense. Your son has earned a few cents for so many years. It's all spent on the losers. Yi Xiaohua's grandmother's face changed when she mentioned money. Besides, your son should give up as soon as possible. How can a vegetable still live? When Grandma Yi heard this, her face changed. You. Do you have money? Yi Xiaohua's grandmother glanced at Yi Xiaohua's school uniform, and her eyes were shining. What money can you have? I'm afraid you've been abducted by traffickers. Old relatives, since Xiaohua said that she has money, it's better. Just find your baby granddaughter later. Yi Xiaohua's grandmother stood up and took Yimu's hand and forgot to go outside. I'm here to tell you today that don't disturb my daughter's life anymore. Yi Xiaohua's grandmother took Yimu and walked outside. Grandpa and Grandma, have some soup. Yi Xiaohua handed 2 bowls of soup to the 2 old people. Now Ye's family doesn't have much money. Grandma Yi bought chicken and bones to stew soup for Yi Xiaohua and her unconscious son. Seeing Yi Xiaohua bringing soup to himself, the 2 old people said nothing to drink. But at last, Yi Xiaohua persuaded him to drink it. Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. Dad will wake up in a few days. Thinking that their granddaughter was comforting themselves, the 2 old people smiled. I feel as if my body has become more powerful. After drinking the soup, Grandma Yi stood up and walked a few steps, some doubts. Grandpa Yi also stood up. I seem to be, boiled the herbs found into a bowl of soup and let Grandma Yi feed it to Yi Fu. Then she took a card that Su's family gave her today to withdraw 1,000 yuan. She didn't dare to take more. She was afraid that the 2 old people would be scared to get sick. She said that it was the money she earned by doing projects. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, the 2 old people didn't doubt it. She sighed and said Yi Xiaohua was like her father. Her father used to be an engineer and opened a factory of his own. Yi Xiaohua, did you know that there was a military vehicle outside the school that picked up Lin Yi from the first class? Yi Xiaohua's deskmate whispered to Yi Xiaohua. There was no lack of envy in her voice. Oh. Yi Xiaohua finished writing the English paper in her hand. She was so fast that she wrote the answer almost at a glance. She should be a person with special ability. Her deskmate didn't mind Yi Xiaohua's indifference. She excitedly shared gossip with Yi Xiaohua. Ability people? Yi Xiaohua's hand paused and looked at her deskmate. Her deskmate saw that the school's new iceberg campus belle was curious and gossipy for the first time and immediately sat up straight. Although the higher-ups have been hiding this matter, it can't be hidden anymore. Yesterday, there was a netizen who took a picture of a person jumping from the 28th floor after catching a person. How can a normal person catch a thrown object from a high altitude and walk away as if nothing happened? Metahumans are no longer a secret on those forums and Weibo. I heard that in our world, there are monsters from the classic of mountains and seas. Those metahumans are able to communicate with those monsters. I have a relative who works in this field. Lin Yi is one of the most powerful paranormals. I don't know what kind of inheritance she got, but she can communicate with all things. She's a holy spirit that only appears once in 1,000 years. Even the monsters are afraid of her. How much do you think the higher-ups will value her? Holy spirit, how is this a holy spirit? It's just the effect of 2 worlds overlapping. Yi Xiaohua hasn't heard of this term, but those goblins value Lin Yi. It should be because she can help them find heavenly materials and earthly treasures and help them stabilize and upgrade. As for the ordinary higher-ups attaching so much importance to Lin Yi Xiaohua guessed that it should be because they want Lin Yi to balance the two worlds. Lin Yi was still an ordinary person a year ago. In the 1 year in the mountains, she should have received the inheritance of the people from another dimension, which is similar to the beast taming in the cultivation world. However, the beast taming in the cultivation world is much stronger than Lin Yi's ability to communicate with all things. However, these have no effect on Yi Xiaohua. Her heart is filled with the important matter of completing the task. As long as Lin Yi doesn't provoke her, she is too lazy to care about the people from another dimension. Why am I so sleepy today? Her deskmate yawned and then waved to Yi Xiaohua. I'll take a nap first. You help me look after the monitor. Yi Xiaohua gave her an okay gesture. Her deskmate is very smart, but she doesn't know why she is in the second class. Su Yunchuan's body has not fully recovered, so he has not come out. However, there are a lot of things waiting for him to do in the Su family. He has not come to Yi Xiaohua for the time being, but they have made a few phone calls. Now he is no longer afraid of waking up in a different place. He also knows that this matter should be related to Yi Xiaohua. Time to eat, time to eat. As soon as the bell rings for the self-study class, her deskmate gets up on time and takes Yi Xiaohua to the canteen together. When going to the canteen to get the meal, Yi Xiaohua found that not far ahead, there are many students in the first class gathered together. Little Black Tortoise. When her deskmate sees this, her eyes brighten, and then she runs over there. Yi Xiaohua, let me see Lin Yi's pet Black Tortoise. Yi Xiaohua eats a mouthful of rice and then looks over there. It is the black tortoise that was injured in the Su family that day. At this time, not only has it been released, but the talisman she hid on it has also disappeared. Her skills seem to have improved. Yi Xiaohua faintly takes back her gaze. Finally, she understands the recent strangeness of her deskmate. Not only her deskmate, but also those people in the first class have a bad complexion recently. And the black tortoise, surrounded by the crowd, also looks at Yi Xiaohua when it absorbs the vitality of the people who touch it. There is a trace of coldness in its mung bean big eyes. After Yi Xiaohua finishes eating, she does not go back to the class directly. Instead, she waits in the forest beside the canteen. It didn't take long for the originally lush forest to turn into a dimensional space. Within a minute, the black tortoise, which is 10 times bigger than just now, appears in front of her. Yi Xiaohua. It can speak human language now, staring at Yi Xiaohua fiercely. Before sweeping its tail, it is swept to the ground by Yi Xiaohua. Black tortoise does not expect that it is so vulnerable. It becomes the size of a palm again, and a trace of blood gradually appears on the tortoise shell, which looks very poor. He carefully picked up Black Tortoise. When Black Tortoise appeared here a few days ago, it was still in a sealed state. A good black tortoise became an ordinary animal. No one in the alliance had a way. Fortunately, Lin Yi was talented. She broke through in a few days and found a way to remove the seal. Unexpectedly, Black Tortoise, who was finally freed and cured by Lin Yi, was beaten like this by Yi Xiaohua. Lu Yanwen felt a surge of anger in his heart. Yi Xiaohua didn't expect that Lu Yanwen was also a member of the Monster Alliance. But it had little to do with her, so she was not very surprised. You know the monster space, then you should know what this thing was doing just now, right? It absorbed people's vitality, but those people deserved it. I'm not so kind. I just gave it back what it gave me. Yi Xiaohua said and threw something in her hand. At this time, Lu Yanwen finally saw clearly that it was a group of energy in Yi Xiaohua's hand. It was the blue energy that Black Tortoise gathered to attack Yi Xiaohua. When this blue energy left Yi Xiaohua's hand, it suddenly exploded. Su Yunchuan also called Yi Xiaohua at this time, and heard the situation around from the phone. What's wrong? Nothing. Yi Xiaohua looked at Lu Yanwen's face, which was a little dirty because of the explosion, and took back her eyes. I'm thinking about the college entrance examination. Will you? Su Yunchuan remembered that the things they learned in this world were different from those in ancient times. He was a little nervous. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. It happens that the housekeeper has collected a lot of information about the college entrance examination. With your speed, you will be able to finish it before the college entrance examination. Okay, then you come. Yi Xiaohua thought it was nothing. She said so. Lu Yanwen on the opposite side had reacted from the shock. He didn't expect that Black Tortoise's energy was so great that it was enough to blow a person into ashes. He couldn't imagine that if Yi Xiaohua couldn't control this group of energy, would she be blown into ashes now. Thinking of this, he looked at Yi Xiaohua. He saw that the other side lowered her eyes, the look on her face was a little gentle, and her delicate eyebrows exuded cold light. The dust around her was flying, but there was no dust left on her. She was completely different from the iceberg campus belle that was rumored recently. Lu Yanwen froze for a moment. She. Who was she calling? There was a wave of fluctuation in the two spaces. The commotion was so great that the two people who had just returned to school were alarmed. It's Xianbai. Lin Yi's expression changed. It's coming from the cafeteria. She immediately ran towards the cafeteria. In the past few days, she had finally advanced, and her physical fitness was several degrees better than before. In a few minutes, she ran over, then closed her eyes and immediately merged into the alternate dimension. When he opened his eyes, he saw the black tortoise in Lu Yanwen's hand. Black Tortoise was dying. Yi Xiaohua. You injured Xianbai again. Lin Yi was so angry that her face turned red. She communicated with Xianbai and found that Xianbai's injury was more serious than last time, and this time Yi Xiaohua's control over Xianbai was more powerful. If it was not solved, Xianbai would only be like an ordinary animal for the rest of his life. What are you trying to do? If Xianbai continues to be tormented by you like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to form in this lifetime. He only borrowed a little of young Master Su's spiritual energy. Do you really have to torture me? You're really too much. Lin Yi looked at Yi Xiaohua with righteous indignation. You quickly untie the control on him. Then she slightly curled her hand. The plants around her were growing wildly. Her ability had been promoted recently. If Yi Xiaohua didn't listen, she didn't mind showing her power. It deserves it. Yi Xiaohua casually took back her gaze. Someone? No, I'm about to go to class. I'll hang up first. Yi Xiaohua hung up the phone. She walked out of the door. A big tree immediately smashed towards her. Yi Xiaohua's eyebrows were cold, and she stretched out her hand to wave the huge wood away. Then she teleported to Lin Yi's side and wanted to slap her on the top of the head. She didn't use much strength. She never thought of killing people in modern society. However, this slap was taken by Chao Yanji beside Lin Yi. He sighed, knowing that it was the power of the black tortoise. He also knew that the black tortoise had gone too far. Lin Yi is talented. I'm afraid she can solve the problems of our two spaces in the future. She may even become a powerful person. She just hasn't grown up yet. You have a big heart. But Lin Yi beside him was angry. Yi Xiaohua, you have violated the rules of the two worlds. If this energy of yours explodes in our world, how many innocent ordinary people will be injured? You have threatened ordinary people. You even hurt the black tortoise and don't repent. As she spoke, she closed her eyes and sketched a strange symbol with her hands. She had already received the most traditional inheritance. Why should she be afraid of a person of unknown origin? Seeing this, Chao Yanji and Lu Yanwen were stunned. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is surging. What is this? However, no one replied to them. The crazy spiritual energy turned into energy, which was more explosive than the black tortoise's energy. Chao Yanji's pupils shrank. Yi Xiaohua, be careful. This spiritual energy was actually nothing in Yi Xiaohua's eyes. The 4-9 thunder retribution that she had experienced was thousands of times more powerful than this. She took out a talisman from her pocket, absorbed the spiritual energy, then turned it into a thunder talisman and smashed it on Lin Yi. Lin Yi involuntarily stepped back and sat on the ground. Her face was pale, and she looked at Yi Xiaohua in disbelief. Yi Xiaohua slowly walked to her side, bent down, and raised her eyes. Is this how you use the spirit guiding array? Digression, God Yi, I'm afraid she's a fool. Sorry, there's no way to make up for today's emergency. Gao Dahua will update like this tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Oh, good night, everyone. Yi Xiaohua wasn't sure before, but now seeing Lin Yi using this trick, she was finally sure. Linny inherited the practice method of the powerful people in this world. And what she used was indeed the most common spirit guiding circle in the world of cultivation. Linny was shocked by her and didn't have time to react for a while. Yi Xiaohua didn't talk much with her. After saying that, she got up directly and then turned to leave the space. At this time, Linny reacted. She looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was not stained with dust at all, and her eyes were slightly heavy. Glancing at Black Tortoise beside her, she gritted her teeth and stood up, wanting to chase Yi Xiaohua again. Xianxia stopped her. Alright, Linny, don't chase after her. You're not her match now. Also, she's not unreasonable. Black Tortoise is about to transform into a human being. She is too much. Linny looked at Xianxia. When did he stand on Yi Xiaohua's side, and Yi Xiaohua heard a monster that was about to transform? She pursed her lips, very stubborn. Xianxia patted her head, and the expression on his face was a little complicated, but what's the use of chasing her? According to her current ability, you are not her opponent at all now. You still need to work hard to improve your ability. Hearing Xianxia's words, Linny didn't want to catch up with Yi Xiaohua anymore. She just clenched her hand slightly. Then she left with Black Tortoise without saying a word. Lu Yanwen was very confused now. He called someone to clean up the mess here, and he was still thinking about Yi Xiaohua. During this time, because he joined a new department, he wanted to see a new world. He didn't pay as much attention to Yi Xiaohua as before, but how could Yi Xiaohua suddenly enter the special ability space? Child Chow, he looked at Xianxia, what happened to you in the mountain? After Xianxia came back, his ability grew very fast. Yi Xiaohua became so mysterious again. Linny became a hot commodity in the alliance. Many important figures wanted to kneel and beg to meet Linny. Her psyche power and her natural demonic physique were very good. I don't know, but my injury was cured by Yi Xiaohua. Xianxia thought of this and frowned slightly. At that time, Yi Xiaohua found the tricolored flower first. Then why didn't Linny find it first? I slept well in the morning, so I feel refreshed in the afternoon. His deskmate didn't sleep at noon. He just went to the next class to see Black Tortoise after class. I don't know what's wrong with that Black Tortoise, it doesn't talk to people anymore. She sighed and talked to Yi Xiaohua for a long time. Yi Xiaohua just glanced at her, but did not say anything. Once again, he lowered his head and continued to write. Did you see that? Ms. Kong is talking to our head teacher. She holds her head high. After talking for a while, she feels that Black Tortoise is not interesting, so she goes to talk about other things. At a glance, he saw Teacher Kong and their class teacher outside the window. The male student at the back table had been paying attention to their conversation. When he heard this, he couldn't help but say, Class 1's form teacher is very proud. The best students in the whole grade are in his class. Xianxia is one of them. That Linny, I heard that she scored more than 600 points during the entrance exam. I don't know what's going on in her brain. I'm done. I'm going out again. I've already asked for leave from the old monitor. Yi Xiaohua put away the math paper and then got up. That's it? It's only been half an hour, his deskmate muttered. And why do you always go out? Do you still remember that you're a high school student? While speaking, he stood up and gave Yi Xiaohua a seat. After Yi Xiaohua left, he looked at Yi Xiaohua's paper and wanted to know what she wrote in the last half an hour. Class leader. Yi Xiaohua went out. The head teacher and Ms. Kong were still there. She called the head teacher and walked toward the stairs. Why are you still going out now? Ms. Kong frowned and looked at Yi Xiaohua's back. Ms. Zhou, you're wrong. I remember that you've been removed as an outstanding teacher twice in a row. How can you let students go out privately? Didn't Linny just go out too? Ms. Zhou didn't care very much. Ms. Kong glanced at him, and there was some arrogance between her eyebrows. Can these two people be compared? Hearing this, Ms. Zhou didn't speak again. Su Yunzhou's car was parked on a street next to the school. It was still class time, and there were very few people coming and going. There were basically no students in the first school. Sun Yunzhou first took Yi Xiaohua to see the review materials in the trunk, and then the two got on the car together. After reading the review materials, Yi Xiaohua, where's your grandfather? Yi Xiaohua got on the car and found that Su Yunzhou came alone today. Didn't you say that you were missing something? Su Yunzhou slowly drove the car to the main road. Grandpa went to Tibet to ask a master, but the master is temporarily in seclusion. It will take 7 days for Grandpa to come back. You still have to wait for your grandfather to come back. Your body will explode at any time, but you can use internal force to suppress it. Yi Xiaohua nodded, then took out a piece of talisman paper from her pocket and pressed it under the napkin placed in the car. Su Yunzhou was now very attractive to monsters. Yi Xiaohua felt that it should be like Tangxing in the journey to the west. She needed the Saraira of this world. Su Yunzhou nodded. Now the two are balanced. I don't know when it will suddenly erupt. I will pay attention to it. He drove the car all the way back to the Su family's mansion. When he returned, the Su family's mansion was brightly lit. The housekeeper accompanied Grandpa Su to Tibet. Is there someone at home? Su Yunzhou looked at the servant who opened the door. The servant replied respectfully, Young master, it's sir and madam who are back. After Master Su told Su Yunzhou's father and mother that he had woken up, the two of them immediately rushed back from abroad. Su Yunzhou hadn't seen Su Yunzhou's father and mother, but in his memory, he didn't get along very well with them, not as well as Grandpa Su. When the two of them went in together, there were many people in the Su family. In addition to Su Yunzhou's father and mother, there were a few other people. The leader was a man wearing a purple robe with long hair. His face was beautiful, but it would not make people mistake him as a woman. Linny was standing behind the man in the purple robe. She seemed to admire him very much. Yunzhou, you came back at the right time. Su Yunzhou's mother saw Su Yunzhou coming back, and her eyes lit up. Come and greet Mr. Chow, and this is Miss Linny. Mr. Chow said that Miss Lin is a natural talent and can help you not be troubled by those monsters. She pulled, but Sun Yunzhou didn't come over. The Monster Alliance also needs money. And the Su family is a big customer, how could they say no to money? When Linny saw Su Yunzhou come in with Yi Xiaohua, she frowned. Yi Xiaohua, don't you know young Master Su's condition? Why did you bring him out today? There are many berserk beasts in the different dimension, if he leaves here, he will be torn to pieces. I'm fine. Su Yunzhou glanced at Su mother lightly. Mom, please ask these people to leave. What do you mean fine? Seeing the talisman hanging on Su Yunzhou's neck, Linny immediately stepped forward and wanted to pull it off. I told you, these are useless against berserk beasts. If you want to go out, come with me, I can appease those berserk beasts. However, Su Yunzhou easily dodged it. Although he can't use the internal force in his body now, he still has the skills. Miss Lin, please behave yourself. He moved towards Yi Xiaohua, then looked at Linny vigilantly. What are you pulling? Linny looked at Su Yunzhou's face, then said with disgust, what do you know? No one knows berserk beasts better than me, you fool. If not because I pity you, even if Mr. Chow asked, I wouldn't save you. Then please leave. Su Yunzhou grabbed Yi Xiaohua's hand and coldly walked upstairs. His figure was slender, and he was a state preceptor, under one person and above tens of thousands of people. No matter what situation he was in, he had a kind of innate nobility, no one dared to stop him. When he went upstairs, Su mother and Su father finally reacted. Apologized to Mr. Chow and the others. Linny angrily followed Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow, does this Su Yunzhou have a pig's brain? I told him last time not to use this talisman, he still didn't listen, I really want him to suffer. And this Yi Xiaohua, this afternoon Xianbai was injured by her, why is she pretending to be a good person? Mr. Chow squinted and looked upstairs, we can't touch the Su family, you take care of his safety for the time being. And Su family, Su mother looked at the closed door upstairs, her eyes slightly sunk. Give me this person's information. Su father thoughtfully said, Yunzhou always does things with propriety. Madame Su's words, no matter how secretive the news was, would be sent over as soon as possible. Not to mention that Yi Xiaohua's news was not a secret at all, and Yi Xiaohua had never concealed her news. Su's mother and Su's father took the information. After reading it, even Su's father, who was not very resistant to Yi Xiaohua at the beginning, sank his eyes. Look, what talisman? That's a liar. Su's mother sneered, I'm afraid that her father has become a vegetable, and she is here to cheat money. When did Yunzhou become so insensible? You don't respect a great master and have such close relations with a swindler? Yi Xiaohua doesn't care about what Su father and Su mother think. She still has to wait for Master Su to come back to help Su Yunzhou stabilize. Originally, Su Yunzhou's spiritual energy wasn't so explosive. However, after he came, his body was even more terrifying than before. Fortunately, Yi Xiaohua still had a way to control it. Otherwise, these two spaces would be shattered by the power of Su Yunzhou's body one day. As she thought about it, she walked out of the Su family and returned to her own home. It was the Su family's chauffeur who sent her back. Before going back, she asked the chauffeur to stop in front of a company. Su's chauffeur looked out and saw a middle-aged man who often appeared in financial magazines. He gave Yi Xiaohua a suitcase. He also bowed to Yi Xiaohua. The driver stared slightly, then immediately took back his eyes, but dared not underestimate Yi Xiaohua in his heart. Xiaohua, you're back? Grandma Yi looked at Yi Xiaohua and stopped talking. Seeing the two old people like this, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but look at them. Grandpa and Grandma, what's the matter? Xiaohua, you're going to take the college entrance examination in a few days, isn't it? Isn't it? Grandma Yi suddenly sat down on the chair. Tell Grandma, where did the money you gave Grandma yesterday come from? Who did you hear? Yi Xiaohua poured out a box of various parts. Grandma Yi holds Yi Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua, listen to Grandma. Grandma and Grandpa can also sell breakfast. An egg can earn 50 cents, and 200 or 300 a day. Don't. Grandpa Yi suddenly stood up. Xiaohua, did you get in a luxury car, that money, from the last time to give 1,000? Yesterday, Yi Xiaohua gave them another 10,000. They are thinking, Yi Xiaohua is still in the 3rd year of high school, where will he have money? Yi Xiaohua heard the words of the two and did not explain. He just sat cross-legged on the ground. Take all the parts down. Grandpa and Grandma, I remember you like watching TV very much, but the TV has been sold by you. I'm going to make a smart TV for your group leader. It's automatically connected to the internet and has voice recognition. As she spoke, she was assembling. Grandma Yi wanted to say something, but Grandpa Yi reached out and pulled her. Grandpa Yi looked at Yi Xiaohua's familiar movements, and all kinds of fine small parts were installed by her. In less than an hour, 2 ultra-thin TVs were installed by Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua plugged in the power, then said a word, and the TV turned on. She asked Grandpa Yi to say something about the TV she often watched. Looking at this strange scene, even Grandma Yi, who doesn't know much about this, realizes that this is definitely not what ordinary people can do. Not to mention smart TV, even the meticulous work of putting together parts, no one can do it as easily as Yi Xiaohua. They were completely shocked by their granddaughter. This is a new type of intelligence I made up for the IT company. Don't worry about whether I can get on the luxury car. That's my friend. Yi Xiaohua thought about these days' recuperation, and the two old people could stand the big stimulation, so she handed a black card in her pocket to her grandparents. There are 30 million yuan in it, and the password is 61. Besides, I'll call my current boss to ship the other TV back for research. Then she took out her mobile phone with her other hand and dialed a number. They looked at Yi Xiaohua's white fingers holding a black card and opened their mouths. Yi's father would start a business before, but at that time, all the things in their family plus the factory were not 30 million yuan. It took the two old people 2 hours to see Yi Xiaohua's boss respectful to her, plus the other side's scientific words that they couldn't understand. Only then did they accept this incredible fact. It said that it will become the new Xinheng of the IT industry, which is Yi Xiaohua's handwriting. In other words, Yi Xiaohua, who is despised by her grandmother and mother, is actually a hidden engineering genius. Although the fact is shocking. But Grandpa Yi and Grandma Yi still calmed down. Grandma Yi put the black card back on Yi Xiaohua. When I came back from shopping with your grandfather this afternoon, I met Xianxia on the way. Xianxia told us that you had a luxury car. Xiaohua, Grandma was wrong about you. It's okay. You didn't blame me. Yi Xiaohua heard the name Xianxia, and her eyebrows sank. Her memory is so good. Naturally, I remember that Xianxia is her mother's stepdaughter. I saw your father's fingers move several times today, said Grandma Yi, who was relieved. Tomorrow, your grandfather and I will take your father to the hospital. Your father will wake up. Yi Xiaohua smiled at them. When he returned to his room, his eyebrows and eyes were very cold. Yi Xiaohua remembers Xianxia in his heart. The most important thing at present is Suyunzhou. There is no holiday in the last period of high school. Yi Xiaohua walked with her deskmate after school in the afternoon, and Lu Yanwen stood on her left and wanted to talk to her. Even if she ignored him, he didn't care. And Yi Xiaohua saw Lin run to the door in a hurry, and then get on a Su family car. Yi Xiaohua knows the driver. It's the driver of Su family. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaohua slightly lowered his eyes, and his huge spiritual force instantly covered it. At the same time, all kinds of demons in the same world fell to the ground one by one, not daring to speak or make a sound. Xiaohua, when she opened her eyes, Chao Yanji hurried from the direction of the first class. Why have you been hiding from me recently? He managed to catch up with Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. No. Keep walking forward, don't want to talk to Chao Yanji. The voice was so cold that Chao Yanji was sure he hadn't heard it wrong. I know you have misunderstood me because of Lin Yi, but you really can't touch Lin Yi. Have you been in touch with the Su family recently? If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Yi Xiaohua nodded to him and walked out of the door. Chao Yanji looked at her direction, as if he knew where she was going, and followed her. Although they ignored Chao Yanji and Lu Yanwen, this scene was still discussed by the surrounding students. The campus belle is indeed the campus belle. She has just returned and she has already attracted the attention of two popular male gods. Ordinary people really can't compare, a girl said enviously. Xianxia looks at the daughter that her stepmother doesn't want, but has attracted so many people's attention. She can't help but pinch her fingers, pretending to say unintentionally, this Yi Xiaohua is so, pfft, what are you talking about? The girl next to Xianxia smiled. Chao Yanji said that the campus belle saved him in the mountains, so I think he must have had an ulterior motive towards Yi Xiaohua at that time. As for Lu Yanwen. Xianxia, you're a transfer student, so you naturally don't know that Yi Xiaohua and Lu Yanwen are childhood sweethearts. It's only natural that they have such a good relationship. I'm so envious. Hearing what the girl said, Xianxia's fingers clenched tightly, and then she looked at Yi Xiaohua with a little more darkness, and a little less obvious jealousy. Is that so? Yi Xiaohua doesn't know what Xianxia is thinking now. She just found a taxi and forgot to drive to the Su family's villa. When she was getting on the car, she received a call from the boss. Yi Xiaohua's intelligence system has created the world's top IT. After the TV was carried back, a foreign IT company rushed over overnight. And the National Technical Department sent someone to ask, and the boss found out the seriousness of the matter, so he wanted to persuade Yi Xiaohua. Interview? Yi Xiaohua twisted her eyebrows. Not going. Later, the boss tried to persuade her. Yi Xiaohua just turned on the mobile phone, very foolishly forced herself to record a sentence, and directly sent it to the boss, and the boss was satisfied. Yi Xiaohua got off the car at a distance from the villa, and the security here did not allow people without identification to enter. As soon as she got off the car, she saw the breadth of the Su family's villa. She twisted her eyebrows, and in a flash, she directly teleported to the Su family. Everyone in the Su family is on the first floor. Su mother and Su father were very flustered, and didn't notice her coming from the door. It was Suyunzhou who was lying on the ground. Because he suddenly fainted, there was still a trace of energy around his body, and ordinary people couldn't touch it at all. Lin Yi's car had to drive to the villa, and there was a speed limit here, so even if Lin Yi got on the car first, she wouldn't be as fast as Yi Xiaohua. Where's Miss Lin? Miss Lin hasn't come yet? Su mother held the phone and kept urging the servant beside her. When Yi Xiaohua saw Suyunzhou's situation, she knew that it wasn't because he couldn't suppress his internal force. The talisman hanging on his neck was wet with water, and the cinnabar should have been destroyed, so it was useless. Her eyebrows wrinkled very tightly. Is the Su family so stupid? But now his situation is a little urgent. Yi Xiaohua put aside the people in front of her and squatted down with the talisman. At this time, Su mother saw Yi Xiaohua and immediately stopped her. What are you doing? Miss Lin said that ordinary people shouldn't touch my son. If it weren't for you instigating my son to go out that day, would he be like this now? Aunt Sue, how's the situation? It was at this time that Linny rushed over. She was still holding a green plant in her hand. Linny doesn't even look at Xianxia. She squatted down beside Su Yunzhou and took something out of her backpack while asking, Aunt Sue, didn't you persuade young Master Su to take off the talisman on his neck? He refused to take it off, so I pretended to fall and splashed water on it, Mother Su said confidently. Even if it's a true talisman, it won't work. So that was how it was. When Xianxia heard this sentence, she was not in a hurry. She stood aside with her hands around her chest and looked at Lin Yi's movements coldly. Lin Yi closed her eyes again and communicated with the fierce beasts in the alternate dimension. Once again, he searched for suitable herbs in the surrounding space. Then, she reached out to check on Su Yunzhou's current situation, but just like the others, she couldn't even touch a corner of Su Yunzhou's clothes. What's going on? Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Sumu looked at Lin Yi cautiously. Miss Lin, what happened to my son? It seems like young Master Su went out that day, so he's not in a good condition now. Lin Yi sighed. I can only try my best, it's all because of you. When Su's mother heard this sentence, she looked at Xianxia fiercely. You get out of Su family. Xianxia stretched out her hand and inserted a talisman into Su Yunzhou's body. Hearing those words, he turned around and left without turning back. Don't beg me in the future. Who would beg you? If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have become like this. Su Yun's mother looked at Su Yunzhou with a pained expression. He doesn't care about Xianxia at all. Xianxia thought about it. Old Master Su would come back in 2 days. She didn't say anything to Su's mother. She just put a rune in Su Yunzhou's body. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was Su Yunzhou, she wouldn't even bother with this group of people. Moreover, Su Yunzhou wouldn't fall into Mother Su's trap so easily. This was only one reason. He did it on purpose. Presumably, he was also annoyed that Mother Su brought Lin Yi home every day. Since he did it on purpose, Xianxia didn't feel guilty about Su's mother. When Xianxia came out, she happened to meet Chao Yanji, who was standing at the door. Are you okay? Chao Yanji heard Mother Su's words. It's okay. Xianxia replied. There was no change in his expression. He walked past Chao Yanji and left. Chao Yanji followed. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say anything. When he was in the mountains, he avoided Xianxia and wanted to get rid of her. Unexpectedly, later, he would gradually see some strange things about Xianxia. After coming back, because of Lin Yi, the relationship that he had tried so hard to repair almost went back to the distance. Chao Yanji had been feeling terrible for the past few days. Of course, what he didn't expect was that Xianxia was far stronger than he had imagined. Xianxia goes back to school. In the evening, her boss gave her a call and told her that she would be interviewed on the national TV station the next day. Xianxia casually hung up the phone. The boss. Did she not understand what he was saying? As long as there are people, there will be gossip. It was the same for No. 1 high school. The campus bell of No. 1 middle school is suspected to be a kept woman. A post suddenly appeared on the official website of No. 1 middle school. Xianxia's family situation was posted on it. Xianxia's old community was also photographed. Finally, a picture of her last luxury car was posted. No way? The campus belle looks so cold. She doesn't look like she would do something like that. Upstairs, some people will do anything for money. Then why is she the only one who has not been rumored to be a mistress? Xianxia is also very good-looking, but there have been no rumors in the past 3 years. There is no smoke without fire. It takes 2 hands to clap. You don't know a person's heart. For a time, the public opinion was brought up. Xiaohua, is this really you? When in the cafeteria, some people looked at Xiaohua with strange eyes. Her deskmate accidentally heard a sentence and then opened the forum. She saw the picture above at a glance. She asked in a low voice. Xiaohua glanced at it. My boyfriend's car. I'll take you to see him next time. Of course, it's not the so-called old man who knows the truth. He's a junior. Deskmate. Fuck. I'll help you explain. No need. Yi Xiaohua carelessly opened her mouth. On a table not far away, a group of gossipy people looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, is the campus belle really that kind of person? Her father is a vegetable. My stepmother divorced her father. Xianxia looked at Yi Xiaohua. Her biological father needs 10,000 yuan for a checkup. He borrowed money a few days ago. I didn't expect to go to the checkup soon and stay in the ward. If she didn't do that kind of dirty thing, how could she have so much money? No wonder my stepmother doesn't want her. I didn't see that she was that kind of person. The boys and girls on the side. A few bully boys touched their chins and looked at each other. They all saw the evil intention in each other's eyes. Xianxia, you posted the post on the forum. Xianxia hadn't been pursued by so many people for a long time. She was talking when suddenly a shadow appeared on the top of her head. Xianxia immediately looked up and saw Yi Xiaohua's dark and cold eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched a bit. Then she sneered and said, I said you are shameless, hooking up with old men everywhere. What, am I wrong? With that, Xianxia pointed to the mobile phone in Yi Xiaohua's hand. Otherwise, in your family's situation, your father has become a vegetable and has no money for treatment. Where would you have the money to buy such a high-end mobile phone? You were also abducted and sold. I don't know how many people you have slept with. Why are you still pretending in school? With a daughter like you, no wonder your father is like this. Retribution. The surrounding boys made a hush sound. Some girls pointed to Yi Xiaohua and whispered to her. There were also a few sneers. Yi Xiaohua was not a person who wronged herself. She took the cup that Xianxia put aside and smashed it on Xianxia's head. Xianxia's head gradually bled. The surrounding people screamed. Everyone calmed down. The desk mate wanted to open his mouth to explain, but was pushed to Yi Xiaohua's side. Are you two a group? The surrounding students looked at Yi Xiaohua's eyes were angry and disgusted. Really a female whore. Bah. I can't see that she is really such a person. Xianxia is right. She really knows how to pretend. The surrounding people were all denouncing Yi Xiaohua. After Xianxia heard it, he didn't care about the injury on his head, but the corner of his mouth raised a smile. When the desk mate heard these people's slander, he couldn't help but open his mouth. What are you all thinking? That car is Yi Xiaohua's boyfriend's. What boyfriend? I think it's a financial backer, right? Several girls said sarcastically. To a woman, it is always the same kind of woman. You don't know the truth of the matter, you. The desk mate was angry. Are you crazy? The girl standing next to Xianxia glanced at her desk mate. A person like Yi Xiaohua, who doesn't climb on those fat pigs, can have such a new mobile phone and have the money to treat her father's illness? This is the case these days. Verbal violence and online violence can kill people. Yi Xiaohua has experienced a lot of wind and waves. There is no reaction to such language at all. Yi Xiaohua, you are harming ordinary people. When Lin Yi, who came to eat with Chao Yanji, saw this scene, she ran out angrily and pinched her hand to give Yi Xiaohua a lesson. Chao Yanji saw Xianxia like this and frowned at Yi Xiaohua's approach. What did Qin classmate do? Do you want to start with her? You apologize to Qin classmate quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yi took out a green plant. Lin Yi has always been a person who loves to fight injustice in school. Seeing her like this, the students around her all opened their mouths. When Xianxia saw Chao Yanji, her heart beat like thunder. She covered her head and said sadly, Monitor, Yi Xiaohua is still my stepsister. I can't see her go up with those old men for the sake of the former. But I didn't expect her to beat me in anger. Yi Xiaohua pulled her deskmate and didn't open her mouth. She just silently read 008. 008, received. What? Chao Yanji was shocked by Xianxia's words. She is a mistress. You certainly don't know this. I don't have, Pa. At this time, Yi Xiaohua took a step back and then turned on the TV hanging on the pillar in the middle of the cafeteria. It was playing a news report from the national channel. This is Miss Xi, the youngest IT newcomer in China. She invented a new type of intelligence. The IT tycoon monopolized her idea with a high price of 50 million yuan. The state is also preparing to contact her to join the development of new energy. The host of the national channel said while playing the video recorded by Xianxia yesterday. It's still her impatient face, the school uniform, the familiar voice, everyone knows her even if she turns into ashes. The whole cafeteria was silent for a while. Xianxia turned sideways and looked at the person who was just cursing at her with disgusting eyes. Finally, she stopped at Xianxia. Understand? Digression, today is still a day without making up, but this chapter has written 1,000 more words. Wait for tomorrow. Oh, Xianxia transferred to this school with Xianxia, whether it was the previous school or the current one. She has no intersection with Xianxia. She also knows that Xianxia's life is different from hers. This is the first time that Xianxia has spoken to himself. Xianxia has gone over every word several times in her heart. Before, she was the same as other students. She always ate the melons of Xianxia and the other students before. Xianxia is obviously the poor worm that her stepmother doesn't want. How can she become so popular in school, school flower? At this moment, hearing Lin Yi's questioning voice to Xianxia, hearing Xianxia's question to her, and hearing the doubts and insults of the surrounding students to Xianxia, Xianxia doesn't know how relieved she is. In fact, when she saw Xianxia off and running out at school, she guessed that Xianxia must be doing something shameful. In addition, Grandma Yi took Yi father to the hospital with money before, and Xianxia got a photo of Xianxia in a luxury car. Now she is finally sure, what iceberg school flower, it's ridiculous. However, she hasn't finished what she said to Xianxia. She was interrupted by Xianxia. She listened to every word the host said. She tried to open her eyes wide, trying to see every word on TV. The anchors on the television were two well-known anchors of the national television channel. They were saying phrases that she was familiar with, but they were all connected together. Xianxia's brain is buzzing, as if countless thunderbolts are bombarding her in different ways, and she can't understand the meaning of every word. Fuck, the big man named by the national TV is fake. Someone finally couldn't help but speak. After all, this is just a high school. Even if there are many geniuses, such as Lu Yanwen, who was very good at the beginning, or Xianxia, who later transferred to school, Lin Yi, who was able to get more than 600 points after a year of suspension and was firmly in the top 5, are all very outstanding people. But compared with ordinary people, this is a very proud result. At first, the existence of Xianxia, who is almost out of joint, is difficult to calm down. Immediately, someone took out his mobile phone to search the internet. It hasn't burst out on Weibo yet. But they searched the IT company mentioned in the news. In fact, they were very familiar with this IT company. The chat software, internet applications, mobile phones and computers that they were using now were all from the scientific research of this IT company. When they actually searched, they found that the IT company had changed the homepage information. When they go in, they can see the picture of Xianxia on the banner. The article that he clicked on was actually written by the big boss of IT. There were some big bosses inside. How did he spend so much effort to be courteous to the wise and finally invited Boss Shi, who only took small orders online? When he found that the other party was just a high school student, his worldview was almost shattered. Finally, after looking for her several times in a row, they finally persuaded Big Boss Shi to join their IT company. Oh my, ghost. After a group of people finished reading, they finally stopped at the industry people's comments on Xianxia. In the end, these students could only sum it up in 2 words, ghost genius. After reading these things, the rumors on the Tieba of the #1 middle school forum were dispelled. What are you thinking? How could an IT engineering talent that even a country was trying to recruit be kept by someone else, who could afford to keep her, even if they had the money, who would dare to keep such a ghost? I'm afraid that before they opened their mouths, they wouldn't dare to blacken the country's people knocking on the door and inviting them to go up for tea. Xianxia's matter was fake, then what Xianxia said just now, the group of people couldn't help but turn their eyes to Xianxia. Especially the girls who were with Xianxia at the beginning, they could certainly remember that at the beginning, it was Xianxia who brought the topic to the matter of Xianxia being kept. Thinking that Xianxia just said a series of words about Xianxia without hesitation, these people subconsciously took a step back. Xianxia was still her stepsister, and she said so. Such a person with a honeyed mouth and a dagger in the heart, most people would feel a chill when they think of it. No one would want to deal with such a person. In Xianxia's heart, she couldn't believe it, and gradually became infected with a layer of fear. Especially the few friends that she had made with great difficulty in high school, now they all looked at her with defensive eyes. On this side, Xianxia didn't look at Xianxia after Xianxia turned on the TV. He didn't know the cause of the matter. He wanted to question Xianxia, but he couldn't say it. Even Xianxia's deskmate didn't expect the result to be this development. She originally wanted to defend Xianxia, but now, Xianxia had already finished eating, and now the matter was solved. She pulled her deskmate's sleeve and walked out of the cafeteria. Xianxia, you haven't apologized to Xianxia yet. Of course, Linny was also very shocked when she saw the news, so much so that the way she looked at Xianxia changed a little. But it didn't mean that she would forget about Xianxia hitting Xianxia. She trotted forward and blocked Xianxia's way. Forget about those things before, but what are you doing now? Relying on your own power, you feel that you are high above others, and you use your power to hurt ordinary people at will? Fuck? Xiaohua's deskmate recovered from the shock. Then she heard Lin Yi's words. Student Lin? You don't have a what in your brain, do you? What do you mean Student Yi hurt others at will? Do you understand what happened? If you are so full of justice, why don't you save the earth? Xianxia can hurt Student Yi, but Student Yi can't hit her in return. Just because Student Yi is stronger than Student Qin, you are weak and you are reasonable? What kind of reason is this? The deskmate was also shocked by Lin Yi's words. At the beginning, the deskmate thought that Lin Yi's character was good. But now, the deskmate finally realized that Lin Yi's kind of. Isn't it too much? Xianxia was originally watched by the surrounding students, and was slapped in the face by Xianxia. Now her face was pale. Hearing Lin Yi's words, he subconsciously took a step back. Lin Yi looked at Xianxia. Qin classmate, don't be afraid, I will help you. Xianxia glanced at Lin Yi. Do you want to die? Sorry. Xianxia immediately took 2 steps forward. Xianxia, Lin Yi didn't mean it. You don't care about the villains. Xianxia now felt helpless about Lin Yi's loyalty. At first, when he saw Lin Yi, he thought she was a person with personality, but after seeing more, he found that Lin Yi's approach could be said to be brainless. Ciao brother. Lin Yi didn't expect Xianxia to stop her. She watched Xianxia walk out of the cafeteria, stamped her feet, and said angrily, why did you help her again? Don't you care about those ordinary people? Xianxia, this Xianxia is too much. She is even your stepsister. How could she do this to you? Lin Yi turned to look at Xianxia with an angry face. Lin classmate, you're wrong. The students who had eaten all the melons came back to their senses and looked at Lin Yi. Although Yi classmate is Qin classmate's stepsister, this is not a reason for Qin classmate to slander Yi classmate. This was the first time that the students in the school did not stand on their side. Lin Yi opened her mouth in surprise. Even so, did those words hurt Xianxia? She hurt people's heads, and in the end, she didn't even say sorry? The boys and girls on the side could not help but roll their eyes. Lin Yi, you're not the legendary Virgin Mary, are you? One person finally couldn't help but open his mouth. If someone spread rumors that you are an old man's mistress and do dirty things for money, and everyone in the school knows that everyone is insulting you, laughing at you, and hating you, will you forgive that person? This matter is still Yi classmate's strong mentality. What if a person with a weak mentality jumps off a building and commits suicide? Yi classmate has the ability to prove herself. If she didn't have the ability to prove herself today, Xianxia said that the rumors would be true. Lin Yi, you pity the weak so much. Why don't you give all the money you earn to the little beggars on the streets? I was ashamed that I had misunderstood classmate Yi and didn't dare to speak. Classmate Lin, didn't you see that Xianxia, who was grabbed by you, didn't say anything? If you have nothing better to do, then stop your so-called fighting for justice. I think the content on the forum was actually posted by Xianxia, right? She still has the nerve to say that her stepmother doesn't want classmate Yi. I think it's just that her family despises the poor and favors the rich. They can share wealth but not poverty. Speaking of which, I wonder what classmate Yi's biological mother will think when she sees this news. The people in the canteen quickly dispersed. but they were all discussing this gossip. From time to time, his gaze fell on Xianxia and Linny. Most of them had a strange smell. From the first day Linny returned to school, she had been labeled as a top student. Previously, when the big boss of the military looked for her, she was labeled as a mysterious person. Although her appearance was not as good as Xiaohua's, for these reasons, she was also very popular at school. But Linny didn't expect that these classmates, who originally liked her very much, would look at her like this at this time. She had been back for so long, but she had never been looked at like this, and Xianxia, who was originally held by her, couldn't stand the crowd's gaze at this time. Brother Chow, Linny couldn't stand these people's gazes. She covered her face and ran outside. Seeing Chao Yenji following, she couldn't help but look at Chao Yenji. Chao Yenji pursed his lips and looked at the direction of Yi Xiaohua's departure. Okay, Linny, don't make trouble anymore. Xianxia didn't want Yi Xiaohua's apology. What are you doing? Hearing Chao Yenji's words, Lin Yi's gaze became very complicated. It was at this time that Lin Yi's cell phone rang. It's Mr. Chow. Linny looked at the words displayed on the cell phone and immediately picked it up. After answering, Linny temporarily put the matter at the back of her mind. Chao Yenji looked at her. Why is my uncle looking for you? The Mr. Chow in the ancient costume was Chao Yenji's uncle and also the leader of the Monster Alliance. There's a problem with young Master Su, Linny said as she walked out of the school gate. Mr. Chow asked me to go see young Master Su. Hearing this, Chao Yenji immediately followed her and left. Their stronghold in this world was controlled by the Su family and the special department. If young Master Su had a problem under their hands, their stronghold in this world would probably disappear. The two took a taxi and rushed to the Su family. As soon as they arrived at the edge of the Su family, they felt a frightening atmosphere. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in the bottom of the other's eyes. Then they pushed the door and went in. Mr. Chow and several leaders of the Monster Alliance were standing in the Su family's hall. The space in this place is unstable. Mr. Chow saw Linny coming and immediately looked at her. It should be that dire beast woke up. Young Master Su is in danger now. Linny, you have been psychic with all the creatures in the different space. This time it's up to you. He found Linny in the depths of the mountains. Even he couldn't resist his fondness for Linny. It was as if she was born to attract all the creatures in the different space. Especially when they were close to Linny, they could adapt to this world faster and not be bound by the rules of this world. Normally, the members of the Monster Alliance couldn't stay in the real world for a long time. Every week, they had to return to the different space. The more powerful a person was, the shorter the time they could stay in the human world because the more powerful they were, the more restrictive the rules would be. That was why the Monster Alliance valued Linny so much. As long as Linny became stronger, they would succeed in breaking free from the shackles one day. Elder Su saw that Linny, who he had driven away last time, had returned. Okay, old man, can you not make trouble at this time? Mother Su was worried about Su Yunzhou's safety at this time. She didn't have the leisure to talk to Master Su in detail. Miss Lin is a capable person found by Mr. Qin. As for the Master Yi you mentioned, he shouldn't be that swindler, right? Mother Su didn't want to talk to Master Su. In the past 2 months, they had been looking for people for Su Yunzhou's illness, and there were many swindlers among them. According to the information they had about Yi Xiaohua, they wouldn't believe that Yi Xiaohua would be a master. It was just that the old man was cheated. At this time, the driver whispered what happened that day to the old man. What did you say? The two of them drove Master Yi out? Hearing the driver's words, Master Su was so angry that his chest hurt. She also used a trick to destroy the talisman left by Master Yi. No wonder he didn't see Master Yi when he came back. Instead, he saw a group of strange people in the hall. Seeing that Mother Su didn't want to talk to him anymore, old Master Su took a deep breath and said, "All right. Do it. Let her do it. Let's see if the people she invited can save her son." The driver and the housekeeper supported the old man on one side and looked at the people who were saving Su Yunzhou coldly without saying anything. Linny didn't have time to care about the others. "Master Su, please step aside. Don't hinder me from saving people." Linny didn't have the slightest respect for this old man who once doubted her. If it wasn't for the Su family's high price, she wouldn't want to save Su Yunzhou based on what Master Su said that day. Dad, at this time, don't make trouble. Mother Su was a little annoyed. Because she was too anxious, her tone wasn't very good. Father Su just reached out and helped Master Su to the side. Yes, Dad, don't disturb Miss Lin's rescue. Master Su glanced at them and didn't say anything. He took a step back. No one around to disturb Linny anymore. Linny then began to use her natural ability. Mr. Chow, this time I'll have to trouble you to transfer energy to me. Mr. Chow looked at her with appreciation. Don't worry. While talking, the two of them got busy. Chow Yenji stood on the side and watched the two of them. The complicated feelings he had for Linny gradually dissipated. Su Yunzhou's current situation was not good. His body's internal energy and spiritual energy were mutually resisting each other, and neither dared to be at a disadvantage. In fact, he was just a medium. The vicious beasts in the alternate dimension were too powerful. The human world simply could not tolerate them. As long as it dared to come out, the rules would send down 5 lightning bolts to blast it into ashes. But Su Yunzhou's body was an opportunity. He had the Holy Spirit body, and he was born with the function of covering up the breath of various species in the alien space. Therefore, Black Tortoise wanted to set up a tactical matrix and gradually turn into a human shape in the Su family's mansion. But he didn't expect to be seen through by Yi Xiaohua at a glance, and all his cultivation was scattered. Right now, Linny wanted to use her ability to communicate with the berserk beasts and suppress Su Yunzhou's spirit body. Young Master Su's aura is getting weaker and weaker. It seems like Miss Lin's method is working. I didn't expect a human girl to have this kind of ability. It's the fortune of our alternate dimension, the Monster Alliance's people couldn't help but say. He's really the darling of the heavens. Mother Su and Father Su also had a layer of joy on their faces. Under Lin Yi's guidance, Mother Su slowly walked to Su Yunzhou's side and touched Su Yunzhou's body. She was surprised to find that she could finally touch Su Yunzhou. However, she wasn't happy enough. Suddenly, a burst of energy suddenly burst out and bounced Mother Su out. Mother Su fell to the ground with a bang. She screamed. The Monster Alliance and Father Su were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but retreat because of the energy. Even Linny and Mr. Chow were bounced back. It was at this time that Su Yunzhou, who was about to be touched, became a little illusory. Not good. Chow Yenji saw that Su Yunzhou was about to merge into the alternate dimension. Father Su and Mother Su also realized that the situation was not right. Miss Lin. Mr. Chow, please save my son. However, Lin Yi was originally a layman. She was born with a special ability and inherited a beast-controlling secret art. But at this time, her cultivation was not good enough, and she went on a fork in the road. There was nothing she could do. Seeing Lin Yi's confused face and silent look, Mother Su couldn't help but pull her collar. Didn't you say you could save? Okay, stop arguing. If you keep arguing, Yunzhou really can't be saved. After watching for a long time, old Master Su finally spoke up. There was no anxiety on his face like Father Su and Mother Su. Instead, he very steadily took out his phone, found a number, and dialed. Yi Xiaohua, who received a call from Grandpa Su, was packing up at school to go back to prepare for the college entrance examination in a few days. Her deskmate insisted on helping her move the books. Yi Xiaohua couldn't refuse, so she took her back. What? Yi Xiaohua frowned. Grandpa Su, wait for me for a minute. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaohua put the books in the hands of her deskmate. My house is 302 of building 72 in front of us. Just help me send it back. My grandma is at home at this time. Her deskmate opened her mouth, but didn't have time to ask her. Yi Xiaohua suddenly disappeared into thin air. Deskmate. I might have opened my eyes the wrong way. She murmured, closed her eyes, and then opened them again. Yi Xiaohua was still not in front of her. Yi Xiaohua didn't know the surprise she brought to her deskmate. She directly bought a teleportation prop from the system. From here, she teleported to Su family. Mother Su didn't have time to ask Grandpa Su anything. Suddenly, there was a distortion in the space, and a figure suddenly appeared in the Su family's hall. Not to mention Sumu and Grandpa Su, these ordinary people were shocked by this unscientific scene. Even Lin Yi, Mr. Chao, Chao Yanji, and other people of the Monster Alliance opened their mouths, and their pupils slightly enlarged. Tao Tai? Yi Xiaohua first glanced at Su Yunzhou's situation, raised her eyebrows, and then reached out to Grandpa Su. Master Su, what about the thing I asked you to bring back? Master Su immediately put the box in his hand in Yi Xiaohua's hand. Mother Su recognized that this was the liar she kicked out of the Su family a few days ago. If it was a minute ago, she might have kicked Yi Xiaohua out. However, after experiencing Yi Xiaohua's sudden appearance, she finally realized that Yi Xiaohua was not an ordinary person. Yi Xiaohua did not say anything. She was originally waiting for Master Su to come back. After receiving the wooden box, she opened it in silence, poured out the contents, took out a few talismans and stuck them around, and made a few complicated gestures with her hands. No one saw what she did clearly. They only saw white mist rising from Su Yunzhou's body. After the white mist dissipated, Su Yunzhou's eyelashes moved twice, and then he slowly opened his eyes. When seeing this scene, not to mention the others, even Mr. Chao could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Are you okay? Yi Xiaohua squinted at him and then reached out her hand. Su Yunzhou took her hand and stood up. I'm fine, but I saw something strange. It's normal. Yi Xiaohua said lightly. Her fingers pinched his pulse, and after confirming that he was fine, she let go of his hand. Master Su looked at Father Su and Mother Su standing at the side in a daze, unable to even speak. He couldn't help but sneer. However, when he turned to look at Yi Xiaohua and Su Yunzhou, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Grandmaster Yi, this is really thanks to you. As he spoke, he handed over a bank card. No need. Yi Xiaohua did not take it. Su Yunzhou glanced at it, then took it back, and said lightly, it's the same for me, Grandpa. After being stunned for a moment, Grandpa Su recovered, and his face was full of joy. That's right, it's the same. Lin Yi and Mr. Chao, the people of the Monster Alliance, looked at Yi Xiaohua, feeling lost. Especially Mr. Chao, his eyes were directly staring at Yi Xiaohua. To be precise, he was staring at a gray furry animal on Yi Xiaohua's shoulder, as if he had seen a ghost. Chao Yanji. Mr. Chao suddenly remembered something. Is she the one who brought you out of the mountain, found the tricolored flower, and cured your injury? Chao Yanji nodded absent-mindedly. Yes. It's her, it's actually her. Mr. Chao looked at Yi Xiaohua, especially the furry animal on her shoulder. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's wrong? Chao Yanji finally realized the strangeness in his uncle's voice. Mr. Chao looked at him with bright eyes. You didn't have to go back to the alternate dimension every week after you came back from the mountain, right? Yeah, isn't this Lin Yi? But apart from you, who else among us managed to escape from the alternate dimension? Mr. Chao asked. You mean, it's Yi? Yi Xiaohua? Chao Yanji reacted, that's not right. In the beginning, they had looked for Lin Yi for this matter. However, Lin Yi's ability hadn't increased yet because Chao Yanji suddenly didn't need to enter the alternate dimension, so they valued Lin Yi very much. But now, when Mr. Chao saw the beast on Yi Xiaohua's shoulder, he was really sure. The strangeness of Chao Yanji's body is clearly transformed by Yi Xiaohua. When Chao Yanji realized all of this, his heart suddenly trembled. They were soon invited out of Su's house by old Master Su. Mr. Chao also wanted to see Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Xiaohua didn't want to see him, and Su's family wouldn't give Yi Xiaohua's contact information. Because Yi Xiaohua is going to take the college entrance examination. After so many college entrance examinations, she really feels that the college entrance examination is as simple as eating and drinking water for her. When the school received the results, Yi Xiaohua was the first in the province. Teacher Zhou, the head of the second class, was stunned. Teacher Kong's face was black. Congratulations, Teacher Zhou. When the provincial excellent teacher came out, Teacher Kong gritted his teeth and congratulated Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou said with a smile, oh, no, I'm taking advantage of my students' light. Little did he know that his words made Teacher Kong's heart bleed. Yi Xiaohua. It was originally a class, who else was shocked by the results? Yimu and Qin Fu. These two people have great expectations for Qin Si. Qin Si is a student in the key class of number 1 middle school. She can definitely pass the first line. But today, when she checked the results, Yimu was shocked. Xianxia only reached the third line. Is it wrong? Yimu and Qinfu couldn't believe it. Xianxia sat on one side and didn't dare to make a sound. She didn't tell her parents about it. She always felt that Yimu and Qinfu would like Xiaohua more, so she kept it a secret. But after all, it had an impact on her. She was excluded by her former friends, and no one dared to make friends with her at school, so that she was very anxious. Her mood in the college entrance examination was affected. In the end, she only saw 390 points, just the result of the third line. After Yimu called the school to confirm, she was finally sure. She was a little disappointed. But she still went downstairs to buy vegetables. Qinfu had planned to invite relatives to a banquet. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so disappointing. He took his little son and went downstairs to buy vegetables with Yimu. When she went downstairs, her neighbors, who didn't look up to them, greeted her warmly at this time. Yimu felt this situation a few days ago. But I don't know what's going on. When she came back from shopping, a civil servant upstairs, who used to be high and mighty, greeted Yimu very kindly. Congratulations, your daughter has a good score. End of chapter 709. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.